Of course, Long Yu's heart was not moved because of the handsomeness of Prince Shura, but because he thought, how could this Prince Shura know that this whole thing is related to him, and he has made great contributions. However, he is a strong man in the royal way secret realm, his strength is much stronger than Long Yu's, and the means he possesses are beyond Long Yu's comprehension. It is not too strange to be able to know this. I don't need any rewards. It's just that my father broke into a deadly place on Tianyu Island, the heavenly prison Thunder Pond. I wonder if the senior county king can help me go and check it out. Long Yu looked at Duke Shura. This time he made a contribution, and he didn't make any tweaks, but put forward his request straightforwardly. As soon as these words came out, Duke Shura's eyes lit up, and he laughed. Sure enough, my daughter is right, you will make such a request, it's just, you have to think clearly. Long Yu frowned slightly, and asked, could it be that senior can't go to that day's thunder pool? Of course not, it's just that your father has been in the heavenly hell thunder pool for more than 20 years, and the possibility of him still alive is extremely slim. King Shura shook his head with a smile, and then said, if this king enters it and finds nothing, wouldn't you get nothing? This great contribution, this time is enough for you to be in the martial arts pavilion in the Shura Valley. Choose any heaven-level martial arts, even if you want heaven-level warriors, this king can give you more than one. I don't lack sky-level warriors and martial arts, so they are of no great use to me. Long Yu shook his head. The truth of what he said, the martial arts he is practicing now, the Dahuang level martial arts have 2 moves, which is enough for him. What he needs to do in this aspect, next, is to understand Yulong 9 explosions, and desolate ancient shadow killing more deeply. That's it. As for the warriors, having the dragon skeleton ancient tower as the main guard and the nether dragon blade as the main attacker are enough for Long Yu. Even with these 2 warriors, he still cannot exert their full power, let alone need other warriors. Soldiers. Hearing what Long Yu said, a meaningful smile appeared on Prince Shura's handsome face. It seems that heavenly fighters and martial arts really can't impress you. King Shura waved his hand. Since this is the case, what do you think if this king wants to accept you as an apprentice? To become this king's disciple, you will have all the resources for cultivation, including heavenly soldiers and martial arts, you can get them at will. And, if when there are great treasures such as the great desolate warriors or divine inscriptions, this king will take you there first, and will also give you some guidance in the martial arts. In this way, your journey in the martial arts must be smooth. How come? Sample? The temptation of this condition is much greater than that of mere sky-level martial arts and warriors, which surprised Hui Yuan Bai on the side. This is the first time that the county king has offered such a condition to a young junior. It can be seen that the county king, he definitely appreciates this Long Yu very much. When Long Yu heard this, his face changed slightly. Duke Shura is willing to accept him as a disciple? Not only can it provide a variety of training resources, but it can also have the opportunity to snatch treasures such as the Great Wilderness Soldier or the Divine Inscription Seal. This condition is not unreasonable, even if it is placed on all the other young people in Shura County, they will agree without hesitation. It's a pity that Long Yu is not an ordinary person, he has his own understanding of the road of martial arts, and he doesn't want to rely on others, even if it is King Shura of the royal secret realm. However, Long Yu knew that there were stronger existences in this world than the royal secret realm, such as the mysterious woman concubine Yu whom he had seen many times in his memory. The strange beasts in the secret realm of the King's Way were wiped out with one move by concubine Yu. It can be seen that concubine Yu's own strength is much stronger than that in the secret realm of the King's Way. Thank you for the kindness of the senior county king, but for me, I still hope that the senior can help me find my father's whereabouts. Long Yu shook his head. What a pity. Prince Shura stepped forward, with a handsome smile on his face. Long Yu, I never thought that your will would be so firm. Then if this king gives you the position of the next Prince Shura and my daughter Shuchan betrothed to you, are you willing? After saying this, Xuanhuan on the side couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is simply unimaginable. The king of Shura actually gave the position of the next king and his daughter to him. The boy Long Yu? Long Yu was also slightly taken aback when he heard the words. Shu Chan's lively and beautiful appearance flashed in his mind, and he also thought of the humiliation he encountered after coming to Shura County. At this moment, Long Yu seemed to have a desire for the position of Duke Shura. If he could become the king of Shura, or even just the next appointed king of Shura, who would dare to trick him into the valley where the sacred tree of Shura was located, and want to kill him silently? As long as he agrees to the condition of Duke Shura now, it can be said that he can immediately become a big shot in the entire Shura County, and even be on an equal footing with Shu Chan. A flame rose in Long Yu's heart, which made him almost crazy, and he agreed to the condition of Prince Shura. After all, this condition is harmless to Long Yu Bailey, and anyone else would agree to it without hesitation. As for his father, Duke Shura also said that he has been trapped in the heavenly prison Thunder Pond for more than 20 years, and the possibility of him still alive is extremely slim. In that case, why not? At this moment, Long Yu's heart suddenly felt cold, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. What happened just now? Why do you have such an idea? Long Yu's heart naturally would not agree to the condition of King Shura, whether it is the king of Shura County or the Princess Shu Chan. To him, it is actually just a cloud. However, for some unknown reason just now, a faint thought in his heart was magnified infinitely, making him almost make a choice against his will. When he woke up with a thought, he suddenly realized that this was probably the third heart catastrophe in the human tribulation realm. Martial arts in the human tribulation realm need to go through 3 heart tribulations. It is not difficult to overcome these heart tribulations, but it is extremely difficult for people with weak willpower. Everyone's mental catastrophe is different, but Long Yu's third mental catastrophe turned out to be to lure the heart demon. This tempting heart demon was directly induced by the words and deeds of Prince Shura in front of him. Senior Junwang, I still choose. I hope you can go to the heavenly prison Leichi to check for my father's trace. Long Yu's eyes became extremely firm, he raised his head, and looked at Duke Shura. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Duke Shura burst out laughing immediately. Yes, you kid not only has good martial arts talent, but also has enviable luck, but the most important thing is your firm willpower. Faced with such a temptation, you didn't change your mind. Original heart, if it were someone else, I am afraid it would be too difficult to achieve this. Senior Junwang, are you deliberately inducing my inner demons and letting me survive the catastrophe? Long Yu asked with a slight smile. Yes, you see it? Duke Shura frowned, and said with interest, you have good eyesight. Thank you, Senior. Long Yu clasped his fists together. This was the first time Shura County King met him, and he successfully induced his third heart tribulation, allowing him to successfully overcome the bottleneck of the human tribulation. He only needs to absorb enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and then he can try to break through to the heavenly beginning realm. Once he reaches the heavenly realm, his strength will become much stronger. Thank you for what I did. You can pass this level, because of your own willpower. Even without me, you will pass this level sooner or later. Prince Shura waved his hand. My lord, I just let your step come earlier. Your Majesty, old man, I'm curious. What if this boy Long really got the trick and chose to become the next king of the Majesty and marry the Majesty? Xuanhuan on the side asked with a smile, quite curious. It's not impossible to marry the king's daughter. There is hope to become the next king of the county. However, before you want to get it, of course you have to pay something. At least, you have to experience what the king gave some tests. Prince Shura said with a smile, these tests are not easy. If you can pass them successfully, this king will naturally appreciate him enough. Ahem, the test of the county king is naturally not easy. Yuanbai coughed and said something casually, but he was thinking in his heart, fortunately this kid is clever and overcame the inner demons, or if he really agreed to the words of the county king, those tests would definitely kill this kid. Okay, it's over here, let's go back. As soon as King Shura raised his hand, he led everyone back. Your Majesty, wait a moment, the camp below has suffered heavy losses, and the general will have to manage the aftermath here. However, Yuanbai did not leave with the crowd, but prepared to do some aftermath in the camp below, at least to calm down the impact of this turmoil. Well, let's go. King Shura nodded, then waved his hand, black clouds rolled up, and he took Long Yu and Ren Ping Fan, the fat man, and flew straight towards the Shura Valley. Although Long Yu has not been here for 2 months, but since he has made great contributions and received the award from King Shura, no one would dare to attack Long Yu when he returns to the Shura Valley. Not only that, Duke Shura also seemed to know about the fact that someone plotted against Long Yu and threw him into the valley of the sacred tree of Shura. Regarding this, Duke Shura naturally wanted to investigate thoroughly, and would give Long Yu an explanation when the time came. After you go back, practice hard. The Azura County election is just around the corner. If you can win, you will be able to enter our holy land in Azura County. If you have a chance, it is not impossible to get great martial arts and warriors in it. The words of Prince Shura made Long Yu and the little fat man Ren Ping Fan move their hearts. Desolate level warriors and martial arts. This is not a treasure that can be obtained through ordinary means. It seems that the holy land of Shura County is definitely worth a visit. The strong man in the Royal Way secret realm, Yukong's speed is extremely terrifying. After only 1 or 2 hours, the Shura County king brought Long Yu and Ren Ping Fan back to the vicinity of the Shura Valley. What surprised Long Yu was that at this moment, in the sky near the Shura Valley, there was a large group of thousands of people floating in the sky, as if they were waiting for their return. Azura Yongchang, the county king is immortal. When Duke Shura brought the two of them closer, the group of thousands of people immediately shouted. The sound shocked the sky and almost shattered Long Yu's ears. This power is worthy of coming to welcome the powerful in the secret realm of the kingly way. Looking at the situation, Long Yu couldn't help but feel moved. He saw many familiar figures standing at the head of the crowd, such as Princess Shuchan, who was looking at him with crooked eyebrows and a pretty face full of smiles. And near the Princess Shuchan, a veiled woman wearing a long silver dress and holding a silver mirror was also waiting in the crowd. She was one of the concubines of Prince Shura, Chan's biological mother. In addition to these two people, Tian Xinghe, Bai Qing and others that Long Yu had met before were also impressively listed. Obviously, the county king's expedition to Guixia County is a big event for the entire Shura Valley. Everyone showed up. Everyone, this king's expedition, with the cooperation of concubine Jing, severely injured the king of Guixia County, and he will not be able to fully recover for at least 10 years. With a smile on his face, King Shura, Yukong approached everyone, and then announced the results of this battle. Just wait until the Shura election is over in 2 months, and this king is going to capture the Devil's Nightmare Mountains within the range of Guixia County. The entire Nightmare Mountain range is included in our Shura County. Azura Yongchang, the county king is immortal. Hearing this news, the crowd once again broke out into louder voices. They all hated Guixia County for a long time, and now they heard that Shura County king actually seriously injured Guixia County king, which is undoubtedly exciting. However, in the crowd, some people's expressions were very bad, and they seemed to be out of tune with the people around them. Long Yu also noticed this group of people, and immediately squinted his eyes. He saw that there were more than 10 people in this group, and each of them looked a bit similar to the previous Zhou Shongliang and Zhou Li. It seemed that they all belonged to the Zhou family, without a doubt. The leader, wearing golden armor, has a majestic figure, with a full moon scimitar hanging on his waist. He is the head of the Zhou family. Of course, that is the patriarch of the Zhou family, the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army in the Azura Valley. Zhou Feng is undoubtedly. At this moment, Zhou Feng stared straight at Long Yu with his angry eyes wide open, as if he had a big opinion on Long Yu. This is also natural. After all, the fact that Long Yu killed his son Zhou Xiongliang had spread to his ears a few days earlier. How could he not hate Long Yu? You know, 2 of Zhou Feng's 4 sons had already died, and it was impossible to avenge that revenge, but now another one died, which made him almost extremely angry. If it weren't for the presence of Prince Shura, Zhou Feng would never let Long Yu go. Of course, now, Zhou Feng can't act rashly, unless he wants to die. What a joke, the young man whom Duke Shura likes, he dares to make a move. In Shura County, the king of the county is a well-deserved king, and everyone else must obey the king of the county, otherwise there will be no good end. Commander Zhou, you don't look very well, is there something wrong? Duke Shura, of course, also noticed Zhou Feng's gloomy face, immediately glanced over and asked a question. Your servant has the guts to ask how is Zhou Li from the Zhou family? Zhou Feng, the vice commander of the imperial army, immediately bowed and asked the question of Duke Shura. Zhou Li, the deputy general of the Nightmare Legion, colluded with the king of Guaxia and framed General Hui Yuanbai for betrayal, and he has been executed by this king. Prince Shura said bluntly. These words made everyone in the Zhou family look down. Although this matter was done by Zhou Li, some other members of the Zhou family may not have been involved in it. Zhou Li was directly killed in this way. Those who stand behind them are also in danger. Of course, King Shura has no evidence now, so it is impossible to wipe out all the members of the Zhou family, but there may not be no clues to the whole matter. After a while, I am afraid that someone will suffer. When Yin Jing came back, the general situation at that time was known to everyone. It turned out that Long Yu, a boy who was in trouble, rescued General Hui Yuanbai, which surprised everyone. As for the members of the Zhou family, they hated Long Yu to the bone. You must know that almost all the plans Zhou Li laid out were destroyed by Long Yu. If it weren't for Long Yu's soldiers of the Great Desolation and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, how could the king of Guaxia County not be able to kill Hui Yuanbai? As long as Hui Yuanbai dies, there will be no proof of his death, and the witness manpower arranged by Guaxia County King is enough to prove that Hui Yuanbai betrayed Shura County. It's a pity that Hui Yuanbai is almost in no danger under the protection of the ancient pagoda of Longyalonk. Even the king of Guaxia County failed to destroy the ancient tower of Lonka in a short period of time, and it was even more impossible for Yangguan and Yangkong of Liang County. They arranged to do so. In this battle, although the young Yingjia Longyu has only come to Shura County not long ago, he has shown extraordinary courage and outstanding fighting talent. He also protected General Hui Yuanbai from death and was awarded a first-class medal. King Shura took out a shining medal from his pocket, which looked like a diamond and was extremely precious. This was a first-class medal. While representing the honor of Shura County, it was also a heavenly soldier. In the entire Shura County, Long Yu was the first person to receive a first-class medal at such a young age, and immediately made a large group of people envious and jealous. The first-class medal is the proof of honor, and it also represents the protection of King Shura. If Long Yu was killed by someone on weekdays, Duke Shura would definitely avenge him. Whoever killed Long Yu would definitely pay with his life, and there would be no luck. This also made the faces of those in the Zhou family even more gloomy. This boy Long Yu has become a class of ordinary. They want to kill Long Yu, but it is not that simple. However, Long Yu could not sit back and relax after all. In normal times, Long Yu is protected by Prince Shura, but under certain circumstances, he still cannot be protected, such as when participating in the general election of Shura, or when participating in some collective training activities. At these times, if Long Yu was killed, Duke Shura would not seek revenge for Long Yu. After all, if it is absolutely safe, it will have a negative impact on Long Yu's martial arts path, and in activities such as the Shura election. If Long Yu takes shelter, it will be unfair to others. Okay, let's go, everyone. King Shura waved his hand, and the large group of thousands of people dispersed one after another. Before leaving, they were still chattering. The king of Guatia was seriously injured this time, which is a good thing for the martial arts of Shura County. In addition, a young martial artist who was talented rescued General Hui Yuanbai and was awarded the first-class medal of King Shura. Rose up. King Shura handed the first-class medal to Long Yu, and introduced with a smile, this first-class medal, in addition to being a symbol of honor and representing the protection of our King Shura, is also a heaven-level top-rank soldier. The effect is not bad, you can study it carefully. Well, thank you, Senior Duke. Long Yu nodded, took the first-class medal, and found that the entire medal was shining like a diamond, and the whole thing was actually made of blue-edged precious diamonds, and some other things were added to it. More precious material. With such a medal, the defense ability is definitely much stronger than the silver edge lock that Long Yu obtained before. After all, the silver-edged lock that Hui Yuanbai personally refined was only a top-grade earth-level lock, and it was only mixed with a little green-edged diamond. But this first-class medal is basically made of blue-edged diamonds, so one can imagine how strong it is. In this medal, in addition to the blue-edged diamond, there is also a little bit of brilliant diamond. King Sholua saw that Long Yu seemed to be studying the medal, smiled, and explained, the brilliant diamond is an auxiliary material used to refine wild-level warriors. It is extremely rare, and it is rarely used in sky-level battles. Soldier. This first-class medal is the representative of Shura County's honor, so it is impossible for a martial artist who has not reached the secret realm of the royal way to destroy it. As for the strength of the defensive barrier it condenses, it depends on your personal strength. Long Yu nodded, and now he knew another precious material, the brilliant diamond, which was actually an auxiliary material used to refine the great desolate warrior. It's a pity that now the entire Shura County seems unable to refine the great desolation-level soldiers, and this supplementary material can only be used to refine the first-class metals of the heavenly level. Also, let's play with this soldier. After King Shura finished explaining, he took out a blood shadow battle flag from the space soldier in his arms, which was obtained from the Deputy General Zoli, and was taken away by King Shura. Long Yu remembered that this was a heaven-level super soldier, even higher than a first-class medal. Play for me? Long Yu accepted the blood shadow battle flag with some doubts. Going to Heavenly Prison Thunder Pool to find your father is just a piece of cake for this king. A mere first-class medal is a little bit worse than what you have done this time. Let's use this blood shadow battle flag to make up for it. The corners of Prince Shura's mouth curled up slightly, and then a black cloud rolled over, leading him and Yin Jing to disappear together. Only then did Shu Chan finally giggle, and Yukong flew to Long Yu. You can do it. The little princess patted Long Yu's shoulder, and said with a smile, it's only been a few days, and such a sensational event has been done, but I didn't even think of it. It just so happened that Zoli wanted to die. Long Yu smiled slightly, knowing that he could make great achievements, it was purely because of the right timing. The little fat man followed behind Long Yu, feeling a little psychologically unbalanced. But after thinking about it, he really didn't do anything in this whole thing, he just followed Long Yu to hide in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Thinking about it this way, he really didn't have any credit. Ping Fan, my father just asked me to inform you that he will go to the main hall later, he has something to ask you. When the little fat man was a little unbalanced, Shu Chan suddenly said something to him. This sentence made the little fat man and Ping Fan overjoyed, hey, yes, princess. That is to say, there is hard work without credit, not to mention that Long Yu was able to reach Guatia County so quickly, and he was able to do it by urging the Shura spirit boat. Princess, this is for you. After thinking for a while, Long Yu took out the Shura spirit boat placed in the space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and handed it to Shu Chan. This is Shu Chan's stuff, he can't just swallow it. You don't need to return it to me. You can use it yourself. The princess has a lot of good things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given him to you. The little princess Shu Chan waved her hand, but did not accept it. Long Yu was right when he thought about it, since Shu Chan didn't want the Azura spirit boat, then he just wanted it. Anyway, this little princess really doesn't lack good things. In this way, Long Yu got a lot of good things during his trip to the Nightmare Mountain range. Not to mention the hundreds of blue-edged gemstones dug up just after arriving at the Demon Nightmare Mountains. Hu Yuanbai also gave him an Earth-level warrior silver edge lock, and now he directly got 3 powerful sky-level warriors, which was extremely rewarding. It was so rich that it made the little fat man beside him turn red-eyed. Long Yu saw it in his heart, secretly amused, but wanted to give Ren Ping Fan the blood shadow battle flag that he didn't need. But after thinking about it, King Shoulua asked Ren Ping Fan to go to the main hall, and he must have given him a certain reward. Long Yu didn't need to send the blood shadow battle flag. In comparison, the Shura election is about to begin, and Long Yu is very likely to meet his former friends from Tianyu Island. It seems better to give this blood shadow battle flag to them at that time. After all, the little fat man Ren Ping Fan has followed the Princess Shu Chan for so long, so he must have a lot of good things. However, Long Yu's friends on Tianyu Island are hard for even prefecture-level soldiers to have. Thinking of this, Long Yu dismissed the idea, and put away the Shura spirit boat and the blood shadow battle flag. Princess, little brother Long, Ben Fatty is going to see the county king first, let's say goodbye first. Fatty Ren Ping Fan, seeing Long Yu put away so many good things, couldn't help feeling a little itchy. He was eager to know what Shura County King would give him, so he left directly and headed towards Yukong in the Shura Valley. Seeing the impatience of the little fat man, Long Yu and Shu Chan looked at each other and smiled. Let's go back too. Shu Chan said something to Long Yu, turned around and wanted to leave, but when she turned around, she saw many people standing behind her. She couldn't help frowning slightly. Those who stopped her and Long Yu were mainly Tian Xinghe, Bai Qing, and some of their subordinates. The smiling faces of the two made Shu Chan feel too embarrassed to reprimand directly, but asked, "Eldest brother, fourth senior sister, what are you doing?" Tian Xinghe smiled when he heard the words, "Why is the princess so indifferent?" "We are here to congratulate little brother Long Yu for his great achievements and the first-class medal. This is an honor that even we have never received." But Bai Qing smiled charmingly, and took a look at Long Yu. This Long Yu seems to have good strength and talent. The most important thing is that he is very smart. The princess has really good eyesight. After the two of them finished speaking, there was a tough guy in gray clothes who was wearing simple clothes beside him, scratched his head, and smiled. "Princess, long time no see." For Tian Xinghe and Bai Qing, the little Princess Shu Chan didn't like it very much. But when he saw this gray-clothed tough guy, his expression brightened. "Third senior brother, you're back." The sturdy gray-clothed tough guy smiled and nodded, then raised his head to look at Long Yu. "This little brother is not simple, he is better than me. He was appreciated by the county king at such a young age, and even won a first-class medal." "Third senior brother, you are wrong to say that." Bai Qing smiled charmingly from behind. "This Long Yu is just a subordinate, no matter what. How can he compare with you? Even if he is the subordinate of the princess, he cannot be your opponent." "Not always." The gray-clothed tough guy shook his head and smiled. "Long Yu, my name is Sihanshan. The Shura election will be held in 2 months, and I look forward to meeting you." "Hello, Brother Su." Long Yu thinks that Sihan Mountain is quite kind, much better than Tianxing and Bai Qing, and it seems that Sihan Mountain's martial arts realm is also stronger than Tianxing and Bai Qing. I haven't seen it a while ago, maybe it is in the process of going out to experience. "You are a mere subordinate, what qualifications do you have to call the third senior brother?" Seeing Long Yu like that, Bai Qing felt that he deserved a beating no matter how you look at it, and immediately pouted. I thought it was a big deal to get a first-class medal. It's not just a boy who is in a robbery. Hearing this, Long Yu narrowed his eyes. This, Bai Qing, I don't know what's going on, so it's not pleasing to see him like this. As soon as they met, he proposed to challenge his subordinates, but was defeated by the talented Long Yu. Now even though Long Yu has received the commendation from Prince Shura, this Bai Qing still doesn't like him. Could it be that he is envious and jealous of him? Long Yu thought to himself, I'm afraid this Bai Qing is a little jealous of the little princess Shu Chan, but he can't be rude to Shu Chan, so he points all the blame on him. This made Long Yu quite upset. Did he look so easy to bully? Without waiting for Shu Chan to speak, Long Yu stared at Bai Qing, and said bluntly, you look down on me so much, how about letting your subordinates come out to fight me again? I'll fight. Hee hee. But Bai Qing smiled contemptuously, even if I win against my subordinates, so what, you are just a subordinate. I, Bai Qing, look down on you. Is it wrong? Fourth senior sister. At this moment, Shu Chan finally spoke. She took a step forward, confronted Bai Qing, and said at the same time, since you said so, how about we take a gamble? The Shura election in 2 months' time, Long Yu's ranking must be ahead of you, do you believe it? Haha, relying on this kid, you want to surpass me in the Shura election? It's wishful thinking. Bai Qing smiled disdainfully and contemptuously, Princess, since you have said so on your own initiative, how can I, Bai Qing, refuse to agree? Let's do it this way. If Shura wins the general election, my ranking of Bai Qing is not as good as your subordinates. Bai Qing, will take a detour when I see him in the future, how about it? This is what you said. If Long Yu beats you, you are not allowed to appear wherever he is. Shu Chan narrowed her eyes, it's a deal. I, Bai Qing, naturally keep my promise, but what if Long Yu loses? Bai Qing stared at Long Yu and said in a cold voice. Then I'll see you take a detour. Long Yu said casually. Since it is a bet, the bet should be relatively fair. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with such an identical bet. However, Bai Qing was not happy. I, Bai Qing, as a disciple of the county king, since I made a bet with you, it is your honor. If you lose, is this condition justifiable? Bai Qing said lightly, and looked at Shu Chan, Princess, my request from Bai Qing is not too much. If Long Yu loses, you can just ask him to hand over the first-class medal. Isn't that too much to ask? The gray-clothed tough guy at the side, xuanhuan, was a little ashamed, and felt that his fourth junior sister did not seem to be very kind, and immediately said, Fourth junior sister, the first-class medal was awarded by the county king himself, how can it be used for gambling? Well, if Brother Long loses to you, then I will be the one to ride Khan Mountain. Third senior brother, you. Bai Qing frowned slightly, she didn't expect xuanhuan to say that. I have nothing else in say Khan Mountain, but if Brother Long loses to you, I owe you a request. Fourth junior sister, you can ask me to do whatever you want, how about it? Sehanchan said firmly. Okay, it's a deal. A cold light flashed in Bai Qing's eyes, and he thought to himself, Third child, since you trust Long Yu so much, I will crush this kid in the Shura election and make you regret it. Hee hee, a small gamble is fun, but a big gamble hurts the body. We can just adjust our mood. Princess, don't worry too much about it. Tian Xinghe on the side smiled and said, if there is nothing else, Xinghe will go first. Well, let's go. Shu Chan said lightly, and glanced at Tian Xinghe, mainly observing Tian Xinghe's eyes. Tian Xinghe, probably noticed something, smiled slightly, then turned around and led his subordinates away. Remember your bet. Bai Qing looked at Long Yu, smiled contemptuously, then turned around and left with his men. Princess, come and sit with senior brother when you have time, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you are getting more and more beautiful, haha. xuanhuan said heartily, and then looked at Long Yu. Brother Long, if you have a chance, come here with the princess, senior brother will definitely treat you well. Must. Xuan faced counter Kan Shan, but smiled sincerely. She still appreciates Kan Shan. Cultivating hard and desperately, always practicing outside, with the goal of improving martial arts realm and actual combat experience, is much better than Tian Xinghe and Bai Qing who are idle in Shura Valley. Sehanshan also left alone. Long Yu and Xuan were left. Yukong was suspended in the sky, watching the backs of the people leaving, and after a while, everyone disappeared from their eyes. How about it, Long Yu? Have you looked into Tian Xinghe's eyes? Is it him? Xuan suddenly asked. The eyes are indeed similar, or even exactly the same, but there is nothing in common in other places and temperament. Long Yu thought for a while, then shook his head. He thought of the black-clothed young man who plotted him to go to the Azura sacred tree at that time. He was a slightly evil existence, and Tian Xinghe, although he was also wearing a black shirt, had a more chic and relaxed personality. The two styles were completely different. Regarding Xuan's question, Long Yu certainly knew what was behind it. As Xuan's subordinate, Long Yu was tricked into the valley where the sacred tree of Shura was located. If it wasn't for Long Yu's possession of a treasure like the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, he would have been wiped out by the sacred tree of Shura long ago. When such a thing happened, it was natural for Xuan to find out who the other party was. These days, in addition to trying to break through to the realm of the four supernatural powers, she also checked the people who had the authority to open the valley barrier where the Azura sacred tree was located. I went to ask my father, and found out that senior brother Tian Xinghe had a younger brother named Tianyue, but this person should have died 10 years ago. He is my father just like Tian Xinghe. An orphan raised by him, but he did not learn from a teacher. Xuan said, her eyebrows slightly frowned. Tianyue is Tianxing's younger brother. Long Yu also frowned, and then asked, if this person is still alive, then it is probably him. Princess, how did Tianyue die today? It was killed by an official of the Tianqing dynasty when he was training abroad. Xuan shook her head. My father also confirmed this news. There should be no mistakes. Maybe he's still alive. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. The current Long Yu can almost be sure that Yuehe was definitely still alive that day, and even Duke Shura didn't know about it. As for Tianxing's purpose of concealing the news, of course it was to let Tianyue hide in the dark, so as to do something unseen. People thing. In Long Yu's view, this kind of method couldn't be more common. As for the news of Tianyue's death, in such a chaotic place as Shenwu world, it can be fabricated casually. I don't know yet, but Long Yu, in the Shura election 2 months later, this princess has great expectations for you. Xuan's eyes flashed with eccentricity, and she looked at Long Yu with a smile. You must not disappoint the expectations of the princess. You must be ranked before the 4th senior sister. Speaking of this, Long Yu felt a little strange. Originally, he just wanted to provoke Bai Qing and let Bai Qing send another subordinate to fight him, but he didn't expect Xuan to answer directly and shift the battle to the Shura election. Princess, what are the rules for this Shura election? What are the rankings based on? Long Yu asked with some puzzlement. I still don't know the rules, but I'm not sure that I can beat Bai Qing. No matter what, Bai Qing was already a strong man in the mystical realm. It would not be easy for Long Yu to deal with it, and in just 2 months, it was completely impossible for Long Yu to break through the mystical realm. At most, it would be considered good to be able to step into the heavenly realm. If you fight Bai Qing head-on, you will definitely lose, and there is even no room for resistance. Under such circumstances, Xuan actually helped him make a bet with Bai Qing. It must be because of the special rules of Shura's general election. Long Yu knew that since Xuan had said it, he might still defeat Bai Qing, so just now he followed Xuan's words and continued to make a bet with Bai Qing. But now, he is really curious about the rules of Shura's general election. Azura's general election is still very simple. Shu Chan's eyes turned into crescent moons, as if she had thought of something amusing. Anyone who is a martial artist under the age of 40 in Shura County can participate in the Shura election, and the top 100 strong ones in the final ranking will be eligible to step in. The Holy Land of Azura County has received a great opportunity. As for the specific rules, the first round is to test attributes, and the second round is to fight against your own mirror image clone. Only when you win your own mirror image clone can you be eligible to participate in the third round. As for the rules of the third round, all qualified wuxiu step into a dream world and fight in the dream world. Speaking of this, a sly look flashed across Shu Chan's eyes. Long Yu, this dream world is tailor-made for you, because in this dream world, all martial arts realms of martial arts, they will all be forcibly suppressed at the initial human stage. That is to say, even if the experts from the mystical realm of supernatural power step into this dream world, they will only have the power of the initial human stage. Forcibly suppressed? Long Yu frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this statement. After all, it is a dream world, and anything can happen. It is not impossible to forcibly suppress the martial arts who enter it. Shu Chan's expression was a little sad. This dream world was created by my mother in the past, but it's a pity that an accident happened just after my mother finished building this dream world. I see. Long Yu nodded. Seeing that Shu Chan was in a bad mood, he didn't say much. But soon, Shu Chan adjusted her mood and smiled at Long Yu. Okay, there are still 2 months for you to prepare. I heard that you have passed the 3 heart tribulations in the human tribulation realm. Let's try to hit the heavenly beginning realm in a month. Yes, princess. Long Yu nodded in agreement. Long Yu's heart is of course unwilling to be subordinate to others, uninhibited is his most fundamental character, but this Shu Chan treats him without the slightest airs, and there is no need to be nervous when communicating with Shu Chan. Think more about what is there and what is not. It was quite easy. Because of this, Long Yu will become Shu Chan's subordinate by default, but when Long Yu's martial arts level reaches a certain level, he will definitely not be willing to be Shu Chan's subordinate. This point, Long Yu has already implicitly expressed to Shu Chan pass. At that time, Long Yu said that he was very ambitious, but Shu Chan didn't care about it, and instead said that she herself was also very ambitious, which made Long Yu quite puzzled. Soon, Long Yu returned to the elegant and quiet courtyard that Shu Chan had arranged for him. This time, Long Yu would never rush out without seeing Shu Chan, and he had to seize the time to break through the bottleneck and improve his realm, so he didn't have so much time to wander around. After Shu Chan sent him back, he left, and Long Yu directly took that great desolation grade pill, human world golden pill in the courtyard. The aura contained in the human world golden pill is more than the 9 heaven-level pills in the Tianjiu Qianquan pill combined. If Long Yu hadn't owned the Void Dragon Blade to store the aura of heaven and earth, he would definitely only be able to absorb less than 2 of them. But now, he can rely on the Nether Dragon Blade to store the heaven and earth aura in the human world golden elixir, and slowly absorb it when he needs to use it, which is extremely convenient and can be fully utilized without any waste. This was rewarded to Bai Qing by Duke Shura after she made a contribution, but unfortunately, she lost to Long Yu because of a bet. Sharp. Under Long Yufu's golden elixir, he felt that his whole body was bathed in the rich aura of heaven and earth, and he felt extremely refreshed. He used most of the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth to refine the Tian Mai, and soon felt that the connection between the Tian Mai and this piece of heaven and earth was getting closer, and it was changing rapidly. The difference between the heavenly human secret realm, the human realm and the heavenly realm is that once one enters the heavenly realm, the power of the laws of heaven and earth that wuxiu can borrow can be increased by more than 10 times. A martial cultivator at the beginning of heaven would have no problem dealing with 10 ordinary martial cultivators at the tribulation realm. From this, we can see the changes that will occur to martial cultivators after entering the heavenly realm. And the key to this is Tian Mai. Tianmai is the most critical point for martial arts to improve. The key to improving the realm of martial arts is to improve the degree of fit between Tianmai and this world. In fact, when Wu Shou has not stepped into the heavenly realm, the Tianmai cannot be called the Tianmai, but should be called the human vein. In essence, that vein is only connected to this piece of heaven and earth, and cannot be integrated into it. If that vein can be completely integrated into the world, then it can be truly called Tianmai. The vein combined with heaven and earth can borrow the extremely terrifying power of the law of heaven and earth in an instant. Long Yu didn't feel the terror of the strong in the heavens before. That's because he comprehended the strongest law in the world, the law of the 9 nethers, and the divine script of Yuzi. Those who are strong in the environment can be crushed directly. But now, when Long Yu personally tried to integrate the Tianmai into the heaven and earth, that feeling made him feel extremely refreshed and he couldn't stop. At this moment, he seemed to be transformed into a small plant of grass between heaven and earth, floating in the vast and endless sky with the breeze, and could feel the extremely terrifying power of the law of heaven and earth contained in the space. Sunshine, growth, water flow, breeze. All scenes contain the power of the laws of heaven and earth. As long as one can master these laws of heaven and earth, one has comprehended the truth about this world. Through the veins of heaven, one can borrow the power of these laws of heaven and earth. In just 3 days and 3 nights, Long Yu practiced hard behind closed doors, and broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, successfully integrated the Tianmai into this world, making that vein truly become the Tianmai. 9 Serenity's Law. Long Yu stood up and blasted out with a punch that condensed the power of the 9 nether laws. He suddenly felt that the power of this punch was more than 10 times stronger than before the breakthrough. As he punched out, the surrounding air seemed to be eroded by the air of the 9 secluded world, and a burst of the dark air of the 9 secluded world instantly spread with his fist. With this punch alone, Long Yu is confident enough to use it to deal with experts in the Tianhua realm. Of course, if he wanted to fight against a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm, Long Yu still had to display his martial arts and warriors at the level of the wilderness, otherwise, the difference in basic strength between the 2 sides would be too great, and it would be impossible to win. During the general election of Shura, the dream world forcibly suppressed the realm of all martial arts cultivators to the initial human realm. This is undoubtedly a great advantage for me. Long Yu thought in his heart. At the same level, he has never been afraid of anyone. Although I don't know what the final ranking is based on, but Shu Chan has already stated the basic rules of this dream world, so there will be no major problems. If everyone's cultivation level is the same, Long Yu has great confidence. It is not impossible to surpass Bai Qing in the dream world of the Shura election, and even get the first place in the entire Shura county. After Long Yu stepped into the heavenly realm, his overall strength has been greatly improved. Although it is still impossible to deal with the strong in the mystical ability secret realm, he can be said to be one of the strongest in martial arts at the level of the heavenly human secret realm. Even ordinary martial artists in the heavenly tribulation realm cannot be his opponent. Immediately afterwards, he did not waste time, but directly began to comprehend the martial skill of Huanggu Yingsha. The Shura election is to forcibly suppress everyone's martial arts realm to the initial human stage, and then fight in the dream world. The final ranking must be related to this fight. If this is the case, Long Yu must of course comprehend desolate ancient shadow killing as soon as possible. If this Dahuang level assassination skill can be improved to a higher level before Shura's general election, and the second desolate ancient afterimage can be condensed, then Long Yu's combat effectiveness will be quite high. You directly doubled it again. The combat power of every ancient afterimage is comparable to that of Long Yu. At most they can't copy the warriors, and the strength in other aspects is almost exactly the same. If Long Yu can condense 2 ancient afterimages, then there are 3 Long Yu fighting the enemy at the same time. One can imagine how tyrannical it is. Moreover, as an assassination martial skill, Huanggu shadow killing, as long as he comprehends the Desheng realm, it can also strengthen the effect of hidden characters, so that he can better hide his figure. Fighting in the dream world, I don't know if there will be real danger to life, but no matter what, if you want to rank high in the end, you must kill a lot. And if you want to kill more, the most important thing is to live long. For Long Yu, survival is far more important than killing people. In his view, survival is always the first priority. The best way to comprehend martial arts is not to retreat in silence, but actual combat. In the absence of actual combat, sparring with the strong is also a good way, but if you want to really exercise, even sparring must be an extremely fierce battle, which is still quite dangerous. At that moment, Long Yu thought of the fat guy Ren Pingfan, who was next door. Ren Pingfan got an opportunity to enter the upper echelons of the martial skill tower from Shura County King, and picked out a move of acquired supernatural martial skills from it. Although the powerhouses in the mystical ability secret realm can comprehend innate supernatural powers are basically their trump card, and they are extremely expensive. If it is not necessary, they will only use acquired supernatural powers to fight against the enemy. The so-called acquired supernatural powers are martial arts that can be activated with divine power, such as the divine light of heaven learned by Long Yu Sua. Coincidentally, Ren Pingfan also quickly learned the trick of acquired supernatural powers, and happily agreed to compete with Long Yu. During the sparring process, he would only use the power of the early stage of heaven, not the power of the secret realm of supernatural powers. Every day that followed, Long Yu and Ren Pingfan began to spar, and constantly improved their understanding of various martial arts during the sparring. The current Long Yu basically uses only a few moves. Yulong 9 Explosions and Desolate Ancient Shadow Kill are Dahuang level martial arts. Naturally, they are the strongest martial arts he has comprehended. In addition, the martial arts he will use are only the 3 moves of Divine Light of Heavenly Mandate, Drunk and Lying in the Underworld, and Awakening Palm Reincarnation, plus a body move of the martial skill Dragon and Sparrow Dance. There are a total of 6 martial arts moves, each of which is extremely powerful, even if it is the best martial arts at the mortal level and the best at the spiritual level, Drunk Lying in the Underworld and Awakening Palm Reincarnation. Although they are not very powerful in combat, they also have their own unique magical effects. For example, the realm of the underworld in the Drunken Yellow Spring can enhance one's own strength in it, and for example, the power of reincarnation in the Wake-Up Palm of Reincarnation can allow Long Yu to see the future to a certain extent, thereby deepening his understanding of various martial arts, faster comprehension. In the process of sparring, besides practicing martial arts, Long Yu also held the Void Dragon Blade, constantly deepening his fit with this ancient warrior. The Void Dragon Blade is an ancient warrior, 1 rank higher than the Great Desolation Warrior, and it is probably the only one in Shura County. If it can cooperate with the Nether Dragon Blade, so as to exert its stronger power, and even make it self-aware, it will be a great strength improvement for Long Yu. However, it is not easy to fit in with the soldiers. It is even more difficult to fit in with the ancient warriors. During the sparring between the two, Long Yu's understanding of martial arts became more and more profound, and his cooperation with the Nether Dragon Blade became smoother and smoother. At the same time, Ren Pingfan himself also gained a lot. In the process of sparring with Long Yu, Ren Pingfan must only use the power of the secret realm of heaven and man. In the long run, let him control his own power more delicately, so that certain martial arts can exert better effects. And his comprehension of the acquired supernatural power has also advanced by leaps and bounds. At the beginning, the little fat man Ren Pingfan discovered that if he was suppressed in the beginning of the world to compete with Long Yu, he would not be an opponent of Long Yu at all. Later, he didn't pay so much attention, as long as he didn't use the power of the supernatural power. Even with the power of the heavenly tribulation realm, Long Yu was able to resist him, which made him amazed. Such a powerful martial arts talent and compatibility is hard to see in the entire Shura County. The ability to cross 2 realms and suppress opponents, this kind of ability is probably only possessed by Long Yu in Shura County. Even Xuanhuan, the little princess, can only fight across one realm, and still can't firmly suppress the opponent. After all, she has not practiced the martial arts of the Great Desolation level, and only with her tyrannical supernatural powers and a piece of the Great Desolation level soldier she possesses, to be able to fight across a realm is already very remarkable. Day after day, a month passed quickly. At this time, Long Yu was finally able to successfully condense 2 afterimages of ancient times, plus his main body. A total of 3 Long Yu fought at the same time, and the instant eruption was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the wild-level martial skill of Huanggu Yingsha has finally been comprehended by him to the stage of minor success. It can explode with unparalleled speed in a short period of time and use it to get close to the enemy. This method is called shadow flow explosion. When it is used, the speed is several times faster than that of Long K instant sky. It can be said that if this move is combined with the Nether Dragon Blade to kill people, it will only be a matter of an instant. Even a martial artist in the heavenly tribulation realm standing in front of Long Yu couldn't resist him even once. Of course, that was when the other party was unprepared. Even so, Long Yu is already qualified enough to be proud of being able to instantly kill martial arts experts who are 2 levels higher than himself. Ren Pingfan has never heard of such a thing in his life. In addition to the improvement of Huanggu Yingsha, a move that Long Yu learned very early, awakening the palm of reincarnation, has finally been promoted from the state of perfection to the state of transcendence. Awakening palm reincarnation in the transcendent realm can condense a sword of reincarnation with the power of reincarnation. The little fat man Ren Pingfan personally tested it. As long as he is cut by this sword of reincarnation, the power of endless reincarnation will pour into his body, compulsive make it temporarily fall to the realm of martial arts. Originally, it was already difficult for Long Yu to use awakening palm reincarnation to make his opponent fall to the realm. After all, awakening palm reincarnation is only a spiritual level martial skill. But now, after comprehending the reincarnation of the awakening palm to the transcendent realm, the birth of the sword of reincarnation, the effect of making the opponent fall to the realm appeared again, and Long Yu was overjoyed. Although it has no effect on the powerhouses of the supernatural secret realm, it also makes Long Yu look forward to it even more. If he comprehends the reincarnation of the awakening palm to the transformation realm, what kind of powerful effect will it have? The 2 of them competed, and it was inevitable that they would be injured. During this process, the self-healing divine script and siphon divine script comprehended by Long Yu finally comprehended 10% of their power, 10 times higher than before. The self-healing ability of his physical body is stronger than before, and the effect of siphoning divine script has also become extremely obvious. Whenever the little fat man encounters Long Yu's siphon divine script, he has to unleash his power at the level of the mystical ability secret realm to get rid of it, which shows how disgusting the siphon divine script is. Ren Pingfan said that with this kind of divine script power alone, Long Yu can defeat most of the masters in the heavenly tribulation realm, because the martial arts in the heavenly tribulation realm have no way to resist the absorption of their power by the siphon divine script. Once the power is sucked away by the siphon divine text, what else will the opponent use to fight Long Yu? It can be said that in just 1 month, Long Yu's strength has increased a lot again. The only pity is that he has not been able to resonate with the Nether Dragon Blade in so many battles. I don't know, as an ancient warrior, the Void Dragon Blade needs to meet some special conditions if it wants to fit in with it. As for this, Long Yu was only guessing, not sure, so he could only temporarily put it to the back of his mind. After sparring with Ren Pingfan for a month, Long Yu felt that his comprehension of martial arts had reached a bottleneck. Perhaps, it was time to change to another opponent. At this time, news came out from the Shura Valley that the little princess Xuanhuan had finally successfully broken through to the 4-path supernatural realm, becoming the youngest person in the history of the 4-path supernatural powers in Shura County. Long Yu immediately sent a letter to congratulate him, and at the same time invited Xuan to fight with him, wanting to try to see how well this little princess understands martial arts, divine writing, and other powers. When Xuan received Long Yu's letter, she agreed without hesitation, but no one saw the little devil's smile on her mouth. On this day, as usual, Ren Pingfan came to a small martial arts arena near the courtyard. Usually, only Xuan's people would come to this martial arts arena. Little brother Long, I'm really sorry that you arrived so early. Ben Fatty came late, hee. Ren Pingfan ran over and found that Long Yu was already preparing for the small martial arts arena. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, but also a little strange. After all, Long Yu and him used to come together to compete, but today he came early. Fat brother, I forgot to tell you, today I have an appointment with the princess. Long Yu suddenly remembered that he hadn't told Ren Pingfan that he was going to compete with Xuan, so he was a little embarrassed. Did an appointment with the princess? Fatty Ren Pingfan suddenly had a look of shock on his face. You actually asked the princess. Did the princess agree to you? What do you think? It's just an appointment with the princess to discuss. Long Yu looked at the little fat man with some doubts. The little fat man was stunned for a moment, and then he broke out in a cold sweat, only to realize that he was thinking in the wrong direction. In the next month, Long Yu began to compete with Xuan. Competing with Xuan, the improvement of Long Yu's martial arts comprehension is faster, because Xuan, the little princess, is extremely cunning and unscrupulous in battle. Even if he only suppresses his cultivation at the beginning of heaven, he can still fight Long Yu inextricably. This is something that the little fat man Ren Pingfan can't do at all. Because of this, Long Yu kept sparring with Xuan and left Ren Pingfan behind, which made the little fat man extremely resentful. Sparring with Long Yu benefited him a lot. But soon, the little fat man was no longer worried, because Xuan's other subordinates also came back from outside training one after another, because the Azura election was approaching. Ren Pingfan had told Long Yu before, now, including Long Yu, Xuan has a total of 7 subordinates. It's not very appropriate to talk about subordinates. In fact, Xuan always regards them as friends, but they feel that they are sheltered and helped by Xuan, so it is natural for them to regard themselves as Xuan's subordinates. Soon, Xuan's boss came back from outside training. He was a man with extremely rough appearance and figure. He was about 35 years old, and his martial arts realm was already in the realm of 5 supernatural powers. The boss's name is Xing Wu, who practices body training martial arts. His strength is extremely terrifying, and all the innate supernatural powers he has comprehended are related to body training. If it was a life and death fight with Xuan would not be Xing Wu's opponent. When Xing Wu came back, the little fat man started to exchange ideas with Xing Wu, but he was ravaged by him every time. Even if Xing Wu only used the same second-level supernatural powers as the little fat man, he could torture the little fat man to death. Xing Wu is also very friendly to the new Long Yu, and after suppressing his strength at the beginning of the sky, and after a round of sparring with Long Yu, he praised Long Yu endlessly. In that sparring match, Xing Wu was beaten by Long Yu, and finally lost due to exhaustion, which made him understand Long Yu's extremely high talent. Especially with the fact that Long Yu got the first-class medal, Xing Wu soon knew about it, and he was even more optimistic about Long Yu, and he soon called him a brother. Xing Wu, naturally the eldest brother under Xuan, was called the boss by everyone. And the little fat man is Xiao Wu, so Long Yu is naturally called Little Seven. After the eldest brother Xing Wu came back, the courtyard owned by Xuan became lively, followed by the second brother Duguijin, who also came back from the outside world, also a strong man of the 5 realms of supernatural powers. But this person is relatively indifferent, rarely speaks, and only respects Xuan very much. It is said that this person's life was saved by Xuan, and then he swore to follow Xuan and sacrificed his life for Xuan. There are 3 other people who came back together, 2 women and 1 man. They are the 3rd child, the 4th child and the 6th child. Among them, the 3rd child is named Jia Banxian. Although he is actually quite handsome, his wretchedness is comparable to that of the little fat man Ren Pingfan. Everyone calls him a magic stick. The 3rd elder brother, Jia Banxian, is in the realm of the 4 supernatural powers, and the innate supernatural powers he comprehends all have some predictive effects, so it is not without reason that he is called a magic stick. As for the 4th place, there is a woman named Xiao Zhu, about 30 years old, with the cultivation base of the 3 supernatural powers. This woman is unsmiling and looks quite serious, but she is extremely protective of her own people. Xiao Lu is a little girl named Xuanhuan, who is about the same age as Xu Chan. She has been Xu Chan's maid since she was a child. Border of the border. In general, among Xu Chan's 7 people now, including Long Yu, he is the only one who has not stepped into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. But the other 6 people were extremely surprised and admired that Long Yu could get the 1st-class medal, so they didn't have any contempt for him. In the last month before Shure's general election, Long Yu kept exchanging ideas with everyone to improve his actual combat level. At the same time, he also gained a little understanding of the battle of the strong in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. Long Yu learned that even in the dream world of Shure's general election, martial arts masters in the mystical realm of supernatural powers were forcibly suppressed at the initial human level, but they were still able to display their innate supernatural powers. Therefore, for the martial cultivators in the mystical realm of heaven and man, the Shura election is not completely fair. You must know that the strength of innate supernatural powers is much stronger than acquired supernatural powers, and its power is comparable to that of the Great Desolation level martial arts. Of course, if a Great Desolation level martial skill can be comprehended to a deep level, it must be stronger than innate supernatural powers, but whether it is to obtain a Great Desolation level martial skill or comprehend a Great Desolation level martial skill, it is extremely difficult. After learning these materials, Long Yu knew that his trump card in the Shura election was probably the Great Desolation level martial skill, Yulong 9 Explosions, and as for Desolate Ancient Shadow Kill, the training time is still short, in addition to being able to condense the Desolate Ancient afterimages. The assassination power may not be as good as the innate supernatural powers of those strong in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. In addition, Long Yu was also thinking, in that dream world, could the Sword of Reincarnation be used to temporarily lower the opponent's martial arts realm? If the martial arts expert who was forcibly suppressed at the initial stage of human beings can be allowed to fall to the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm again, then Long Yu can easily deal with even a strong person who displays innate supernatural powers. The last month before the start of Shure's general election passed quickly. Within this month, Long Yu finally felt a little compatible with the Nether Dragon Blade. He could have a premonition that he only needed to go further, and he would be able to harmonize with the Nether Dragon Blade. However, this crucial step was not able to be taken before the start of Shure's general election. On this day, the qualification battle for the Azura general election finally started in the Shura Valley. At the same time, Long Yu also knew that on Tianyu Island, there was also an attribute stone that flew to the center of Tianyu Island, allowing people to use that attribute stone to test their own attributes, and after 7 days, pass that attribute stone. Send an attribute stone to a fantasy space, and fight with your mirror image. As long as he can defeat the mirror image clone, he will be able to step into the dream world and participate in the fight like many martial artists in Shura County. The top 100 in the entire dream world fighting ranking can be qualified to step into the holy land of Shura County to obtain certain opportunities. As for the martial cultivators on Tianyu Island, they only need to enter the top 10,000 to be eligible to be taken away from Tianyu Island and come to Sholua County to practice. Long Yu knew that Yu Qingsha, a talented girl from Tianyu Island, left Tianyu Island in this way. She took advantage of Wan Changfeng and comprehended the skycrystal law of crying blood, so she broke away. For a powerhouse like Xu Chan, it is very easy to pass the second round of the qualification competition in the Shura election, and it is not difficult for them to defeat the mirror image clone. But for the martial arts on Tianyu Island, no more than 1% of them can defeat the mirror image clone in the second round. This level tests Wu Xiu's combat talent. After all, the mirror image clone possesses exactly the same strength, martial skills, and soldiers as Wu Xiu himself. Only by flexibly using one's own strength, martial arts, and soldiers can one have the possibility of defeating the mirror image clone, otherwise it is normal to be defeated by one's own mirror image clone. Everyone, come with me, let's cheer together. Xu Chan led the crowd towards the center of Shura Valley. Long Yu followed behind Xu Chan, and walked forward with the little fat guy Ren Ping Fan, the big guy Xing Wu and others. There were 8 people in a group, each of whom was a famous genius of the younger generation in Shura County. Even Long Yu, who was able to obtain the first-class medal, has become a celebrity in the entire Shura County. Along the way, there were voices of admiration everywhere, countless Jianghu martial arts, military martial arts, etc., all saluted the little Princess Xu Chan, and expressed their respect to Long Yu and others. After all, the future of Azura County still depends on the younger generation to create. Although the king of Shura County is powerful, it seems difficult to go further in the realm of martial arts. Now, the talent shown by the little Princess Xu Chan has made countless people expect that she can create a miracle in Shura County, surpass her father, and make Shura County the strongest county in the Tianqing dynasty. What's more, even if it is to overthrow the Tianqing dynasty, as long as Xu Chan's martial arts level can rise, everything is possible. Halfway through the journey, Long Yu looked up and saw another group of people not far away, also heading towards the center of Shura Valley. It was the group led by Tian Xinghe. Tian Xinghe, who is not yet 30 years old this year, but in the realm of martial arts, has already stepped into the realm of 5 supernatural powers. The talent in martial arts is extremely terrifying. On the other hand, it is also because King Shura is his master. Problems can be easily resolved. Compared with Tian Xinghe, Xu Chan's subordinate Xing Wu stepped into the 5 Paths Divine Ability realm at the age of 35, 5 years later, but even so, Xing Wu can be regarded as one of the few geniuses in Azura County. From this it can be seen that Tian Xinghe's talent is valued by Duke Shura, so it is naturally extraordinary. Ha ha ha, congratulations to the princess for stepping into the realm of the 4 supernatural powers. During these days, I, Tian Xinghe, are also looking for opportunities to break through. I hope I forgive you for not sending congratulatory gifts in time. When Tian Xinghe saw Xu Chan and the others, he smiled brightly, held a red wooden box, and handed it to Xu Chan. Princess, this is a little gift Tian Xinghe prepared for you, please accept it. Xu Chan narrowed her eyes, took the red wooden box, but did not open it. Thank you, senior brother. Long Yu, this is for you, although I don't know what it is, but the things that senior brother gave must be different remarkable. In front of Tian Xinghe, Xu Chan directly gave the red wooden gift box to Long Yu, the purpose of which was to let everyone around know how much she valued Long Yu. Moreover, a guy who looks like Tian Xinghe calculated Long Yu and forced Long Yu into the valley where the Shura sacred tree was located, causing Long Yu to almost die. Xu Chan's move can be regarded as temporarily explaining to Long Yu, and also letting Tian Xinghe understand, no matter what you did behind your back, she will always find justice for Long Yu in this matter. Watching Long Yu take over the red wooden box, Tian Xinghe's face suddenly became a little gloomy. Xu Chan directly transferred the red gift box from Tian Xinghe to Long Yu, which was a direct slap in the face. Not to mention, Long Yu didn't care about Tian Xinghe's feelings at all, and directly opened the red gift box with a smile. As soon as he opened it, Long Yu immediately smiled. A mere blue-edged jewel can catch the eyes of the princess? Even I don't think it is a treasure, let alone the princess. Inside the red gift box was a green-edged diamond the size of a fist. This blue-edged gem has a bright color, and it is an excellent material for refining heavenly warriors. Moreover, it is so big that it is difficult to see it in the entire Shura County for a year. Xu Chan, Ren Pingfan, Xing Wu, Xiao Zhu, Jiao Banxian and others who were beside Long Yu all saw Long Yu open the red gift box and saw the fist-sized green-edged jewel at a glance. Their expressions changed slightly. Although the green-edged diamond is not considered the top weapon training material in Shura County, Tian Xinghe can already feel his sincerity in sending this fist-sized diamond. For ordinary people, even a blue-edged diamond the size of a thumb is regarded as a treasure. But now, Long Yu said that he didn't like this green-edged jewel, which made Tian Xinghe's face change again and again. Long Yu, Tian Xinghe, have met you quite a few times, but every time I meet, you surprise me. Tian Xinghe's tone was a little gloomy. You said that such a big blue-edged diamond is not considered a treasure, and you still look down on it, but Tian Xinghe, are very curious. Can you give something better than this to the princess? As soon as these words came out, the group of Wu Xius behind him immediately started booing. That's right, Brother Tian searched for a long time in the Devil's Nightmare Mountains, and finally bought such a big blue-edged diamond at a very high price. It's a joke that a mere boy in the early days dares to speak so brazenly. If you have the guts, come up with something better for everyone to see. If you can't get it out, you must apologize to our brother Tian. A group of people looked at Long Yu, their faces were extremely unfriendly, and even many other martial artists from the surrounding Shura Valley looked towards this side, and began to point and discuss. Such a green-edged diamond is naturally nothing. Long Yu was calm and composed, and directly took out a fist-sized green-edged diamond from his pocket. Look, I can take out such a thing casually and give it to the princess. Two fist-sized green-edged diamonds shone with blue light in Long Yu's hands, making many people's eyes shine. Such a big green-edged diamond is an extremely rare treasure. I didn't expect there to be two appeared in front of him. It's a pity that these things are all in Long Yu's hands now, and Long Yu is Xu Chan's subordinate, who is impatient and wants to snatch things from Long Yu's hands. Even without Xu Chan, Long Yu still has the first-class medal of Shura County on his body. If he fights against Long Yu in the Shura Valley, wouldn't he tell King Shura clearly that I look down on you? Why should I fight against you? Looking for death, but no one will do it. Even Tian Xinghe hated Long Yu in his heart now, but he couldn't show it on the surface. He was depressed and panicked. Okay, Long Yu, you have a lot of good things, but what you said is right. Such a blue-edged diamond is really nothing. Xu Chan smiled casually, waved her hand gently, and signaled Long Yu to put it away. These words were obviously slapping Tian Xinghe in the face. In fact, if it hadn't happened that Long Yu was plotted to enter the Azura Sacred Tree Valley, Xu Chan had always been polite to Tian Xinghe. Even if he didn't like him, she wouldn't hit him so obviously face. As the Lord of Princess Shura, her subordinates were plotted against by others. Of course, Xu Chan couldn't endure such a thing. But she couldn't find out who was behind Long Yu that day, and with that power, she couldn't find out the news, most likely only people at Tian Xinghe's level, no doubt. Therefore, Xu Chan has now basically decided that Xinghe was playing tricks that day. Since Tian Xinghe had directly attacked Long Yu, why couldn't she, Xu Chan, slap Tian Xinghe in the face? Xu Chan's words made Tian Xinghe even more upset. As the eldest disciple of Prince Shura, he has always appeared in front of Xu Chan as a senior brother, and Xu Chan has always been polite to him. But now, because of Long Yu, Xu Chan actually slapped him in the face. Tian Xinghe gave Long Yu a stern look, but didn't say much, just forced a smile. What the princess said is, next time Tian Xinghe will definitely prepare a better gift for the princess to celebrate. After saying this, Tian Xinghe turned around and left. It's just a green-edged diamond, it's not a good thing in the first place. Long Yu curled his lips, and directly took out 7 or 8 fist-sized blue-edged diamonds from his pocket, and threw one over to everyone around him. I have as many of these things as I want. He used the Void Dragon Blade to dig up more than 20 fist-sized blue-edged diamonds in the Nightmare Mountain range before, so it is nothing to send out such a few diamonds at this moment. The reason why he took it out at this time, of course, is to hit Tian Xinghe again. Don't you guys want to curry favor with Xuanhuan? Let you take this kind of junk next time. Long Yu knew that if he did this, Tian Xinghe might have to think about it the next time he gave a gift. It wasn't purely a dispute between emotions, but he also guessed that he was tricked into the Valley of the Shura Sacred Tree, which had something to do with Tian Xinghe. Since this is the case, it is only natural for him to make Xinghe uncomfortable that day. With Long Yu's move, he took out 7 or 8 shiny green-edged diamonds, which shocked Xuanhuan and the others on the spot, and subconsciously took the green-edged diamonds. Xing Wu, Jiao Banxian, Xiao Zhu, and other Shu Chan's people also took a blue-edged diamond each, and were stunned on the spot. A green-edged diamond the size of a fist? It's not that no one has seen such a treasure, but it's the first time they have seen 7 or 8 of them at one time. Even the surrounding crowd gasped. 7 or 8 fist-sized green-edged diamonds were too shocking. And the reaction of the people here made the group of Tianxing people who had already left couldn't help but look back. Seeing this, Tian Xinghe almost had the urge to vomit blood. How did the fist-sized blue-edged diamond become so easy to get? Even the kid at the beginning of the day can throw out 10 or 8 at will, and let people live? If at the very beginning, Long Yu mocked Tian Xinghe for not sending any good things, everyone around still felt that Long Yu was deliberately making things difficult for Tian Xinghe. However, it now appears that Long Yu is not intentionally making things difficult for Tian Xinghe, but telling the truth. Even a martial artist at the beginning of heaven can take out 10 or 8 items at will, but Tian Xinghe only took one as a gift to the princess, which seems that Tian Xinghe is quite stingy. Feeling the pointing from the surrounding people, Tian Xinghe's face was darkened, but he didn't say much, just turned around and left with people. In the current situation, no matter what he said, it was useless, he might as well just leave. Seeing Tian Xinghe leave with hatred, Long Yu smiled faintly. I don't remember anything that I have offended you, Tian Xinghe, since you took the initiative to trouble me. I, Long Yu, am not a timid person. A cold light flashed across Long Yu's eyes. From the beginning to the end, Long Yu didn't know where he had provoked Tian Xinghe, and even asked Tian Xinghe to use his means to plot him into the valley where Luo Xingshu was located, destroying corpses and eradicating traces. Compared to such a great enmity, what Long Yu did today is just a little interest he got back. When he has the strength to defeat Tian Xinghe, he will never let Tian Xinghe go. Amazing, Xiaoqi. After Tian Xinghe left, Jiao Banxian in the crowd was the first to react, playing with the fist-sized blue-edged diamond. His eyes glowed with gold. Where did you get so many fist-sized blue-edged diamonds? It's not easy. It's not easy. It seems that none of us have seen through you. In the past month, Long Yu had discussed with everyone many times, and became familiar with everyone. Hearing what Jiao Banxian said, Long Yu smiled casually. We also can't see through you, third brother of the magic stick. Aha, I'm open and frank, how can I hide as deeply as you? Jiao Banxian shook his head while looking at Long Yu with great interest. It's amazing, even Tian Xinghe can only suffer in front of you, Xiaoqi. It seems that just waiting for Xiaoqi to improve your martial arts realm, you will definitely be better than us, sharp. Haha, everyone, come on, this Shura election is the first hurdle. Eldest brother Xingwu looked at Long Yu and said with a hearty smile, if you can step into the top 100 in the Shura election, you will become one of the key trainees of the younger generation in Shura County, and your future is limitless. Xiaoqi's goal is not just to be among the top 100 in Shura's general election. The fourth sister, Xiao Zhu, on the side, no matter how unsmiling she is on weekdays, she smiled at this moment. He had a bet with Bai Qing, and he must surpass Bai Qing. As the fourth disciple of the county king, Bai Qing, it is not difficult to enter the top 100. In the dream world, if Bai Qing and Shao Qi met earlier, they would definitely not be Shao Qi's opponent. It would not be so easy to step into the top 100. Jia Banxian smiled and said, "What's more, even if Bai Qing meets us, we can try to injure her as much as possible, or even kill her directly. I heard that this Bai Qing doesn't pay much attention to cultivation, and he is forming a party for personal gain all day long, not difficult to deal with. It's better to be more careful." Long Yu said cautiously, "Who knows if she is hiding some trump card, and her usual performance is mostly just superficial. In this world, there is probably no one who doesn't care about martial arts." Shaoqi is right. "Well, don't waste time here, let's go." Eldest brother Xing Wu greeted him, led everyone to follow Shuchan, and headed towards the center of Shura Valley. The general election of Shura is about to start, and all the martial artists in the Shura Valley are active, and the center of the valley is crowded with people, waiting for the arrival of the attribute stone. In the entire Shura County, the king of Shura has collected thousands of attribute stones. These attribute stones will be distributed throughout the Shura County when the Shura election officially begins, and even one of each will appear on those floating islands. Through the attribute stone, Wu Shou can test his own attributes, and then enter the fantasy space of the attribute stone to challenge his mirror image. In the first round of attribute tests, the elimination rate was not high. The most important thing was to challenge the mirror image avatar in the next round. Not many martial artists could pass this round. Long Yu and the others came to the central square of Shura Valley. Soon after, 10 attribute stones would be dropped here to test the divinity attributes compatible with many martial arts. Regarding this, Long Yu was also a little curious. He now knew that he had no problem comprehending the divine writing of the shadow attribute and the divine writing of the life attribute, but he didn't know that he was more compatible with the divine writing power of that attribute. Even Shu Chan will participate in the attribute stone test. Although Shu Chan and others have been clear about their own attributes, the matching level with the attributes will change. From level 1 to level 9, it is a completely different concept. As the level of compatibility with the attributes of the gods increases, the power of the gods can be exerted stronger, and the speed of comprehending the power of the attributes of the gods will also become faster. However, it can be said that the martial cultivators of Azura County have a third-level fit, which can be said to be very remarkable. You must know that even the king of Shura County himself only has a 5th-level fit with the shadow attribute. Everyone found a place to stand and rest, watching more and more people in the square. Perhaps because he didn't want to see Long Yu again, Tian Xinghe led the crowd to stand far away from Shu Chan and the others. Anyway, 10 attribute stones will appear in the entire Shura Valley square, and they don't necessarily have to be with Shu Chan and the others. Manned tests on a property stone. Tian Xinghe lost all face when he was mocked by Long Yu just now. This person is probably thinking of finding a good opportunity to get back in the game. When the sun was 3 poles high, thousands of bright rays of light shot out from the residence of the county king in the center of the Shura Valley and flew in all directions. 10 of the bright rays of light fell on the Shura Valley square, causing the waiting crowd to cheer. "Shaoqi, you go first." One of the attribute stones emitting a bright light landed not far in front of Shu Chan and the others. Since Shu Chan was here, the martial artists around this attribute stone did not rush forward in a rush, but each waited for Shu Chan and others, giving them priority. Jia Banxian finished talking to Long Yu with a smile, then pulled Long Yu forward together, and flew in front of the attribute stone suspended in midair. "Just touch this attribute stone with your hand, and you can test out the divinity attribute that suits you." While talking, Jia Banxian showed Long Yu a demonstration. He stretched out his hand and touched the brilliance emanating from the attribute stone, and a burst of white light spread out from the attribute stone. From the color of the light, it can be seen that Jia Banxian's divine script power is the divine script of the light attribute, and judging from the brightness of the white light, Jia Banxian and the divine script of the light attribute have reached the third level of compatibility. As soon as the light appeared, Wu Xiao, who was watching all around, immediately exclaimed. They didn't expect that even one of the princess's subordinates could reach the third level of matching with the light attribute divine script. After Jia Banxian finished the test, his handsome face walked around in a circle, feeling the cheers and admiration around him. Afterwards, he turned his head sideways, smiled and nodded to Long Yu, motioning for him to try. Long Yu stretched out his hand, and soon touched the radiant brilliance emanating from that attribute stone. Immediately, that burst of brilliance was directly divided into two colors. Among them, a burst of extremely deep-fit light wrapped around Long Yu's left hand, and another burst of green light with strong vitality wrapped around his right hand. It's a combination of dual attributes, the divine script of shadow and divine script of life. Xiaoqi is really amazing. Although these two attributes are only compatible at the first level, when he steps into the secret realm of supernatural powers, he will naturally be able to increase the level of compatibility. Since ancient times, people with compatible dual attributes can add a lot to history. I hope Xiaoqi will not disappoint us. Everyone on Xu Chan's side praised, with a knowing smile on his face. The stronger Long Yu's strength and talent, they would naturally be happy to see him. After all, they were all on their own, standing on the same front. Most of the martial arts in the Heavenman Mystery Realm are compatible with the divine texts at level 1, and if you want to improve, you have to step into the mystical ability secret realm. Regarding the test performance of Long Yu's attribute stone, the surrounding martial artists were even more excited, and they were more surprised than seeing Jia Banxian's third-level fit. The combination of dual attributes is rare in the entire Shura County. This means that this martial artist can quickly comprehend the divine script of the two attributes, greatly enhances his flexibility in battle, and has many means, so that he can cope with various situations, which is very rare. Xu Chan followed closely behind and stepped forward to test the attributes. Xu Chan is satisfied with the fourth-level combination of the shadow-attributed divine rune. Before she broke through to the realm of the four-pass supernatural powers, her compatibility with the shadow-attributed divine rune was only at the third level, but the breakthrough made him directly match the shadow-attributed divine rune. The degree of divine text compatibility has increased by 1 level. This also means that her strength has increased by more than 1 level than before, and the level of compatibility with the divine language has increased by 1 level. The most intuitive manifestation is that the power of her innate supernatural power has doubled, which shows its importance. Immediately afterwards, everyone went forward to test one by one, but including the elder brother Xing Wu, most of them only had a level 2 to 3 level of divinity compatibility. It was too difficult to reach level 4 like Xu Chan, and it was not something ordinary people could do. Arrived. Soon, Xu Chan and the others finished testing the attributes and retreated to the side to rest. Look, Bai Qing is here. Jia Banxian was sitting at the side, playing with the green-edged diamond that Long Yu gave him. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he pointed to the field. This call made Long Yu feel relieved. After all, Bai Qing had a bet with him, and he had to rank ahead of Bai Qing in the general election of Shura. At this time, Bai Qing was participating in the attribute stone test, so he naturally had to observe carefully to see what kind of talent this person had. Soon, Bai Qing flew to the attribute stone and stretched out his hand. As the light from the attribute stone radiated out, everyone's expressions changed slightly. That burst of dazzling blue light indicated that Bai Qing had reached level 4 compatibility with the ice attribute divinity. It seems that Bai Qing has not slackened in martial arts in his daily life. Those appearances are indeed just for outsiders to see. Eldest brother Xing Wu's face darkened. It is compatible with the 4th level of the ice attribute, and with her own cultivation of the 5 supernatural powers. Even I am not her opponent. Among Xu Chan's group, Xingwu is undoubtedly the strongest one, but even he is not sure of defeating Bai Qing, which shows how terrifying Bai Qing's strength is. Actually, my father will accept them as disciples, of course, because he values their talent and character. Xu Chan narrowed her eyes. If she doesn't have such strength, she doesn't deserve to be my father's disciple. Makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Right next to Lan Yu, the second brother Duguijian, who was always wearing a black robe and had a cold face, seldom spoke on weekdays, but now he was staring at Bai Qing in the field, and said softly, "If you meet her in the general election, don't worry about it. Let go." Everyone valued the bet between Long Yu and Bai Qing very much. After all, if Long Yu lost, Long Yu would owe xuanhuan a favor. Among the 4 current disciples of Duke Shura, the senior brother Tian Xinghe and the 4th senior sister Bai Qing are not on good terms with Xu Chan. But the 3rd senior brother, Si Hanshan, is extremely stubborn. He treats Xu Chan as his younger sister, and has a very good relationship with everyone. Long Yu still remembered that when he initiated a bet with Bai Qing, it was xuanhuan who stepped forward and took the initiative to bear the consequences of Long Yu's bet loss. As long as Long Yu loses the bet, xuanhuan owes Bai Qing a request. Just for this point alone, Long Yu must not lose to Bai Qing in the Shura election. So what if you match the attributes of the divine character at level 4? If you are at the same level as me, I might not be able to fight you. Long Yu stared at the radiant Bai Qing in the arena, thinking so in his heart. After the test, Bai Qing turned to where Long Yu was, and deliberately cast a disdainful look at Long Yu. Not yet 30 years old, a powerhouse of the 5 realms of supernatural powers, plus the 4th level of the ice attribute divine script, she has the qualifications to look down on a boy who is only in the early stage. Regarding this, Long Yu turned a blind eye to it. There is no point in arguing with Bai Qing now. He just needs to be prepared and work hard in the Shura election and the dream world to make himself rank higher than Bai Qing. Although there are many martial artists in the entire Azura Valley, because the attribute test is not complicated, you only need to touch the light of the attribute stone, and there are 10 attribute stones in the valley, so the speed is still very fast. By noon, everyone had almost finished testing. Immediately afterwards, there is the link to challenge your own mirror image clone. This round is the most important. Even in Shura County, a large number of people will be eliminated by this round and will lose their qualifications to participate in the Shura election. It goes without saying how difficult it is to fight against your own mirror image. Long Yu's heart moved. He heard that the mirror image clone would have the same power, martial skills, and soldiers as him. If he entered the ancient dragon skeleton tower with the mirror image clone and hid in the ancient dragon skeleton tower, wouldn't it be difficult to deal with? No, I deal with my mirror image differently than other people deal with me. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Others are facing me, and I hide in the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and they have nothing to do. But if my mirror image clone hides in the ancient dragon skeleton tower, I can also enter the ancient dragon skeleton tower. Long Yu secretly figured out the possible fighting methods of the mirror image clone, made a rough calculation, and then felt relieved. Long Yu has a lot of confidence in dealing with his mirror image clone. If he can't even pass this round, how can he compete with Bai Qing in the dream world? The challenge to mirror image clones is to enter in batches, and the first batch of people to participate in the challenge are mostly martial arts who are extremely confident in themselves, such as Xu Chan, Bai Qing, and Tian Xinghe and others. What this group of people think is not how to defeat their mirror image, but how to defeat the mirror image as quickly as possible, and come out of the independent space of attribute stones. Xiaoqi, let's go, work hard. On Xu Chan's side, the 8 people including Xu Chan all stood up, ready to be the first to enter. In addition to them, Bai Qing, Tian Xinghe, and others also brought their own men to prepare. Among them, behind Bai Qing, Xuezeshan, who once fought against Long Yu, has recovered from his injuries. The young xuanhuan looked at Long Yu from a distance, with incomparable resentment in his eyes. Just because he lost to Long Yu, his status in Bai Qing's eyes plummeted, and he didn't even get any training resources for more than 2 months. This made xuanhuan still only cultivated at the human tribulation realm, while Long Yu, on the other hand, had already stepped into the early heaven realm, and the gap with him had widened. Do you want to prove yourself? Then defeat your mirror image clone at the fastest speed. As long as you are faster than that Long Yu, I, Bai Qing, promise to reward you with 3 heaven-level pills, allowing you to break through the realm. Bai Qing said to xuanhuan indifferently. Xuanhuan will definitely work hard. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and said. Bai Qing raised his head, glanced at Xu Chan and the others not far away, with a charming smile on his face, and then said, Princess, the second round of the Azura election is about to begin. Anyway, the dream world has not yet opened up. Why not? How about we add a little more color? How to say? Xu Chan frowned, glanced at Bai Qing and asked. This time to challenge the mirror image clone, let's use speed as the calculation. I, Bai Qing, challenged Long Yu on purpose. I wonder if the princess has any opinions? Bai Qing looked at Long Yu, and smiled with great interest. She challenged Long Yu by name in this way, to see who could defeat her mirror image first. Obviously she had no good intentions. If Long Yu refuses, then there will be a hurdle in Long Yu's heart, which may have a considerable negative impact on Long Yu's martial arts path. But if Long Yu agrees, then Bai Qing is sure enough to make Long Yu lose miserably. She, Bai Qing, has tried to challenge the mirror image clone before. This is her advantage as a disciple of Duke Shura. It is of course much easier to do something that has been challenged again. When Bai Qing looked at Long Yu and initiated this challenge, Xu Chan and everyone around her frowned. This challenge is not fair. I promise. But Long Yu's own voice came out, and he said lightly, I don't know what Senior Bai Qing wants to bet on. I remember that Senior Bai Qing once lost a human world golden pill to this junior. What do you want to give the younger generation? When these words came out, the surroundings were immediately silent. This boy Long Yu is too speechless, right? Calling Bai Qing a senior shows that Bai Qing is using the big to bully the small, and this is undoubtedly a fact, and Long Yu also brought up the matter of winning the human world golden elixir before, which is completely on the grounds. I despise Bai Qing. This made Bai Qing's charming face disappear, and a gloomy look appeared instead. The time of the golden elixir, I, Bai Qing, were too stupid. This time, you won't have any chance, since you are so confident I have accepted the challenge. Then I, Bai Qing, will bet on this soldier. After the words fell, a pair of short swords appeared in Bai Qing's hands. Judging from the aura emanating from them, they turned out to be a pair of warriors of the wilderness level. 9-turn spirit sword. Xu Chan's expression changed. Fourth senior sister, this is the only great wilderness soldier that my father gave you. Is it appropriate for you to use it as a bet? In fact, it's not that Xu Chan doesn't want this pair of great desolate level dual sword fighters. If he can win this pair of dual swords from Bai Qing, that would be great. The great wilderness rank soldier, but even Xu Chan would be jealous of the baby. The problem is, Bai Qing has already brought out the great desolation level 9-turn spirit sword warrior, so Long Yu naturally can't come up with something inferior to the 9-turn spirit sword. As for Long Yu, the most known to everyone is the great desolate level ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Princess, don't reject the great desolation level warrior sent to your door. It just so happens that a friend of mine lacks a pair of short swords. If you get this pair of 9-turn spirit swords, it would be a good gift. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Okay, then you will bet on your ancient dragon bone tower. How about it, dare or not? Hearing Long Yu's arrogant words, Bai Qing couldn't help laughing angrily. Challenge the mirror image clone. If you come out later than Bai Qing, then you lose, and you must hand over the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to me. If you don't keep your word, you will lose all face of the princess. I'm only worried that you will break your promise. As for me, you don't have to think too much. Long Yu laughed lightly. Dahuang level warrior, I have more than this one, and I won't let it go if I lose, but you, if you lose to me, I'm afraid you won't obediently hand over the 9-turn spirit sword. Don't worry about that. I, Bai Qing, am a man who promises what I promise and keeps what I say. Bai Qing's face was cold, and he turned around after saying this. Everyone can be a witness. Now, I enter the attribute stone space with this kid named Long Yu, and challenge the mirror image clone. Whoever comes out later, or if you fail to come out, you will have to hand over your own Great Desolation level soldiers. With the Great Desolate level soldiers as the bet, such a thing spread throughout the entire Shura Valley, and attracted more people to gather around to watch. Tian Xinghe originally didn't plan to meet Xuchan, Long Yu, and the others, but he had no choice but to come over to watch such a big event. After all, such a thing is rare for Dahuang level soldiers to bet on. What's more, the matter is related to Long Yu. Tian Xinghe will naturally not let go of this excellent opportunity to see Long Yu's embarrassment. Junior sister Bai Qing took out the Great Desolation level 9-turn spirit sword as a bet. She seems to be very confident. Long Yu, you have to be more careful. Tian Xinghe led his subordinates to approach, then pretended to be friendly, and reminded Long Yu. Don't bother senior brother, Long Yu will definitely win this battle. Xuchan glanced at Tian Xinghe, and said in a cold voice. She originally thought that Long Yu would not dare to take out the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda as a bet, but she did not expect that Long Yu was so confident. In this case, she could not stop Long Yu, otherwise she might cast a shadow in Long Yu's heart and affect him. His martial arts realm. Now that Tian Xinghe came over to make sarcastic remarks, Xuchan naturally couldn't understand it. In that case, I wish little brother Long Yu success. Tian Xinghe smiled slightly, and even the subordinates behind him also laughed out loud. This Long Yu's vain attempt to compete with Bai Qing to challenge the speed of the mirror image clone is too ridiculous. In their view, there is no comparison between the two sides. One is a genius disciple of Prince Shura, and the other is a kid who came out of Tianyu Island, a floating island. The difference between the two sides can be seen at a glance. Hearing the ridicule from Tian Xinghe and his subordinates, Long Yu's face remained unchanged, and he just said lightly, since you all don't think highly of me, why don't you do this? I still have a Great Desolation level soldier in my hand, senior brother Tian Xinghe. Do you dare to gamble with me? These words made Tian Xinghe's expression suddenly change. He didn't expect that he just taunted Long Yu a few words, and this kid would set the flames of war on him, betting on the Great Desolation level soldiers? He really wanted the gloomy and pitch-black dagger in Long Yu's hand, but he thought that he had no room for manipulation in this bet. Whether he wins or loses depends entirely on Bai Qing and Long Yu. Brother Long was joking. I am Tian Xinghe, but I wish the little brother success. Why not be optimistic about the little brother's statement? Tian Xinghe smiled slightly. And after Long Yu's words, the subordinates behind Tian Xinghe didn't dare to taunt anymore. They were afraid that Long Yu would point the finger at them. That would be no fun. Seeing Tian Xinghe give up, Long Yu didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue him. He knew that it would not be easy to bring in Tian Xinghe. Just to blow Tian Xinghe's face again would be enough. Princess, senior brother, fourth junior sister. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter came from the side, and everyone looked at it, but saw a grey-clothed tough guy flying in alone, but it was the third apprentice of Duke Shura, Sihan Mountain. So Han has a good relationship with Xuchan, the little princess, so of course he came to help Long Yu this time. Haha, boy Long, you have created many miracles, and this time is definitely no exception. Come on. So Han flew over and cheered Long Yu up with a smile. From Sehanchen's eyes, Long Yu could tell that this person was sincerely cheering him on, not just making fun of him like Tian Xinghe. Thank you, third senior brother. Xuan countered Kan Shan with a smile and thanked him. Hey, they are all our own people, what are you doing seeing outsiders like this? xuanhuan waved his hand casually, then looked around. Second senior sister hasn't come back yet? Just came back, my father stopped her and told her something, he should come over later. Xuan said. xuanhuan nodded when he heard the words, and heaved a sigh of relief. I'm really afraid that something will happen to her outside. Second senior sister is extremely talented, how could something unexpected happen? Third senior brother, don't need to worry. Xuan said with a smile. Makes sense. Sehanshan nodded. Long, you didn't know who the second senior sister they were talking about was, but he certainly never imagined that this second senior sister had something to do with him. At the moment, Long Yu's mind is entirely on how to deal with his mirror image clone, and at the fastest speed. After the greetings were over, Bai Qing said, it's about time to start, right? This time I, Bai Qing and Long Yu, are the only ones entering. Everyone has to watch carefully. Who can defeat the mirror image first? Get out of the attribute stone space. After Bai Qing said this, she smiled disdainfully at Long Yu. Originally, she just wanted to hit Long Yu and plant a shadow in Long Yu's heart, but she didn't expect Long Yuzhen to agree to the bet. That being the case, her goal is naturally to get the ancient dragon skeleton tower of Long Yu. Before entering, Long Yu took out the 9 nether dragon scale and handed it to Xuan. Princess, this is my bet this time, put it in your hands first, if I can win, then return it to me. Then Long Yu glanced at Bai Qing. Bai Qing, should you also show your sincerity? Just now, Long Yu thought for a while and came to the conclusion that if he wanted to quickly defeat the mirror image clone, he couldn't take the ancient dragon bone tower with him. Although he should be able to step into the mirror image clone's ancient dragon bone tower, it would take a lot of money. Less time. Putting the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda outside saves the most time. But for Bai Qing, it's different. Bai Qing's bet is to use the aggressive warrior, the 9-turn spiritual sword. It is impossible to defeat the mirror image as quickly as possible without the 9-turn spiritual sword. This made Bai Qing immediately feel Long Yu's cunning, to use this method to make her lose her strongest attack support. However, you think too beautifully. Bai Qing sneered suddenly, and said lightly, so many people are testifying, are you still worried that I will rely on you? You don't need to hand over the soldiers first and put them in the hands of the princess. When you lose, it won't be too late to hand over this soldier. Hearing this, Long Yu felt a little pity, because Bai Qing wasn't fooled. In other words, Bai Qing is very aware of her own strength, and knows that without the pair of great desolation-level dual-sword warriors, the 9-turn spirit sword, her combat effectiveness will directly drop a lot, and her chances of winning will be even lower. Originally, Bai Qing was not quite sure about Long Yu. Of course it was impossible to give up the 9-turn spirit sword. Without the 9-turn spirit sword, Bai Qing felt that he was not sure that he would be able to defeat the mirror image clone before Long Yu, so naturally he would not be fooled by Long Yu. Long Yu didn't say much, just smiled lightly. It's nothing more than Bai Qing's unwillingness to be fooled. Even so, he didn't think he would lose to Bai Qing, because he had full confidence in himself. Among the crowd of martial artists watching, the two flew towards the attribute stone in the center, and then released profound energy, activating the teleportation function of the attribute stone, and the two disappeared in front of everyone in a flash. Each attribute stone can allow tens of thousands of people to enter their different independent spaces and challenge their own mirror images. But now, for the sake of the bet between Bai Qing and Long Yu, the others consciously did not step into the independent space of the attribute stone, but stayed outside one after another, discussing with each other, discussing who would win in the end. The bet between the two actually attracted tens of thousands of people to watch around. The scene was quite spectacular. Bai Qing stepped into the independent space of the attribute stone, and immediately saw a girl in a pink dress appearing in front of her. She had the same appearance and figure as her, and she was her mirror image. Bai Qing's mirror image clone has exactly the same abilities as Bai Qing, can perform the same level of martial arts, and has exactly the same soldiers. As far as this case is concerned, the odds of winning against an opponent with the same conditions may not be very high, but for Bai Qing, this is not the case, because she knows very well that the mirror image clone created by the silver mirror has some potential. Certainly flawed. The flaw of this mirror image clone is that it cannot replicate Wu Xiu's fighting will and talent. Silver mirror soldiers can copy the realm of martial arts, the martial arts they have learned, and even the soldiers they own, but they still cannot copy the thoughts of martial arts. This is their biggest flaw. Although Wu Xiu's mirror image clone has exactly the same ability as Wu Xiu, they don't have the same thinking ability as Wu Xiu. Their fighting is purely based on instinct. Only relying on instinct, but not thinking. In this way, these mirror images are not invincible. Especially for Bai Qing, this is not the first time she has faced the mirror image clone. Although the last time she faced the mirror image clone was when she was still in the 3 realms of supernatural powers, she is already very familiar with the characteristics of the mirror image clone. Even if the strength of the mirror image clone has increased by 2 levels this time, it must still be no problem to deal with it. The most important trick to deal with mirror image clones is to strike first. Bai Qing's expression was cold, and he glanced at his mirror image clone, and then his whole body burst into cold air. With innate supernatural powers, mountains of cold ice erupted instantly. A mountain made of ice descended from the sky, and with a burst of incomparably terrifying cold air, it swept towards her mirror image. Based on her 4th level fit with the ice attribute divine script, this move of hers is enough to destroy many powerhouses who are at the same level of martial arts as her. Of course, the opponent is her mirror image clone, she can't defeat the opponent directly. However, Bai Qing's mirror image was expressionless, and the power of the ice divine script burst out from his whole body, and at the same time, another kind of innate supernatural power burst out. A glacier descended brazenly, and directly stopped in front of that icy mountain. The 2 icy forces collided with each other, and a crack appeared in each other immediately, and then turned into shards of ice. However, Bai Qing's offensive did not end. As a powerhouse of the 5 realms of supernatural powers, she has comprehended 5 innate supernatural powers, and her fighting methods are varied and extremely flexible. After missing a hit, she immediately used other means to launch a series of non-stop bombardment on the mirror image clone. The power of the ice continuously erupted in this independent space, almost freezing the sky and the earth in this independent space. After stepping into the realm of 5 supernatural powers, my strength is indeed much stronger than before, and I have almost no flaws. It is really perfect. Bai Qing frowned slightly, unable to fight for a long time. She found that with the improvement of her martial arts realm, her overall strength became stronger and stronger, and it became quite difficult even for her to break through the defense of her own mirror image clone. You must know that the person who is always the most aware of his own flaws can't even deal with the mirror image clone himself, which shows how powerful the mirror image clone is. The stronger the mirror image clone, the less flaws Wu Xiu has, and the more difficult it is to deal with. However, Bai Qing still hadn't reached the level of perfection after all. After about a stick of incense, she finally completely froze her mirror image. Successfully defeated the mirror image. Defeating the mirror image clone through the flaws in one's own martial arts is the easiest way to pass this level, but how easy is it to find the flaws in one's own martial arts? Bai Qing also struggled with his mirror image for so long before finally discovering a flaw in his previous comprehension of martial arts, thus freezing the mirror image in one fell swoop and securing the victory. It's been a little while for a stick of incense, and it has almost broken the record of Shura County Wu Xiu defeating his mirror image clone speed. That kid, no matter what, he can only lose to me. The ancient dragon bone tower belongs to me, Bai Qing. A smug smile appeared on Bai Qing's face, and then she watched the mirror image clone disappear under her icy attack, then her figure flickered, and the next moment she returned to the outside of the attribute stone, looking around proudly, wanting to win over the surrounding warriors. Xiu's cheers. However, Bai Qing found that what greeted her was not bursts of cheers, but bursts of astonishment. What happened? Bai Qing's complexion changed, and she felt a bad premonition in her heart, but at this moment, she finally saw a person not far away looking at her with a smile. That person turned out to be Long Yu, who Bai Qing thought was still fighting with the mirror image clone. Bai Qing, as witnesses, I came out a few moments earlier than you. According to the bet, I, Long Yu, won. Long Yu looked at Bai Qing and said calmly. Hearing this, Bai Qing couldn't believe it. She looked around, but heard Tianxing say from the side, indeed, Long Yu came out early, and everyone can see it. Junior sister Bai Qing, this gambling fight, you lose. What Tianxing said made Bai Qing's face turn pale. She lost? How can this be? It only took her a little more than a stick of incense to defeat her mirror image. This is almost the best result in Shura County's previous Shura elections, and it is definitely among the top 3. But even so, Long Yu actually defeated his mirror image clone faster than her? How is this possible? Bai Qing's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. This bet was related to the ownership of the Great Desolation level soldiers. Long Yu took out the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda as a bet, and she also took out the 9-turn spirit sword. The 9-turn spirit sword is the only Great Desolation level warrior in Bai Qing's body. Originally, she wanted to win the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda on Long Yu's body with a 100% winning rate, but she did not expect that not only could she not defeat Long Yu in the end, to get the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, but to give away his 9-turn spirit sword. Haha, Xiaoqi is really too strong. He salted his mirror image, before even a stick of incense time is up. It's not easy. It's not easy. Not only is it not easy, such a fast speed has already surpassed the records of the previous Shura elections in the entire Shura County. I don't know, how did he get such a result? It's a miracle to defeat his mirror image in less than a stick of incense. Fighting with the mirror image clone is considered the most difficult thing, because the mirror image clone has exactly the same strength as oneself. Today's martial arts, without exception, are all the cultivation of both offense and defense, with both offensive and defensive methods. Using one's own offensive methods to deal with one's own defensive methods, especially when both sides are very familiar with these methods, it is very difficult to decide the outcome, and it is definitely not something that can be accomplished overnight. This is impossible. Bai Qing's expression was ferocious, staring at Long Yu fixedly, screaming a little hysterically. The facts are in front of you. Do you want to play tricks and refuse to admit it? Long Yu said lightly and sneered. In fact, he had expected that he could defeat his mirror image so quickly, and it was precisely because of this that he accepted Bai Qing's betting challenge without hesitation. Before Long Yu came here, Xu Chan had already told Long Yu some characteristics of the mirror image clone in the attribute stone. Many martial artists who participated in the second round of Shura's general election were very cautious when facing the mirror image clones that were exactly like themselves. They were unwilling to take the initiative to attack, but chose to wait for the mirror image clones to attack actively. In this way, since Wu Xiu is familiar with all the martial arts of the mirror image clone, so he has enough time and means to think about how to deal with it, and the odds of winning will increase accordingly. However, in fact, such a passive fight did not help Wu Xiu defeat the mirror image clone. Because these mirror images have the same fighting power as Wu Xiu, the only thing they lack is fighting awareness. However, it only takes a certain amount of time for the mirror images to become familiar with their fighting methods, and their combat power will rise in a straight line. The most fundamental fighting instinct of the mirror image clone is entirely derived from the silver mirror as the maker of the mirror image clone. It is conceivable that as long as the mirror image clone is familiar with the fighting style of wuxia, its advantage is huge. Flaws in martial arts, soldiers, etc., will be easily found by the mirror image clone, and make up for the loopholes in its strength to the maximum extent. In this way, the longer the battle lasts, the more unfavorable it will be for the martial arts participating in the Shura election. Over time, they will be 100% suppressed by the mirror image clone. After all, in terms of combat awareness, no one can compare to the strong man who has already stepped into the secret realm of the royal way, Silver Mirror. Therefore, the most important thing to deal with the mirror image clone is to make a quick decision, so that the mirror image clone does not have time to familiarize itself with the various abilities it possesses. According to the method Xu Chan said, after entering the space of the mirror image clone of the attribute stone, Long Yu did not pause at all, and directly displayed the strongest attack method, Desolate Ancient Shadow Kill. The three afterimages, each of which erupted, rushed towards the mirror image clone at an extremely fast speed, almost making the mirror image clone unable to react. In a hurry, the mirror image clone only had time to use Dragon Sparrow Flash to avoid Long Yu's must-kill wild-level martial skill, and then also used Huangguing Sha, wanting to confront Long Yu. But at this moment, Long Yu directly controlled the two afterimages, together with the main body. He shot the divine light of heavenly mandate at one of the afterimages of the other party, and this acquired supernatural power was displayed with the divine script of Yuzi, directly bursting out with terrifying power, blast one of the afterimages. Next, it became much easier to hit 2 with 3. In less than half a stick of incense, Long Yu solved the mirror image clone and walked out from the independent space of the attribute stone. As soon as he appeared, everyone around immediately let out an exclamation. It was really shocking that Long Yu had dealt with the mirror image clone so quickly. One must know that before this, Wu Xiao, who was the fastest to defeat the mirror image clone, also took a full incense stick of time, but Long Yu only spent half an incense stick of time. How can one not be amazed? The most fundamental reason is that Long Yu is very familiar with all his martial arts, and is extremely aware of its flaws and shortcomings. In view of these flaws and shortcomings, it is no problem for Long Yu to defeat the mirror image clone. Even so, through this battle, Long Yu has become more aware of the loopholes in the various methods he has mastered. In the future, in the process of cultivation, he will be able to correct these shortcomings and loopholes in a targeted manner. Originally, Long Yu was very clear about the martial arts skills he had learned and the power he had comprehended. Even he could get inspiration from them, and those martial artists who could not pass this test would definitely get more from them. This is probably the biggest reason why Prince Shura and Silver Mirror arrange the Shura general election every 20 years. Even if those martial artists cannot pass this election, they can still get inspiration from it, fundamentally improve their own strength, and have a staged summary of the power they have mastered. This move will undoubtedly enhance the martial arts strength of the younger generation in Azura County, which is of great significance, and it will also select geniuses who really know themselves very well to participate in further elections, so as to focus on training. Many of Shura County's outstanding mainstays today are geniuses who once stood out from Shura's general election. After Long Yu came out, less than a stick of incense passed before Bai Qing came out of the independent space. To be honest, if it wasn't for Long Yu, who took more than half of the time she spent, she would definitely be admirable when she came out so soon. However, with the shock that Long Yu brought to everyone, Bai Qing's achievements seemed too very ordinary. This is impossible. Bai Qing gritted her teeth, stared at Long Yu, and said, "Junior sister Bai Qing." Tianxing has said indifferently, "If you lose, you lose. You are not someone who can't afford to lose. Isn't it just a pair of 9-turn spirit swords? Just give it to Zhe Longyu. Even if you give it to him, he can't perform 9 turns. The power of the spirit sword is nothing more than a waste of money." Tianxing's words woke Bai Qing up suddenly. "Indeed, if you lose, you lose. As a disciple of Duke Shura, Bai Qing often listens to his master's teachings on weekdays. The most fatal thing in the journey of martial arts is not being able to recognize oneself clearly and being blindly arrogant. Throughout the ages, how many talented martial artists have appeared? However, among these talented martial artists, there are not many who can really grow into kings. On the contrary, those who are not very talented, but have great perseverance and know how to endure, can finally climb to the peak of martial arts. In the journey of martial arts, the most important thing is not talent, but mentality. No matter how bad the martial arts talent is, if the mentality is not good, it is very common to die in the middle of the martial arts. Thinking of this, Bai Qing immediately suppressed the unwillingness in his heart. She took a deep look at Lan Yu, and then casually handed over the pair of 9-turn spirit swords. I will leave this wild-level warrior to you for safekeeping, and I will take it out with my own hands after our next duel. Return. After saying this, Bai Qing turned around and left directly. Defeating the mirror image clone means that she has the qualifications to participate in the third round of the Shura election, and the third round of the Shura election, the fight in the dream world, will officially start in 7 days. During this period of time, Bai Qing needs to go back and try to think about his own shortcomings in the battle, and strive to improve his strength to a higher level. Lan Yu stretched out his hand, caught the pair of 9-turn spirit swords, and then narrowed his eyes slightly. If Bai Qing directly wanted to attack him in anger, or chose to renege on his debt and not give him the 9-turn spirit sword, Lan Yu would not be afraid of this woman at all. Because such a woman is not worthy of his attention. No matter how strong Bai Qing's martial arts realm is now, Lan Yu will be able to surpass her one day. But now, Bai Qing was able to suppress the anger in his heart, and gave him the 9-turn spirit sword directly, which shows that Bai Qing's psychological quality is absolutely passable. Such people are the real threat to Lan Yu. Therefore, Lan Yu was not complacent just because he won this time, because he knew that as long as Bai Qing survives, his threat will not be eliminated, and there will be more and more crises in the future. Now, if Bai Qing is given a chance, Bai Qing will never let go of any chance to kill Lan Yu. So before killing Bai Qing, Lan Yu had no time to slack off anyway, because if he was not careful, he might die by Bai Qing's hands. It's a threat. Lan Yu squinted his eyes, looked at Bai Qing's leaving back, and secretly became vigilant. Not far from Tianxing, he glanced at Lan Yu, pretended to congratulate him, and then left. The good show came to an end, and everyone finally started to disperse, or they all got into the battle with their mirror image clone. For everyone else, the bet between Lan Yu and Bai Qing was just a small episode, and the most important thing was themselves whether they can pass the second round of the Shura election. Xing Wu, Jiao Banxian, Du Guijian and other Shu Chan's subordinates also stepped into the independent space of the attribute stone together with Shu Chan, and began to fight against their mirror image clone. The battle with the mirror image clone lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It wasn't until 3 days later that Lan Yu was resting in his own courtyard, digesting some of his recent understanding of martial arts, and the little fat man Ren Pingfan finally ran over happily. Haha, little brother Long, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? The little fat man came to Lan Yu and said wretchedly. Let's tell the good news first. Lan Yu smiled slightly. He was in a pretty good mood now, and he didn't want to be directly ruined by bad news. The good news is that the list of all martial arts qualified to participate in the third round of the Azura election has been released. Among them, I got the list of Tianyu Island, where you are located. The little fat man straightforwardly spread out a bamboo slip, and said with a smile, on Tianyu Island, there are more than 100 people who can participate in the third round of the Shura election, and there are quite a few of your friends. The princess will give me, it's drawn, look. Hearing this, Lan Yu was very interested in it, so he got up and went forward, seeing many familiar names at a glance, which made him happy. On this list, there are indeed many people that he did not expect. Among them, the first one that caught his eyes was of course one of the young masters of Huangsha Tiancheng, Yi Luan. Yi Luan already had a good martial arts talent, and it was not surprising that he was able to pass the 2 rounds of Shura elections. In addition to him, He Qinxue, one of the young masters of Huangsha Tiancheng, also passed the 2nd round of selection and became one of the candidates for the 3rd round of Shura election on Tianyu Island. If Long Yu was not surprised that the names of these 2 people appeared in the list, then the list of some people below did surprise him. Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiaofei, Feng Yusen, the names of the 3 heroes of the Feng family all appeared on this list. In addition, there are many names of people Long Yu is familiar with, all appearing on the list, such as Feng Yao and Lu Yuan, who even defeated their respective mirror images and passed the 2nd place in the Shura election. Round of selection. Yan Huanma, Qi Hua, Man Xian, Walking, the 4 of them are also on the list, and there are many familiar people, such as Chu Xian from the Great Tang Kingdom, Chu Huang's mother and daughter, as well as those who belong to the Great Tang Kingdom. Ling Longyu, from the Imo family, Sunset Dance? This little girl actually passed the 2nd round of the Shura election? Long Yu observed the list all the way, his face became more and more surprised. It's going to be a big plot right away, and it needs to be carefully thought out. I won't change it in the afternoon and evening. There is only this update today, sorry. Seeing Long Yu's surprised expression, the little fat man Ren Pingfan smiled and said, "Little brother Long, are you surprised to see this list?" In fact, the princess once personally visited Tianyu Island and went to your hometown for a while. Come on, tell your friends about the characteristics of the mirror image. When Long Yu heard the words, he suddenly realized. He said, logically speaking, Lu Yuan, Feng Yao, and the little girl Sunset Dance are completely unlikely to defeat their mirror image clones and pass the 2nd round of the Shura election. But with Shu Chan's help, it's hard to say, as long as Shu Chan casually talks about the characteristics of the mirror image clone, and gives some prefecture-level pills, etc., for Feng Yao and others, there will be a huge impact. Great effect. In other words, it is possible for me to meet them in the 3rd round of Shura's general election, in the fight in the dream world? Long Yu thought for a while, and felt that this might not be a good thing for him. After all, if he met former friends in the dream world, he would definitely not ignore them, but would definitely help them. As a matter of fact, in the fight in the dream world, Long Yu is still in danger. If he meets Bai Qing and others, it is still unknown who will win the fight. Forget it, if I can meet him, I will naturally help a bunch. Long Yu shook his head. How he should do it depends on the situation. Anyway, all the premise must be under the premise of ensuring that he will not be defeated by Bai Qing. Now that Long Yu has left Tianyu Island, as long as he advances further in martial arts and can step into the mystical realm of supernatural powers, sooner or later he will be able to lead the 3 masters of the Feng family and others to leave Tianyu Island. Even if this opportunity is missed, for the 3 masters of the Feng family, it is not something irreparable. On the contrary, for Long Yu, if he loses to Bai Qing in the 3rd round of Shura's general election, in the fight in the dream world, then the blow to him may not be small. Among other things, just because of the favor owed to senior brother Shu Chan to Sahanshan, it is enough to make Long Yu's mentality unstable. For Wuxiu, mentality is the most important thing if he wants to reach a higher level. Once the mentality is unstable, it will become extremely difficult to break through the realm of martial arts. This is not a situation that Long Yu wants to face. Only if I am strong enough, can I fundamentally protect my brothers, friends, and relatives. In this dream world, no matter how hard you fight, you will not lose your life. If the situation permits, you must put yourself first. Long Yu thought in his heart. If it is a real fight, then he will help his relatives, friends, and brothers no matter what, but in the fight in the dream world, death in it will not lead to real death. So Long Yu still needs to abandon his brothers and friends at certain times. Of course, the dream world is extremely vast, and there will be a total of hundreds of thousands of people fighting in it. It is not easy to run into someone you know. There are no more than a dozen of Long Yu's friends who have obtained qualifications from Tianyu Island. The probability of meeting them is too small. In most cases, they still need to work hard on their own. Long Yu continued down the observation list. In addition to the friends and relatives he knew above, there are many people he knows but are not very friendly. They also passed the second round of the Shura election and successfully obtained the qualification to enter the dream world to fight. That is Ji Tianqi, a talented young man from Tianyun Sword Kingdom, xuanhuan, a genius girl from Ice Source Temple, and the genius from the Shadow Demon royal family of Soul Valley Demon Kingdom, Mo Shang. These three people are geniuses who joined the Tianyu North Academy together with Yan Huanma, Man Xian, Tian Yutian, and others. It is not too surprising that they can now enter the third round of the Shura election. In addition, there is another familiar figure, Yan Xing, a young genius from the Kanglan Sword sect. This Yan Xing is Yan Huanma's elder brother. He killed his father when he was 10 years old, left the Yan family, and joined the Tianyu North Academy. Now, we have finally reached the stage of Shura's general election. If we can jump out, we will be able to step into the vast world of martial arts in the world of martial arts in one step, and we will move forward to a stronger realm from now on. A person who kills his father is also qualified to pursue the ultimate martial arts? When Long Yu saw Yan Xing's name, he snorted softly. If he met this kid in the dream world, he would never show mercy. With Long Yu's current strength, even in the real world, he would be absolutely invincible when he returned to Tianyu Island. Not to mention, when fighting in the dream world, everyone is only in the martial arts realm of the initial human stage, and Long Yu has a greater advantage compared to other people. Guan Shanqiong, Zhan Teng, these two guys are from Tianyu North Campus, aren't they subordinates of Xuanji Shanhai? Long Yu saw two familiar names again, and remembered that when he first entered the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, he was chased by these two people all the way to the 6th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and finally forced into the 7th floor. Although it was a blessing in disguise in the end, for Long Yu, Guan Shanqiong and Zhan Teng were also enemies that he had to get rid of. If we meet in the dream world, I, Long Yu, will definitely let you two die first. Long Yu thought in his heart, his eyes flickered with coldness. The little fat man Ren Pingfan looked at Long Yu, felt the killing intent emanating from Long Yu, and couldn't help but chuckled. Little brother Long, do you want to really kill people in the dream world? Oh? Long Yu frowned, and looked at Ren Pingfan with some doubts. In the third round of Shura's general election, in the fight in the dream world, it's not 100% impossible to kill the opponent. Ren Pingfan talked eloquently. It's very simple to kill people in the dream world, as long as they can use mental attack methods to completely obliterate the opponent's will, then they lose consciousness, which is equivalent to dead. Is there another way? Long Yu frowned slightly. Long Yu doesn't seem to have learned the means of mental attack. Even if he starts to learn it now, it won't be so easy to use it against other people. For Long Yu, the significance of this news was purely to make him a little more vigilant. If the enemy uses mental attack means, how should he deal with it? The barriers of the Yellow Springs, the barriers of reincarnation, and the barriers of the divine light of heaven should all be able to defend against them. However, if Feng Yusen and the others encounter such a situation, there is no good way to resist. Long Yu thought with a sullen face. However, Ren Pingfan seemed to have seen Long Yu's worry, and said directly, however, you can rest assured, little brother Long, that the types of mental attack methods are very rare, even for experts at the level of Bai Qing and Tian Xinghe, none of them have any. If you can comprehend, your relatives and friends should not be obliterated so easily in the dream world. That's good. Hearing this, Long Yu was slightly relieved, but he was not completely relieved. Because, now he knows that fighting in the dream world is not 100% impossible to die. Once he suffers a strong mental attack and cannot resist it, his will be annihilated, which is equivalent to death. After another 4 days, the list of everyone who defeated his mirror image clone and was eligible to participate in the third round of the Shura election finally came out. In the entire Shura County, there are a total of more than 100,000 talented martial arts under the age of 40, who are eligible to participate in the fighting competition in the Dream World. In the second round of Shura's general election, the overall pass rate for defeating his own mirror image clone was less than 1%, but in the end, there were still more than 100,000 martial artists who participated in the fight in the Dream World. How many people are there with high martial arts talent? Xu Chan, as one of the best, was able to step into the realm of the 4 supernatural powers at such a young age, which is purely normal. On this day, the third round of Shura's general election began. Xu Chan led the crowd and flew directly to the attribute stone floating above Shura Square, and was directly transported to the Dream World through the attribute stone. After everyone enters the Dream World, their location is completely random. It is not easy to meet the friends who entered together. Moreover, the topography of the Dream World in each Azura election is completely different, because the Dream World set up by Xu Chan's mother back then will change every once in a while. Even if someone's elders have the experience of participating in the fight in the Dream World, for this year's martial arts, those experiences are not of much use. In this Dream World, martial artists can only rely on themselves. When everyone's martial arts realm is suppressed to the level of the initial human realm, what can determine the outcome is fundamentally the nature of power, martial skill level, cultivation comprehension level, and soldiers that each martial artist has comprehended. Of course, the most important thing is fighting consciousness, but this is certainly not a difficult point for Long Yu. Long Yu was born with a very strong fighting consciousness and talent, and now he and everyone else belong to the martial arts cultivation level of the initial stage of human beings, and he will hardly have any disadvantages in fighting with others. When Long Yu opened his eyes, what caught his eyes was a boundless dark space. He moved his feet slightly, and felt that there was a layer of ground in the pitch-black space in front of him. At this moment, he was standing on that layer of rough ground. There was a cool breeze blowing all around, and the yin energy hidden in the wind made Long Yu feel a little uncomfortable. This Dream World. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he directly condensed the power of the sun flame law into the divine light of heaven. A small sun-shaped solar light ball directly emitted a strong light, illuminating the entire surrounding space, and Long Yu discovered that this was actually an underground cave. The Dream World seems to be an underground space with complex terrain. Long Yu looked around, feeling more alert in his heart. In such a dark and weird place, he took the lead in using the power of the law of sun flame to illuminate the surroundings. If anyone was nearby, they would definitely spot him immediately and launch a sneak attack on him. You must know that in the third round of Shura's general election, the fight in the Dream World, the final ranking is based on whoever kills gets the most points. The first chapter is here. 2 updates today, and 1 more at 2300 hours in the evening. Long Yu did not expect that the scene of the Dream World this time would be a dark underground space, where he could not see his fingers. Only when he exerted the power of the sun flame law and condensed the bright light, could he see the surroundings. When releasing the law of sun flame, Long Yu immediately became vigilant. Sure enough, just as he was releasing the sun flame law and observing the surrounding situation, a figure suddenly attacked him from the shadows. Bing, kill! The visitor yelled loudly, and with boundless killing intent, he came towards Long Yu in a sneak attack. This person had never seen Long Yu before, and he was not on guard against Long Yu at all, so he condensed the power of the icy law of heaven and earth and rushed towards Long Yu. However, he completely underestimated Long Yu's power. When the power of the law of ice struck, a pitch-black barrier formed around Long Yu's body, which was a combination of the barrier of the underworld and the barrier of reincarnation. With the cultivation base of the same initial stage of human beings, the burst of ice law power released by the opponent has no way to break through the defense of Long Yu's two moves. Die. Long Yu stretched out his hand and pointed, and suddenly a burst of sunflame law condensed in his hand, forming a burst of sunflame law of divine light, and then a burst of red light burst out from the divine light of the sun, enveloping the suddenly attacking figure. The divine light of heaven is a kind of acquired supernatural power, which is displayed by the law of the sun, and its destructive power far exceeds that of ordinary earth-level martial arts, and even reaches the level of heaven-level martial arts. With just one move, Long Yu directly destroyed the sneak-attacking figure and blasted him out of the dream world. Increasing killing intent. Long Yu killed someone in the dream world, and felt a special killing intent emanating from himself. This kind of killing intent seems to be infinitely attractive to martial arts who are also in the dream world. If someone else kills Long Yu, they can snatch the killing intent from him. In the end, after the fighting in the dream world is over, the achievements of Wuxiu will be ranked according to the intensity of the killing intent. The more people killed, the stronger the killing intent. The light red killing intent is only the color of the first level of killing intent. If you arrange it according to the 7 colors of the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, you must at least reach the 5th level of cyan-colored killing intent before you can step into it. Top 100. Long Yu remembered what Xu Chan and Ren Ping Fan had said to him before, and he was fully prepared for a brutal fight. Everyone who came to the dream world came here for the purpose of fighting. The more people killed, the more weight they had, the more killing intent they could gather, and at the same time attract other powerful people to hunt and kill. From stepping into the dream world, every martial artist has only one result, either to be killed out, or to persevere until the last 100, becoming a strong man recognized by Shura County King, and getting the qualification to step into the holy land of Shura County. Long Yu killed one, causing himself to condense a light red killing intent, but this was just the beginning. In the underground space of the entire dream world, there are now more than 100,000 tyrannical martial arts practitioners. How easy is it to become the top 100? Between the strong and the strong, they will meet in the end. 3 hours passed. Long Yu walked through this pitch-black underground space where he couldn't see his fingers. After a little familiarity with the terrain, he retracted the light ball condensed by the law of the sun, and began to rely on intuition and other sensory abilities to explore the surrounding situation. In this way, Long Yu is not easy to be discovered by others, and it is easier to sneak attack others, because in the underground space of this dream world, many people have released fire lights for illumination. Such a person is completely a living target for Long Yu, especially with such a tyrannical strength of Long Yu. There is no one who can resist even one move from him. In this dream world, everyone is at the beginning stage of human cultivation. It is basically impossible to suppress Long Yu under such circumstances. It is obviously more difficult to defeat Long Yu. As long as there are no accidents, it is an absolute thing for Long Yu to step into the top 100. As for whether he can surpass Bai Qing, it depends on what happens next. Everyone is very cautious. While hunting and killing others, they are trying their best to protect their own safety. In the past 3 hours, I just killed 8 people in a sneak attack. Long Yu continued to hide in the darkness, thinking in his heart. He hunted and killed 8 people during these 3 hours, 3 of them already had a faint light red killing intent on them, and Long Yu snatched them all. At this moment, the killing intent on Long Yu's body has turned into a light orange color, into the second layer of killing intent, which is more eye-catching and easily felt by others. Under such circumstances, some martial artists who had no confidence in themselves naturally walked around Long Yu, and once they felt the light orange killing intent on Long Yu's body, they directly moved away and did not give Long Yu a chance at all. Only a lot of martial artists who have full confidence in themselves will come to trouble Long Yu, and this kind of people is also the type that Long Yu likes the most. If everyone was hiding from Long Yu, Long Yu really couldn't kill too many people, but if someone came to him on his own initiative, Long Yu would not be polite at all. A figure covered in crimson murderous intent suddenly jumped out from behind a big rock, and in the darkness cast a deadly move towards Long Yu. Sensing the burst of cold aura coming from the side, Long Yu's expression sank, his whole body remained motionless as a mountain, and directly condensed the divine light of heaven with the law of sun flame, and the light exploded. The power of the flames burst out, but the crimson murderous figure turned back and directly avoided the range of the light explosion. It can be seen that it was prepared not to be fatal in one blow during the sneak attack, thus giving itself leave a way out. Even so what? The corner of Long Yu's mouth was slightly raised, and he punched out with a backhand punch, condensing the infinite power of the 9 nether laws. The first explosion of Yolong's 9 explosions rang out immediately, knocking back the sneak-attacking figure several strides, and spurting out a big mouthful of blood. Great wild-level martial skill. The man snorted coldly, turning around and trying to run away, regardless of his serious injuries. However, how could Long Yu give him a chance to escape? Die. Long Yu pursued closely, and continued to use the second burst of Yulong 9 explosions. After the 7 phantom dragon chants, the figure shrouded in crimson murderous intent was directly blasted to pieces by the tyrannical force, and was expelled from the dream world. And the dark red killing intent surrounding that figure was also absorbed by Long Yu's body, making the light orange killing intent on his body a little brighter. It seems that you can get the red killing intent by killing 1 person, and the orange killing intent by killing 10 people. In this way, if you want to condense the yellow killing intent, you have to kill at least 100 people. Of course, some opponents already have different. If you have less killing intent and directly plunder and absorb it, it will be faster. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he probably understood how the killing intent gathered on his body. The rules of this dream world are not complicated, even extremely simple and easy to understand, but it is not easy to live here to the end. After Long Yu killed the sneak attacker, he continued to move forward, and soon came to an extremely dark swamp. Rise. Long Yu wanted to rise up against the sky, but found that in this dream world, he only possessed the cultivation base of the initial human level, and he couldn't fly fast if he wanted to. Not only that, the underground world of this dream world was also under a strange pressure. It was covered so that he could not fly above 10 feet. This swamp seems to be very suitable for wuxiu, to ambush and sneak attack, so be careful. Long Yu didn't take it lightly, and flew forward cautiously. Above the swamp, the light orange, killing intent on his body was particularly conspicuous. Suddenly, a sound of fighting came vaguely from the front, which attracted Long Yu's attention. It's not bad to encounter someone fighting so quickly. If possible, go directly to be a fisherman and kill both sides. With such thoughts in his heart, Long Yu flew directly towards the fighting place quietly, and at the same time exerted the power of hidden characters. Exercising the power of the divine script would consume a lot of mental power of a martial artist, so Long Yu didn't want to use the power of the invisible script except under special circumstances. But right now, he wants to be a fisherman, sneak attacking others, and using hidden characters are the necessary means. When he faintly came to the front, he found that the situation was a bit unexpected. One of the parties fighting above the swamp in front turned out to be Long Yu's acquaintance, Man Xian from Tianyu Island. The young strong man was still wearing animal skin clothes at this time, holding the Xian level middle grade long knife selected by the holy mandate of heaven, and dancing it vigorously. His whole body was covered with a layer of red murderous intent, and his face burst into tears. Fierce color. But around Man Xian, there were actually 4 martial artists surrounded him, each of them looked fierce. Obviously they were a small gang blocking the road and robbing here. Such small gangs are very common in the dream world. Because here, everyone is at the initial stage of human cultivation, so the number of people is very important. After entering the dream world, many people unite with the first person they met to form such a small gang that blocks the way, and join hands to kill other martial arts, so that he can accumulate killing intent as much as possible. Hey, it looks like I'm lucky. Among the small group of 4, one of the slender people chuckled. This person actually has a deep red killing intent, but it's my turn to kill. Everyone has an appointment, you are not allowed to snatch it. Nonsense, we made an appointment, just to kill those ordinary martial artists in turn. Another burly and strong man spit directly. It is not unusual for this person to have a scarlet killing intent, so we should attack together. Whoever succeeds will own it. Stop talking nonsense, Yi Chongmeng has many dreams, let him. Another haggard young man just spoke, but at this moment, Man Xian, who was surrounded by the 4 of them, suddenly roared wildly, and danced with a long knife in his hand. The knife energy instantly enveloped the 4 of them. Inside. Long Yu used the hidden word divine script and hid aside, not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see to what extent Man Xian's strength had improved now. Judging from the scarlet killing intent shrouded in Man Xian, this kid's strength was not weak. Looking at the depth of the color, that kid has killed at least 5 opponents. It can be seen that his strength is not bad, and he definitely has some unusual killers. Long Yu squinted his eyes and hid aside, ready to see Man Xian's strength first, and if Man Xian failed, he would help. When those 4 people were still discussing who should kill Man Xian took the lead in attacking, and the light of the sword rolled up all over the sky, like a gust of wind rolling up waves, and rushed towards the 4 people around. This kid actually dares to strike first, let's abolish him first, and then discuss who will kill him. The skinny man who spoke first had a cruel smile on his face, and an iron lock in his hand rolled out loudly, crushing the spatula attacking him. This person can actually display acquired supernatural powers. Long Yu hid in the dark, squinted his eyes, and saw that the thin man's method of throwing out the iron lock was definitely an acquired supernatural power. Acquired supernatural powers are quite powerful martial arts. If they are land-level acquired supernatural powers, their power is definitely comparable to the strength of heaven-level martial arts. If they are heaven-level acquired supernatural powers, they can even compete with wilderness-level martial arts to a certain extent. Of course, the skinny man in front of him is not using heaven-level acquired supernatural powers, but even if it is only earth-level acquired supernatural powers, it is definitely not something that Monqin can resist. Not to mention, there are still 4 people besieging Man Xian. Long Yu held his breath and did not make a move. But at the next moment, a burst of bloody aura suddenly erupted from the arena, and the burly Man Xian turned into a blood-colored sword light, which directly slashed towards the iron lock in the thin man's hand. Blood-clotting blade shadow. Man Xian let out a snarl, and with the bloody saber light, he directly broke through the defense net formed by the man's iron locks. The momentum was unstoppable. The thin man's face changed drastically, and he hastily displayed his earth-level acquired supernatural powers, trying to resist Man Xian's move of turning into a bloody knife shadow. However, even the prefecture-level Hotian supernatural martial arts are not able to withstand Man Xian's knife. Blood knife, cut. Man Xian shouted angrily, and the bloody knife light almost filled the entire dark space around him, and then the thin man was cut in half by the bloody knife shadow, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The person was cut in half, of course he couldn't survive, but before the thin person was sent out by the dream world, he threw out the iron lock in his hand with all his strength, and even wrapped Man Xian around him. This entanglement directly hindered Man Xian's actions. Even if he turned into a blood shadow sword light, it would take a short time to break through the iron chains. At this time, the other 3 people seized the opportunity and rushed towards Man Xian. Die. Among them, the haggard and skinny young man had greed in his eyes, and he shot 2 throwing knives alternately in his hand, almost sinking directly into Man Xian's chest and heart. At this time, Man Xian was entangled by the iron chain, unable to move even a single bit, watching the two throwing knives shoot at him helplessly. Although his eyes widened with anger, it was useless. At this moment, a burst of pitch-black light beams shot out from the side, instantly hitting the two flying knives, knocking them away. It turned out to be two heavenly fighters. No wonder the momentum is so huge. Long Yu chuckled, then withdrew the hidden character divine script from the darkness, and stepped out slowly. Seeing that his steps are not big, but after only 2 steps, he has already come to the crowd from tens of feet away. Then he raised his hand, and the dark and strange power spread out again, completely enveloping the 3 people around him. Heavenly mandate divine light, light explosion. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, the dark and weird power exploded directly, and the air flow in the field tumbling, blowing the corners of Long Yu's clothes flying, and even made the 3 people who were focused on dealing with Man Xian directly blown into pieces. Seriously injured. The Earth-level Hotian supernatural power, Tianyu Xinguang, exploded with the divine script of Yuzi, and its power was extremely terrifying. Even if the 3 of them jointly resisted, they could not completely resist, and each of them was injured to the vital organs. Who is it? The skinny young man with a haggard face suddenly turned gloomy, staring at Long Yu. It's you. When he saw Long Yu's face clearly, he seemed to recognize Long Yu's identity, turned around and ran without the slightest hesitation. This made the faces of the other 2 sink. Could it be that this kid who appeared out of nowhere is very famous? Seeing the orange killing intent on Long Yu's body, although the 2 of them didn't know Long Yu's identity, they also knew that he was extremely difficult to deal with. Judging from the fact that Long Yu's sudden violent attack had seriously injured all 3 of them, they are definitely not Long Yu's opponents. Martial arts who can come to participate in the fight in the dream world are not fools, knowing that they are invincible. Of course they will not fight to the death. The skinny young man with a haggard face may have entered the dream world in the Shura Valley, so he recognized Long Yu's identity and fled without thinking. However, the other 2 were half a beat behind. 9 explosions of Yulong. Long Yu blasted out 2 punches, and then 2 dragon chants rang in the ears of the 2, accompanied by a burst of terrifying destructive force. They were sent directly out of the dream world. Since you see me, you don't have to run away. Long Yu sneered, looked at the skinny young man who turned around and ran away, and with a flash of his figure, he directly displayed Huanggu's shadow kill. Under the eruption of the shadow stream, one of Long Yu's afterimages caught up with the thin young man at an extremely fast speed, and turned into a jet black sharp blade, piercing the man's chest. His heart veins were destroyed, and the skinny young man was full of unwillingness. Before he could see Long Yu when he turned his head, he was turned into a burst of white light by the dream world and sent out of the stage where the strong men fought. From the appearance of Long Yu to the complete annihilation of those 3 people, it was only a few breaths of time. During this period of time, Man Xian finally burst out with all his strength, and broke the iron chain that locked him, then raised his head and saw Long Yu's figure at a glance. His blood-stained face was exposed a look of excitement. Haha, brother Long, it's you. Man Xian laughed, wiped the blood on his face, and walked straight towards Long Yu Yakong. It's me, brother Man, we finally met here. Long Yu smiled, turned sideways, and lightly punched Man Xian on the shoulder. Man Xian didn't care at all, and just punched Long Yu on the shoulder. I didn't expect to meet here, brother Long. How are you doing outside these days? Not bad. Long Yu said directly, it's you. I saw you used a powerful martial skill just now. Such a martial skill cannot exist on the Tianyu continent. Hey, the blood coagulating knife shadow just now was taught to me by a woman named Princess Shura. Man Xian replied with a smile, with longing and admiration in his eyes. The Princess Shura is beautiful, and she seems to come from outside. Although I don't know why she helped me. But the blood-coagulating knife shadow move absolutely surpasses all the martial arts on the Tianyu continent. It's a heaven-level martial skill, and it's also an acquired supernatural martial skill. Long Yu's eyes brightened. A heaven-level Hotian supernatural martial skill, if mastered through practice, is extremely powerful, and can even compete with a wild-level martial skill. Unexpectedly, Xuanhuan would go to Tianyu Island and bring you such a powerful martial skill. Xuanhuan? Man Xian was a little puzzled when he heard the name. Xuanhuan, she is the Princess Shura you mentioned, and I am working under her right now. Long Yu smiled slightly, and then briefly talked with Man Xian about what happened after leaving Tianyu Island, so that Man Xian quickly understood who Xuanhuan was, and the question that had troubled him for a long time, Princess Shura, why help him? Man Xian thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, but now, he knew that Princess Shura helped him out of Long Yu's face. Xuanhuan, the Princess of Azura, seemed to value Long Yu so much that she even went to Tianyu Island in person to present a big gift to Long Yu's friends. Princess Shura appeared and gave me a set of heavenly elixir. He said it was Tianjiu Qiankuan elixir, and there was also the martial skill of this blood coagulation knife shadow. It turns out that this is not only a heavenly martial skill, but also an acquired supernatural power, which is more than ordinary. Heaven-level martial arts are stronger. After hearing Long Yu's words, Man Xian suddenly realized. I owe her even more. Long Yu thought in his heart. Xuanhuan helped him so much, but he didn't have much to repay Xuanhuan. The only thing he could do was to work hard to improve his martial arts realm, and he might be able to repay these favors in the future. At least this time, the bet with Bai Qing must not fail, otherwise it will not only lose his face, but also Xuanhuan's face, and even Xuanhuan's third senior brother, Xuanhuan's face. The killing intent on your body has also turned into light orange. Long Yu glanced at Man Xian and said. Before he made a move to help, Man Xian had already killed the skinny man, absorbing the killing intent from the opponent, making the killing intent covering his whole body turn orange. Orange killing intent, but only the second level of killing intent. Man Xian frowned slightly. If you want to be eligible to be taken away from Tianyu Island, it is said that you have to step into the top 10,000 in this selection. I don't know how many people participated in the selection this time. There are more than 100,000 people in total, and if you can possess orange killing intent, you already have the qualifications to be taken away from Tianyu Island. Long Yu smiled, and said easily, you were helped by Princess Shura, and you have cultivated the heaven-level acquired supernatural martial arts. If you still can't step into the top 10,000, aren't you too weak? Man Xian's talent is not weak in the first place, and there is also a kind of viciousness that treats death as home, making him extremely fierce in battle. With the help of Xuanhuan, Man Xian's strength has grown extremely fast. If he still can't step into the top 10,000, it is too weak. Now that Man Xian has orange killing intent, he already has the ability to leave Tianyu. Continental qualifications. After hearing Long Yu's words, Man Xian also nodded, thinking so too. He has cultivated the coagulated blood knife shadow given by Xuanhuan. This set of heaven-level acquired supernatural martial arts surpasses all martial arts on Tianyu Island. If he can't leave Tianyu Island with this, then he is too weak up. Since we met, let's go together and take care of each other. Long Yu said to Man Xian. Just listen to Brother Long. Man Xian chuckled. Of course he would not reject what Long Yu said, and it would indeed be much safer if they acted together. In a situation like just now, although Manqing can easily defeat an opponent in a one-on-one fight, if there are other enemies besieging together, he will be completely unable to parry. You must know that all the martial artists who participated in the fighting in the dream world had experienced the first 2 rounds of the Shura election. At least they were 1 in a million geniuses, and none of them were weak. Although the realm of martial arts of these martial artists has been suppressed to the realm of the initial human stage, their fighting consciousness is still there, and all the martial arts they have learned can be used. Although Man Xian has cultivated the heaven-level acquired supernatural martial skills, it is still very difficult for him to defeat many enemies with one enemy. Unlike Long Yu, who has comprehended the strongest law of heaven and earth, the law of the nine nethers, also comprehended the divine script of Yuzi, and practiced the martial arts of the great desolation level, any one of them is stronger than the martial arts of the heavenly level. And this is Long Yu's biggest advantage in this dream world. When everyone's martial arts realm is suppressed at the same initial human realm, Long Yu's fighting power will be much stronger than others. Unless it is a strong man who encounters a mysterious realm of supernatural powers and can display innate supernatural powers, then there will still be some troubles in dealing with them. The two walked together, flying 10 feet above the swamp, and kept moving towards the distance. If you want to get better results in this fight, you must hunt and kill more martial arts to make your killing intent stronger. Just when Long Yu and Man Xian joined forces and were heading towards a certain direction, not far from this direction, a tragic fight was taking place. Two martial artists from Tianyu Island, Ji Tianqi and xuanhuan, happened to meet in the dream world, and then formed a small team to travel together in the dream world. At the very beginning, the two relied on their joint efforts to hunt and kill several other martial artists who were alone, making their bodies shrouded in a light red killing intent. However, when they stepped above a swamp, they were suddenly attacked. 3 martial artists from other places suddenly jumped up, like tigers, and killed the 2 of them. The 3 martial artists looked like they had been lying in ambush here for a long time. When they saw Ji Tianqi and xuanhuan, they were like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep. Their bodies were full of red murderous intent, and they were bound to tear them to pieces. Careful! Ji Tianqi, as a young genius from Tianyun Sword Kingdom on Tianyu Island, received a lot of training after joining the Tianyu North Academy, and his strength improved very quickly. Seeing the opponent coming, Ji Tianqi directly cast the divine light of heavenly mandate, and activated it with the power of the law of his sky cloud sword Qi, and the terrifying power erupted instantly. However, no matter what the other party said, it was 3 people joining forces, and each of them was shrouded in red killing intent, so they were not weak at first glance. Hey, there are also Earth-level acquired supernatural powers. Among the 3 people, one of the white-clothed young men uttered these words jokingly with the corners of their mouths slightly curled up. Then he raised his hand, and a snow-white sword energy shot out, like a ray of moonlight, covering Ji Tianqi's whole body in an instant. Ji Tianqi didn't have any ability to resist. Even if he used the divine light of heaven, he couldn't resist the opponent's snow-white moonlight sword energy at all. In an instant, Ji Tianqi was enveloped by that snow-white moonlight sword energy, and then he was chopped into pieces. Seeing this scene happening in front of her eyes, she is also a disciple of Tianyu Holy Academy on Tianyu Island. Xuanhuan's face changed drastically, but she reacted very quickly, and immediately said, "Everyone, we are destined to meet, why should we fight to the death? Why don't we unite together to provide more security in this dream world?" After saying this, the 3 of them surrounded her and stared at her for a while. Among them, the young man in white smiled and said, "Your strength is too weak. If you follow us, you won't have much meat to eat. You can follow us if you want, and we can also give you some meat to eat, but the condition is that you can go to be a bait to lure others over." Xuanhuan's face changed slightly when she heard this. She felt that this was too dangerous, but then she thought, if she didn't agree to this condition, wouldn't she be killed immediately by the cooperation of these 3 people? As soon as she thought about it, she immediately nodded and said, "No problem, I can lure others to come here for you, but the condition is that I join you." Xuanhuan could see that the 3 of them were headed by the young man in white, and their fighting power was extremely tyrannical. The snow-white moonlight sword aura just displayed was definitely more tyrannical than the divine light of heaven. Such a strong person already has a great advantage in the dream world, not to mention that the 3 of them are teamed up together. Xuanhuan thought to herself, if she followed these people, even if she just picked up some mistakes, she would be able to kill a lot of people, and she hoped to leave Tianyu Island. The three of us, after killing two each, you can kill one, and now you can lure others over. The young man in white nodded in satisfaction, then waved to a young man in black. The young man in black robe had a ferocious face, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, and released a beam of black light, which directly wrapped around Xuanhuan's body. Don't play tricks, or take the opportunity to escape, or I can take your life immediately. Xuanhuan was entangled by this beam of black light, and suddenly felt that the meridians all over her body were blocked. It seemed that this beam of black light was combined with her meridians all over her body. Just as the black-robed youth said, as long as Xuanhuan makes any changes, he can directly take Xuanhuan's name. Such a girl with delicate skin and tender flesh, are you willing to do something like this? There was also a bald young man in a big red robe, who suddenly smiled. Why don't you give her to me? Let me have a good time, keep her, be obedient, and never betray. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's fair face suddenly turned pale. If so, she might as well die. Anyway, death in the dream world is not real death. At worst, she will lose a person who left Tianyu Island. It's just a chance. Okay, shut up, someone is coming, let's hide. The young man in white at the head snorted coldly. This sound directly silenced the young man in black robe and the bald young man in big red robe, and immediately disappeared from Xuanhuan's eyes with their body skills. Including the young man in white, the three of them disappeared without a trace within a breath, and hid in the nearby swamp. No matter how Xuanhuan released her senses, she couldn't detect the existence of these three people. It can be seen that the strength of these three people is not bad. I am afraid that among all the strong people participating in the battle in the dream world, these three people are at the forefront. Sure enough, there are people coming from the front. For the time being, I will lure those people to this ambush circle according to what they said. Xuanhuan felt the movement of someone flying not far away, and quickly started to get ready. Long Yu and Man Xian flew forward together, and soon saw a beautiful figure in a long white dress in front of him, flying over the swamp, as if he was a bit lost and didn't know where he was going. It's actually Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Man Xian was a little surprised. Xuanhuan has quite good talent after joining the Tianyu North Academy, and has won the qualification to practice the Tianyu Divine Light. Not bad. Xuanhuan. Long Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at Xuanhuan's figure in a long white dress, he thought of some things that happened in Tianyu Xingxian. In the selection of Tianyusheng, he didn't have any conflicts with Xuanhuan, and he didn't have much contact with him, but he didn't expect to meet him in the dream world now. How about we take her with us? Man Xian was a little hesitant. He looked back at Long Yu, apparently to let Long Yu make up his mind. Go ahead and ask her what's going on. Long Yu nodded, and didn't object, but he didn't agree either, because he had discovered through the perception of Yuzi Divine Script that there was a bundle of black power in Xuanhuan's body, threatening Xuanhuan. The strength of that bundle of black power is definitely not just at the level of heaven-level martial arts. It is very likely that it is a means extended by some kind of innate supernatural power. Xuanhuan, of course it is impossible to use innate supernatural powers, so this woman may have encountered something. With vigilance in his heart, Long Yu and Man Xian approached Xuanhuan. It turned out to be you. As Long Yu and Man Xian approached, Xuanhuan also saw their faces clearly, and was immediately taken aback. Xuanhuan was not very surprised to see Man Xian, because she already knew that Man Xian stepped into this dream world just like her. But when she saw Long Yu, Xuanhuan was greatly surprised. Because she hasn't seen Long Yu for a long time, there are only legends related to Long Yu circulating on the entire Tianyu Island, saying that he defeated the king of alien beasts from another world, saved Tianyu Island, and then broke open 1,000 layers of Tian Gang left Tianyu Island. However, only a few people will always know what is really going on, and Xuanhuan does not belong to this few people. Her level is still too low, after all, she can only hear some rumors. Seeing Long Yu again under such circumstances made Xuanhuan's heart skip a beat. To her, Long Yu was already an extremely powerful and talented martial artist. Long Yu's strength must have changed after not seeing him for such a long time. Get stronger. But even so, can Long Yu deal with the trio of young men in white? Regarding this, Xuanhuan was skeptical in her heart, and most importantly, no matter what, Xuanhuan now had only one choice, which was to bring Long Yu and Man Xian into the encirclement of the three young men in white. Once again, I would like to apologize to everyone, because the annual meeting starts today, so I have not finished writing a chapter until now. The annual meeting will end on the 17th, and the update will definitely return to normal after the end. Xuanhuan didn't show any abnormality on the surface, only her surprise at seeing Long Yu appeared on her delicate and pretty face. It turned out to be you, Long Yu, long time no see. Xuanhuan opened her mouth and said, and greeted her, her delicate body is enchanting, glamorous, but charming. However, the more this was the case, the more Long Yu felt something was wrong. It stands to reason that Xuanhuan would not be so enthusiastic when she saw him. This made Long Yu even more vigilant deep in his heart. Well, what are you doing here? Long Yu asked aloud, with some doubts in his tone. I just defeated a person and suffered some internal injuries, so I can only rest here for a while. Xuanhuan's pretty face was full of splendor, and she glanced at Long Yu and Man Xian. Why don't you wait for me for a while? I only need to wait for me for a while, and then I can recover from my internal injuries. How about acting together with you? It's good to act together. After all, there are many people in strength, but how about your internal injuries, does it matter? Long Yu asked. It should be fine, but it's too dangerous to heal injuries here, let's go to a place closer to the ground. As Xuanhuan spoke, she flew towards the surface of the swamp below. Man Xian didn't think too much about it, so he followed him directly. But at this moment, a snow-white moonlight sword aura burst out from the swamp below, and directly attacked Man Xian. Man Xian was unprepared, the speed of this snow-white moonlight sword aura caught him off guard, only a hint of surprise appeared on his face in time, and then he seemed to be torn apart by the snow-white moonlight sword aura. Next moment. It turned out to be innate supernatural powers, amazing. Long Yu laughed. He was already vigilant in his heart, but he reacted the moment the opponent's snow-white moonlight sword energy appeared, allowing him to make a countermeasure immediately. The Sword of Reincarnation, the Barrier of Reincarnation. A dark gray long sword condensed with the power of reincarnation appeared in Long Yu's hand, and when he waved it casually, a gray light of the reincarnation sword surged out, and the gray light streaked across the opponent's snow-white moonlight sword aura, and immediately cut the power of that sword energy by more than half. The Sword of Reincarnation can directly weaken the opponent's martial arts or its own strength, but it is an indirect means of combat, without any specific destructive ability. When the Sword of Reincarnation drew a sword, directly weakening the opponent's innate supernatural power by more than half, Long Yu's reincarnation barrier also condensed, and a dark gray barrier of strange light emerged, directly blocking the opponent's weakened snow-white moonlight sword chi approached. Puff. When the reincarnation barrier faced the innate supernatural power sword energy, it was actually smashed by one of its moves, but then, the congenital supernatural power sword energy that had been weakened by more than half had no further power, and was completely wiped out by the reincarnation barrier. Bounced back. The young man in white who suddenly launched a sneak attack changed his face slightly when he saw this, and then waved his hand. A snow-white barrier appeared in front of him, easily blocking the innate supernatural power sword energy that bounced back. At the same time, the black-robed young man and the big red-robed bald-headed young man together with the white-clothed young man also launched an offensive at the same time, targeting Long Yu directly. From the scene just now, they knew that between Long Yu and Man Xian, Long Yu was obviously the bigger threat to them, and of course they wanted to get rid of Long Yu first. Unfortunately, the two of them miscalculated Long Yu's strength. They also thought that with their two supernatural powers in the secret realm, they had comprehended the innate supernatural powers. Even if their cultivation was suppressed to the initial human level, wouldn't it be easy to use their strength to deal with a kid? A burst of blood-colored brilliance surged out, forming a blood-colored vortex in midair, which actually swept the bald young man in the big red robe into it. Flying over, the blood is abnormal. And that young man in black robe condensed 3 beams of jet-black light, turned into 3 ghost claws, and smashed straight towards Long Yu. Feeling the innate supernatural power of this black-robed youth, even Long Yudong understood that Xuanhuan was hurt by this person. And seeing that these 3 people completely ignored Xuanhuan, but directly attacked him and Man Xian, it is very likely that Xuanhuan and these 3 people are not clear about hooking up. These 3 guys are all possessed of innate supernatural powers. Amazing. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, but now is not the time for him to be emotional. Facing the innate supernatural powers of the two, Long Yu had only one choice: fight. To deal with innate supernatural powers, Long Yu would definitely not be able to use ordinary means. If he didn't use the Yuzi Divine Script or the Great Desolation level martial arts, he would definitely not be able to suppress these 3 people, and he might even be killed by these 3 people. Long Yu knew very well in his heart where he was stronger than others, and he knew better under what circumstances he should retain his strength, and under what circumstances he should go all out. Desolate Shadow Killer. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly unleashed the Great Desolation level martial skill. Only at the next moment, 2 almost fake afterimages separated from Long Yu's body, each turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, piercing straight into the other's innate supernatural power middle. The bald young man in the big red robe turned into a bloody vortex, and wanted to drag Long Yu into it and become the blood food of the bloody vortex. However, at the next moment, one of Long Yu's ancient afterimages turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, pierced straight into the bloody vortex, and smashed the bloody vortex with ease. And the other ancient afterimage that turned into a pitch-black blade displayed a burst of shadow flow, cutting off the 3 pitch-black ghost claws condensed by the black-robed youth at an extremely fast speed. What? The bald young man in the big red robe and the young man in the black robe changed their expressions slightly, feeling the terrifying power of Long Yu's move. Both of them can be sure that Long Yu's move is definitely a wild-level martial skill, otherwise it would be impossible to use their innate skills. The supernatural power is so easily broken. Isn't this move the nightmare-killing technique of the Nightmare Legion? But these afterimages seem to be stronger. 2 afterimages are equivalent to directly uplifting their combat power by 3 times. Even with 1 enemy and 3, there will be no disadvantage at all. The bald young man in the big red robe had an evil light in his eyes, and the bloody air vortexes around his body, which were defeated by the afterimages of the ancient times, quickly condensed, and then he swiped across the dark air, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the dragon. In front of you, only a stream of blood was left behind. Die. The bald young man in the big red robe saw the light orange killing intent on Long Yu's body, and knew that this person must be difficult to deal with, but no matter how difficult it was, he would not let him go easily. As long as he could kill Long Yu now, then all the killing intent condensed on Long Yu's body belonged to him. Out of confidence in his powerful innate supernatural powers, this person approached Long Yu without even thinking about it, wanting to stimulate the bloody vortex to engulf Long Yu. However, Long Yu sternly shouted, and a dragon chant instantly sounded from the ear of the bald young man in the big red robe, making him stunned in mid-air. 9 explosions of Yulong, Dragon Heart Edict, explosion. Following Long Yu's move, the heart of the bald young man in the big red robe was immediately controlled by Long Yu, and after only a moment, the heart of the bald young man in the big red robe burst open, unable to last even a single breath. This trick is more proficient now. Maybe the next time I use it, I will be able to comprehend it to the transcendent state smoothly. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly. If he could comprehend the martial skill of Yulong 9 explosions further, then his strength would rise to another level. But now, it's still a little too late. After all, it's not so easy to comprehend the great desolation-level martial arts to the transcendental realm. Even though Long Yu has already touched that threshold, he still needs to work harder to cross that threshold. When he performed the Dragon Heart Edict, a burst of power from the 9 nether laws completely enveloped the bald young man in the big red robe, and then shattered his heart veins, completely crushing him to death. As for the killing intent on the bald young man, all of it was absorbed by Long Yu, which made the killing intent around his body a bit deeper. Desolate ancient shadow killing, shadow stream exploding. Holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, Long Yu turned into a stream of light and stabbed towards the other black-robed youth. As Long Yu's figure surged, the pitch-black light continuously gathered towards the void dragon blade in his hand, and the sharp blade pierced through the dark sky above the swamp, killing the black-robed youth. Seeing this, the young man in black robe immediately reacted. With the lesson learned by the bald youth in big red robe, he did not dare to underestimate the current Long Yu at all, and immediately swallowed a big breath. The next moment, the whole body of the black-robed youth instantly expanded, inflated like a balloon, and bursts of jet-black ripples spread towards the surroundings, trying to push Long Yu away with the tyrannical impact. This defensive method is not bad, but it's a pity. Killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and a stream of light was drawn from the void dragon blade in his hand, which actually pierced through those bursts of jet-black ripples. Facing the void dragon blade, an ancient warrior, a martial artist who is at the same level as Long Yu has no ability to resist at all. Of course, the black-robed martial artist couldn't resist Long Yu's attack. He only lasted for less than a breath before being stabbed in the heart by the void dragon blade. You. A look of disbelief appeared on the face of the black-robed martial artist, and then his whole body turned into white light, and was sent out by the dream world, losing the qualification to continue fighting in this world. In just an instant, Long Yu killed the 2 of them. This scene stunned Man Xian behind him, and made Xuanhuan's mouth wide open, completely unable to close it. The 3 strong men who have comprehended innate supernatural powers should be extremely powerful even if their cultivation bases are suppressed at the initial human level. But now, they were instantly killed by Long Yu in a single encounter, and the last young man in white was also being besieged by 2 ghosts of ancient times, and he was in danger. The rapid change of the situation in the arena made Xuanhuan's nervous face change slightly. Her eyes were full of complex expressions. She looked at Long Yu, who had instantly killed the 2 of them. Long Yu, the progress is really too fast. In such a short period of time, you have already reached such a level. Xuanhuan gave a wry smile. Once upon a time, she, Xuanhuan, joined the Tianyu North courtyard with the capital of a celestial being. Although Long Yu had not yet achieved the secret realm of the celestial being, she had already emerged and made a big splash in the selection of the heavenly mandate. Time has passed, and now Long Yu appeared in front of her again, and he has become stronger than she imagined. If you guessed right, the young man in white, the young man in red and the young man in black should all be experts in the mystical realm of supernatural powers, and they just displayed their innate supernatural powers, but even so, they were all defeated by Long Yu in an instant. Xuanhuan deeply felt the gap between herself and Long Yu, and felt a little uneasy in her heart, wondering how Long Yu would treat her in a while. Judging from the current situation, it was only a matter of time before Long Yu defeated the white-clothed youth, and after that, perhaps it would be Xuanhuan's turn. She really wanted to leave quietly, but Man Xian was staring at him, and it was absolutely impossible to just escape like this. Let's stay here first. Luring them into the trap is just a helpless move. I have no other choice. Xuanhuan thought this way. In this case, if you tell him about your difficulties, maybe you won't embarrass me, and you may try to act together with him, so that you will be much safer in the dream world. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan settled down and carefully watched the situation on the field. In the arena, the battle between Long Yu and the young man in white was extremely fierce. The young man in white kept displaying his innate supernatural powers, and the sword energy of snow-white moonlight kept coming out. His offensive was extremely fierce, but the two ancient afterimages of Long Yu were like maggots attached to the bones, always surrounded him, and his body turned into two jet-black sharp blades, as if they wanted to split his whole body. The young man in white was sweating profusely, but he was still unable to break through Long Yu's offensive. After Long Yushuan killed the other two, together with Huanggu remnanting to deal with the young man in white, the pressure on the young man in white became even greater. "Stop it, I'm the genius of Tiangsunzong in Azura County. If you kill me and prevent me from entering the top 100, I will definitely suffer revenge from Tiangsunzong." The young man in white couldn't hold back, he said in a cold voice, and reported his background, trying to shock Long Yu. After all, this is a dream world, not the real world. Even if Long Yu kills him, he will not be able to silence him. He still has a clear view of Long Yu's appearance, and it will be easier to seek revenge at that time. If it was in the real world, the young man in white would not make such a stupid threat, but would offer some benefits to lure Long Yu. In this dream world, this is the place where you live and die. You ambush me, and want to kill me. Why can't I kill you? Long Yu squinted his eyes, completely ignoring the other party's threat. Azura County Tiangsunzong? Long Yu didn't know what kind of sect it was, but he had only vaguely heard about it before, and this sect had a great influence in Shura County, but so what? Long Yu's backstage was Shu Chan, the princess of Shura County. Within the rules, even if Long Yu killed this person, he didn't need to have any fear. Die. Murderous intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and then, in conjunction with two ancient afterimages, he held the void dragon blade and directly killed the white-clothed youth. After such a long fight, the young man in white had long been exhausted by Long Yu's ancient afterimage, and at this moment, facing Long Yu's ultimate move, he could immediately unleash his trump card. Kill. The eyes of the young man in white were red, and there was a wave of snow-white moonlight sword energy all over his body, forming a wave of sword energy, surrounding him, and even resisting Long Yu's attack by this. However, Long Yu's offensive was wave after wave, not giving the young man in white any chance to breathe. The endless pitch-black sharp blades killed the young man in white from different directions. The martial arts at the level of the wilderness, the ancient shadow kill, descended on the young man in white like a nightmare. After only a few breaths, the white-clothed young man who erupted with his trump card was still hit by the nether dragon blade, and then his heart was shattered, and his whole body was shattered into a burst of white light, and he was sent out by the dream world. An ambush battle calculated in advance was finally resolved by Long Yu alone, beheading all opponents with 1-against-3. This scene made Man Xian's eyes sparkle with admiration. Amazing, amazing, Brother Long, now you are more than one level better than me. On the way of martial arts, if you don't advance, you will retreat. There are stronger people besides the strong, so you must not slack off. However, Long Yu said something casually, and Man Xian took it for granted. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu turned his head sideways, glanced at Xuanhuan who was at the side, and said calmly, "Xuanhuan, did you deliberately lure us here and bring me and Brother Man into a trap?" As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan suddenly became nervous, and said hastily, "Actually, I didn't know that you came here first, and my life was in the hands of those people, so I had to." Needless to say, now that the young man in black has been killed out of the dream world, and the injuries in your body have healed, let's part now. After Long Yu finished speaking coldly, he turned to Man Messenger and was about to leave. He didn't care about Xuanhuan's difficulties, he only knew that if it wasn't for his strong strength this time, far surpassing ordinary martial arts, he and Man Xian would definitely be cleared out by those three people. As for Xuanhuan, anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that she deliberately lured them into this trap. Long Yu didn't want to bring such a person with him. Firstly, he didn't need any help from Xuanhuan, and secondly, it was too troublesome to keep her with him all the time to protect her. Man Xian had a little friendship with Xuanhuan, but not too deep. Hearing Long Yu's words at this time, of course he would not refute. He just took a look at Xuanhuan's beautiful face, then turned around and left with Long Yu. Seeing the figures of the two gradually recede, Xuanhuan was relieved, but at the same time felt a little bit lost. She breathed a sigh of relief, because Long Yu didn't make things difficult for her and killed her, and the lost one naturally couldn't follow Long Yu. From the battle just now, it can be easily seen that if she could follow Long Yu, this dream would be more difficult. World trip will be very easy. It's a pity that Long Yu didn't take her for the sake of being a girl at all, which made her quite disappointed. Long Yu and Man Xian continued on the road. Just now, Long Yu beheaded 3 opponents in the secret realm of supernatural powers by himself, and the killing intent covering his whole body became deeper. According to his estimation, he probably only needs to kill a few more to advance the killing intent. It is the 3rd layer and turns into a golden color. However, since the opening of the dream world, more than 90% of the people have been eliminated, and none of the remaining martial artists will be weak. Even Long Yu can't guarantee that he can go all the way smoothly. If it was a one-on-one, Long Yu didn't think anyone was his opponent, but like the situation just now, if several strong people joined forces, it would not be easy for him to deal with it. Just now, the so-called genius disciple of Tianxuan sect by the young man in white has just stepped into the secret realm of supernatural powers, and he is far from being a strong person. If it was Bai Qing, the current Long Yu must be in a hard fight. Bai Qing is a powerhouse of the 5 realms of supernatural powers. He has comprehended the 5 innate supernatural powers. He is capable of both offense and defense. His strength is definitely not comparable to that of Tian Xuanzong's disciples today. What's more, there are many followers around Bai Qing. Although these people may not be able to gather together in the dream world, as long as some of them gather together, it will be a very powerful force. After being lured into the trap by Xuanhuan just now, Long Yu became more vigilant when walking forward, and he and Man Xian were responsible for observing the left and right directions respectively to prevent any sudden situation from happening. Out of the swamp. Long Yu soon discovered that the large swamp below had finally disappeared, and was replaced by a wilderness full of rocks. The surroundings were still pitch black, and he could not see his fingers. Long Yu could only gather the law of sun flame to illuminate the surrounding. Not far away, a flame gradually came into the eyes of Long Yu and Man Xian. There are traces of fighting ahead, but the person seems to have disappeared. Man Xian frowned slightly, and together with Long Yu approached the sea of flames ahead. The scene that caught their eyes immediately made their pupils constrict suddenly. However, in that sea of flames, there were actually several figures of Wuxiu, who were scorched inside. They had already been scorched black and completely lost their vitality. Dead man, nothing to be surprised about. But it is not easy for dead people to appear in this dream world. The few martial artists in the field have not turned into white light and been sent out of the dream world after death. It can be seen that they really died here. In the dream world, someone used mental attacks to completely kill these people here. Long Yu suddenly darkened his face. In the dream world, it is not certain that they will not die. As long as someone is hit by a powerful spiritual attack, it is still very likely that they will actually lose their lives. Originally, Long Yu thought that this kind of thing would happen relatively rarely, but he didn't expect that it would appear in front of him now. A total of 6 people were all killed. If there is no accident, this sea of fire will burn all their bodies soon. Man Xian felt a coldness coming, mentally attacked and killed people, and then destroyed the corpse with flames to wipe out the traces. The person who did this kind of thing is definitely a fierce person who kills without blinking an eye. Jia jia. Suddenly, a strange laughter came from all around towards where the two were, which made the two shudder when they heard it. Accompanied by that burst of laughter, in the eyes of Long Yu and Man Xian, many powerful martial artists suddenly appeared, one by one, appearing from the surrounding pitch-black space, their figures reflected by the flames. Relying on his sensitive perception, Long Yu keenly felt that these martial arts practitioners were all experts who had reached the mystical realm of supernatural powers. There are more than 20 people in total, even if their martial arts realm is suppressed at the initial human stage. If more than 20 kinds of innate supernatural powers come together, Long Yu will not be able to resist at all. No, it's impossible to have so many strong people gathered together, and they don't have any killing intent on them. After entering the dream world for so long, they don't have any killing intent on them. How is this possible? Long Yu's heart moved, he squinted his eyes, and found something strange about this scene. Man Xian heard the words and nodded slowly. Yes, being able to kill people in the dream world shows that people in the dark can use mental attack methods. In this way, it is also possible to make us hallucinate. Although Man Xian fought bravely and desperately, he was actually not reckless. At this moment, seeing so many strong men around him, he immediately felt something was wrong. Those people in the Sea of Flames probably died in such an attack. Long Yu nodded and guessed, these 20 people should be the mental attack method of that person. If we die here, the consequences will be the same as the few people in the Sea of Flames. We will really die here. The guess is good, but it's a pity. Even if you know this, so what? An eerie and strange voice came from all directions like ripples, making people unable to figure out where it was located, and following these words, more than 20 people who surrounded Long Yu and Man Xian rushed towards them. Sure enough, as Long Yu guessed, a total of more than 20 kinds of innate supernatural powers were displayed immediately, and more than 20 kinds of violent power surged in. Jia, if you dare to go against Lord Bai Qing, I will kill you first today. Accompanied by these words, several mysterious black figures in black robes appeared in the surroundings, looking at Long Yu from behind those 20 strong men. Their exposed eyes were as sinister as poisonous snakes. Bai Qing's people? Long Yu frowned. Now that he was facing the siege of more than 20 kinds of innate supernatural powers, he had no other way but to resist this wave of attacks first. After all, no one knows what the other party's mental attack is about, even though Long Yu has seen the other party's means, but there is no way to crack it. First-class medal. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he took out the first-class medal of the heavenly soldier that he had obtained before, and then poured his whole body of profound energy into it, and a defensive barrier appeared around his body. At this time, the innate supernatural powers of several people had already touched the defensive barrier spread out by the first-class medals, but they were completely blocked by it, and there was no way to break through it. The speed of the wind, lightning, and thunder, and all kinds of innate supernatural powers were unable to break through the defensive barrier spread by a sky-level soldier. It can be seen that the power of these innate supernatural powers is not very good. If this guy can really rely on these 20 or so supernatural powers to carry out ambushes, it would be too much against the sky. Sure enough, these supernatural powers are fake, and the innate supernatural powers they display are the same. Is fake. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he quickly guessed that these innate supernatural powers were not as powerful as real innate supernatural powers. This discovery made Long Yu immediately close his eyes. In this case, I feel the killing intent, pointing directly at your body. Long Yu closed his eyes, and became more sensitive to the killing intent around him. He guided Long Yu little by little, letting him gradually follow the killing intent to find the hiding place of the opponent hidden in the dark. Soon, he discovered that the real killing intent did not come from the few black-robed shadows that appeared, but from another dark corner. Long Yu felt it. The black-robed figures that appeared were all deceptive. The corner of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly. He had already held the void Yulong blade in his hand, and said to Man without turning his head, "Manzi, you first resist these innate magical powers, I will come as soon as I go." Immediately afterwards, Long Yu unleashed the great desolation level martial skill, Desolate Ancient Shadow Killing. His whole body was divided into 3, and each turned into a jet black sharp blade, attacking and killing a black shadow near where he felt the killing intent. The reason why he didn't go directly to the place where he sensed the killing intent was because Long Yu didn't want to startle the enemy. He first set the target on the fake black-robed figure, and then changed the target suddenly, so that the opponent could be caught off guard. Kill. The 20 or so powerhouses in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers around couldn't see what they looked like, but at this moment they roared at the same time, and continued to display their innate supernatural powers towards Long Yu. Dragon Sparrow Flash. Long Yu's whole body turned translucent, and then his two ancient afterimages turned into black streamers, breaking through the encirclement in an instant. There was a loud bang, and the sound of countless explosions resounded throughout the audience. Although those innate supernatural powers were not very strong, there were quite a few of them, and all kinds of power exploded beside Long Yu. Long K dodged and teleported Long Yu to another space, thereby easily dodging this series of attacks. Then with a thought in his mind, a burst of space power gushed out from the void dragon blade, separating him from the one that had already broken through. The positions of one of the ancient afterimages in the encirclement were swapped. Kill. Long Yu's killing intent was determined. Holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, he suddenly changed his attack direction when he got close to the black figure in black robe. This scene caught the mental attack Wuxiu, hidden in the dark, by surprise. He originally thought that the targets of Long Yu and his afterimages were the black-robed shadows he released. These are fake bodies released by him, they don't have any attack power, but they are excellent for confusing others. I didn't expect that they were cracked by Long Yu now. Come back to me and stop him. That guy didn't bother to hide anymore, because he knew that Long Yu already knew where he was hiding, so he flew out of the darkness the next moment, and with a wave of his hand, he wanted to make those 20 or so experts in the mystical powers come back to defend. Although those supernatural beings are fake, they are also condensed by his means, and they act completely according to his thoughts. With that guy's order, more than 20 supernatural powers and secret realm powerhouses rushed towards Long Yu one after another, letting Man Xian behind him. This made Man Xian unhappy. Blood-clotting blade shadow. Man Xian laughed out loud, seeing that Long Yu's strategy had worked. He immediately held a sword soldier in his hand, condensed the blood shadow sword light, formed several bloody sword lights, and swept towards the 20 or so people who wanted to retreat a strong man in the mystical powers. Boom! If those supernatural beings in the secret realm ignore Monqing's offensive, they will definitely be cut in half by the blood coagulation knife shadow. After all, the blood coagulation knife shadow is a heaven-level acquired supernatural martial skill, and its power cannot be underestimated. But if he stopped to resist Man Xian's attack, it would be too late to rescue the other guy himself. In the end, that guy ignored Man Xian's attack at all, and urged the more than 20 strong men to return to defense. To him, his own life was the most important thing. If it can be condensed again, it will not be a pity to die. The power of the coagulated knife shadow raged in the field, smashing several supernatural powers in an instant. After these guys were killed, they turned into a strange spiritual force and scattered in the air. Sure enough, the fake bodies were condensed by spiritual power. If they were injured by these fake bodies, Wu Xiu's body would be invaded by spiritual power, and he might be truly obliterated in this dream world. And in front, Long Yu was extremely fast, holding the nether dragon blade, and his whole body was like a sharp knife, killing the opponent's hidden figure at an extremely fast speed. After the guy rushed out from the darkness, he revealed a figure in a gray robe, a little embarrassed. Long Yu was a little familiar with this figure. It could be seen that it was one of Bai Qing's subordinates who had followed behind Bai Qing several times before, and he already possessed the cultivation base of the second Dao divine ability realm. But now, because of the suppression of the martial arts realm in the dream world, he was chased and beaten by Long Yu. In a head-on fight, this person is not Long Yu's opponent at all. Is it necessary to use mental attack methods in the dream world to truly kill people? Long Yu's voice came into the guy's ears like a ghost, and then the void dragon blade in his hand was already lying across the guy's neck. The cold feeling made that person stiff. He knew that with just a little effort from Long Yu, he would be eliminated from this dream world and lose the opportunity and qualification to continue fighting. If you want to be strong, you have to use any means. Knowing that he had no chance, the man raised his mouth slightly, killing a few people. What is it? Although most of the deaths in the dream world are fake, the hatred is real. Since you have the ability to kill each other, naturally we must completely kill it, so as not to seek revenge in the future. After saying this, the man voluntarily swiped his neck forward, and his throat was directly cut by the void dragon blade, an ancient warrior. His whole body turned into white light, and was sent out by the dream world. This person actually chose to commit suicide. Immediately afterwards, a strong killing intent spread from this person, gathering towards Long Yu's body, and soon the killing intent covering Long Yu's body was raised to the third level, turning into light yellow. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, 7 colors of rainbow, 7 colors of killing intent. If you want to surpass by Qing, stepping into the top 100 is a necessary condition. At least you have to rise to blue killing intent, which is the 5th level of killing intent. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu put away the nether dragon blade. Not far away, Manqin used the heaven-level Great Desolation level martial arts, beheading and killing many figures of the mystical powers and mystical realms condensed by that person's spirit for Long Yu. After that person was killed by Long Yu, those figures of those powerful mystical powers and mystical realms also disappeared not seen. It turned into some kind of spiritual power and floated in mid-air, lingering for a long time. Seeing this, Long Yu couldn't help being moved, took out the void dragon blade, and absorbed and stored all the spiritual power. The power of the law of heaven and earth in the spiritual category is not common, and Long Yu has collected it, and it may be able to play a role at some point. Keep going, barbarian. Next time you meet someone, I will let you kill them. You'd better try to be among the top 100 people who step into this dream world with me. Long Yu glanced at Man Xian and said. The top 100 people have the qualifications to step into the Holy Land of Shura County and get an excellent opportunity. If Man Xian can also achieve it, then he will definitely become a strong man in Shura County in the future. To Long Yu, Man Xian is a friend and a brother, and his improvement in strength is naturally extremely beneficial to him. Top 100? When Man Xian heard this, he immediately gave a wry smile. I know my own strength. Now, it is very difficult for me to kill one of them. How easy is it to get into the top 100? I will help you. Long Yu smiled slightly, and the mere words made Man Xian inexplicably feel confident. Now that Long Yu is so strong, if he had Long Yu's help, he might really be able to step into the top 100 fights in the dream world. This made Man Xian's eyes look hot. As far as Man Xian was concerned, although he knew that he had a good relationship with Long Yu, he never expected that Long Yu would attach so much importance to him. After all, in this world where martial arts are respected, the realm of martial arts is everything. Long Yu was originally on the same level as him, and he could regard Long Yu as a brother, but when Long Yu's strength continued to improve, and even now the gap between him and him was getting bigger and bigger, he had a need to look up to Long Yu feel. Now Long Yu actually said that he wanted to help him accumulate killing intent, and strive to let him step into the top 100 in this dream world fight, which really surprised him. The difficulty of being in the top 100, needless to say, everyone knows it. If it wasn't for the help of Princess Shura who gave him a set of blood coagulation knife shadow martial arts to practice, Man Xian would probably have been killed before he entered the top 10,000. It is not easy to leave Tianyu Island, let alone step into the top 100. With Brother Long's help, things will be much easier, but Brother Long. When Man Xian said this, his face became extremely solemn. If it is a critical moment, you can leave me alone. I know that this Shura election is more important to you, so don't put yourself in danger for me. Well, don't worry, death here is not really dead anyway, unless someone uses a mental attack method. Of course I put my own safety first. Long Yu laughed. Man Xian smiled heartily when he heard the words. Although Long Yu's words were meant to sell him, they were the truth. In the dream world, death is not really a loss of life. Unless there are special circumstances, Long Yu he won't be disqualified from continuing to fight because of his unbelievable faith. The two looked at each other and smiled, then turned around and continued to fly forward. Under the pressure of the dream world, the two of them flew at a low altitude, but their speed was not suppressed, and they flew forward like the wind. After a while, the two found that there were many martial arts from all around, and each of them flew towards a certain place in front of them quickly, as if some treasure would appear there, which surprised Man Xian a little. Brother Long, you have been with the princess for so long, do you know what's going on ahead? Man Xian asked directly. I really know something. In this dream world, every once in a while, some murderous fog will appear in different places. Long Yu remembered what the second elder brother Jia Banxian, who was also under Shu Chan at the time, said, and explained to Man Xian, this time, there are more than 100,000 people participating in the fight in the dream world. At the beginning, one person was killed by the red one. Killing 10 people is an orange killing intent, and killing 100 people can condense a yellow killing intent. By analogy, if you want to condense the 7th level of purple killing intent, you need to kill as many as 1,000,000 people. In the entire dream world, there are only more than 100,000 people. Where can there be millions of people to kill Wu Xiao? Even if Duke Shura came here, it would be impossible to condense the purple killing intent just by killing people. Therefore, there is only one way to condense a higher number of killing intent, and that is to snatch the murderous fog. Every time a burst of murderous mist is snatched, the killing intent condensed by Wu Xiao can be directly raised to another level and break through to another color, so if there is an opportunity, it must not be missed. Because of this, although many other martial arts appeared around Long Yu and Man Xian, those martial arts were not interested in them, instead they gathered towards the front, obviously because of the appearance of the murderous mist. So that's it, the murderous mist, Brother Long, this is more important to you. This time, I, the old barbarian, will be with you to help you fight for this murderous mist. Man Xian held a bloody long knife and said boldly. Thank you, man. Long Yu smiled. He wasn't too polite to Man Xian. Now Man Xian only condensed the light orange killing intent. Even if he directly raised the first level of killing intent, it would only reach the light yellow killing intent. But Long Yu is different. If Long Yu could obtain this burst of murderous mist, he would be able to condense the killing intent into a green killing intent in one fell swoop. Every one of the martial artists around to fight for this murderous mist has at least the same killing intent as me, condensing a light yellow killing intent. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and said softly. It seems that the third level of killing intent is the basis for participating in this murderous mist competition. Man Xian chuckled, I'm only the second level of killing intent, and I'm much weaker in comparison. It's okay, let's walk together, unless there are too many people besieging, there can be no danger. Of course, we still have to be careful not to be besieged by others. After Long Yu finished speaking, he and Man Xian slowed down their forward speed. Arriving here, the two of them could already clearly see that in the space ahead, there was a relatively thin blood-red mist floating, filling the entire space in front of them, like a phantom of a blood-red mountain. Near the phantom of the blood-red mist mountain, many martial artists with golden killing intent had already gathered together, each of them was waiting for the murderous mist in the center to take shape completely. After the murderous mist is formed, it will completely gather together and condense into a fist-sized mist, which can be absorbed by people and used to gather killing intent. Long Yu introduced, looking at the vastness of this murderous fog, it seems that it will take a long time to condense, so we don't need to worry. Following his words, Man Xian raised his head, and saw those martial artists around the murderous fog not far away. All of them did not act rashly, but were ready to go, ready to snatch at any time, but there was no one stand up and do it first. If they stand up now, they will not be able to obtain the murderous mist, but will become the target of public criticism. Naturally, no one would be so stupid. There are a few acquaintances. Long Yu glanced ahead, narrowed his eyes and said. Around the blood-red murderous mist, there were a total of hundreds of martial arts experts, and Long Yu really recognized 3 or 5 of them. There is a martial artist, with butterfly wings, fluttering behind him and holding a long sword. It is the same Feng Dai who led the crowd to besiege Long Yu in the Nightmare Mountain range. At that time, Long Yu was besieged by 6 powerful men in the heavenly tribulation realm, and this Feng Dai was the leader, and there was another person under him who had comprehended the divine script of the light attribute, which could break Long Yu's hidden characters. Long Yu killed 2 people with all his strength that day, and the remaining 4 escaped for them. He never expected to see that winged butterfly here. On the other side, there were 2 demon cultivators gathered together, and both of them happened to be known by Long Yu. One of them was the little fox demon Qihua who joined the Tianyu North Academy with Man Xian, and the other was he is the genius of the Shadow Demon Royal Clan who belongs to Soul Valley Demon Kingdom like Qihua, Mo Shang. It can be seen that although Qihua and Moshang are in the process of cooperating at this moment, they are still on guard against each other. It can be seen that Qihua and Moshang are not too harmonious in the Soul Valley Demon Country. If this dream world was not too special, the two would definitely not have come together and joined hands. It's red fire. Man Xian also saw Qihua at a glance, and couldn't help but light up, a little happy. To know the relationship between Qihua and Long Yu, he is very clear. Seeing Qihua here means that he and Long Yu will have another helper. As for Moshang next to Qihua, Man Xian didn't care. Although Moshang was a demon cultivator genius, compared with the current Long Yu, he was still far behind. Long Yu saw Qihua. If he wanted to take Qihua away, Mo Shang couldn't stop him at all. Because Long Yu and Man Xian were relatively far away, Mo Shang and Qihua hadn't seen them for the time being. After all, there were too many martial arts around, there were as many as hundreds of them. Among them, more than 30 people have condensed yellow killing intent, and there is even one of them who has already condensed light green killing intent. This person is accompanied by several martial arts, and there is no killing intent on him. It can be seen that these martial arts Shoudu is under that person. It's the genius of Zhou Feng, the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army. When Long Yu saw the guy who condensed the light green killing intent, he immediately recognized him. The man was wearing a golden armor, with a mighty expression on his face. One could tell at a glance that he was not an ordinary martial artist. His face was like black charcoal, his arms were 3 feet long, his arms were covered with layers of golden scales, and his brows were extremely heroic, but also somewhat defiantly. At that time, Long Yu followed Shura County King back to Shura Valley, and this guy followed Zhou Feng, the deputy commander of the Imperial Army. Later, Xu Chan introduced him a little bit, saying that this person is the #1 genius under Zhou Feng, named Qi Jiwu. This Qi Jiwu was only 28 years old, and he had already stepped into the realm of 4 supernatural powers. He was a genius who did not lose to Bai Qing in the slightest. It's just that his cultivation resources are not as good as Bai Qing's after all, so he is temporarily weaker than Bai Qing in martial arts realm. However, in this dream world, even if this Qi Jiwu was originally at the level of 4 supernatural powers, he is now just a guy at the initial human level. Compared with Long Yu, he only has the advantages of 4 innate supernatural powers at most. Of course, as a genius under Zhou Feng, Qi Jiwu couldn't be a weakling. Those 4 kinds of innate supernatural powers may all be extremely threatening to Long Yu. It's not easy to condense the light green killing intent so quickly. Together with the people behind him, this person has killed thousands of people. Long Yu became extremely vigilant in his heart, knowing that it would not be easy to snatch the murderous mist this time. My name is Qi Jiwu, you people, if you are sensible, get out of my way. This murderous mist belongs to my treasure. Anyone else is not qualified to get involved. The young man Qi Jiwu in golden armor, the golden armor on his body is shining brightly, the golden scales on his arms reflect his mighty and extraordinary expression. His eyes glanced at the surroundings, and said this sentence extremely domineeringly come. Qi Jiwu's name was quite resounding in the entire Shura Valley, which caused more than half of the wuxiu out of 100 people around to retreat subconsciously. Of course, they didn't retreat too far. Faced with the murderous fog that was about to form, no one would give up easily, even if they were threatened by Qi Jiwu. Qi Jiwu looked around and Wu Shou didn't retreat too far. His mighty and extraordinary body stepped forward, with a sneer on his face. If these people don't leave now, it will be too late to leave later. The corners of Qi Jiwu's mouth turned up slightly, and he suddenly shouted, "Kill!" As soon as he uttered the word kill, the faces of the people around him changed immediately. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Qi Jiwu's whole body had turned into a golden streamer, and in an instant he saw the Jianghu Wuxiu who was closest to him beside. The Jianghu Wuxiu was the closest to him, but he was also hundreds of feet away. Qi Jiwu arrived in an instant, leaving no time for that person to react. Golden Dragon Break. With a dragon chant, accompanied by a long golden dragon, it turned into a stream of light, piercing through that Jianghu Wuxiu with a bang, killing him directly into scum. The power of innate supernatural powers cannot be resisted by ordinary martial artists. And following Qi Jiwu's action, the dozen or so martial arts behind him also started to move, and went to kill the closest martial arts respectively. These 10 martial arts cultivators were helping Qi Jiwu thoroughly. Even if they seriously injured their opponents, they would not kill them, but waited for Qi Jiwu to come and kill them, absorbing the killing intent condensed on them. Long Yu frowned slightly in the distance. Qi Jiwu couldn't have brought these 10 or so martial artists from outside. After all, the dream world is so big, it's impossible for them to meet him near Qi Jiwu by such a coincidence. Then the most likely thing is that these 10 or so martial artists were all lured by Qi Jiwu. Behind Qi Jiwu stood Zhou Feng, the deputy commander of the Shura Valley Imperial Guard. Help Zhou Feng. For ordinary martial artists, it is almost impossible to enter the top 100 in the Shura election. The Holy Land of Shura County is not a place they can get their hands on. Although there are different rewards for the top 10,000 and top 1,000, those rewards can be easily given out with Qi Jiwu's identity, and even more can be given out. It couldn't be easier to use this to lure Wu Xiu to help him. If you encounter someone who disobeys, Qi Jiwu's strength is so tyrannical, just kill him directly. In this way, more than 10 people from Qi Jiwu helped to kill together, accumulating killing intent, and naturally the number of killing intent can be increased extremely quickly. Killing thousands of people in a short period of time, and condensing the light green killing intent, Qi Jiwu achieved such an achievement. But now, Qi Jiwu turned his attention to the murderous mist that was about to form in front of him. If he could absorb this murderous mist, he would be able to condense the green killing intent and achieve the 5th level of killing intent. If he can condense the 5th level of killing intent, it means that he has basically stepped into the top 100 rankings, and stepping into the Holy Land of Shura County is almost a 100% thing. Within 200 feet of Qi Jiwu, there were originally more than a dozen martial artists, but they were slaughtered by Qi Jiwu and his men in the blink of an eye. If the dozen or so people could join forces, they might be able to last for a while. However, their positions were too scattered and they wanted to escape blindly, so they failed to organize any effective resistance. After cleaning up more than 10 people, Qi Jiwu and his men returned to the murderous mist, looked around, and said proudly, if you dare to be an enemy with me, Qijiwu, you will only die. Now, you have three, the choice. The first one, is to submit to Wu Qi's Wu, do things for me, and help me gather purple killing intent. In exchange, Wu Qi's Wu promised that after going out, he would give everyone who helped me enough rewards, a piece of heaven-level fighters, one move with earth-level acquired supernatural powers. When these words were said, many people around were all amazed. If he can enter the top 1000 in the dream world, he will be rewarded with a heaven-level warrior, but now, what Qijiwu promised is one more earth-level acquired supernatural martial skill. This is undoubtedly a great temptation for Jianghu Wuxiu. Those Wuxiu who followed Qijiwu were probably used by him in this way. The second choice is to get out of here quickly, and don't let me see you as far as you can. Otherwise, you've made the third choice, to be killed by me. Qijiwu changed the subject. With a fierce look in his eyes, he glanced around. His glance made the hearts of the 80 or so remaining martial artists tremble. Qijiwu's words are really too tempting. Heaven-level fighters, earth-level acquired supernatural martial arts, either, they may not be able to get one of them after 10 years of hard work. And it is definitely not that easy to step into the top 1000 in the third round of Shura's general election. So, why not stand on Qijiwu's side? It is undeniable that many people's hearts were moved, and at this moment, the corners of Qijiwu's mouth slightly curled up. However, it is not possible for anyone to take refuge in me. If you want to take refuge in me, then kill all the people around you. As long as I can kill 3 people, I will accept him. As soon as these words came out, someone in the field almost immediately started to move. As long as 3 people are killed, there will be a great chance of obtaining heavenly warriors and earthly acquired supernatural martial arts. No one can resist such a temptation. Hearing this, Long Yu's pupils also contracted slightly. Qijiwu's method is not unreasonable. He first throws out a huge temptation, and then uses this temptation to make more than 80 people around him kill each other. It is extremely vicious. Barbarian, kill it with your hands, join Qihua first. Long Yu yelled in a low voice, and then his hands condensed the dark air of the 9 secluded worlds, and a road to the underworld suddenly appeared, extending towards the direction of the red fire in an instant. Sensing the terrifying and strange aura on the road to the underworld, martial cultivators retreated and avoided one by one along the way, while Long Yu followed the path of the road to the Yellow Springs towards Qihua with wild faith. The total distance of more than 500 feet between the two sides passed more than half in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Long Yu saw Qihua and Mo Shang finally clashing not far away. Mo Shang, a genius from the Soul Valley Demon Kingdom and the Shadow Demon royal family, originally joined forces with Qihua only for profit, but when he heard Qijiwu's words, he acted directly, and regarded Qihua beside him as a first goal. Qihua didn't expect that Mo Shang, who had cooperated for so long, would turn his face directly. Caught off guard, Mo Shang was enveloped by a wave of shadowy demon aura, and he might not be able to hold on the next moment. At the critical moment, Qihua's flame 9-tailed true spirit erupted, and a burst of extremely violent flames broke through Ma Shang's shadow demon aura, and Qihua turned into a little fox, breaking through Ma Shang's siege at an extremely fast speed. Originally, Mo Shang wanted to pursue directly, but in a one-on-one situation, he was sure enough to kill Qihua. However, at this moment, he saw Long Yu and Man Xian approaching not far away, making Mo Shang frown slightly, then quickly made a decision, turned around and rushed towards the others. He can kill Qihua, but it also takes time, enough time. Long Yu and Man Xian rushed over. It seemed that they wanted to help Qihua. Of course Mo Shang couldn't continue chasing and killing Qihua. With 1 against 3, he was not sure at all. Rather than fight head-on with Qihua, it is better to immediately shift the target and kill other people around. As long as he kills 3 of them, he will be able to join Qijiwu's camp, and he will have a great chance of obtaining heavenly warriors and earthly acquired supernatural martial arts. On Tianyu Island, it is almost impossible for Mozhang to obtain heaven-level soldiers, and there are only a few kinds of earth-level acquired supernatural powers and martial arts on Tianyu Island. He has learned the divine light of heavenly mandate, but with just one move, he will not be able to fight with ease. If he comprehends one more move, his combat effectiveness will be improved by more than a little bit. Brother Long, brother man. Qihua broke through Mo Shang's siege, and finally caught sight of Long Yu and Man Xian rushing over, and couldn't help being delighted. If cooperation with Mozhang is Qihua's temporary choice, then Qihua is naturally a permanent choice for Long Yu and Man Xian. Qihua believed that no matter what the circumstances were, Long Yu and Man Xian would never turn against him like Mo Shang did. Long Yu watched Qihua transform into the main body, bursting out flames, and the nine-tailed true spirit broke through the siege of Mozhang. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to fly forward to meet Qihua, suddenly there were two martial artists hanging out in fear. With a ruthless look, he killed Qihua. Qihua, be careful. Man Xian shouted angrily, and swung the blood-colored long knife in his hand. Two blood-clotting knife shadows pierced the air, as if dyeing the entire space red with blood, and attacked one of the martial artists who sneaked up on Qihua. Heaven-level, acquired supernatural martial arts? The man's complexion changed, and his body stagnated. Facing the blood-clotting knife shadow that Man Xian swung, all he could do was resist with all his strength. It was completely impossible to kill Qihua with his strength. And Long Yu also reacted instantly. Desolate ancient shadow killer. Shadow stream explodes. Long Yu suddenly condensed two ancient afterimages, and then a burst of shadow flow burst out, and the three Long Yu rushed out at the same time like lightning, turning into three jet-black sharp blades. Puff. The other martial artist who attacked Qihua couldn't even react, was stabbed into the body by Long Yu holding the nether dragon blade in the void. A look of disbelief appeared on his whole face, and then it turned into white light sent out by the dream world. This guy is not weak at all. Long Yu's two ancient afterimages attacks were all resisted by him. However, Long Yu held the void dragon blade, but its penetrating power was far beyond what he could resist. This move directly killed him on the spot, and the light yellow killing intent on his body was directly absorbed by Long Yu. The light yellow killing intent on Long Yu's body suddenly became a little golden and brighter. Qihua, are you all right? Long Yu approached Qihua and asked solemnly. Qihua turned into a human from a small fox again, with a bright smile on his face. It's okay, I never thought I'd see Brother Long here. Thank you Brother Long for saving me. Between brothers, don't be so alien. Long Yu smiled, then turned his head to the side, saw Man Xian also came with a knife, and stared at the other man. The man originally wanted to sneak attack Qihua, but was entangled by Man Xian's coagulated blood knife shadow. Seeing Long Yu and the three of them meeting at this moment, he felt relieved, turned around and wanted to escape. However, Long Yu certainly wouldn't give him any chance. The 9 explosions of Yulong, the Order of the Dragon Heart. Long Yu's body was full of 9 nether chi, and a shocking dragon chant sounded in Wuxiu's ears, who turned around and ran away, and then the blood in his whole body trembled with the dragon chant. Burst. Long Yu clenched his fist tightly, and saw the man spit out a mouthful of blood. His heart was shattered, and then turned into a white light, which was sent out by the dream world. After killing this person, Long Yu's killing intent became stronger. When the 3 join forces, there will be almost no Jianghu Wuxiu coming to attack them, and just for such a short moment, there were originally more than 80 Wuxiu around, but now there are only a mere 30 or so left. People. Qi Jiwu's strategy can be said to be vicious, and without any effort, he eliminated most of the people who wanted to snatch the murderous fog, and also took in several powerful subordinates. At this time, Qi Jiwu glanced around, finally found Long Yu, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, Qi Jiwu recognized Long Yu, And he knew very well that this Long Yu was also the enemy of his master, the deputy commander of the imperial army, Zhou Feng. Now that they met, Qi Jiwu would not let Long Yu go. Everyone joins me in blasting and killing Long Yu. Qi Jiwu pointed at Long Yu. Whoever can kill Long Yu, I will reward one more heavenly soldier. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of nearly 20 martial artists behind him immediately became hot. As long as you kill one person, you can reward the heavenly soldiers. How can there be such a good thing in normal times? For a moment, including Qi Jiwu himself, more than 20 people came to kill Long Yu at the same time. Qihua, you have switched to the camp now, I can still plead for you. At this time, Mo Shang, the genius of the Shadow Demon royal family who had followed Qi Jiwu, looked condescending, and sneered at Qihua from a distance. What is the future of following a Long Yu? Now, Shura County, the genius Qi Jiwu is here. This is the best choice to take your martial arts path further. Why are you so hypocritical? Qihua snorted coldly, completely unmoved. For the sake of being a demon cultivator, I will show you a clear path. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. If so, then you should die directly. Mo Shang continued to sneer, without saying anything, but directly charged towards Qihua. It's too naive for you to want to kill me. Qihua sneered inwardly. In fact, Qihua and Mo Shang have been able to go all the way to the present. Apart from the cooperation between the two, there is another most important reason, that is, Qihua, like Man Xian, also got the help of the Princess Shuchan. Qihua also possesses the heaven-level acquired supernatural martial skill, but that move is more subtle. When he fought with Mo Shang before, he didn't discover this move to Mo Shang. To put it simply, Jihua's strength is now the same as Manqin's, and much stronger than Ma Shang's. Without Qihua, it would be impossible for Mo Shang to come to the present, let alone give him the chance to be Qi Jiwu's lackey. But now, Mo Shang actually directly taught Qihua a lesson and wanted to kill him, which shows that he has a vicious heart. Qihua, barbarians, come in. Long Yu saw more than 20 people killed together, but his expression was extremely calm, and he threw out the ancient tower of dragon bones, and then the entire ancient tower expanded rapidly. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, when it was outside, was a treasure of the wilderness level that even the strong in the secret realm of the kingly way would need to spend a lot of effort to break it. Now it is used in the dream world, it should be invincible logically, no one can hurt Long Yu in the slightest. However, soon, Long Yu discovered that this was not the case. When he hid in the 7th floor space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda together with Qihua and Man Xian, he saw Qi Jiwu leading nearly 20 subordinates, blasting all kinds of innate supernatural powers and martial arts at the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. On the tower body, the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda shook suddenly, and there were many cracks on the tower body. The situation is not very good. It seems that in the dream world, there are some restrictions on the defensive capabilities of the dragon skeleton tower. Long Yu's pupils shrank, knowing that the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was no longer an absolutely safe place in the dream world. This world is, after all, just a dream. In order to ensure the fairness of Shura's general election, it is normal to have such restrictions. But for Long Yu, this would be a little troublesome. The only thing left is to fight to the death. Long Yu nodded to Man Xian and Qihua. All three of them had serious expressions on their faces. The next moment, the three attacked at the same time. 9 explosions of Yulong, dragon chanting dark sky snow. Long Yu let out a sharp cry, and immediately a large black snowflake fell around him, turning the entire space into his own domain. In this field of longing dark sky and snow, other people's fighting power will be greatly reduced by blood swords, but Long Yu himself can replenish the energy of the 9 serenities at any time, thus becoming even stronger. The realm of the underworld. The realm of xuanhuan condensed by comprehending zuo xuanhuan to the ultimate state is the same as the effect of longyin anti-angsu, but it is weaker. But under the current situation, even if it is just a life-saving straw, Longyu must it's caught. The double comprehension spread, instantly enveloping more than 20 people, including Qi Jiwu. At the same time, Longyu urged the huge ancient dragon skeleton tower, directly charged towards the 20 people, and divided the 20 people into two groups from the middle. Kill! Long Yu let out a stern voice, and with a flash of his figure, he took two ancient remnants of himself, and killed 9 people on one side. Most of these 9 people just killed 3 people, so they are eligible to join Qi Jiwu's team. Being able to kill 3 people under the circumstances just now, none of them would be weak. Seeing Long Yu single-handedly killing them at this moment, they couldn't help showing vicious expressions on their faces. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning, flames and ice, all kinds of laws of heaven and earth, innate supernatural powers, and divine powers condensed from the 9 people, and then broke through the space, intending to blast and kill Long Yu's entire body. However, at the next moment, Long Yu and the 2 ancient afterimages turned into a translucent state, cast Dragon Sparrow Flash, and hid in another independent space. Long Yu completely dodged the first attack of the 9 opponents. At the same time, all kinds of power from the 9 people blasted the ancient Lonka Tower, blasting a gap in the ancient Lonka Tower. Pieces of gravel fell towards the ground. Now, fire at full power. There was a flash of light in Long Yu's eyes, and then he took out 2 other soldiers from the space of the dragon blade in the void, the great desolation level soldier, the 9-turn spirit sword, and the heaven level supergrade soldier, the blood shadow battle banner. The 2 ancient afterimages he condensed were no different from him. One held the 9-turn spirit sword and the other held the blood shadow battle flag, and rushed towards the crowd of 9 opponents. With a sweep of the 9-turn spirit sword, it drew a 10,000 zhang sword light. This soldier originally belonged to Bai Qing, but he lost to Long Yu in the second round of the Shura general election. At this time, Long Yu's ancient afterimage was in his hands. Although he could not display its full power, it was still an extremely terrifying existence to those martial artists in front of him. The sword light swept across, causing the 9 people to use their respective defensive methods. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning came together, and the next moment they blocked the sword light condensed by the 9-turn spirit sword. However, immediately after, another ancient afterimage held the blood shadow battle flag and waved it from a distance, and a bloody gust of wind swept out, completely enveloping the 9 people. The sky-level super soldier, the blood shadow battle flag, was originally owned by Zhou Li, the deputy general of the Nightmare Legion. Now in the hands of Long Yu's Huanggu remnant shadow, it has also exerted extremely terrifying power. Long Yu's 2 ancient afterimages, relying on the 9-turn spirit sword and the blood shadow battle banner, unexpectedly held back those 9 people temporarily. Of course, such a situation cannot last for a long time. I am afraid that after only a few breaths, the 2 ancient afterimages will be destroyed. But these few breaths are enough for Long Yu. 9 explosions of Yulong, imitating the dragon of 9 netherness, killing the enemy with the blasting sound of dragon chant. I have comprehended it to a perfect level before, and just now I used dragon chant dark sky snow. Facing so many opponents, I finally let the eye have made a new breakthrough in my comprehension of this move. There was a cold light in Long Yu's eyes, and he clenched his hands into fists, continuously condensing the aura of the 9 nethernesses, and the forms of the 2 9 netherness dragons gradually emerged. Yulong 9 explosions, Transcendence Realm, Shocking Air Explosion, Lianju Explosion. This is the 6th and 7th explosion of Yulong 9 explosions. It has reached the level of imitating the 9 nether dragons, and its power is unimaginable. Comprehend the great wilderness level martial arts in the transcendent realm. The power is definitely not something that ordinary martial arts can resist. Long Yu was holding a 9 nether dragon with one hand, his eyes gleamed with a dark light. Even in the face of 9 strong men, he was extremely calm, and then, when his two ancient afterimages were blown away by those 9 people, the 9 nether dragons in his hands finally took shape. Empty blast. The 6th burst of the 9 explosions of Yulong was directly cast by Long Yu. Immediately, the dragon of 9 netherness, imitated by the chi of 9 netherness on his right hand, flew towards the place where the 9 people gathered. The dragon of the netherworld, the king of heaven and earth, rushed into the center of the 9 people in an instant, and with a high-pitched dragon chant, it exploded. The airwaves condensed by a burst of 9 nether chi tumbling and spreading towards the surroundings, seemed to shake all the 9 people away one after another with huge waves. This shock, even though 9 people became the targets of the air blast and shared the power of the air blast, it still caused the meridians and dantians of the 9 people to surge violently, and each of them spewed out blood. With just one move, all 9 people were seriously injured. But so far, Long Yu's offensive has not yet ended. Lianju burst. Murderous aura emerged in Long Yu's eyes, and the 9 Serenity Dragon condensed on the left flew out with a dragon chant that resounded through the heavens and earth, and following the dragon chant, the 9 people who were originally affected by the blast exploded one after another. It feels like something is about to burst out of my body. When the air blast was performed first, the chi of the 9 nethers was left in their bodies and was eroded by the chi of the 9 nethers. The subsequent continuous bursts made these 9 secluded chi burst out instantly, and in the blink of an eye, the meridians, blood vessels, and dantian in each person's body burst open one after another. Shock air blast, Lianju explosion. Those 9 people seemed like firecrackers connected in series, and after Long Yu made 2 moves in succession, they exploded and were blown into a pool of blood, and then white light flashed, sending all 9 people out. With his own strength, Long Yu killed 9 people in a short time, and wiped out half of Qi Jiwu's men. At this time, the ancient dragon bone tower that blocked Qi Jiwu's other group of people was finally smashed by Qi Jiwu and the others, and Man Xian and Qihua, who had been harassing Qi Jiwu and the others before, also returned to the palace. Arrived beside Long Yu. Next, there will be 3 people against 12 people, and the other party also has a genius who has comprehended the 4 kinds of innate supernatural powers, Qi Jiwu. Before the battle, Long Yu comprehended the Yulong 9 explosions to a transcendental realm, and performed the air-shocking explosion and Lianju explosion, and instantly killed 9 tyrannical martial artists. This scene made Qi Jiwu and others who had just blasted the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda man-made discoloration. Such a terrifying method, even Qi Jiwu, a genius who has comprehended the 4 innate supernatural powers, cannot use it. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was blasted, and Long Yu, Man Xian, and Qihua gathered together, facing the Kaziwu and its remaining 12 subordinates. As for the other people around, either they were killed, or they saw the situation was not good and ran away. For some martial artists, the conditions proposed by Qi Jiwu were not enough to tempt them, and it was impossible to confront Qi Jiwu, so they left this place directly. The murderous mist is extremely rare in the dream world, and only the truly strong can get it. If you don't recognize your own strength, it is not a smart choice to forcibly snatch the murderous mist. Brother Long, you are really powerful. There are 9 people. If it were me, I would definitely be killed in one encounter. There was some admiration in Chihua's eyes. For him, Long Yu had been creating miracles since the first time he saw Long Yu, and this scene undoubtedly brought his admiration for Long Yu to its peak. At the same level of martial arts realm, someone might be able to achieve 1 against 9, but that is only under normal circumstances. The place they are now is in the dream world, and all those who have survived the fighting in the dream world until now are all strong. Especially these 9 powerhouses just killed 3 opponents, which shows that they are definitely the elite among the elites. But even so, these 9 people were completely bombarded by Long Yu in a short period of time, turned into white light and sent out of the dream world. How could Qihua not be shocked by this? As for Man Xian, although he was a little surprised, he took it for granted that it happened to Long Yu. "Hey, Brother Long, shall we run or fight next?" Man Xian glanced at the 13 people in front of him including Qi Jiwu, and asked Long Yu. If there is no Long Yu, Man Xian will run away without even thinking about it, but with Long Yu here, and it is Long Yu who has just created a miracle, then Man Xian will completely listen to Long Yu. If Long Yu wanted to fight, he would fight without any hesitation. Let alone in the dream world, death is not real death. Even in the real world, Man Xian dares to trust Long Yu like this. This is Man Xian. For the sake of brotherhood, he can completely ignore life and death. Qi Jiwu is a genius in Azura County. Of course we are not his opponents. Long Yu laughed lightly, glanced at Qi Jiwu, and said loudly, "Boss Qi Jiwu, I also killed several people just now. Can you let me join your command?" As a killer, of course, as long as he can achieve his goal, he will use any means. Naturally, Long Yu would not be stingy with words like this. Even if it only serves to confuse the opponent a little bit, he will try his best. Because he knows that now is definitely a difficulty for him on the road of martial arts. If he can't even deal with Qi Jiwu, then what qualifications does he have to surpass Bai Qing? As the 4th disciple of King Shura County, Bai Qing has more prestige in the whole Shura County, and he probably has more subordinates than Qi Jiwu. In this case, if Long Yu wants to surpass Bai Qing's ranking, he must use Qi Jiwu as a stepping stone. If he wants to achieve this goal, he must take advantage of any advantage, even if it is just language confusion. It is necessary for Long Yu. Hearing Long Yu's words, Qi Jiwu was really taken aback for a moment. He had just seen Long Yu kill 9 of his subordinates in such a domineering way, and thought that Long Yu was going to fight him to the end with all his strength, but he didn't expect Long Yu to say such a word. Want to be Qi Jiwu's subordinate? If it were any other person with such strength as Long Yu, if he wanted to be his subordinate, then he would be eager to agree, because Long Yu's strength is stronger than himself. But the one who said this now is Long Yu, the sun-killing enemy of his master, Zhou Feng. Qi Jiwu narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and said, "If you want to be my subordinate, there is nothing wrong with it, but you have to show me your sincerity first." Qi Jiwu originally wanted to say, to show his sincerity, kill Man Xian and Qi Hua, then Long Yu would be left alone, and he would never be Qi Jiwu's opponent anyway. This is another method of differentiation, exactly the same as the method that caused the civil war among many Jianghu Wuxiu just now. It's a pity that using this method to deal with Long Yu is too tender. Before Qi Jiwu finished speaking, Long Yu suddenly raised his hand, and a multicolored glow emerged from his hand, quickly forming a rainbow, extending towards Qi Jiwu's place. Things happened suddenly. Qi Jiwu was still thinking about luring Long Yu into a civil war with Man Xian and Qi Hua, but he never expected that Long Yu would do it directly. Siphon Divine Script. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and the Siphon Divine Script flew out, accompanied by the 9 nether blood shadow soldiers hiding in the dark, and the 2 enveloped Qi Jiwu almost at the same time. The multicolored siphon power of Divine Script began to absorb the power of Qi Jiwu's whole body in the next moment, and the 9 nether blood shadow began to absorb the blood in Qi Jiwu's body. 2 strange forces descended at the same time, causing Qi Jiwu to yell angrily, "Thief Long Yu, you will definitely die today." Originally, he never thought about letting Long Yu go, and he never had the chance to let Long Yu be his subordinate. Now, Qi Jiwu was even more angry, and the golden armor all over his body suddenly emitted infinite brilliance, Longting armor. As Zhou Feng's #1 genius, Qi Jiwu possessed a lot of means, not only comprehending 4 kinds of innate supernatural powers, but even the pair of gleaming golden armors were soldiers of the wilderness level. Facing the offensive of the multicolored Siphon Divine Script and the 9 nether blood shadow soldiers, Qi Jiwu directly activated the dragon gauntlets. His whole body shone with golden light, and a burst of infinite mighty power radiated from his arms. If it was ordinary divine power and mysterious soldiers, then his dragon gauntlets would definitely be able to shake them away with a single shock. However, although Long Yu's 9 Nether Blood Shadow Warrior is only a mysterious level warrior, it is a mysterious level top-grade warrior that has been transformed by the 9 Nether Chi. The 9 Nether Blood Shadow, which incorporates the 9 Nether Chi, is actually quite effective against the enemy, but Long Yu doesn't use it often, so it doesn't fit well with it. If it fits with the 9 Nether Blood Shadow, the 9 Nether Blood Shadow alone can become a great tool for Long Yu to fight against the enemy. But now, although the 9 Nether Blood Shadow's attack ability is not strong, its harassment ability is extremely first-rate, and even the Great Desolation level warrior dragon armor, it is difficult to completely shake the 9 Nether Blood Shadow away. 9 Nether Blood Shadow focused on harassing Qi Jiwu alone, and the effect was quite disgusting. The burst of power from the Longding armor scattered 9 Nether Blood Shadow towards the surroundings, but it quickly gathered again, like maggots attached to bones. Qi Jiwu's mood became extremely irritable. As for the other kind of power, it is even more difficult for Long Yu's 5-colored divine script to be shaken away by the power of the Longding armor, because when the power of the Longding armor is released, more than half of it will be directly absorbed by the siphonic script. Facing Big Brother Qi, you kid actually dared to make a move. You made it clear that you didn't want to live anymore. Brothers, kill him. Among the crowd, Mo Shang from the Shadow Demon Royal clan saw this, and immediately yelled out. The aura belonging to the Shadow Demon Royal clan erupted from his whole body. He was the first to rush out of the crowd, and charged towards Long Yu. His movement, of course, the others also reacted. After killing Long Yu, Qi Jiwu will reward a heavenly soldier, but they still remember this sentence. When everyone started to move, Mo Shang slowed down instead, and retreated shrewdly. Obviously he didn't want to be the first bird, but he clearly saw that Long Yu had killed 9 people with one move. Of course, apart from Mo Shang, there are quite a few people who have this idea, so there are only 4 people who rush to the front at the same time and want to kill Long Yu for meritorious service. The 4 of them took the lead, each using their means. The innate supernatural powers were bombarded, and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning came out together, condensing into several long dragons of divine power, and they were about to tear Long Yu into pieces. Barbarian, Qihua, help me block it. Long Yu snorted softly, and then with a thought, he gathered all the power of the siphoning divine script in his body, and at the same time, condensed the sword of reincarnation in his hand. The dance of the dragon sparrow is empty. Desolate ancient shadow killing, shadow stream exploding. The 2 moves of martial arts were directly used by Long Yu, which made him explode at an unparalleled speed, and the distance of hundreds of feet was reached in an instant, and the next moment Long Yu held the sword of reincarnation and went to Qi Jiwu. Long Yu's figure suddenly disappeared, and he was in front of Qi Jiwu, which shocked everyone in the audience. Even Long Yu himself didn't expect that when Long Ke Shun Kong and Shadow Stream Burst were cast together, it would explode at such a terrifying speed, but although he was caught off guard, he reacted immediately. Cut. Holding the sword of reincarnation, Long Yu directly slashed at Qi Jiwu in front of him, bringing up a gust of reincarnation wind. Just as Qi Jiwu was enveloped in it, Qi Jiwu had an extremely uncomfortable feeling. His martial arts realm was forcibly lowered by this sword of reincarnation. In this way, coupled with the influence of the siphon divine text and the 9 Nether Blood Shadow, plus the 2 domains of Long Yin, Dark Sky Snow and Underworld Realm laid down by Long Yu from the very beginning, Qi Jiwu's power was weakened to the point of a very low realm. Kill him for me. Qi Jiwu felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He felt that even if he tried his best to display his innate supernatural powers, it would be impossible to break through Kai Long Yu's various means of attacking together, so he roared angrily. This sound made the nearby Mozhang and others turn back to defend and rush towards Qi Jiwu's place. However, because Long Yu and Qi Jiwu were too close, they didn't dare to use any moves directly, lest they accidentally hurt Qi Jiwu. Seeing this scene, the corners of Long Yu's mouth twitched slightly, this was the effect he wanted. Qi Jiwu, you are dead. Long Yu's eyes flickered with murderous intent, and with the other hand holding the nether dragon blade, he pointed it at Qi Jiwu's chest and stabbed it straight down. Qi Jiwu was fooled by Long Yu's endless tricks, and now facing Long Yu's void dragon blade stabbing, he had no time to react at all, so he subconsciously displayed a kind of innate supernatural power. Golden Dragon Wall Shield. A burst of golden divine power flashed in front of Qi Jiwu, and then condensed into a layer of shield wall. Unfortunately, under the influence of the Sword of Reincarnation and other effects, the defensibility of this layer of shield wall is not as good as 30% of the normal state. Puff. Long Yu stabbed down with the nether dragon blade in his hand, breaking through the defense of the opponent's innate supernatural power in one fell swoop, and then pierced the short blade into the opponent's chest, and the Qi of Nine Netherness was activated, directly shattering his heart. Qi Jiwu never thought that he would be eliminated from the dream world in such a way. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, and wanted to mobilize all his strength to deal with Long Yu. However, he has no chance. When the heart vein was pierced, he had been declared dead by the dream world, and was sent out as white light. Swish! Long Yu beheaded and killed Qi Jiwu, instantly absorbing all the light green killing intent condensed on his body, and instantly raised the killing intent condensed on his side to the light green level. The fourth level of killing intent. As long as you swallow the fog of murderous aura, you can reach the fifth level of killing intent. It is not a problem to step into the top 100. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly. He held the nether dragon blade in his hand, straightened his back, and looked back at the remaining martial artists. His glance made all those martial artists tremble in their hearts. Qi Jiwu, a majestic powerhouse of the four realms of supernatural powers, was unexpectedly killed by Long Yu's various methods without any resistance. And those martial artists who follow Qi Jiwu all know how strong Qi Jiwu is, but now they are assassinated by Long Yu, which shows that Long Yu is stronger than them. Once Qi Jiwu died, they would certainly not be able to get what Qi Jiwu promised. Whether it was heaven-level soldiers or earth-level acquired supernatural powers, it was impossible to give them. In this case, they have to consider whether it is worth continuing to work for Qi Jiwu. Under the condition that they can't get anything, they fight against Long Yu again, which is purely meaningless courting death. Although there are many of them, it is still possible to kill Long Yu, but after Qi Jiwu's death, their hearts are still out of order. Especially when one of them got into trouble, suddenly attacked the other person beside him, killed him directly, plundered his whole body's killing intent, and quickly escaped. The rest of Qi Jiwu's subordinates all rushed towards the surrounding area. Spread out. Originally, the four of them joined forces to kill Long Yu, but Man Xian and Qi Hu blocked them, allowing Long Yu to rush out of the encirclement and assassinate Qi Jiwu. These four people also wanted to escape, but they were held back by Man Xian and Qi Hu respectively, and it was not so easy to leave. As for the others, including Mo Shang of the Shadow Demon royal family, they all turned around and fled at this moment. If they stayed, if they became Long Yu's next target, no one would be sure that they would be able to survive. Want to run? Long Yu glanced at Mozhang, the Shadow Demon royal family who turned and fled. At first, this person turned against Qi Hua, and later became Qi Jiwu's subordinate, and shouted the most cheerfully. It was impossible to let him go. Long Yu performed Huangguing Sha, and once again condensed two afterimages. One of them held the nether dragon blade, like a pitch-black sharp blade, and went straight forward to kill Mo Shang. Seeing that he was about to die, Mo Shang wanted to say something to beg for mercy, but before he could speak, he was directly beheaded by the nether dragon blade, turned into white light and sent out. And the deep orange killing intent on Mo Shang's body was absorbed by Long Yu. In the dream world, as long as the body dies, the killing intent in the whole body will be plundered, but the killing intent possessed before death can also be used as the basis for ranking. Long Yu watched Mozhang turn into white light, and thought with some indifference in his eyes, this Mozhang has the help of Qi Hua, but he has plundered the deep orange killing intent for him. It is no problem to enter the top 10,000, so speaking of which, he is still eligible to leave Tianyu Island, which is a good deal for him. Of course, even though he said so, to Long Yu, he didn't care about Mo Shang at all. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu didn't waste time, but let the two desolate ancient afterimages and himself hold 3 soldiers respectively, and went towards Man Xian and Qihua to kill them. Because they were entangled by Man Xian and Qihua and couldn't escape, the 4 martial artists turned to Man Xian and Qihua to fight desperately. It's a pity that both Man Xian and Qihua have comprehended the heaven-level acquired supernatural powers. Although they are not as good as the innate supernatural powers, their power is not far behind. Coagulated Blood Knife Shadow, Sea of Fire and Purgatory, 2 moves of heaven-level acquired supernatural martial arts are extremely powerful, not only powerful in attack, but also impenetrable in defense. When the other 4 wanted to fight, the 2 immediately defended, and when the other wanted to run, the 2 began to chase, making the 4 martial artists miserable. When Long Yu joined the battle group, the battle situation began to change. 9-turn Spirit Sword. One of Long Yu's desolate ancient ghosts held a great desolate level soldier, a 9-turn Spirit Sword, and directly killed the 4 people. With the sword energy floating, they blocked all the 4 people's way out. The 4 martial artists looked at each other, and immediately saw a look of despair in their eyes. Soon, Long Yu, Man Xian, and Qihua killed the remaining 4 martial artists. For these 4 people, Long Yu was killed by Man Xian and Qihua, which raised the killing intent they plundered to the 3rd level, dark yellow, shining with golden light, which is extremely eye-catching. But what is more eye-catching is the green killing intent on Long Yu's body, which flickers faintly, embellishing his whole body like a killing god. Haha, it's cool, it's so cool, Brother Long, you are my idol, you can actually take the head of the enemy in a crowd of thousands, and directly kill the whole army. Man Xian laughed out loud. He had a great time in the battle just now, although he only played a little restraint on Long Yu during the whole process, but in the course of the battle, he also gained a lot from his martial skills and power utilization. A lot of improvement and comprehension. Unexpectedly, Brother Long's strength has improved so much during this period of time. It seems that I have to work hard. Chihua's eyes were also filled with admiration, and he couldn't do without admiration for the fighting power displayed by Long Yu Sua. Although he has comprehended the heaven-level acquired supernatural martial arts, Huahai Purgatory, but he knows that compared with the current Long Yu, even if he can comprehend Huahai Purgatory to the realm of transformation, he cannot be the opponent of Long Yu. This time in the Azura general election, I will try my best to help you get into the top 100. In that case, you will have the opportunity to step into the holy land of the entire Azura County. It is a good opportunity. Long Yu said to the 2 of them, if we meet other people from Tianyu continent again, we still need to help a lot. That's what I said, but it's already at this time, and those with weaker strength have already been eliminated. Man Xian frowned slightly. As far as I know, there are not a few people who came to our Tianyu continental gang from the Lord Shura, and Qihua, and I are just one of them. The Xinghai Impeller of Huangsha Tiancheng, and the 3 masters of the Feng family have all acquired martial arts at the same level as my coagulating blood blade shadow. Oh? Besides them? Long Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect the little princess Shuchan to do so many things for him. Feng Yao, Lu Yuan, Sunset Dance, and Elder Yan Huanma, Senior Brother Paddle, Tian Yutian, didn't they all pass the first round? A second selection? They don't quite know. Man Xian rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. After all, that Princess Shura did not appear publicly, so no one knows exactly how many people he helped. Long Yu pondered. In this case, let's guard here for a while, and wait until the murderous mist is fully formed. When the fog of murderous intent takes shape, Brother Long, you can absorb it and step into the 5th level of killing intent in one fell swoop. Hua's eyes lit up, concentrating the fifth level of killing intent. In the third round of the Shura election, it is not difficult to step into the top 100, right? It should be fine, but I have a bet with a strong man from Shura County. My ranking must be ahead of her. Long Yu thought of Bai Qing, and knew that he could not relax now. Although he said that he would help Man Xian and Hua to try to get into the top 100, he still put himself at the top. Of course, he has now condensed the fourth level of killing intent, which is equivalent to killing thousands of people. It is very difficult to improve, unless he kills some strong people who also have strong killing intent, or absorbs the formed murderous fog. As for the other small shrimps, Man Xian and Hua can kill them, and their killing intent will gradually increase. In midair near the three of them, the blood-red mist of murderous intent gradually condensed into a pool of blood, which was bright and ruddy. This was a sign that the mist of murderous intent was about to take shape in the second stage. The first stage of the murderous fog is a large blood mist, and the second stage is a pool of blood. After this stage passes, the murderous fog will transform into a blood clot and become a solid blood clot. It was absorbed by Wuxiu. The three of them quietly flew beside the murderous fog, waiting for it to turn into blood clots. However, before the murderous mist was fully formed, several figures of Wuxiu flickered not far away. It seemed that a group of people were chasing and killing one person, and came towards this direction. Looks like an acquaintance. Long Yu frowned slightly, and looked towards the place where the martial cultivators were chasing and fleeing, and saw a beautiful figure in a long red dress, who was being chased and killed by the four of them, obviously suffered serious injuries. This person is exactly what Long Yu has seen before, the Grand Palace Master from the Glazed Moon Palace on Tianyu Island. Of course, later on, Long Yu probably guessed that this Liliu Palace was actually the eyeliner arranged by King Shura on Tianyu Island, and if there was any change on Tianyu Island, King Shura would be able to know immediately. For example, when Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qing, was planted with the demon seed of hell, Duke Shura arranged for someone to watch over him early on, and that person was probably Ling Long Yu. It's the Grand Palace Master of Liliu Palace. Hua took a look and recognized the other party's identity. Brother Long, shall we rescue her? Since we met each other by fate, we naturally want to do a favor. By killing those guys, our killing intent can be concentrated more intensely. Long Yu said it as a matter of course. Even if it wasn't the Grand Palace Master of Liliu Palace who was hunted down, Long Yu would definitely take action against those people, not to mention, since he had cooperated with the Grand Palace Master for a while, it was only natural to help her up. The four people chasing after the Grand Mistress of the Liliu Palace all realized the existence of innate supernatural powers, but the performance of the Grand Mistress of the Liliu Palace was not bad. Even though the four people were extremely fast, they still couldn't catch up with the Grand Mistress of the Liliu Palace, but saw that the Grand Mistress had a graceful figure, dancing like red butterflies, and had already traveled hundreds of feet in an instant. That speed, compared to Long Yu's Shadow Stream Burst and Dragon Sparrow's instant emptiness at the same time, is already comparable. No wonder the four guys in the back haven't been able to catch up. The Grand Mistress of the Liliu Palace, surrounded by a deep orange murderous intent, showed that she didn't kill many people now, and she didn't know the reason why those four people were so persistent in chasing and killing them. Grand Palace Master, this way. Long Yu raised his hand far away and waved it, quickly attracting the attention of the Grand Master of Liliu Palace. For Long Yu, the Grand Palace Mistress in a long red dress, was naturally very impressed. Seeing Long Yu appearing in front of him at this moment, he was first taken aback, and then flew towards where he was. Before Long Yu left Tianyu Island, he was quite friendly to her and the other two Palace Masters of Liliu Palace, so the Grand Palace Master also knew that Long Yu had no hostility towards her. Now she is being hunted down in the dream world, and seeing Long Yu, the only life-saving straw is Long Yu. Brother Long Yu, are you here waiting for the murderous mist to form? The Grand Palace Mistress saw the murderous mist that was forming the second stage at a glance, flew over quickly, and asked, with a little surprise in his mouth. It is not surprising that the fog of murderous intent takes shape. But what is strange is that only Long Yu and the other three are guarding this piece of murderous mist. Of Chihua, just now, many people were trying to get this murderous mist here, but they were beheaded by Brother Long. Chihua saw the doubt in the beautiful eyes of the great palace master, so he said something casually. And these words made the Grand Palace Master's beautiful eyes shine with shrewd brilliance, and seeing Long Yu's body condensed with a faint green killing intent, of course he understood that in this dream world, Long Yu's strength must be extremely strong. When he was originally on the Tianyu continent, Long Yu's performance shocked everyone on the continent. If everyone was suppressed at the same level, there would be no one in the entire Tianyu continent who could be a match for Long Yu. Now in the dream world, although the martial arts are from the entire Azura County environment, for Long Yu, there are definitely very few who can be his opponents. Unexpectedly, after seeing you in a few days, little brother Long has made such great progress. Since this is the case, I have to ask little brother Long to do me a favor. The Grand Palace Mistress floated over, with some expectations for Long Yu in her beautiful eyes. I would also like to thank Grand Palace Master for attracting some prey for me. Long Yu casually laughed and joked, then turned his head and glanced at the four martial artists who were quickly chasing after him. Those four martial artists all looked to be in their 30s. I don't know the realm of martial arts, but most of them are strong in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. The killing intent condensed on each of them is at least yellow. It can be seen that each of them killed more than 100 people. Or to put it another way, they may not have really killed 100 people, but the third level of killing intent on their bodies was condensed by the death of 100 people. Of course, this is nothing to Long Yu. Although the defeat of Qi Jiwu just now cost Long Yu a lot of energy, and it would be difficult to continue fighting, but it is not difficult to deal with the four guys in front. Haha, I didn't expect that there is an unformed murderous mist here. It seems that we have made a fortune. One of the four people, the first thing they saw was not Long Yu and Man Xian, but the blood-red murderous mist beside them, which had already condensed into a pool of blood, and it seemed that it was far from being truly formed. Not far away. That's right, we have to get rid of these guys first, and then tell Boss Bai to come over quickly. Another bald martial artist said so, and then glanced at Long Yu and the four of them. There are four of us here, it shouldn't be difficult for the four of us to deal with them, let's make it quick. Jia, the murderous mist is such a treasure, how can it be possessed by these boys? A skinny martial artist glanced at Long Yu and the others, finished speaking with a sinister smile, and then finally saw Long Yu's face clearly. His face changed slightly, he was not afraid, but surprised. Isn't this person the right person? Long Yu? The kid who bet with Boss Bai. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the other three people all changed, as if they had won a lottery. Their eyes looking at Long Yu were filled with infinite fire. Beheading Long Yu and getting a pool of murderous mist, this is simply double happiness. If happiness can be achieved, you and Bai Qing will definitely receive a great reward. Now the bet between Bai Qing and Long Yu had already spread throughout Shura County, and most of the Wushou participating in Shura's general election already knew about the conflict between the two parties. Therefore, both Long Yu and Bai Qing attached great importance to this bet. For Bai Qing, getting into the top 100 in this Shura election must be an easy task. What she most wants to do is to suppress Long Yu, and it is best to kill Long Yu head-on. Under such circumstances, it is definitely a great achievement for Bai Qing's subordinates to find Long Yu's trace. Don't be careless, it is said that Long Yu is a little bit of a knack. Looking at the fourth level of green killing intent condensed on his body, you can know that he is not easy to deal with. Among the four, there was only one older and more stable martial artist with a slightly dignified expression. TCH, it is said that this kid is just a boy from the beginning of heaven in the outside world. We 4 people from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, can't we deal with such a kid? That's right, I want the green killing intent on this kid. The 4 of them didn't discuss for a long time, and then 3 of them rushed towards Long Yu's side. Only the older martial artist, who seemed to hesitate a little, backed away. Regarding this situation, Long Yu of course made arrangements immediately. Grand Palace Mistress, please rest for a while. Manzi, Chihua, you 2 go, and stop the person who wants to escape. As for the 3 people in front of you, leave it to me to deal with. As Long Yu spoke, he activated the 9 nether chi in his body with a dignified expression. Don't look at his high spirits in the battle just now, but in fact, more than 90% of the profound energy in his body has been consumed now. If he continues to fight, he will definitely not last long. If the other 4 fight together, Long Yu will definitely face a tough fight. But now, there were only 3 opponents, which gave Long Yu a chance to deal with them more easily. 9-turn Spirit Sword. Long Yu held the pair of great desolate level dual sword fighters in both hands, and swung the sword light horizontally and vertically, forming a cross sword light, which quickly attacked the 3 people who were rushing towards them like lightning. Its boss buys great desolate soldier. The faces of the 3 people changed slightly, but then they all sneered, but it's too naive to want to deal with the 3 of us just because of this. One of them opened his mouth and let out a breath, which turned into a bleak black cloud, instantly covering the space Long Yu was in, and an extremely gloomy aura surrounded Long Yu. The sun erupts. The Taiyin wings erupted behind Long Yu's back. Under the same level of martial arts, the eruption effect of the Taiyin wings became amazing again. If this bleak black cloud of the other party completely envelopes Long Yu, it will completely immobilize him, and reduce him to a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. However, Long Yu's eruption of Taiyin energy directly broke through this bleak black cloud. One must know that Long Yu is in perfect harmony with Taiyin Yui, only the last step before he can match with Wushuang and reach the highest level. Although Long Yu couldn't fit Wushuang with Taiyin wings because of the consciousness of the clan leader's consciousness of the Gigi left in Taiyin wings, but Taiyin wings' Taiyin explosion trick is still very useful. The next moment, Long Yu broke through from the bleak black cloud, put away the 9-turn spirit sword, and instead held the nether dragon blade. His whole body turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, and stabbed at the thin man among them. Kill. There is not much profound energy left in Long Yu's body, and his head is a little dizzy, so it can be seen that he can't even use more divine power. Under such circumstances, if he wants to defeat his opponent, he has to work hard. You 2 kill him, I will block it. Seeing this, the skinny martial artist squinted his eyes, and when he raised his hand, he formed a bleak black cloud barrier, blocking him in front of him, trying to resist Long Yu, who turned into a pitch-black blade. The other 2 blasted the strongest means of attack at Long Yu, Zidian, Qingxuang, 2 innate supernatural powers, condensed with the strongest divine power, bombarded Long Yu. Die. Long Yu only casually raised his hand, condensed a layer of reincarnation barrier and hell spring barrier, and then took out the first-class metal, urging it to condense a layer of defensive barrier, surrounding himself. Immediately afterwards, regardless of whether the triple defense could resist the opponent's innate supernatural powers, holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, he pierced into the bleak black cloud barrier like a pitch-black sharp blade. Break it! Long Yu shouted angrily. The power of his whole body exploded at this moment, coupled with the incomparable sharpness of the nether dragon blade. He actually directly pierced through the defensive barrier of the black cloud. Immediately afterwards, before the skinny martial artist could react, he was pierced in the chest by the void dragon blade in Long Yu's hand. His eyes widened, his face was full of disbelief, and then he was sent to death in white light. Go out. Boom. 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 At this moment, the two innate supernatural powers of Zidian and Qing of the other two descended on Long Yu's triple defensive barrier. After all, the power of innate supernatural powers was still much better than Long Yu's defense method. With 3 explosions in succession, Long Yu's defense method was shattered. Immediately afterwards, the two innate supernatural powers of Zidian and Qing, which had been weakened to a certain extent, bombarded Long Yu's body solidly. When those two kinds of innate supernatural powers slammed on Long Yu's body firmly, Long Yu's mouth suddenly tasted sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out instantly. Even though it was weakened a lot by his triple defensive barrier, these two innate supernatural powers still retain more than 50% of their original power. The power of the innate blue frost supernatural power made Long Yu's whole body look like a layer of cyan frost, and this cyan frost was permeated with infinite chill, rolling towards Long Yu's body, as if to freeze his whole body into pieces. Ice cubes. As for the innate purple electricity supernatural power, it formed a burst of lightning, which enveloped Long Yu's whole body, turning his whole body into scorched black, making him seem to be paralyzed, and he lost consciousness for a while. The power of innate supernatural powers really cannot be underestimated. Long Yu now also found that his current defense ability, apart from the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, is really too weak. And in the dream world, even the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can be smashed by the power of innate supernatural powers. Of course, the fact that the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was smashed in the dream world does not mean that it was really broken. When Long Yu leaves the dream world, he will find that everything is intact. But in the dream world, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda has already been smashed to pieces by Qi Jiwu's group. If you want to take it out again, there are only 3 words, which is impossible. Long Yu tried his best to bear the innate supernatural powers of the two, and he also wanted to kill one of them, because he knew that the time must not be dragged on for a long time now. From the other party's conversation, he knew that the other party belonged to Bai Qing, which meant that Bai Qing was nearby. If it was delayed until Bai Qing arrived, with Long Yu's current state, it would definitely be impossible to escape, let alone defeat Bai Qing. Therefore, none of the 4 people in front of me can be let go. By the time Bai Qing realized something was wrong and rushed over to check in this direction, Long Yu had probably absorbed the murderous mist and left this place. So even if he is trying to get himself injured, Long Yu must assassinate one of them first. After Long Yu endured Zidian and Qing's innate supernatural powers, his whole body fell into a state of frost paralysis, but immediately after, the power of the thunderbolt law in his body naturally emerged. A layer of purple thunder power formed a defensive grid in Long Yu's body, weakening the destructive power of those two innate supernatural powers to a certain extent. The most important thing is that the self-healing divine power in Long Yu's body will work naturally when he is hurt, and Long Yu does not need to take the initiative to do it. This also means that Long Yu doesn't need to pay attention to the situation in his body. As long as there is the self-healing divine script, his injuries will be fully recovered soon. The next moment, Long Yu opened his eyes, turned his head sideways, and glanced at the bald martial artist who released the innate purple lightning supernatural power, holding the void dragon blade in his hand, and stabbed at him at once. "This kid, why are you so hard?" The bald-headed martial artist was completely shocked when he saw this, but he knew that this was not the time to be surprised, so he hurriedly backed away. His body was condensed into a purple lightning mantra, and he turned into a purple lightning mad lion. Long Yu swiftly flew over. As soon as this purple lightning lion was condensed, it roared angrily, carrying the infinite coercion of the king of all beasts, as if it wanted to completely crush Long Yu with a thunderous gesture. Tianyu Shenguang, Yuzi Shenwen, light burst. Seeing this, Long Yu waved his hand to condense the divine light of heaven, and a burst of power from the Yuzi divine script exploded in an instant, blowing away the purple lightning mad lion. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu punched Huang Long straight with the nether dragon blade in his hand, piercing into the dantian of the bald martial artist like lightning. The power of Yu Zi Xuanhuan rushed out along the Yulong blade in the void, instantly filling the dantian of the bald martial artist. Before the bald wuxiu could react, the power of Yu Zi Xuanhuan exploded, blowing him up. It became a piece of white light and was sent out of the dream world. Although the heavenly mandate divine light martial skill is only an earth-level acquired supernatural martial skill, Long Yu has used the strongest power of Yu Zi Xuanhuan to activate it, which is of course much more powerful than the purple electric mad lion condensed by the opponent. As the bald wuxiu died and turned into white light, the remaining short young wuxiu immediately stepped back a few steps, and when he raised his hand, his whole body was enveloped by the power of the blue frost divine script, turning into a pair of blue frost wings, then he backed away quickly. Seeing this, Long Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This person finally retreated after he assassinated 2 people one after another. If he took the opportunity to continue attacking Long Yu might not be able to resist it. After all, he is seriously injured now. Although the self-healing divine ability is powerful, it is impossible to completely repair the wounds in his body at such a fast speed. However, just as Long Yu Song breathed a sigh of relief, a dazed and sinister look flashed in the eyes of that little martial artist. He seemed to see Long Yu Song let out a sigh of relief, and suddenly changed his intention to run away. Qing Shuang's wings flapped behind him, leading him towards Long Yu Feng at lightning speed. The power of the Qing Shuang divine script descended from the sky, completely covering Long Yu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that you are about to die. If so, go to die. With a fiery look in the eyes of the short martial artist, he took out 3 cyan serial needle warriors from his bosom, attached the power of the blue frost divine script to them, and stabbed them down towards Long Yu respectively. The 3 cyan chain needles were imbued with the power of the Qing Shuang divine script, and suddenly became cold and awe-inspiring. To Long Yu, these 3 chain needles were undoubtedly a great threat. 9-turn spirit sword. Long Yu held the great desolate level 9-turn spirit sword in his hand as quickly as possible, and then swung it towards 2 of the cyan chain needles. After a bang, he managed to change the direction of the 2 cyan chain needles. Passed by his side. However, there was the last cyan chain needle, which stabbed straight at his chest, with a tricky angle. Even if Long Yu wanted to dodge, it would be impossible for him to do so in time. This guy is so good at observing words and expressions, amazing. Could it be that I, Long Yu, fell into the hands of this person? Long Yu was slightly shocked. This short martial artist's ability to perceive words and expressions is definitely not much worse than him, and it is much stronger than the opponents he has encountered before. Just now Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but this short martial artist seized the opportunity and launched a stormy counterattack. This time, he wanted to force out Long Yu's last trump card. The 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit. Long Yu has been able to release it now. If this release erupts, he will not be able to use it in the next month, which will undoubtedly be a huge blow to Long Yu. But now, he couldn't care less. If he didn't release the 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit, but was pierced into his chest by that cyan chain needle, maybe he would end his game and be sent out by the dream world. Just when Long Yu thought about releasing the 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit, a figure in a red skirt suddenly rushed over from the side and pushed Long Yu aside hard. Grand Palace Master. Of course, Long Yu immediately realized what was going on. The Grand Mistress of the Glazed Moon Palace actually joined the battle group at this time, and pushed him aside, and she herself, because she had been chased and fled for so long, had long been confused. When the qi is exhausted, there is no strength at all to perform defensive martial arts. The next moment, the cyan chain needle with the blue frost divine script pierced straight into the thigh under the red skirt of the Grand Palace Mistress, and a cloud of blue frost quickly spread towards her whole body, making her some rosy faces suddenly turned pale. Come out! Long Yu reacted immediately, and slapped the Grand Palace Master's thigh with a wave of his palm, and his profound energy was suddenly activated, and the cyan chain needle was shaken out. It's just that a cluster of strong blue frost divine power has already penetrated into the body of the Grand Mistress of the Liliu Palace, and caused her body temperature to drop rapidly, and she might be frozen into an ice sculpture after a few breaths. The Grand Palace Master had just chased and fled fiercely, and escaped hundreds of miles at the fastest speed, but at this time he no longer had any strength to resist the chill. Kill. Desolate ancient shadow kill. Long Yu saw that the pretty face of the Grand Palace Mistress quickly turned pale, and his heart tightened. He immediately ignored his lack of profound energy, so he directly used the ancient shadow kill, and the shadow flow exploded. Holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, Long Yu turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, like black lightning, and broke through the short wuxiu who wanted to continue to attack in an instant. Before the little martial artist could react, he was obliterated by Long Yu's move, turned into white light and sent out. However, Long Yu himself became extremely weak due to the forcible use of this martial skill, and his body was empty of profound energy. Even with a body tempered by Tianlei, the recovery speed of profound energy was several times faster than that of ordinary people. It was too late to recover. Grand Palace Master, how are you? However, Long Yu didn't care about himself at all, but quickly dodged to the side of the Grand Palace Mistress who had started to fall, stretched out his hand, and hugged her soft and delicate body. Long Yu didn't expect that he wanted to save this woman at first, but in the end it was this woman who saved him. Even though Long Yu could have released the 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit to solve the predicament without the Great Palace Master's action, but to Long Yu, the Great Palace Master's actions were no different from saving his life. I probably can't hold it anymore. The Grand Palace Mistress' pretty face turned pale, and her whole body was eroded by the power of the Qingxuan divine script, like an ice sculpture in Long Yu's arms. However, there was still a little smile in her eyes. She looked at Long Yu, and said with great difficulty, Long Yu. With the killing intent I have gathered now, I will definitely be able to step into the top 10,000 and leave Tianyu Island. I am satisfied. My name is Hongyue. When I leave Tianyu Island, I will come to you. After saying these words, Hongyue, the Grand Lord of Liliu Palace, turned into white light and left in Long Yu's embrace. Long Yu watched Hongyue's figure dissipate, feeling rather lost in his heart. Although she didn't really die, this situation still made him feel very guilty. It seems that in future battles, we should not even underestimate the enemy at all, otherwise it may lead to catastrophe. This time, fortunately, we are in the dream world. Long Yu thought to himself, then raised his head and looked at where Man Xian and Qihua were. Man Xian and Qihua just followed Long Yu's words and went to stop the martial artist who wanted to fly away. After a great battle, the martial artist couldn't resist the two joining forces. At this moment, he finally turned into a white light was sent out. After a turmoil, only Long Yu, Man Xian, and Qihua were left in the arena. Palace Master Hongyue, I couldn't hold on, but with her current results, it's no problem to step into the top 10,000. She will definitely be able to leave Tianyu Island. Long Yu whispered to the two people who came back, and shook his head. When he said this, Long Yu was still thinking that the Liliu Palace seemed to be a sect organization set up by King Shura on Tianyu Island, and he didn't know why Hongyue, as the palace owner, needed to pass the Shura election come and leave Tianyu Island. Of course, this is not what Long Yu is most concerned about now. Just after Man Xian and Qihua killed the martial artist who wanted to escape, the original blood pool finally transformed again, and finally took shape, becoming a mass of bright red blood clots, exuding endless bloody aura. Seeing this, Long Yu didn't hesitate much, flew forward, and absorbed the formed murderous mist, and then the killing intent covering his whole body further transformed, and finally became the 5th layer of light blue. The cyan killing intent is even stronger than the green killing intent gloom before, making people feel cold and chilling at first glance. Haha, with Brother Long's killing intent now, he must be able to enter the top 100. Man Xian laughed, approached Long Yu, and was always vigilant about his surroundings. Brother Long, we now know that Bai Qing is not far away. I have also heard a little about the bet between you and Bai Qing. Now, do you want to go to that Bai Qing to settle the grudge? Chi Hua flew forward and asked Long Yu. Just now he released the flaming Nine-Tails True Spirit, and used the heaven-level acquired supernatural martial art Hua High Purgatory to kill the martial artist who wanted to escape, and he also absorbed a lot of killing intent. A yellow killing intent glowed on his body, which was extremely dazzling. Not yet. Hearing this, Long Yu shook his head. I'm not in a good condition now. If I run into Bai Qing, I'm sure I'll die. I'd better stay out of the way until I fully recover. Next, let's be careful, and it's best to hide for a while time. Right. Man Xian murmured. Brother Long just forcibly endured the attack of the two people's innate supernatural powers. I am afraid that the injury will not be serious. Let's find a place to rest and rest. The three of them quickly made a decision and flew away towards the distance. On Tianyu Island, there are quite a few martial artists who came to participate in the third round of Shura's general election. No matter how lucky Long Yu was, it was impossible for him to meet all of them. In the dream world at this moment, at a place far away from the three of Long Yu, Tianzong from the Datong Kingdom town on Tianyu Island was caught in a bitter battle. Walking, although he also has the heaven-level acquired martial arts gifted by the little princess Shuchan, but he has almost reached the limit to make him condense the light yellow killing intent. At this moment, there are three people walking around it. This guy, it seems, just came out of a floating island. Let him follow us for so long and pick up so many bargains. We are doing our best. One of them said with a sneer. A look of deep thought appeared on the face of Walking. Everyone, I acted together with you and fought fiercely several times. I never only killed the people I should kill. The killing intent in my body is not as strong as yours. Is it too inappropriate for you to turn your face against me now, kind? Kind? The other of the three smiled grimly. It's enough for the martial arts on your floating island to step into the top 10,000. What do you need to do with so much killing intent? Let you follow until now, we are already showing mercy already. Walking heard the words, his face showed indignation. In the process of cooperating with these three people, he contributed a lot, and he even saved the life of one of them. But now, these three people turned their faces directly, wanting to kill him and snatch the killing intent from him. In fact, Walker also knew that this was the decision made by the three of them because they had no choice, because the wuxiu who were still surviving in the dream world at this time were all extremely powerful, and most of them formed a gang. The four of them, if they want to plunder the killing intent, their lives are already in danger. Under such circumstances, let the three of them point their finger at the pedestrian, wanting to kill him first, so as to make their killing intent stronger, and maybe they can enter the top 1,000. In such a situation, Walking is powerless. In the previous battles, he had used a lot of trump cards, which had already been seen through by these three people, not to mention his lack of physical strength. The next moment, the three joined forces, and they turned the Walker into a white light, and were killed out of the dream world. Apart from Walking, other people such as Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiaofei, and Fen Jiaxin also encountered similar things. The three masters of the Feng family, after entering the dream world, of course it is impossible to get together by such a coincidence, they can only go out and fight separately. It's a pity that there seems to be such a force in this dream world that is specifically targeting the martial arts from Tianyu Island. Although the three masters of the Feng family went smoothly at the beginning, they felt great pressure not long after, and were even besieged and killed, blasting out of the dream world. Among them, Feng Haofeng and Feng Yusin were fine. When they were killed, their murderous intent had condensed to light yellow, and they had the qualifications to leave Tianyu continent. But Feng Xiaofei was not so lucky. He had just entered the dream world when he was hunted down by one person. It was a black-cloaked wide-eyed martial artist. If Long Yu was here, he would know that this black-cloaked wide-eyed martial artist was one of Tianxing his subordinates. This person seemed to recognize Feng Xiaofei, and pursued him closely, crushing him all the way, so that Feng Xiaofei had no chance to rest, let alone kill other people to plunder his killing intent. You are so persistent in killing me, why? Feng Xiaofei tried his best to run away, but it was of no avail. Finally, after his strength was exhausted, he was overtaken by the opponent, and he asked a question with a sparkle in his eyes. If you want to blame you for knowing people you shouldn't know. Black Mountain wide-eyed Wushou chuckled, a pair of wide eye sockets without eyeballs, showing endless coldness. The strength of this person is of course not comparable to that of Feng Xiaofei, even if Feng Xiaofei has also cultivated the heaven-level acquired supernatural martial arts, but facing this person, he has no ability to resist. Because, this person is a strong man in the mystical realm of supernatural powers. Although he is suppressed at the initial human level in the dream world, he can still display innate supernatural powers. You can go to hell. The Eye of Sun Luo. Wushou in black shirt and white eyes opened his eyes wide, instantly enveloping Feng Xiaofei in them. It turned out to be a kind of spiritual attack supernatural power. In the dream world, if he is killed by a mental attack, he is truly dead. At this moment, Feng Xiaofei is facing such a situation. However, even if Feng Xiaofei tried his best to resist, he was still no match for that black-shirt wide-eyed martial artist. The innate supernatural power, Sun Luo's eye was activated, and a burst of Sun Luo's breath enveloped Feng Xiaofei, and the Sun Luo scene appeared in front of his eyes, and all kinds of scenes like Hell Yama made Feng Xiaofei tremble all over. This is a tremor from the soul, a tremor from the spiritual level, completely out of his own control. Seeing that Feng Xiaofei was about to fall under the opponent's move, suddenly there was a sword energy not far away that seemed to come from outside the sky, descending on Feng Xiaofei's body in an instant. Puff! The white light flickered, and before Feng Xiaofei was killed by the spiritual attack of Sun Luo's eye, he was killed by this sword energy first, turned into white light and was sent out. Although the person who launched the sword light attack killed Feng Xiaofei, he actually saved Feng Xiaofei's life. In the situation just now, apart from this method, there was no way to save Feng Xiaofei, so the visitor took this extreme method to kill Feng Xiaofei in advance. Immediately afterwards, a lonely and indifferent figure appeared from the darkness. The person who came was one of the Princess Shu Chan's subordinates, Du Guijian. Du Guijian, ranked second in Shu Chan's hands, matched with the Shadow attribute divine script at the 3rd level, and his swordsmanship cultivation was extremely terrifying. Du Guijian walked out, holding a long sword with a gloomy white light. This long sword is a warrior of the wilderness level belonging to Du Guijian, wandering in the underworld. Du Guijian, holding this long sword, is like strolling in the garden by the edge of the underworld, accompanied by death all day long, and the condensed sword energy and sword intent he displays are completely filled with the breath of death. Especially after he beheaded Feng Xiaofei, his murderous intent became even more intense, directly enveloping that black-cloaked white-eyed martial artist. It's you, Du Guijian. Seeing this, Wu Shou in black shirt and white eyes changed slightly. Die. Although Du Guijian is indifferent, he is loyal to Shu Chan. When Shu Chan went to Tianyu Island again to help Long Yu's friends, she was secretly protected by Du Guijian, so she recognized Feng Xiaofei. He was forced to kill Feng Xiaofei. Although it was in the dream world, it also made him extremely depressed. He could only vent out by killing people. If you want to kill someone, you have a target in front of you, and that is the black-cloaked white-eyed martial artist, one of Tianxing his subordinates, Yu Senluo. Yu Senluo's strength is not weak, even in the dream world, he is more terrifying than Qi Jiwu who Long Yu killed before. However, when he saw Du Guijian, he still shuddered a little. What Yu Senluo feared in his heart was not just Du Guijian, but also the great desolation grade Sun Bai long sword in his hand wandering through the underworld. The sword energy swayed, Yu Senluo's eyes widened, and the innate supernatural power of Senluo's eyes continued to activate. The killing intent from Xuanhuan condensed on the sword energy of Duguijian. But Yu Senluo's eye also emitted the power and aura from the underworld hell. When they collided suddenly, the two sides exploded in mid-air. The two forces burst out violent air currents, stirring up the field. There was chaos. After resting for several hours, Long Yu's whole body condition finally returned to peak condition. Of course, it is impossible for Long Yu to know what happened to Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiaofei, and others. All he can do now is to continue fighting in the dream world with Man Xian and Qi Hua. Although Bai Qing is far away, since the other party is nearby, it is possible for the two parties to meet at any time as time goes by. Therefore, Long Yu must maintain a good condition anytime and anywhere, and absolutely cannot exhaust the profound energy in his body and suffer serious injuries like before. It's amazing, Brother Long, the injury you suffered just now is not serious, and you didn't expect to heal yourself in a short period of time. Qi Hua circled Long Yu twice, amazed. I have comprehended the divine power of a life attribute, so it is relatively fast to recover. Long Yu smiled and said that the divine script of self-healing he comprehended was obtained from that divine script seal, and that divine script seal was obtained just before leaving Tianyu Island. After being influenced by the self-healing scriptures several times, Long Yu recovered from his injuries extremely quickly, and after so long, he finally went one step further, comprehending 1/10 of the self-healing scriptures, and the speed of self-healing after injury will become even more terrifying. Even if a blood hole the size of a bowl appeared in his chest, it would probably only take an hour or two to fully recover. Long Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. If he fully comprehended the divine script of self-healing, the speed of self-healing recovery would be even faster. How fast? Of course, it is not so easy to fully comprehend the divine mantra of self-healing. Even with Long Yu's comprehension ability, there is still a long way to go. The three of them form a gang. Such a combination is not uncommon in the entire dream world today, and it is even extremely common. In the dream world, the martial arts realm of martial arts is forcibly suppressed at the level of the initial human level, so many martial arts want to continue to survive in this world. There is only one way, and that is to join hands with other people. Teaming up with other people is also important. Generally speaking, the number of people should not be too large, otherwise it will be difficult to get the killing intent after killing someone, and more people are more prone to internal strife. After all, most of the temporary teams in the dream world are other people they met temporarily, and they joined forces when they saw it pleasing to the eye. Long Yu led Man Xian and Qi Hua, and walked forward in the dark all the way. Only the killing intent on the three of them was extremely conspicuous, especially the blue killing intent shrouded around Long Yu, which revealed endless gloomy light. I couldn't help trembling. The 5th level of killing intent represents Long Yu's strength, which is definitely the top in the entire dream world. But even so, it can't scare the other martial arts. If the 5th level of killing intent is plundered to him, he will be able to jump up and step into the top 100 in the 3rd round of the Shura election. Although it is very difficult to kill someone who has plundered the 5th level of killing intent, it is undoubtedly a good opportunity for most people. Because of this, the three of Long Yu were chased and intercepted by many people along the way. During this battle, Long Yu retained his strength, even relying on the strength of Man Xian and Qi Hua. He was able to survive most of the crises, and when it was really impossible, Long Yu would directly attack and kill the opponent with the momentum of thunder. After a few hours, the killing intent on Man Xian and Qi Hua finally accumulated to light green, reaching the 4th level of killing intent, exuding the same deep and gloomy light. It's no problem to reach the 4th level of killing intent and step into the top 1000 in the Shura election. But this is of course not enough for Long Yu. What he hopes is to let Man Xian and Qi Hua enter the Holy Land of Shura County together with him, to find that rare opportunity. Now, the fighting in the dream world has basically come to an end. More than 99% of the martial arts have been killed, and the rest are already the elite of the elite, each of which is extremely strong. If you meet anyone, you may be a strong person in the realm of 3 or 4 supernatural powers. Not long after, Long Yu walked forward with Man Xian and Qi Hua, and suddenly saw a cyan light appearing in front of him. It turned out to be another strong man with cyan killing intent. Now those who can condense the 5th level of killing intent can basically step into the top 100 in the Shura election, that is to say, they have the opportunity to step into the Holy Land of Shura County. And Wu Xiu, who has accumulated the 5th level of killing intent, will generally become very cautious, because once he dies, the accumulated killing intent will be handed over to others, and his ranking will drop by many places. If it is not done well, it is unknown if it will even fall out of the top 100. It's a guy who has condensed the 5th level of killing intent. If you kill him, Barbarian, Qi Hua, one of you will be able to enter the top 100. Long Yu glanced at the person in front of him, but seeing the blue murderous intent on Long Yu's body, that person stopped in his tracks from a distance, and after a pause, he continued to fly towards Long Yu. Long Yu frowned slightly. He could tell that the other person originally planned to leave, but he seemed to recognize his identity, so he continued to fly over, and he didn't know who that person was? Because the two sides were too far away, Long Yu hadn't recognized the other party, but the other party had already recognized him. It really is you. A beautiful figure with flames all over her body quickly approached Long Yu. Although she was surrounded by a blue murderous intent, she still gave others a hot feeling. Seeing the other party, Long Yu was taken aback immediately. So it's the 4th sister. The person who came was one of Shu Chan's subordinates, Xiao Zhu, who was compatible with the 3rd level of the flame attribute divine script, and possessed the cultivation base of the 3 supernatural powers. This woman is usually unsmiling, but if her own people encounter any difficulties, she is extremely protective of. Xiao Zhu didn't get too close to Long Yu, but greeted Long Yu quite coldly, then turned around and flew away. Brother Long, do you know him? Now Man Xian's address to Long Yu has become a lot more straightforward and friendly, and he is a little confused when he sees this. Well, I know, I'm one of my own. Long Yu nodded and said. Since we are our own people, why don't we go together? Qi Hua is a bit strange. Because she and I have both condensed the 5th level of killing intent. If we walk together, others will avoid it if they see it from a distance. There is no chance to make any improvement, only by walking separately can we continue to hunt and kill other people. Long Yu smiled. Let's go. Since 4th sister Xiao appears here, I guess there won't be any powerful people nearby. Xiao Zhu's ability to possess the 5th level of green killing intent definitely killed a lot of people. Long Yu never thought that this ruthless girl who played with fire would be so powerful. In terms of her martial arts realm, she is only 3 supernatural powers. It's just the environment, much weaker than Bai Qing and Qi Jiwu. That's right, this Xiao Zhu is under Shu Chan's little princess. How can there be any mediocrity under Shu Chan's men? Long Yu thought about it in his heart, so he didn't think too much. The 3 of them have been flying in the opposite direction for so long, and they probably won't have any chance to meet Bai Qing. If Long Yu wants to win the bet, he must find a way to kill more opponents and plunder more killing intent, or he must find the fog of murderous intent once or twice, and take it as his own. Let's go, and continue killing. With Man Xian and Qi Hua, Long Yu continued to choose a direction without thinking too much. But at this time, most of the martial arts are very cautious. The blue killing intent on Long Yu's body is too conspicuous. Many martial arts turned around and ran away when they saw them. Those martial artists who really want to fight Long Yu's idea, each has extraordinary strength. Up to now, the abilities of Man Xian and Qi Hua can't keep up. Any random martial artist can suppress Man Xian and Qi Hua with the power of one person. Heaven-level fighters are extremely powerful. Man Xian and Qi Hua, although both of them have practiced heaven-level acquired supernatural powers, they are still not as good as innate supernatural powers. Even if they are 2 against 1, they will feel very difficult. Under such circumstances, it is often necessary for Long Yu to quickly deal with other people, and then help Man Xian and Qi Hua. Now those who have the guts to kill Long Yu's 3 people are at least 3-person teams, and Long Yu can only have a chance of winning the battle with 1 against 2. As a result, Long Yu had no choice but to deal with it by performing the ancient shadow kill. It's just that although it is easy and simple, it consumes a lot of profound energy in Long Yu's body. As a wild-level martial skill, Huanggu Yingsha needs to consume a lot of profound energy even if it is performed alone. Not to mention that if Long Yu wants to kill people, most of them still need to use Yulong 9 explosions. After such a battle, more than half of the profound energy in Long Yu's body would still be consumed, making him have to rest for an hour or 2 after the battle. However, after about 10 hours passed, the 3 of Long Yu finally killed 2 opponents who also condensed the blue killing intent, turning their light blue killing intent into sky blue. Can go further. If possible, Long Yu would like to give Man Xian and Qi Hua the green killing intent of these 2 people, but it's a pity that even Long Yu can't control the situation in the battle, he can only kill the opponent quickly. If he wanted to kill him, maybe even Long Yu himself would fall into the opponent's hands. The opponents who can persist in the dream world until now are all extremely tyrannical, compared with guys like Qi Jiwu, they are not much worse. Long Yu used all means to defeat the opponent. If you want Man Xian and Qi Hua to kill and plunder the killing intent, there is no time at all. When Long Yu's killing intent condensed into azure color, it became even more intense, causing many martial arts practitioners to run away at the wind, and the chances of killing people were much reduced. There seems to be a group of people gathering in front. Is it another murderous fog? Man Xian pointed to the front, and said with a little excitement, Brother Long, if there is really a fog of murderous aura, your murderous aura will become the 6th level. Go and have a look. Naturally, Long Yu was unwilling to let go of this opportunity, so he flew forward with the 2 of them, and ensured that his whole body was in peak condition. The competition for the murderous mist is definitely extremely tragic. If the condition is not good, running over is also death. When the 3 of Long Yu got a little closer to the area ahead, they saw a large piece of murderous mist at a glance. They were in the state of the first stage of mist and had just begun to take shape. And around that piece of murderous mist, there are actually many acquaintances. The murderous mist is the most important existence in the dream world. Once the murderous mist is captured, the killing intent condensed by Wu Xiu will directly rise to a higher level. You know, for the current Long Yu, it is very difficult to raise the level of killing intent again. At this time everyone is extremely cautious, and they are not sure enough, and they will rarely make a move. Although Long Yu is powerful, but it is not easy to kill other people to plunder the killing intent. When Long Yu brought Man Xian and Qi Hua to the vicinity of the murderous mist, he saw that there were many acquaintances around the murderous mist, and the appearance of one of them caused Long Yu's pupils to contract suddenly. Tianxing. A young martial artist, wearing a black cloth shirt, hovered not far from the murderous mist. He had handsome features and an elegant temperament, holding a folding fan. He was the chief disciple of Prince Shura, Tian Xinghe. At this moment, Tian Xinghe was holding a folding fan and fanning it lightly. He slowly swept his eyes over everyone present, revealing a shrewd and menacing smile. This murderous mist belongs to me, Tianxing, and the rest of you must retreat. Tian Xinghe's extremely domineering words caused most of the people around to take several steps back. There was no other reason. Tian Xinghe had a great reputation in the entire Shura county. To fight against Tian Xinghe is to fight against King Shura, not to mention the ordinary martial artist also knows that he is definitely not Tian Xinghe's opponent, so he took the initiative to back down. However, there were still two people in the field who did not back away, but sneered, indifferent to Tianxinghe's words. Those two people were Xu Chan's two subordinates, the eldest brother Xing Wu, and the youngest Jia Banxian. The tall and mighty Xing Wu held a pair of big axes on his shoulders, and looked at Tianxinghe unmoved. Everyone is equal in the Shura election. No matter what your status is, you must speak with your strength. I, Xing Wu, I want to experience Tianxinghe's supernatural powers. In the dream world, all martial arts realms are suppressed at the human level, which to a certain extent makes Shura's general election much fairer. Because of this, even in the face of Tianxinghe, all the martial artists in the audience did not retreat directly, but only retreated a few steps, so as not to be affected for a while. If there is an excellent opportunity for them to kill Tianxinghe, they will never hesitate. And this is even more so for Xing Wu. You must know that even in the outside world, Xing Wu is the same as Tianxinghe, a young strong man of the 5 realms of supernatural powers. Although Tianxinghe is the chief disciple of King Xu Luo, but to Xing Wu, this status does not mean anything. In terms of status, he is also considered as the subordinate of the Princess Xu Chan, and is equally honorable in the entire Xu Luo county. Under such circumstances, it is naturally impossible for Xing Wu to make any concessions to Tianxinghe in front of the murderous fog. He, our little brother Long, is here. As for Xu Chan's third god stick next to Xing Wu, Jia Banxian, of course, couldn't back down, glanced around and saw Long Yu. He couldn't help but raised his hand with a smile. Let me figure it out, this time our princess will be in charge. There are 3 people down, if you really want to fight, you, Tianxinghe, may not win. The appearance of Long Yu naturally caught the eyes of everyone present, and the azure killing intent on his body also shocked everyone present. At this moment, there were more than 30 martial artists in the vicinity of the murderous mist. Except for Tianxinghe and one of his subordinates, Xing Wu and Jia Banxian, none of them could gather the 5th level of killing intent. Tianxinghe, Xing Wu, Jia Banxian, and Tianxinghe's female subordinate are the only 4 in the field who have condensed the 5th level of blue killing intent. However, the Long Yu who appeared now also had a cyan killing intent, and it was still azure. It seemed that he had killed more people than Tianxinghe, and the 4 of them. As expected of the heroic boy who was personally awarded the first-class medal by the county king. With such achievements, it seems that this Shura general election will undoubtedly step into the top 100. Although it is surprising, the outcome of the matter is still unknown. After all, this kid has conflicts with Bai Qing and Tianxinghe. Now that he meets Tianxinghe, Tianxinghe will definitely not let this kid go easily. That's true, but now it seems that there is not much difference in strength between Tianxinghe and this kid in the field. Tianxinghe's strength is too strong, and Xing Wu and Jia Banxian combined can barely resist it. If the rest of Tianxinghe's subordinate, Yu Guisha, is left to Long Yu to deal with, I'm afraid he will eat that boy Long Yu to death. Yu Guisha. At this time, floating behind Tianxinghe, a woman in a long black dress with her eyes closed, was suddenly another subordinate of Tianxinghe, named Yu Guisha, with a very sinister aura, a charming and slender figure, and a charming appearance. People are fascinating. This is Yu Guisha. In terms of the outside world, he is already a strong man of the 4 supernatural powers, and his strength is extremely strong. Even in the dream world, he has reached the 5th level of killing intent by virtue of his own strength. We met near here, and we searched for murderous mist together. Long Yu, it's really good that you showed up. It seems that Tianxinghe will gain a lot this time. Tianxinghe looked at Long Yu, squinted his eyes and said, I think my harvest this time will be good. Long Yu stepped forward without any expression of fear, with a smile on his lips all the time. Long Yu's confident appearance made Tianxinghe and the surrounding martial artists a little surprised, and they didn't know where this kid's self-confidence came from. Even though this Long Yu condensed the azure killing intent and seemed to be very powerful in the dream world, it was probably because this kid had never met a strong man. In terms of its essence, he is just a kid who has not comprehended innate supernatural powers. What ability can he pose a threat to Tianxinghe? Thinking of this, Tianxinghe felt relieved, and chuckled lightly. Since that's the case, we don't have much to say. Gui Sha, do it. Following Tianxinghe's words, the woman in the long black dress who was floating behind him suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment, Long Yu and the others discovered that the eyes of this woman named Yuguisha were completely white, and there were no pupils, making one's hair stand on end. Yuguisha opened his eyes, and suddenly a burst of divine power swept towards Long Yu, innate supernatural powers, Senluo Guisha. Following her gloomy words, a huge figure condensed by the dark wind appeared above the murderous mist. It turned out to be a fierce ghost with sharp teeth and sharp claws. As soon as this fierce ghost appeared, there was a gust of cold wind all around, and the endless cold wind swept away, making those martial arts who wanted to go back to retreat one after another. If they don't retreat, if they are affected by this fierce ghost, the damage will be great. You must know that this innate supernatural power, Senluo Guisha, is a means of mental attack. If you want to kill our little brother Long, it's just a dream. At this moment, Jiabanxian suddenly made a sound, and then a white beam of light exploded, and the fluctuation spread around, blowing away the gusts of wind nearby. Innate supernatural powers, exorcising ghosts and evil spirits. The corners of Jiabanxian's mouth were slightly raised. He was compatible with the third level of the divine script of the light attribute, and he liked to deal with this kind of sneaky things the most, and it had a very obvious restraint effect. The white light beam spread out quickly, and condensed into a beam to envelop the Senluo Guisha. The next moment, the Senluo Guisha seemed to be in great pain, and a ghostly howl resounded throughout the audience. Just this ghostly howl made all the nearby martial artists a little overwhelmed. Retreat. Walk. The rest of the people left one after another, and even Long Yu had a serious face, turning sideways to Man Xian and Qihua and said, "Back away first, protect yourself, and don't have any accidents." Both Yuguisha and Tianxing strong. Man Xian and Qihua felt awe-inspiring when they heard the words, then nodded and stepped back respectively. Kill. When Man Xian and Qihua retreated, a yell came from Long Yu's side, and the burly and majestic Xing Wu held 2 axes, turned into a 10-foot-tall giant, and slashed at the Jade Ghost Sha. This time, although Xing Wu didn't use his innate supernatural powers, he exuded a mighty aura, and the 2 axes brought forward a stream of light to slash forward, and the next moment they were about to chop Yugisha's head. Xing Wu and Jiabanxian teamed up. One of them specifically broke through the Senluo Ligui summoned by Yuguisha with innate supernatural powers, and the other directly attacked its body. The cooperation was extremely close. It can be seen that this is not the first time that the two have joined forces to fight. Your opponent is me. Just when the 2 axes in Xing Wu's hands landed on the top of Yugisha's head, Tianxinghe snorted softly, and then countless fan shadows suddenly rushed towards the surroundings. Innate supernatural powers, Xinglua Fanbu. With a wave of the folding fan in Tianxinghe's hand, he immediately condensed the power of endless divine scriptures, and displayed the innate magical powers he had comprehended. Starluo Fan Cloth. One by one fan shadows radiated towards the surroundings like stars. Each fan shadow brought an invincible gust of wind, causing Long Yu's face not far away to change slightly. Even though he was far away, he could still feel the destructive power of Tianxinghe's move. Every fan shadow of him was almost equivalent to the first explosion of Long Yu's move Yulong 9 explosions. Xing Wu, who faced this move directly, was obviously under more pressure. However, Xing Wu had already expected that Tianxinghe would stop him. The corners of his mouth just turned up slightly, and the 2 axes in his hands turned back and spun. Supernatural power, the giant axe starts a prairie fire. As he uttered these few words, he saw that the pair of giant axes in his hands suddenly grew bigger, and the next moment they turned into the size of a mountain. With just a random sweep, they completely blocked the fan shadows condensed by the Tianqing River. And Xingwu's innate supernatural power is more than that. The hurricane brought up by the pair of giant axes surged straight towards the Tianqing River. The speed of forming slowed down. "I'm here to help you." Seeing this, Long Yu of course would not stand still and watch. At this time, Long Yu is in excellent condition, and Xingwu and Jia Banxian are joining forces. It is a good time to fight side by side and deal with Tianxing together. 3 against 2, as long as there are no accidents, the chances of winning are great. When Long Yu decided to make a move, he immediately condensed 2 desolate afterimages, and handed over the 9-turn spirit sword and the blood shadow battle flag to the hands of desolate ancient afterimages. "Kill." Long Yu let out a stern voice, held the nether dragon blade in his hand, and followed the 2 ancient afterimages towards the woman in the long black dress. Yu Guisha attacked and killed her. The figures of the 3 Long Yu turned into pitch-black sharp blades, piercing through the air in an instant, as if they were about to kill the Jade Ghost Sha in the next moment. However, when Yu Guisha saw this, he raised his pretty face, and there was a gloomy look in his white eyes. "Supernatural power, Guisha swallows the sky." Following her low shout, one after another small ghosts jumped out from behind her, opening their mouths wide, and the ghostly aura spread towards the surroundings. For those who are strong in the mystical ability secret realm, every innate supernatural power is more powerful than any heaven-level martial skill. Although it is not as good as the Great Desolation level martial skill, it is not much worse. And the power of the innate supernatural powers unleashed by the powerhouses of the 4 supernatural powers is even comparable to the Great Wilderness level martial arts unleashed by Long Yu. The fundamental reason is that the supernatural powers can gradually become more compatible with the attributes of the gods through practice, reaching the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level, and the 4th level. And the current Long Yu, although he has the dual attributes of shadow and life, but only a 1st level fit, which leads to the destructive power of his martial arts, which is still not as good as those experts in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. This is still in the dream world. If it were in the real world, Long Yu would have no chance of winning against a strong man in the mystical ability secret realm. After all, there is a gap between the 2 levels. Innate supernatural powers, ghosts swallowing the sky. At this time, the woman Yu Guisha displayed her innate supernatural powers, and hundreds of small ghosts rushed towards Long Yu and his 2 ancient afterimages. Each of these hundreds of small ghosts is extremely threatening. If Long Yu is bitten by one of them, he may not die, but will be seriously injured. Long Yu immediately reacted, and manipulated the 2 desolate ancient afterimages to react at the same time, activated by the 9 nether chi in his body, and performed the 2 newly comprehended moves of Yulong 9 explosions one after another. Shock Air Blast, Lianzhu Explosion. 2 afterimages of the ancient times performed this move at the same time, and 4 dragons of the 9 nethers suddenly condensed and appeared in this space. When they arrived, a shocking aura of the 9 nethers spread throughout the audience, comparable to the ghosts that Yu Guisha had comprehended. The divine power is even more terrifying. The sound of the dragon's chant was endless, and then I saw the small ghosts being blasted by the air of the 9 secluded world, first dispersed by the air blast, and then the remaining air of the 9 secluded in their bodies was detonated by Lianzhu. In just a moment, the hundreds of small ghosts were completely bombarded by Long Yu's 2 ancient afterimages, and turned into scattered ghost aura, which spread to the surroundings. 9-turn spirit sword. Blood shadow battle banner. Long Yu's 2 remnants of ancient times made it impossible to tell the truth from the fake ones. Following the 2 remnants of ancient times sternly shouted, the 9-turn spirit sword and the blood shadow battle flag in his hands immediately activated. The sword energy swept across, and the battle flag swept out a hurricane, roaring towards Yu Guisha. "It's time to make a break." Jia Banxian, who was smiling at the side, also raised his sleeve robe at this time, and a white light beam shot out from his sleeve robe, dazzling like an aurora in the sky, radiant and boundless. Jia Banxian fits with the third level of the attribute of Guangming divine text. The previous innate supernatural powers, exorcising ghosts and evil spirits, are specially used to deal with ghosts. His innate supernatural power of exorcising ghosts and evil spirits has a certain effect of dispelling Long Yu's 9 nether qi, not to mention the power of these ghost temple divine scripts of Yuguisha. In addition, Jia Banxian is now in the realm of 4 supernatural powers, and has comprehended 4 kinds of innate supernatural powers. In addition, there are 2 innate supernatural powers, which are used for prediction and calculation. It is difficult to use them in battle, so they are called magic sticks. The last move of innate supernatural power is the bright white beam of light coming out of his sleeve robe, called reverse sky light. It is a very destructive innate supernatural power move. At this moment, the reversing sky light exploded out, directly attacking the woman in the black dress, Yuguisha. Yuguisha raised his hand, condensed the power of Gisha's divine script, and used a defensive innate supernatural power, finally resisting the reversing sky light, but when the reversing sky light hit the defensive barrier of Gisha's air, a qualitative change took place all of a sudden. The defensive barrier of Guisha Qi turned into white light in an instant, while the reversed sky light itself was a pitch-black color with Guisha divine inscriptions attached to it. Reversing the skylight, the strongest point is the reversal. Jia Banxian laughed not far away, and with his laughter, the defensive barrier that Guisha condensed turned into a force to attack her, and surrounded her violently. Yugisha's expression changed slightly, and she was about to use some means to escape, but suddenly felt Long Yu and his 2 ancient afterimages, and waited around her. No matter which direction she avoided, she would definitely be caught by Long Yu. Royal interception. Jia Banxian and Long Yu combined their strength to suppress Yuguisha to death. But at this moment, Tian Xinghe, not far away, noticed the situation here, and his figure moved lightly. The next moment, a huge chessboard descended from the sky. The 2 are suppressed. Innate supernatural powers, the heavenly star chessboard, appeared. Seeing this scene, the crowd watching from a distance couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Tianqing chessboard is Tian Xinghe's famous supernatural power, and he stepped into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers only by comprehending this innate supernatural power. It is rumored that if this trick is used, all the people shrouded in the chessboard will be turned into pawns, at the mercy of Tian Xinghe. Checkerboard? Looking at the star-studded chessboard covering the sky, Long Yu didn't have any worries on his brows, but was eager to try. This chessboard should be condensed by Tian Xinghe with the divine power he has comprehended. If I can break it, it will definitely hurt Tian Xinghe. The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, he directly transformed into a pitch-black sharp blade, and stabbed straight towards the pressed skystar chessboard. The void dragon blade, as an ancient-level terrifying warrior, is stronger than a wild-level warrior. In the entire Shura County, there is probably no existence that can match this warrior. Up to now, Long Yu has not seen any existence that can't be pierced by the nether dragon blade in the void, and he is full of confidence in using it to deal with the Tianqing chessboard at this moment. Little brother Long, be careful, you can't touch the Tianqing chessboard. Jia Banxian at the side turned around and fled out. When he turned around and saw Long Yu coming forward, he couldn't help being startled, and hurriedly shouted. No problem. Long Yu's eyes flickered brightly, he had already prepared for some weirdness on the Tianqing chessboard, and the next moment, the power of the 5-color divine script surged out from his body. This is the power of the siphon divine script. The siphon god culture made a multicolored light beam, which shot out directly from the top of Long Yu's head, connected to the sky star chessboard that was quickly pushed down, and then suddenly exerted force. The entire Tianqing chessboard has a radius of 100 feet, and Long Yu, who is being suppressed by it, looks like an ant in the sky. However, This ant has a sudden mana, and with the power of siphoning divine text, the entire Tianqing chessboard is dimmed down. The siphon divine text is the same as the Yuzi divine text. It is directly obtained from the source of the divine text, and its level is far beyond the ordinary power of the divine text. This Tianqing chessboard is also unable to resist the siphonic divine text. Long Yu saw that the entire Tianqing chessboard was dim, and his confidence was greatly increased. He grasped the nether dragon blade tightly and moved towards the Tianqing chessboard, then turned into a pitch-black sharp blade and pierced it. Boom! There was a loud noise, as if the sky was about to be torn apart by Long Yu's thorn. In the eyes of everyone around, the Tianqing chessboard actually began to crack from the center, but the jet-black sharp blade of Long Yu's incarnation pierced the Tianqing chessboard halfway through as if there was no obstacle. This? Everyone's eyes widened, and some couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The Tianqing chessboard is the innate supernatural power that Tianxing is most proud of, but unexpectedly, it was directly broken by this kid. Seeing this scene, Yu Guisha and Tianxing both showed surprise in their eyes. They never thought that Long Yu would have the ability to smash the Tianqing chessboard head-on. If it's outside, if my chessboard is under pressure, this kid will definitely die. Tianxing squinted his eyes, thinking in his heart that his strength in the dream world was really limited. Yu Guisha glanced at Tianxing, but didn't say anything. In her opinion, her master Tianxing is invincible. Even if the Tianqing chessboard is broken, it's just to make Long Yu temporarily happy, that's all. Xing Wu, who was still worried about Long Yu, immediately burst into a smile when he saw the situation in the field. Haha, I know that Brother Long is not an ordinary person, so what about the Tianqing chessboard, isn't it the same? As for Jia Banxian, who was dodging earlier, he was relieved when he saw this, and then rolled his eyes, and quietly performed a trick of arithmetic innate supernatural powers. It's not like I don't know, this calculation made Jia Banxian's face change drastically. Quick battle and quick decision. Two of Xinghe's subordinates are rushing here this day. When there are too many people, it will be difficult to deal with. Jia Banxian immediately sent a voice transmission to Xing Wu and Long Yu. Good. Xing Wu and Long Yu were both shocked when they heard the words, and nodded immediately. The celestial chessboard was broken, and bright stars fell out one after another and scattered around, but the light of these stars did not dissipate, but continued to surround Long Yu, and it looked like they carried extremely strong destructive power. First-class metal. Long Yu threw out the first-class metal and turned it into a defensive barrier to protect his surroundings. Then with a thought, he teleported and exchanged positions with one of the ancient afterimages. The blood shadow battle flag in the hand of the ancient afterimage was taken back by Long Yu, and he went to face the bright stars on the Tianqing chessboard alone, which would definitely last for a short time. As for Long Yu and another ancient afterimage, one holding the Void Yulong blade and the other holding the nine-turn spirit sword, they directly attacked and killed Yuguisha. The shadow stream erupted, and the dragon sparrow disappeared instantly. Long Yu and Desolate Ancient Remnant Shadow performed these two moves at the same time, like two black shooting stars. They arrived in front of and behind Yu Guisha in an instant. The Chi of Nine Netherness burst out. If it is against an ordinary martial artist, Long Yu's extremely fast back and forth attack can definitely easily stab through the opponent and kill him directly. However, Yugisha's ability is not limited to this. Supernatural power, Ghost Break Avatar. Yuguisha saw Long Yu and Huanggu afterimage attacking together. Without any hesitation, he used another innate supernatural power, Guisha Clone, and three figures exactly like Yuguisha condensed away from her immediately, together with herself, run away in four directions. There were only two Long Yu and his avatars. Seeing this situation, he had to pick two at random, and the Chi of Jiuyo burst out directly, smashing the two Yuguisha avatars to pieces. However, the real Jade Ghost Sha is between the remaining two clones, easily escaped and merged into one not far away. Ghost Dance Whip. Yu Guisha fled away, turning sideways, already holding a pitch-black long whip in his hand, and there was a palpitating aura from the long whip. It's a heaven-level soldier, the Ghost Dance Whip. Not only that, this Ghost Dance Whip has developed a little self-awareness, that is to say, this Jade Ghost Temple has at least reached the third stage of matching with this Ghost Dance Whip, matching Apocalypse. Seeing this, Long Yu's heart trembled. If a martial artist can match up with a soldier, he will be able to display a stronger power of the soldier. Even if it is just a heaven-level soldier, if someone can match it with the Apocalypse, its power can be comparable to that of an ordinary wild-level soldier. Even, it will have some special abilities more than the Great Desolation-level soldiers, making it hard for opponents to guard against. Haunting, entangled. Yu Guisha held the ghost dancing whip in his hand, and a pair of pale eyes, without pupils, looked at Long Yu. The ghost dancing whip immediately condensed countless whip shadows, and headed towards Long Yu. Afterimage, block it. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, he urged the remaining ancient afterimage to step forward and directly cast the divine light of heaven, the technique of light explosion. The power of Yu Zi Xuanhuan exploded, blowing away the air in the audience, and the numerous ghosts condensed by the opponent's ghost dance whip also disappeared in this move. But then, more and faster, black and cold whip shadows came towards Long Yu. At the same time, Long Yu also felt a special idea, which began to constantly interfere with his spirit and soul. Is this the soldier's awareness after matching the Apocalypse with the ghost dance whip? He even knows how to interfere with the opponent. It seems that this Jade Ghost Temple is indeed stronger than most martial arts. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu felt that his spirit was disturbed badly, so he hurriedly backed away. Facing Yu Guisha's soldiers that fit the Apocalypse, Long Yu didn't dare to rush forward at will, but just as he retreated, Jia Banxian beside him rushed out instead. Innate supernatural powers, exorcising ghosts and evil spirits. Jia Banxian sneered, and a snow-white light beam exploded, spreading across the audience, instantly dispelling the self-awareness on the ghost dancing whip. Little brother Long, I'm here to assist you, you just go ahead. Believe me, that warrior consciousness will never affect you. Jia Banxian turned his head and smiled confidently at Long Yu. Good. Long Yu nodded, and glanced sideways. Xingwu and Tian Xinghe were fighting like a raging fire, and Xingwu had gradually fallen into a disadvantage. Tian Xinghe's strength is indeed much stronger than Xingwu's. This is because he obtained much more training resources, soldiers' treasures, etc., than Xingwu when he followed Shura County King. If you don't fight quickly, you will lose when Tian Xinghe's two men come down. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu glanced at Yu Guisha, who was holding a long whip in front of him. The woman had a sly smile on her face, gloomy and cold, and the long whip in her hand made people's hearts tremble. Void Dragon Blade, you can't lose to that broken whip, right? The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, holding the Nether Dragon Blade in his hand, full of confidence once again. After all, the Nether Dragon Blade is a powerful ancient-level warrior. Even if the opponent and the heaven-level warrior match up to the level of Apocalypse, it may not be possible it can be compared to the Nether Dragon Blade. Let's go. Holding the Nether Dragon Blade in his hand, Long Yu galloped towards Yu Guisha again. The warrior consciousness condensed by the ghost dancing whip in Yu Guisha's hand was completely suppressed by Jia Banxian from the side, and could no longer affect Long Yu. And at this moment, Long Yu finally felt the rhythm of the Void Dragon Blade in his hand, and even started to follow his heartbeat. This is a sign of resonance. Long Yu was overjoyed. It seemed that after seeing the Ghost Dance Whip and the Jade Ghost break match with each other, the match between him and the Void Dragon Blade in his hand also strengthened at an extremely fast speed, and finally broke through the bottleneck and reached synchronization. The airflow in the Nether Dragon Blade began to surge continuously, which was exactly in line with Long Yu's heartbeat. The next moment, a jet of black air condensed from the Dragon Blade in the void, and flew out, forming a soft light, and the next moment, it entangled Yu Guisha in the long black dress. Yu Guisha couldn't react. The black airflow released by the nether dragon blade came too fast. The next moment, the nether dragon blade exerted force directly, and the jet-black soft light that entangled Yu Guisha directly wrapped around her body and then pulled a wisp of black smoke out of Yu Guisha's body. This is? Long Yu's complexion changed. He only felt that he and the nether dragon blade fit together, reached the basis of fit, the level of resonance, but he didn't know that the nether dragon blade could have such an effect. What is that black smoke pulled out from Yu Guisha's body? Long Yu felt that after this wisp of black smoke came out, it was directly taken back by the nether dragon blade, and a mark was condensed inside it. Soul seal? The two words jumped out of Long Yu's mind suddenly, telling him that the thing absorbed by the nether dragon blade is called the soul seal. The soul imprint is the imprint of the soul of every living being, and it is the imprint condensed by a small part of souls captured by the nether dragon blade. After Long Yu and the nether dragon blade resonate, they can absorb part of the opponent's soul and condense it into a soul seal. As for the function of this soul seal, Long Yu is not yet clear, but what is certain is that the more soul seals absorbed and condensed by the nether dragon blade, the stronger its power will be. Besides, the most obvious change is Long Yu feels that he now knows exactly what Yu Guisha's next move will be. Can you predict the opponent's actions and methods? Long Yu's heart moved, and he flew sideways at the first moment, and the next moment, the shadow of the ghost dance whip passed by where he was originally. If he hadn't reacted quickly to dodge, he might be seriously injured. Combined with the nether dragon blade, it's so powerful. The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly. In this way, his ability to fight alone has become even stronger. Kill. The void dragon blade matched Long Yu's heartbeat, its power and speed doubled directly. At this time, Long Yu held it in his hand and stabbed at Yu Guisha at an extremely fast speed, making Yu Guisha unable to react. Ghost dancing whip, ambush on all sides. Yu Guisha's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly unleashed a heaven-level martial skill. The long whip in her hand danced quickly, creating endless shadows of the whip, covering her entire body, and shooting towards Long Yu. Unmoved, Long Yu forcibly held the nether dragon blade and stabbed towards Yu Guisha. A lot of whip shadows landed on Long Yu's body like this, causing blood to bloom all over his body, but he didn't back down, turning himself into a pitch-black sharp blade, moving forward without hesitation. Puff. The void Yulong blade directly cut off the ghost dance whip, and then pierced into Yu Guisha's chest, causing Yu Guisha's pupilless white eyes to stare wide open. The next moment, her whole body turned into white light and was sent out by the dream world. Receive. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up reluctantly. He tried to kill Yu Guisha forcefully, and was wounded by her whip shadow, but nothing serious happened, and he could fully recover after resting for a stick of incense. And when he killed Yu Guisha, he plundered the blue killing intent condensed on Yu Guisha's body, making the blue killing intent on him a little darker. Going further, it is the blue killing intent. My goal is naturally the 7th purple killing intent. Even if it is not the first and second in the entire Shura election, it must be among the top 3. Long Yu thought in his heart. Among the martial artists participating in the 3rd round of Shura's general election, there are many tyrannical beings, such as the little princess Xuanhuan, who will definitely be able to reach the 7th level of purple killing intent. Long Yu and Xuanhuan have sparred many times, and they know that even if Xuanhuan's martial arts realm is suppressed at the human level, his strength can still easily defeat Long Yu. Because Xuanhuan and the divine script of the shadow attribute have reached the 4th level, and the power of various supernatural powers can be more than one level higher than that of Long Yu. Even if Long Yu wanted to compete with Xuanhuan in soldiers, Xuanhuan also possessed the Great Desolation level soldiers, and he used them since he was a child, so he matched them to a very high degree. Therefore, Long Yu didn't think that he could become the number 1 in Shura's general election. However, he will definitely fight for the second and third, at least not worse than by Qing. Very good, the resonance has been achieved. Next, the Nether Dragon Blade is the strongest method of my dragon defense. Holding the Nether Dragon Blade in his hand, Long Yu could feel the soul imprint of Yu Guisha writhing within it. The soul imprint of this level increased the power of the Nether Dragon Blade by more than 30%. Soon, Long Yu discovered that there seemed to be 8 sockets in the inner space of the Nether Dragon Blade, and the soul seal of Yu Guisha was stored in one of these 8 sockets. Could it be that this Void Dragon Blade can absorb the soul seals of up to 8 people to increase its power? If so, even if it absorbs the soul seals of martial arts at the level of Yu Guisha, it can double the power of the Void Dragon Blade more than. Long Yu couldn't help but began to sigh with emotion. This Void Dragon Blade is worthy of being an ancient warrior. Even with its current power, there are few things that can resist it. If its power is doubled, it will be invincible. Everything in the world can be broken. Brother Long, well done. Seeing Long Yu kill Yu Guisha, Jia Banxian cheered with his eyes shining. He had also sparred with Long Yu several times on weekdays, so he naturally knew that with Long Yu's original strength, it would not be easy to defeat Yu Guisha in the dream world, at least he would have to end up seriously injured. But now, Long Yu killed Yu Guisha directly, and he was only slightly injured. It can be seen that Long Yu's strength has improved a lot in the battle. This kind of comprehension to improve one's strength in battle is something few martial artists possess, and it is extremely rare. Tian Xinghe looked at Long Yu from a distance, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. He never thought that his subordinate Yu Guisha would be killed by Long Yu in the dream world. It stands to reason that no matter how tyrannical this kid is, if he has not stepped into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, it will be difficult for him to fight against innate supernatural powers. But who knew that this kid was so surprising that he killed Yu Guisha? Although Jia Banxian was there to assist him, Long Yu could do this, and his future was absolutely limitless, which made Tian Xinghe really attach importance to Long Yu. Perhaps, this Shura election is the opportunity for this kid to rise. Therefore, he must be killed in the dream world. Tian Xinghe thought in his heart, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He knows that the easiest way to deal with a genius is to stumble on his growth path. One failure will slow down a genius's cultivation speed, or even stagnate it, because this can cause a great psychological obstacle to a genius's martial arts. He didn't know what Long Yu's previous training was like, but it was something he had to do to prevent Long Yu from winning the Shura election. Supernatural power, Star River Realm. Thinking of this, of course Tian Xinghe wouldn't hold back anything, and immediately used another innate supernatural power, and a bright galaxy descended from the sky, covering everyone in the audience. Xing Wu, Jia Banxian, and Long Yu felt the power of the radiant star divine script almost at the same time, and surrounded themselves from the sky, and the power of the star divine script kept pouring into their bodies, trying to explode the meridians in their bodies. Jilei Overlord Body, break it for me. Long Yu's heart shuddered, and he immediately covered his whole body with the law of lightning strikes. The lightning shrouded his whole body, but it could only resist half of the power of the radiant star divine script. The other half of the power of the star divine script directly invaded his body, intending to detonate his meridian dantian. Since Long Yu was still injured in the battle with Yu Guisha just now, it was a lot more difficult to resist Tian Xinghe's move at this moment. On the other hand, Xing Wu and Jia Banxian, the former used his supernatural powers and danced his giant axe, and blasted away the power of the shining stars and divine script. Little brother Long. Jia Banxian quickly escaped from the influence of the galaxy realm, seeing Long Yu trapped by the power of the resplendent galaxy's divine script, his expression changed. This galactic world, which gathers the power of thousands of galaxies, is not something that ordinary martial arts can resist. From his point of view, Long Yu didn't use any defensive martial arts, and this time, he might be directly blasted to pieces. Siphon divine script. On the other hand, Long Yu was calm and composed, with a look of determination in his eyes. The power of the siphoning divine script spread all over his body, and he began to absorb the power of those resplendent galaxy divine script. The next moment, the power of the Yuzi divine script continued to spread from the meridians in his body, actively urging these Yuzi divine script, and began to cling to the meridians, flesh and blood of his whole body, and began to temper it. The power of the law of thunder, the tempered body is no longer enough to cope with the current battle, then I will use the power of the Yuzi divine script to temper the body and achieve the 9 nether overlord body. A brilliant light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. According to the order of Fumo-dominant body, tempering the body starts from the meridians, then to the muscles, bones, skin, dantian, and finally to the 5 internal organs and blood vessels. Once it is completely tempered, Long Yu will be able to achieve the 9 nether overlord physique. Of course, there is no ready-made example for this kind of thing to follow, and it is unknown if there are any problems in it, but Long Yu believes that he can solve those problems. After all, he is much more familiar with the power of the 9 nether chi than the power of the thunder suppression law. Even the thunder suppression law can temper his whole body, so the 9 nether chi must be able to do it. It's just that he doesn't have much time to temper his body in battle. The current Long Yu can only strive to temper his own meridians to fight against Tianxing's supernatural powers in the galaxy realm. The power of the radiant star divine script is still pouring into Long Yu's body. After being half absorbed by the lightning law, it encounters the siphon divine script again, which cannot cause any damage to Long Yu in a short time. And in all the meridians in Long Yu's body, the chi of 9 netherness had already spread, and began to temper his meridians, causing him to suffer unparalleled pain, and the veins all over his body burst out. What is this doing? Feeling Long Yu's movements, Tian Xinghe couldn't help but smile slightly. Do you want to temporarily temper your body to resist my offensive? This idea is too naive. Tempering the body in battle was unheard of in Tian Xinghe, because life and death are instant in battle, and it is impossible to have enough time to temper successfully. Since it is delivered to your door, I will not be polite. Killing intent flashed in Tian Xinghe's eyes, and his whole body turned into a ray of starlight, condensed into a huge sword light, and slashed down towards Long Yu. Beautiful thinking, the giant axe starts a prairie fire. Xingwu watched Tian Xinghe's movements from the sidelines, and of course he would not let him attack Long Yu. The pair of giant axes in his hands danced again, and the hurricane broke through the bright stars and divine power within the range, rushing towards Tian Xinghe. Trouble. Seeing this, Tian Xinghe immediately darkened his face. As for Xingwu, he really has no good solution. No matter what method he uses, this Xingwu can resist it with the giant axe in his hand. Although if it goes on for a long time, Tianxing will definitely be able to break through its defense, but it cannot be done in a short time of. Since this is the case, I can't let you continue to be arrogant. A fierce light flashed in Tian Xinghe's eyes, and then he took out a star bracelet that exuded the light of stars from his bosom, and put it on his wrist directly. Great Desolation level warrior, Xing Chenyuan. When the star bracelet appeared, Xingwu's face suddenly became serious. Great wilderness level warriors are extremely rare in the entire Shura County, and only the king of Shura, the princess, and a few disciples of the king have them. What's more, it is rumored that Tian Xinghe and this great desolation level soldier, xuanhuan, have reached a fairly deep compatibility state, and can exert most of its power. Astral imprisonment. Tian Xinghe did not stagnate at all, and directly aimed at Xingwu and used a method. A burst of power without warning surged to Xingwu's side in an instant, making it impossible for him to avoid it, and enveloped him. In the next moment, Xing Chenyuan's combat ability and astral confinement, from the Great Desolation rank soldier, imprisoned Xingwu and the 2 axes in his hands, and he could no longer move a single bit. Xing Chenyuan, let's cooperate well and kill all this group of people. The corners of Tianxinghe's mouth curled up slightly, and he said softly, "Hey, I haven't come out for activities for a long time, my uncle's waist is sore and his back hurts after sleeping." A somewhat immature boy's voice actually came from the star dust on Tianxinghe's wrist. This great desolation-level soldier has already matched with Tianxinghe, to such an extent that he has a clear self-awareness and can think. At least it's the stage of matching Xinhe. If it's not good, is it already the top stage of matching Wu Shuang? Seeing this, all the martial artists who were far away felt awe-inspiring, and had a new level of understanding of Tianxinghe's strength. Compatible with the great wilderness-level soldiers, this is something not many people can do. Among the powerhouses in the mystical ability secret realm, Tianxinghe has almost stepped into the realm of invincibility. Even facing the peak powerhouses in the seven-path supernatural ability realm, there is absolutely a way to deal with the opponent. Prison and kill. The corners of Tianxinghe's mouth turned up slightly, and as soon as he spoke casually, he saw that the astral power that imprisoned Xingwu suddenly became tighter, making Xingwu's whole body suppressed by the tyrannical force almost deformed. Burst. Xingwu let out a snarl, and the divine power in his body exploded, slightly dispelling some of the power imprisoned by the stars, but the next moment, xuanhuan, a soldier emitting a burst of star light, flew out and directly placed on top of Xingwu's head. Die. Following the young boy's voice, Xingwu's whole body was crushed and exploded by the mighty force of the endless stars, and he exploded, turning into a piece of white light and being sent out of the dream world. As Xu Chan's #1 subordinate, Xingwu's strength is definitely one of the strongest among Xu Chan's subordinates, and his absolute strength must surpass everyone else. However, even Xingwu couldn't resist Xing Chenyuan's blow, which shows how terrifying the great desolation-level soldiers who are compatible with Wu Xiu are. This scene surprised Long Yu and Jia Banxian slightly. Cold sweat broke out on Jia Banxian's face. I never imagined that Tianxinghe and xuanhuan have become so compatible in the past 2 years. If 2 years ago, brother Xingwu could still resist the power of xuanhuan, but now, he is directly suppressed by him. Death. He raised his head, looked at Long Yu, who was still trapped by the galaxy realm, and couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. If Long Yu dies again, there will be no way to defeat Tianxinghe, not to mention, Tianxinghe still has 2 subordinates rushing over. There is still about an incense stick of time, and those 2 guys are coming. Jia Banxian's face darkened, knowing that the situation is not good, very bad. He, Xingwu and Long Yu are very likely to be killed by Tianxinghe, and become a stepping stone for Tianxinghe to condense his killing intent. However, at this moment, Long Yu finally let out a sharp shout. Overlord body, explode. In this short period of time, all the meridians in Long Yu's body were filled with the energy of the 9 nethernesses, which had been tempered with the power of the divine script of Yuzi. Due to the extremely rapid tempering, the pain he endured was much stronger than that of ordinary people practicing body-training martial arts. If it was a tough guy like Xingwu, he would probably faint from the pain. However, Long Yu's willpower is extremely tenacious. He just gritted his teeth and survived, thus achieving the first level of the 9 nether overlord body. The meridians in his whole body turned into Jiuyo meridians, and with a sharp shout, the Jiuyo Qi exploded towards the surroundings, shattering all the power of the surrounding bright stars. Not only that, Long Yu also integrated a wisp of 9 nether Qi into the power of the stars in the Star River realm, and walked towards the source of the power, and soon touched the Tianxinghe standing aside. Just as Tianxinghe killed Xingwu, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he suddenly sensed a sinister and strange force, which broke through his body directly along the power of the galaxy realm, and the smile on his face froze. The Qi of 9 netherness is like a torrent, along with the power of the stars and gods in the galaxy realm, it directly breaks through into Tianxinghe's body. This froze the smile on Tianxinghe's face, but he immediately reacted. A burst of berserk star divine power burst out, barely shaking the 9 nether Qi directly out of his body. Feeling the coldness and weirdness remaining in his body, Tian Xinghe couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This kid is really too wicked. This kind of extremely cold power is an existence that Tian Xinghe has never heard of, and it seems to be stronger than any power he has seen. When he is suppressed at the level of the initial human state, Long Yu can kill him with this. Not impossible. Yo, this kid seems to be quite strong. Tian Xinghe, you are not this kid's opponent, are you? A chuckle came out, and it was Xing Chenyuan on Tian Xinghe's wrist that made the sound. The great desolation-level soldier who is compatible with Tianxing already has quite good wisdom, and his consciousness is an independent existence from Tianxing. With you here, why can't you defeat this person? The corners of Tian Xinghe's mouth turned up slightly, and he looked extremely relaxed, but in his heart he paid 120,000 attention to Long Yu, knowing that if he underestimated this person, he might really be bombarded and killed by him. Hey, that's not necessarily true. If you meet the little princess, will you be her opponent? Xing Chenyuan didn't give Tian Xinghe any face at all, and said it directly, but the next moment, he saw a ray of endless star power emerge from Xing Chenyuan, rushing towards Long Yu. While talking and laughing, Xing Chenyuan was unambiguous at all, and directly launched a killer move on Long Yu. Jiuyo hegemony has just completed, let me try it. Can I resist the attack of this Xing Chenyuan? Long Yu watched the burst of star power coming, his eyes glowed with confidence, but of course it is unrealistic to fight with the body alone. As soon as he raised his hand, he released the colorful siphon divine power, and threw out the first-class metal, condensing a defensive barrier, blocking the burst of star power. Stardust, broken. Seeing this, Tian Xinghe's eyes flashed with murderous intent. While commanding Xing Chenyuan to launch the bombardment, he also displayed his innate supernatural power once again, the Tianxing chessboard. A chessboard twice as wide as before, dotted with the light of stars, crashed down from the dark sky, covering an area of more than 200 feet. With such a range, even if Long Yu immediately cast Shadow Stream Burst and Dragon Sparrow's Instant Void, it may be difficult to escape. All Long Yu can do now is to break this chessboard. However, he broke the celestial chessboard once, can he smash this even bigger celestial chessboard again? If it fails, it will be completely annihilated by the power of the stars on the Tianxing chessboard and turned into pieces. Siphon Divine Script, let me play it. Seeing this, Long Yu could only grit his teeth and prepare to deal with that day's star chessboard. But before that, the first thing he faced was the impact of star power from Xing Chenyuan, a soldier of the Great Desolation rank. The shock wave came through the airflow exploded along the way, the power of the stars spread out, and then condensed into a bunch, rolling towards Long Yu's face door. The defensive barrier of the first-class metal first appeared in front of the beam of star power and blocked it. But it was only for a moment, and the shock wave of the power of the stars directly smashed the defensive barrier of the first-class metal, and then acted on the colorful siphon divine script. Following Long Yu's thoughts, the power of the stars and the shock wave was immediately absorbed by 30% of the siphon divine text, and instead turned into a defensive barrier, which once again offset 30% of the destructive power of the shock wave. Long Yu's comprehension of the siphon divine language has been promoted to another level at this moment, reaching a level of 1/10. After comprehending 1/10 of the siphon divine script, he eliminated 60% of the power of the shock wave of star power, and then the shock wave of star power hit Long Yu's chest head-on, bursting out a burst of blood. At the same time, Long Yu was blown away. This scene changed the face of Jia Banxian, who was watching the battle. Little brother Long. Jia Banxian just wanted to help, even if he wasn't Tianxing his opponent, he couldn't stand by and watch. However, at this moment, Long Yu suddenly stood still, and his whole body seemed to be firmly in midair like Mount Tai. In front of his chest, the burst of blood mixed with a dark and eerie aura, that is the aura of the Nine Nethers. Driven by the aura of the Nine Nethers, the remaining power of the shock wave of the power of the stars was completely wiped out. Resisted down. It really is worthy of the 9 Nether Overlord body. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he had a clearer understanding of his current strength. Even though the 9 Serenity's Overlord body has only reached the first level of cultivation, Guangguang has tempered the meridians, but its defensive effect is already quite terrifying. Long Yu resisted the star impact of Xingchenyuan with his physical body, and unexpectedly forcibly resisted it. However, even though Long Yu survived this time, he didn't feel very comfortable. His body was full of energy and blood. Fortunately, the self-healing divine script emerged, which stabilized his whole body. Moreover, he has only tempered the meridians with the qi of 9 netherness. Other things such as flesh, 5 internal organs, dantian, etc. have not been tempered successfully. Now the impact of the stars and Xingchenyuan shattered Long Yu's flesh in one fell swoop. Even though the law of thunder and lightning flashed to resist, it did not produce much protective effect. The Thunder Overlord physique is indeed not enough. It's still too late to start refining the 9 Nether Overlord physique. Long Yu thought in his heart, then he raised his head to prevent Xingchenyuan's move of star impact, and then he had to deal with the Tianqing chessboard that was pressed down on top of his head. The Heavenly Star chessboard, just now I smashed it with the move of Desolate Ancient Shadow Killer, but it was extremely reluctant. Now the Skystar chessboard looks stronger, and I want to smash it. Even with my current comprehension it is also impossible to kill the ancient shadows, but fortunately. Long Yu watched the celestial chessboard above his head get closer and closer, and suddenly the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He held the void dragon blade, and his whole body suddenly turned into a pitch-black sharp blade. Desolate Ancient Shadow Killing. He once again used this move of the Great Desolation level martial skill, but this is no longer the move he used before. Because of such a fierce battle with the strong, his comprehension of martial arts has increased rapidly, and not long ago, he finally comprehended Huanggu Yingsha to the level of great success. The power of the Great Desolation level martial arts that has comprehended the realm of Desheng must not be underestimated, especially the ancient martial arts such as Huanggu Yingsha, which mainly focuses on single-target lethality. Desolate Shadow Kill. Long Yu snarled, and the void dragon blade in his hand instantly split into 2 ancient afterimages, each of which turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, and charged towards the Heavenly Star chessboard that descended from the sky. The next moment, the 2 afterimages of ancient times stabbed at the Tianqing chessboard, but they were suddenly surrounded by the light of the stars on the Tianqing chessboard, as if they were about to be torn apart instantly. However, at the next moment, the ancient afterimages of the 2 Long Yu exploded, and when they exploded, thousands of jet-black sharp blades exploded and shot out in all directions. The destructive power of each pitch-black sharp blade is equivalent to that of Long Yu's previous strike of Huanggu Yingsha. Countless pitch-black sharp blades pierced in all directions, piercing countless holes directly on the Tianqing chessboard. Although the Tianqing chessboard has become larger this time, its defense can only be strongest by concentrating on one point. Now facing the violent killing of Long Yu Wangying, with thousands of pitch-black blades attacking in different directions, the defense of the Tianqing chessboard was completely insufficient, and he was directly blasted into a sieve. This. Tian Xinghe thought that xuanhuan and the giant Tianqing chessboard could kill Long Yu, but he didn't expect such a scene to appear in front of him, which made him widen his eyes and couldn't believe it. And the gradual disintegration of the giant celestial chessboard also made those wuxiu who watched in the distance widen their eyes and mouths, full of disbelief. Man Xian and Qi Hua also hid in the distance, quietly observing the battle on the field, and they were delighted to see this situation. Man Xian burst out laughing straight away. Brother Long is really powerful. He was able to resist the Xinghe that day for so long. I just don't know if there are any trump cards that can be used to defeat that guy. It seems a bit difficult now, but... Qi Hua squinted his eyes. Brother Long seems to have the strongest trump card yet to use it, and I don't know what he is waiting for. Maybe, he has to wait until the last moment to use it. Let's make a final decision. the strongest trump card? Man Xian was slightly taken aback when he heard the words. He was very nervous, but he didn't remember any more powerful moves of Long Yu. However, after such a reminder from Qi Hua, Man Xian suddenly remembered the scene where Long Yu defeated Yuwen Liang, a strong man in the Tianhua realm, in the Huangsha Tianqing in the Tiangang realm that day. At that time, Long Yu was only in the human realm, but he crossed the triple realm and killed his opponent, shocking the martial arts audience. The reason why this can be achieved is because of Long Yu's strongest trump card. By the way, what Brother Long is using now is just an ordinary move. Even if it is a wild level martial skill or an ancient level warrior, it is not a real unique move in Long Yu's hands. His strongest trump card is definitely that. True Spirit, the true spirit of the Nine Nether Dragon. Man Xian thought of this and immediately became excited. I just don't know what Brother Long is waiting for. It seems that the magic stick said just now that Tian Xinghe has two subordinates coming. Could it be that Brother Long is waiting for those two to come together before sending them away? Catch them all? Qi Hua narrowed his eyes and guessed. Probably. Man Xian nodded. According to his understanding of Long Yu is definitely someone who can do such a thing. Clever, calm, and calculating, no matter when and where, he will leave cards for himself. Long Yu is such a person. If he casts the true dragon spirit of the Nine Nethers now, he can certainly kill Tian Xinghe, but two more with a guy like Yu Guisha, Long Yu couldn't possibly resist them. So, he is waiting. Man Xian and Qi Hua were the only ones present who knew that Long Yu still had a trump card. If Xu Chan was there, he would have known about it, but now that Xu Chan is not there, as for Jia Banxian, Tian Xinghe, and other martial arts spectators, it is naturally impossible to know. Long Yu, you annoy me. Tian Xinghe watched his giant Tianqing chessboard being crushed by Long Yu again, and immediately snorted coldly, Xing Chenyuan, kill him with all your strength. Tian Xinghe, how can you be so cruel? Xing Chenyuan's young voice was a little surprised. You have to know, if I try my best, it must be. Before he could finish speaking, Xing Chenyuan, the great desolation-level soldier surrounded by the power of the divine script of the stars, suddenly shot towards Long Yu. For this soldier's sudden attack, Long Yu had long been prepared. As for what it was saying, Long Yu completely ignored it from the beginning, because he saw that this soldier liked to use words to attract people's attention. Force, followed by a surprise attack. Coming. Long Yu felt a violent storm of stars rushing toward his face, and his whole body exploded at a terrifying speed in an instant. The dragon sparrow disappeared, and the shadow stream erupted, and they displayed it at the same time. He didn't retreat, but galloped towards the place where Tianxing was. He broke through the storm of stars in Xing Chenyuan, and he was not far in front of Tianxing in the next moment. Straight into the starstorm? Tian Xinghe's face changed slightly. Seeing Long Yu's whole body dripping with blood, he couldn't help being a little moved. The next moment, he felt that his body seemed to be bound by something, which made his expression change again. Drunk in the Yellow Springs, the spirit of the Yellow Springs. Long Yu used this martial skill that he hadn't used for a long time, and the shadowless and invisible spirit of the underworld directly restrained Tian Xinghe. After all, both sides are in the same martial arts realm now. This move can also have an effect on Tian Xinghe. Sword of Reincarnation. Dragonine Dark Sky Snow. Long Yu directly held the Sword of Reincarnation, and slashed down towards the Tianxing. The power of reincarnation exploded, and Tian Xinghe was bound by the spirit of the underworld. Even if he wanted to get rid of it, it was too late. He could only open it with the folding fan and forcibly resist Long Yu's reincarnation sword. A sound of dragon chant, accompanied by falling black snowflakes, formed the supreme domain, which slowed down the flow of profound energy in Tian Xinghe's entire body. He opened the folding fan in his hand, and the innate supernatural power, the star-shaped fan cloth, swept out again, and the sword light like a fan struck towards the sword of reincarnation in Long Yu's hand. These fan shadow sword lights carried infinite power of the stars, but Long Yu just held the sword of reincarnation and swung it casually a few times, weakening the power of all the fan shadow sword lights that approached by more than half. Immediately afterwards, he used the siphon divine script to absorb all these powers, and then transformed them into the purest profound energy, which was supplemented by Long Yu. This is the special ability to comprehend the siphon divine text to a 10% level, absorb the power obtained by the opponent, and convert it into pure profound energy, which can be used to supplement one's own consumption. The next moment. Drain soul. Long Yu cracked Tianxinghe's innate supernatural power, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he held the void dragon blade and swiped towards Tianxinghe from the air. A ray of invisible and cold breath flashed across Tianxinghe's body in an instant, and at the same time, a soul imprint was absorbed by the void dragon blade. The 8 soul imprint slots of the nether dragon blade finally ushered in the second soul imprint, and it is also the soul imprint of Tianxinghe. The next moment, Long Yu felt that the entire aura of the nether dragon blade was much stronger than before, and the destructive power had directly increased by more than 50%. The soul seals of Yuguosha and Tianxing have almost doubled the power of the nether dragon blade. Long Yu felt a little unbelievable, but the facts were in front of him, and this was probably the strongest point of the nether dragon blade as an ancient warrior. If it was said that Long Yu might not be able to kill Tianxinghe when he used the void dragon blade to perform the desolate shadow kill, but now it is much easier. Since that's the case, Huang Ying violently kills. A cold light flickered in Long Yu's eyes, and holding the void dragon blade, he directly drew a streak of light and shadow, and landed in front of Tianxing in the next moment. Careful. Seeing this, Xingchenyuan immediately turned around from the front, trying to help Tianxinghe resist Long Yu's move, but halfway through, he was stopped by a gossip Yin and Yang fish jade pendant. Want to help? Pass me first. The figure of Jia Banxian wearing a white robe appeared directly in front of Xingchenyuan's soldier, and the power of infinite light divine script emanating from the gossip Yin and Yang fish jade pendant resisted the power of the star divine script from Xingchenyuan. The two sides became deadlocked, and Tianxinghe, who was not far away, could only use defensive innate magical powers upon seeing this. Supernatural power, Xinghe came to the world. With Tianxinghe's thought, the power of the surrounding stars burst out suddenly, which actually triggered the aura of Tianxinghe to emerge, and the momentum came down with a bang. A seemingly endless river of bright stars descended from the sky and landed between Long Yu and Tianxinghe. Kill. Long Yu's 2 afterimages of ancient times, each violently killed towards the bright galaxy, and the aura of 9 seclusion instantly exploded in that galaxy, directly blasting the bright galaxy into pieces. However, in this way, Long Yu Wangying's violent killing move was considered useless. But immediately after, Long Yu unexpectedly crossed the resplendent galaxy, ignoring the frenzied power of the stars and gods, held the nether dragon blade in his hand, and stabbed into Tianxing's chest. Supernatural power, starburst. Tianxinghe didn't expect Long Yu to be able to do this at all, and suddenly his eyes flickered wildly and fiercely. Even if he was going to be killed by Long Yu and sent out of the dream world, it was impossible for him to let Long Yu continue to live. Starburst is an innate supernatural power that he only comprehended when he stepped into the 5 realms of supernatural powers. Its power is extremely terrifying. If it is used, Jia Banxian, who is hundreds of meters away, will probably be affected. The starburst is to condense all the power of the stars and the gods he has comprehended in his whole body into one point, and then explode directly. In this way, Tianxinghe himself will not be injured, but it will consume all the strength in his body, making him incapable of fighting at all. Under the current situation, Tianxinghe had no choice but to use this move. Originally, he wanted to save this move for Shu Chan, but he didn't expect It's an honor for you to force me to use this supernatural power. Now, die. Following Tianxing crazily screaming, a violent storm of star divine power erupted completely with Tianxing as the center of gravity, and the airflow shattered, as if the space was trembling. Long Yu squinted his eyes, calmly cast Dragon Sparrow Flash, just a moment ago. When the starburst spread, Long Yu's whole body turned into a translucent color, and he was actually transferred to another dimension-independent space, completely unaffected by the starburst. The ripples of starburst damage spread to the surroundings, causing all the martial arts not far away to retreat. Seeing this, Jiabanxian wanted to back away, but he was held back by Xing Chenyuan instead, and his expression changed. The next moment, the ripples of starburst destruction swept across Jiabanxian's white-robed body, completely annihilating him, turning him into white light and sending him out of the dream world. The power of the starburst from far away killed Jiabanxian, which shows how terrifying the power of this innate, supernatural power is. However, the corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up, feeling that the starburst ripples had gone away, and finally appeared from the state of Dragon Sparrow Flash, and sent the Void Dragon Blade forward in his hand. Tianxing didn't have any defenses. Even if he had defenses, he didn't have any strength to resist. His eyes widened immediately, Long Yu pierced into his chest, even his heart was shattered by Long Yu. Tianxing's eyes were full of disbelief, while Long Yu's eyes were full of indifference, just watching Tianxing's whole body turn into white light and be sent out by the dream world. The killing intent condensed on Tianxing's body turned a deep blue color originally because he killed Xing Wu and Jiabanxian. But at this moment, the deep blue killing intent was all absorbed by Long Yu, which made Long Yu's killing intent even deeper. I am afraid that if he kills any two martial arts with blue killing intent, he can be promoted to the first rank. 6 layers of blue killing intent. The audience was silent. The 5 people who originally fought in the melee, Xing Wu and Jiabanxian, died in the hands of Tianxing one after another, which made everyone feel their terrifying fighting power. However, in the end, it was Long Yu's astonishing performance that completely assassinated Tianxing and became the final winner in the field. At this moment, the murderous mist that was constantly gathering nearby finally gradually turned into a pool of blood, entering the second stage of formation. Unexpectedly, Brother Long didn't even use his trump card, so he killed Tianxing. Man Xian was extremely excited at the sight. It seems that we too overestimated Tianxing's strength. Qihua nodded. When he only has the same martial arts realm as Brother Long, for Brother Long, he is completely a guy who can directly defeat him. However, Brother Long said that if he meets that princess, he probably won't be able to deal with it. As Man Xian said, he sighed with emotion. If Brother Long really grows up and enters the mystical realm of magical powers, or even the mystical realm of kingly ways, I don't know what kind of earth-shattering combat power he will have. There will be a day like that. As Qihua said, he suddenly frowned slightly. Another strong man has come. Could it be Tianxing's other 2 subordinates? It must be. Let's go help together. Brother Long is the only one left now. After the fierce battle, the profound energy in his body has been seriously consumed. I'm afraid he won't be a match for those 2 guys. Holding a long knife in his hand, Man Xian immediately flew towards Long Yu. If Brother Long is forced to use his final trump card to deal with 2 miscellaneous fish, then we are too useless, aren't we? Qihua laughed, followed Man Xian and flew towards where Long Yu was. The murderous fog is about to take shape, and it must not be snatched away by others at this time, and when Tianxing's 2 powerful men approached quickly, other Jianghu martial arts around who had been watching for a long time also started to move around. Long Yu's assassination of Tianxing cost a lot of energy, but it wasn't completely powerless like before. Just now, I used the Siphon Divine Script to absorb the power of Tianxing's Divine Script and transform it into profound energy. Now I still have half of the profound energy left, and I still have combat power. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he glanced at the two figures flying straight from a distance. Those two figures were all condensed with blue killing intent. The fifth level of killing intent happened to be extremely important to Long Yu. As long as these two people were killed, then Long Yu should be able to directly step into the sixth level of killing intent, blue killing intent. If these two are opponents at the same level as Jade Ghost, Manzi, Chihua, and I should be able to handle it, but the most troublesome thing is. Long Yu quietly looked around, and saw other martial artists who had gathered because of the murderous mist. All of them had greedy looks in their eyes. As for the murderous fog, no one was willing to give up. Just now, Tian Xinghe held the battle, but no one dared to be presumptuous, and they all retreated away. But now that Tian Xinghe is dead, everyone feels that Long Yu is not strong enough. Of course they are all ready to move. If anyone can kill Long Yu, they can plunder all the killing intent on him, and try to snatch the murderous mist, reach the sky in one step. Of course, in the rules of Shura's general election, only when one's own killing intent has been condensed and stabilized for an hour can it be truly counted in the ranking. That is to say, if someone kills Long Yu, robs him of the dark green killing intent, but is immediately killed by other people, then the guy who died immediately. In the end, the result of the Shura election is still only that he plundered Long Yu to kill him. I only care about the previous achievements. This kind of regulation is also for the sake of fairness, otherwise Shura's general election may be messed up. As the two of them flew straight in the distance, those martial artists who were ready to make a move didn't do it immediately, but most of them chose to wait and see. After all, those two were still Tian Xinghe's subordinates, and they still represented Tian Xinghe. Of course, there are a lot of martial artists watching around. Not all of them choose to continue the official website. There were 3 teams, a total of 8 martial artists. Each of them stood up and flew towards where Long Yu was. Want to deal with me first, and plunder the killing intent? Long Yu looked at the 8 martial artists in the 3 teams, and they all set him as the target, and the corners of his mouth turned slightly. Then let's try it. The shadow of the dragon sparrow. A giant black shadow of a dragon finch appeared behind Long Yu, carrying him and flew up into the sky. Although it was only fused with the shadow of a dragon finch, it also made him faster than ordinary martial arts. Superior. Of course, which one of the wushou living in the dream world is not a cunning, and powerful character? While the 8 martial artists were on guard against each other, they each displayed their body skills and even their innate supernatural powers to speed up, chasing and killing Long Yu at the fastest speed. Since Long Yu went up into the sky, these people chased him from bottom to top, and the distance between them was naturally much closer. About there. Long Yu wondered where the 8 people were, and suddenly he stopped in mid-air, and then suddenly a dark and eerie aura erupted from him. 9 explosions of Yulong, empty explosion, Lianzhu explosion. 2 9 nether dragons condensed from 9 nether chi flew out of Long Yu's fists in an instant, and the sound of the dragon chant resounded throughout the audience, trembling the 8 martial artists who came chasing after them. Immediately afterwards, 2 9 nether dragons flew out one after another, roaring towards the place where the 8 people were, and the endless 9 nether chi surged up, completely enveloping the 8 people like a tidal waterfall. Shocking air explosion and Lianzhu explosion are Dahuang-level martial arts, Yulong 9 explosions transcendent realm moves, the 6th and 7th explosions. The 9 explosions of Yulong in the transcendent realm was extremely terrifying when performed. Before Long Yu had just comprehended these 2 moves, he killed 9 of Chijiwu's recruits. Now that it was used again, the expressions of the 8 martial artists who were chasing down below suddenly changed drastically. Withstand. Defend quickly. The 8 martial artists displayed their defensive martial skills at the first time, but it was a pity that the 9 Serenity Chi invaded their bodies as early as the first explosion, and it was too late for them to use their defensive martial skills when the ball exploded. The explosive force emanating from their bodies shattered each of them, and various laws and divine powers scattered in all directions, causing a burst of air to surge away. White light flickered. The 8 martial artists who wanted to kill Long Yu as quickly as possible, and plundered his killing intent, were directly blasted to death by Long Yu's move, and the killing intent of the 8 people was given to Long Yu instead, making the blue killing intent on Long Yu's body even deeper. This scene immediately made the other wuxios who were about to make a move shut their mouths, feeling a surge of fear in their hearts. Fortunately, I didn't go up. It turns out that this kid is still hiding a trick. It's amazing. In this way, it is not a coincidence that Long Yu defeated Tian Xinghe. If this guy grows up, he will probably be the strongest young genius in Shura County. You don't think much of the princess's level of genius when you say that, don't you? Although Tian Xinghe is considered a top powerhouse in Shura County, compared with the princess, he is still far behind. That's true, but according to my opinion, if this Long Yu is not too low in martial arts, I am afraid that he can also step into the level of the princess. You would think that the princess is one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the younger generation in Azura County, and that is a truly amazing talent. Even if Long Yu killed Tian Xinghe, he would not be able to meet the real 3 geniuses, and it is absolutely impossible to be their opponent. Speaking of the 3 major geniuses of the young generation in Azura County, a group of martial artists showed admiration on their faces. Obviously, each of these 3 geniuses is enough to become a legend in Azura County. Tian Xinghe wanted to snatch the murderous mist and let other irrelevant people back away, but they stayed away from the official website as they are now, to see if there is any bargain. But if someone else came, whether it was Princess Xuanhuan, or the other 2 of the 3 geniuses, if the others were to retreat, no one would dare to stay and try to be a fisherman. This is where the deterrent power of the 3 young geniuses in Shura County lies. Those 3 geniuses are the idols of all the young martial artists in Shura County, the real young strong standing proudly in the clouds. Princess Xuanhuan is one of the 3 geniuses. As for the other 2, Long Yu has not met them before, but has only vaguely heard of their names. Of course, before Long Yu met each other, this name was just a code name, and Long Yu would not be very focused on. Before Long Yu used the 9 explosions of the Nether Dragon, he had covered this area with a layer of Siphon Divine Script in advance, and the 8 martial artists used all kinds of body skills and defensive skills, all of which were absorbed by the Siphon Divine Script. So in general, after Long Yu used Yulong 9 explosions once, not only did he not consume the profound energy in his body, but it became more than before. Swish! Swish! 2 figures entwined with murderous intent in blue suddenly appeared in front of Long Yu, each with endless murderous aura in their eyes. These 2 people were obviously the subordinates that Tian Xinghe had notified to help. Long Yu had met once or twice before. They all followed Tian Xinghe. But unfortunately, these 2 guys are still late. Brother Tian was killed by you. One of the figures shrouded in blue murderous intent was a short one-armed man. Not only was he one-armed, he even had only one eye. The other eye was covered by a black eye patch, as if it had been disabled. It stands to reason that if a martial artist in the mystical realm of supernatural powers takes some heaven-level healing elixir, the broken arm can be regenerated, and the internal organs can be completely restored from being destroyed, and one eye should not be a problem. Regarding this, Long Yu was a little cautious. Maybe this guy's covered eyes could use some tricks. I killed it. Not only that, I, Long Yu, will also determine the killing intent that you 2 condensed. The corner of Long Yu's mouth was slightly raised, and he said extremely arrogantly. He was hundreds of feet away from the 2 of them. If he wanted to sneak attack, he could kill one of them in an instant, but now is not the best time for Long Yu to do it. Because he was still brewing, warming and nurturing the meridians in his body, just now he used various martial arts to deal with Tian Xinghe, although the profound energy was not exhausted, but the meridians were extremely exhausted. Some martial skills are still unavailable for the time being. If they fight now, Long Yu will be at a considerable disadvantage. Brother Long. Brother Long. At this moment, Man Xian and Chi Hua finally rushed to Long Yu's side. They saw Long Yu's attack that killed 8 martial artists, but they were used to it, and they didn't take it for granted. The most urgent task is to deal with Tian Xinghe's subordinates who are embodying the blue murderous intent. Man Xian and Chi Hua came to Long Yu's side, raised their heads, and looked at the 2 Tian Xinghe's subordinates. In addition to the short one-armed one-eyed man, there is another person wearing a gray robe, who looks like a very normal guy from the outside. There is nothing strange about it. If you throw it into the crowd, no one will notice this guy. Ghost Eyes, Li Peio's. Among the spectators watching wuxia not far away, someone secretly called out, obviously seeing the identities of these 2 people. Ghost Eye and Li Peio's are both very powerful guys under Tian Xinghe's subordinates. Their reputation is the same as Yugisha's, spreading throughout Shura County. Tian Xinghe, as the eldest disciple of Prince Shura, naturally has many subordinates. Each of them is a generation of amazing talents, at least many times stronger than ordinary martial arts. The fluctuation of the space attribute oracle? Long Yu glanced at the guy in the gray robe. This guy named Li Peio's actually comprehended the divine script of the space attribute. No wonder he was able to rush over from a distance so quickly after being greeted by Tian Xinghe. Divine texts of the space attribute are not uncommon in Shura County, but there are not many who can comprehend them strong enough. Li Peio's is one of them. As for Ghost Eye, no one knows why he is called Ghost Eye. In the real world, it is rumored that anyone who has seen his Ghost Eye is dead. Ghost Eye and Li Peio's flew over and stood 100 feet away from Long Yu, looking at Long Yu vigilantly. The 2 of them received Tian Xinghe's secret message, so Li Peio's used the power of the divine script to escape the sky, and rushed over at the fastest speed, but they couldn't see Tian Xinghe, and only felt a little bit of the existence of the divine script of stars. Trace. Tian Xinghe was killed. This fact shocked the 2 of them. Regarding Long Yu in front of them, they couldn't help thinking, this guy can really kill Tian Xinghe and their boss? Impossible, there must be other helpers, and it won't be these 2. The ghost-eyed one-eyed looked around, and glanced at Long Yu, Man Xian, and Chi Hua beside him. With Brother Tian's strength, it is absolutely impossible to be killed just like this. Someone must be besieging and killing Brother Tian, but he was killed by Brother Tian. I killed several of them, and finally exhausted myself, only to be taken advantage of by this person. What's the truth, don't you know if you ask? On the other hand, Li Peiou smiled softly, turned his featureless face to the side, and casually asked a few martial artists in a direction outside, you guys, tell me what happened just now. Whoever tells the complete truth first, after leaving here, reward a prefecture-level soldier. It is undoubtedly very tempting to reward prefecture-level soldiers just by saying something, because it is completely effortless. Immediately, a group of people scrambled to start talking. Seeing this, Long Yu flew in the same place calmly. The other party wanted to find out what happened just now, so he just gave him time to recover. Some meridians that were exhausted due to frequent use of martial arts also gradually began to recover. However, at this moment, the group of martial arts practitioners had just started talking about Long Yu and others coming to confront Tian Xinghe, that Guoyin and Li Peiou suddenly didn't listen to them, instead they suddenly launched an offensive and rushed towards Long Yu. If this kid is really that powerful, it is impossible to watch us questioning. Since he didn't make a move when we questioned, it means that he is not in a good state and needs time to recover. Li Peiou's eyes shone with wisdom, since you need to recover, of course we can't give you enough time, so die. When the attack came, Li Peiou's whole body was shrouded in the void escape divine mantra, and he even led him and Ghost Eye to break through the void for a short time, and came in front of Long Yu in an instant. Supernatural powers smashed through the air. Supernatural powers, fierce ghosts attacking people. Both Ghost Eye and Li Peiou's attacked unexpectedly, and they both displayed the strongest attack methods. The power of the escape from the sky and the ghost eye glyph descended towards Long Yu with lightning speed. At this moment, even Man Xian and Qi Hua, who were close at hand, had no way to help Long Yu defend, because the opponent came too fast. Even Long Yu himself, even if he had always been prepared for battle, it would be difficult to use sufficient means to resist at this time. Siphon Divine Mantra. 9 Nether Overlord Body, support me. Long Yu covered the surface of his body with a layer of Siphon Divine Script, and then the aura of the 9 Nethers erupted all over his body, so he could only pin his hope on the 9 Nether Overlord Body. The Siphon Divine Script covered his whole body, and immediately absorbed 30% of the power of the 2 moves of innate supernatural powers, and then directly confronted those 2 moves of innate supernatural powers, cancelling out another 30% of their power. By the time the 2 divine powers of smashing through the sky and attacking people with fierce ghosts descended on Long Yu, only 40% to 50% of their power was left. The Long Yu meridians are filled with the spirit of Joyo, and all the meridians have been tempered by the power of the Yuzi divine script, achieving the first level of the Joyo overlord body. Even if it is a hard resistance, it can resist the remaining power of the opponent. With a bang, the infinite power wave spread from Long Yu's body, pushing Guiyan and Li Peo's back for a certain distance. The 2 of them were full of confidence at first, but their faces changed very quickly, because they saw that Long Yu forcibly withstood the innate supernatural attack of the 2 of them, and only took a few big steps back, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, as if there is nothing left. How tough is this guy? Ghost Eye's face changed. Originally, he had planned to cooperate with Li Peo's in a surprise attack and kill Long Yu directly, but he didn't expect Long Yu to be so resistant. He suffered heavy blows from the 2 of them, but he was only injured. The injury is not serious. The 9 Nether Overlord body is really tyrannical. It would be great if you can cultivate it to a higher level. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Of course, he knew that he would not have time to cultivate the 9 Nether Overlord body now. All he can do now is to deal with the 2 opponents in front of him first. Blood-clotting Blade Shadow. Fire and Purgatory. At this moment, Man Xian and Qi Hua at the side finally came to their senses, and each displayed their heaven-level Hotian martial arts skills towards Guiyan and Li Peo's. Although this kind of martial skill is not as powerful as the innate supernatural power, it is not weak. It is definitely a threat to Guiyan and Li Peo's. Miss Fish, just obediently roll aside. Ghost Eye's single exposed eye showed disdain, and with a wave of his hand, a series of bells flew out with strange ringing, releasing the power of Ghost Eye script, making the whole space dark and gloomy. The coagulated blood knife shadow, the sea of fire and purgatory, and the 2 moves of heaven-level acquired supernatural martial arts seemed vulnerable at this time, and were directly blasted away by the string of bells in the Ghost Eye. Heaven-level warriors, combined with the power of the Ghost Eye script, resisted the barbarian and Qi Hua's offensive. Long Yu squinted his eyes, seeing the opponent's tricks. The blood in his body is surging now, and his condition is not very good. He resisted the bombardment of those 2 people's innate supernatural powers. Self-healing divine script, explode. Long Yu urged the self-healing divine script in the body to repair the damage in the body at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he held the nether dragon blade in his hand, and the wild ancient shadow kill was launched brazenly. 2 ancient afterimages, holding the 9-turn spirit sword and the blood shadow battle flag, appeared respectively, and swiftly slashed towards the Ghost Eye. The explosion of the shadow stream turned the 2 afterimages into a black streamer, stabbing at the ghost like a sharp blade. Ghost Eyes. But Long Yu himself, holding the void dragon blade, directly killed Li Peo's. You have comprehended the divine text of the space attribute. If you don't kill you, you can run if you want, no one can catch up. Killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and his momentum was like a rainbow. But Li Peo showed a smile on his face, it's not that easy to kill me. The power of the Dunkong Divine Rune was fully displayed by him, and 2 successive levels of the Dunkong Divine Rune power crushed towards Long Yu from the left and right respectively, unexpectedly trapping Long Yu directly in that space. Supernatural powers, escape from space and kill. The power of the left and right escaping divine script sealed Long Yu in a narrow space, and then suppressed him with extremely strong force. Void Dragon Blade, break. Holding an ancient warrior in his hand, Long Yu smashed one of the barriers of the divine rune of escape in one fell swoop, jumped out, and drew a trace of soul imprint from Li Peo's at random with the Void Dragon Blade in his hand. Come. Soul Seal, take it. No one can stop Long Yu from absorbing the Soul Seal with the Void Dragon Blade, at least in the same realm. Li Peo's Soul Seal became the 3rd Soul Seal in the Nether Dragon Blade, which once again increased the destructive power of the Nether Dragon Blade by 30%. Kill. Long Yu turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, and charged towards Li Peo's like black lightning. Flash. Li Peo saw that his supernatural power of escaping the air was directly broken, his face changed slightly, and he activated the power of the escaping divine script, and fled 100 feet behind. Seeing this situation, the corners of Long Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He was fooled. The 2 ancient afterimages that Long Yu killed just now, one of them was holding the Blood Shadow battle flag, and cooperated with the 9 Nether Blood Shadow warrior thrown by Long Yu. Taking advantage of the time just now, they had already laid a net of power around them. Li Peo's withdrew from Baizhang back, but just failed to escape from the range of this power net, and was pulled down by it and directly covered his whole body. 9 Nether Blood Shadow, torture him. Killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and then he changed positions with the ancient afterimage who was closest to Li Peo's. And then he used Shadow Stream Burst and Dragon Sparrow to burst into the air, bursting out at lightning speed. Puff. The Void Dragon Blade in Long Yu's hand directly pierced Li Peo's chest, shattering his heart. I'm not reconciled. If I were in the outside world, with my cultivation base of the 4 supernatural powers, I could at least escape 1,000 feet away with the escaping divine art, so I wouldn't fall into a trap. There was a burst of astonishment on Li Peo's ordinary face, and then his whole body turned into white light and disappeared from Long Yu's eyes. Li Peo's, who was being tormented by the 9 Nether Blood Shadow, could not escape as quickly as possible even if he discovered Long Yu's intention to kill him. After all, the 9 Nether Blood Shadow was able to absorb the blood in his body after being entangled. If you want to prevent the blood from being absorbed, you have to mobilize power to fight against the 9 Nether Blood Shadow, but at the same time, the 9 Nether Chi will also enter the opponent's body, eroding the opponent's meridian profound energy. Although Jiuyou Shuiying's rank is not high, but when facing martial arts of the same realm, the effect is quite good. Pao Zhe. The ghost eye on the other side was still guarding against Long Yu's sudden change of target to kill him by changing the position of the afterimage, but he didn't expect that Long Yu's target was really Li Pei's. This made Ghost Eye startled. To be able to instantly kill Li Peo's, who had comprehended the escaping divine mantra, this Long Yu definitely had extremely strong comprehensive strength. Since that's the case, listen to everyone around, whoever can kill this kid, after I get out, I will personally reward you with a heavenly soldier, and Brother Tian Xinghe Tian will give you even more. There was a sinister look in the ghost's eyes, and he probably knew that based on his words alone, if he didn't use his trump card, he would definitely not be Long Yu's opponent. But the trump card is not used at this time. As long as there is a way, he will never use the trump card easily. His yell made the martial cultivators around him hesitate. Killing Long Yu, will he be rewarded with a heavenly soldier, or even more? But the problem is, they must have the ability to kill Long Yu. None of the surviving martial artists are weak, they are competent in killing Long Yu. After all, there are so many people present, but the key is to kill Long Yu while keeping their own lives. That is not easy. A group of martial arts cultivators were ready to move, but for a while, no one dared to stand out. Long Yu glanced around, seeing that group of 30 or 40 people were all about to move. He couldn't help but sneered, but he didn't say anything more. In fact, Long Yu's strength is indeed seriously depleted now, and he just wanted to take the opportunity to take a rest to recover his exhausted meridians, but Guiyan and Li Peo saw through and interrupted Long Yu's rest. The current Long Yu can only use some less powerful martial arts, such as Yushui Tianmu, Yushui Vortex, and those wilderness-level martial arts that he used just now, etc., and there is no way to continue to use them for the time being. Performing martial arts, especially powerful martial arts, will place a huge load on Wushou's meridians, making Wushou unable to perform the same martial skill in a short period of time. But at this moment, Long Yu found that the recovery speed of his meridian exhaustion was much faster than before. Because of the 9 Nether Overlord body, Long Yu soon realized that after tempering his meridians with the Qi of 9 Serenities, his meridians became more resilient. After performing the same martial skill, it only took half the time of ordinary martial arts to make his meridians back to the original, continue to cast. For example, the move of Desolate Ancient Shadow Killing, condensing Desolate Ancient Remnant Shadow, before Long Yu achieved the 9 Nether Overlord body, it took at least half an hour to perform it again after performing it. But now, he only needs to rest for a stick of incense, and he can perform this trick again. This is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough for a martial artist. You know, if a martial artist can perform the same martial skill without restriction, then that martial artist is absolutely invincible, even if it is the current Long Yu, who only uses the mysterious level martial skill Dance of the Dragon Sparrow, the non-stop Dragon Sparrow if Shan, no one can kill him. Therefore, exhaustion of the meridians is a problem that any martial artist must face, and now, Long Yu has achieved the 9 Serenity Overlord body, which greatly shortens the recovery time of the exhausted meridians. As long as I stick to it for another stick of incense, I will be able to fully recover to my full power. Unfortunately, even a stick of incense is not so easy to come by now. Long Yu thought in his heart. He didn't say anything to intimidate others, because there was no need for it, and it might be counterproductive, making those martial artists see that his situation is not good. He shifted his gaze to the ghost eye on the side, held the nether dragon blade in his hand, and killed the ghost eye directly. This kid, is he so vicious? When Ghost Eye saw this, his heart skipped a beat, and he secretly said that something was wrong. With the strength he had just seen of Long Yu, it was absolutely impossible for him to resist if he didn't use his trump card. Guiyan didn't want to fight Long Yu head-on. As soon as he raised his hand, the ghostly aura spread, and Man Xian and Qihua were shocked away, and then he quickly fled towards the rear. You want to run away? Man Xian and Chihua's expressions changed slightly, and they immediately wanted to catch up, but they were stopped by Long Yu from afar. Barbarian, Qihua, don't chase after him. Long Yu uttered a sound to stop the two of them, and then flew over to levitate with them. The 3 of them were closest to the murderous mist, and it could be seen that the murderous mist, which had become a pool of blood, was congealing into a blood clot at a fairly fast speed, becoming more and more viscous. The murderous mist is about to take shape. However, for the Wushou around, the allure of Long Yu is far more attractive than the murderous mist. Because the murderous mist can only directly increase the killing intent condensed on Wushou's body by 1 level, but the killing intent on Long Yu's body can make them upgrade even more. They didn't dare to do it for the time being, but they gave me a good chance. Long Yu glanced around indifferently. Every time his eyes fixed on a person, that person would back away involuntarily. Just now, Long Yu killed several people including Tian Xinghe. His ferocity has already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and he has created an invisible deterrent in the eyes of everyone around him. So far, among all the existences that have confronted Long Yu, only Guiyan managed to escape. And why did Long Yu let Ghost Eye escape? One may be that Long Yu's continuous fighting ability is not good enough, and he will not be able to kill Ghost Eye even if he catches up. As for Long Yu not bothering to pay attention to Ghost Eyes, this kind of possibility does not exist at all, because anyone with a discerning eye can see that the killing intent on Long Yu's body has already condensed into an extremely deep blue color. As long as he kills Ghost Eye, he can condense to the 6th level of blue killing intent. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for Long Yu to give up easily, so it is only the above two possibilities for Long Yu to let go of Ghost Eye. If it is the second possibility, Long Yu still has a strong fighting capacity, but if he just doesn't want to fight to the death with Gui Yin, then they are undoubtedly seeking their own death by attacking Long Yu now. Even if it is the first possibility, Long Yu's condition is not good, and he lets go of Ghost Eye. On the surface, it seems that it is very easy for them to swarm up and kill Long Yu. But what about after killing Long Yu? A large-scale melee will break out, and who will be the real winner in the end? No one has enough confidence in themselves. Under such circumstances, none of them was willing to act first to test Long Yu, and they were all watching the movement of everyone nearby. Since ancient times, there are 30 or 40 martial arts practitioners in the arena, all of whom are smart people. Because of this, Long Yu was given a certain period of time to rest. The situation in the field fell into a stalemate. After Ghost Eye fled far away, he hid in the darkness. No one knew where he was. Long Yu also couldn't feel any aura from Ghost Eye, so he could only be vigilant in his heart. Long Yu has already experienced this kind of psychological game many times, not to mention that in this dream world, death does not mean that he really loses his life, so he is even more daring. Kill! Suddenly, a stern shout came from the side. It was actually a martial artist with a green killing intent, holding an iron-chained warrior. He rushed towards Long Yu suddenly. The stalemate didn't last long, and this person was selected by the people behind him to test whether Long Yu still has fighting power. However, only one person came out, but Long Yu didn't pay attention to him at all. Barbarian, Chihua, kill him. A fierce light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and then he clenched the void dragon blade tightly in his hand, followed Man Xian closely, transformed himself into a jet-black streamer, and stabbed at Wu Xiao, who was holding a chained warrior. The coagulated blood knife shadow and the sea of fire purgatory directly forced out the attacking Wu Xiao's body skills and defensive skills, and then Long Yu pierced his chest with the nether dragon blade in the void, shattering his heart. Long Yu didn't use any martial arts, but just manipulated the void dragon blade that matched the resonance, and easily beheaded this person, absorbing the green killing intent on him. After killing this person, Long Yu continued to return to the vicinity of the murderous fog that had turned into a pool of blood, holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, and continued to wait for the complete formation of the murderous fog. It would be nice to have some more people. If you can condense the killing intent to the 6th level before the murderous mist takes shape, then you can just step into the 7th purple killing intent after absorbing the murderous mist. Long Yu seemed to be talking to himself, but this was faintly heard by everyone around him, and they immediately swallowed their saliva. Is this Long Yu really so strong and has such confidence in himself? Time passed bit by bit, and the meridians in Long Yu's body continued to stretch, and he would be able to fully recover to his full strength after a while. At that time, even if this group of 30 or 40 people swarmed up, Long Yu would not need to be afraid. What the hell, I fought with him, but I can't believe how many tricks this kid can have. After killing Tian Xinghe, he still wants to kill so many of us? Dreaming. A bald-headed martial artist suddenly roared, and led the two accomplices behind him to kill Long Yu directly. The target of the three was directed at Long Yu. As for Man Xian and Chihua at the side, they were directly ignored by the three of them. Man Xian and Chihua's methods have long been seen through by those around them, and they don't think they are any threat. The only thing they fear is Long Yu, who killed Tian Xinghe's Long Yu. The bald Wu Xiao led the two to charge out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Seeing this, Long Yu's heart moved. He hadn't fully recovered yet, it was difficult to perform Huanggu's shadow kill. He could only use 2 of Yolong's 9 explosions. It was not easy to kill these 3 people. And it is not easy to directly stab the opponent to death with the Nether Dragon Blade without using physical martial arts. Of course, it is impossible for Long Yu to show weakness at this time. Manzi, Chihua, hold one of you, and I'll kill that bald head. Long Yu said in a low voice, and then he went towards the bald martial artist instead, with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Well done. Kill the 3 of you, and I will be able to condense the 6th level of killing intent. These 3 martial arts, each of them has a dark green killing intent, which is about the same level as the blue killing intent on Ghost Eye. As long as these 3 people are killed, the killing intent condensed by Long Yu can break through to the 6th level, the level of blue. Blood Clotting Blade Shadow. Fire Sea of Purgatory. Nine Tails True Spirit. Man Xian and Chihua, both of them knew that Long Yu's condition was not good now, and it was time for them to do their best. They each used their strongest methods, and desperately intercepted and killed the 2 accomplices of the bald martial artist. The bloody knife light and the red sea of flames spread rapidly in the arena. No matter how hard the 2 accomplices of the bald martial artist were pushed, it was impossible to ignore their attack, so they could only stop and use defensive martial skills. However, this stop gave the 2 of them a chance. Man Xian was holding a long knife, completely ignoring the opponent's attack and beckoning to him, so he kept waving the knife light, and rushed towards the opponent, and soon his whole body was covered with blood. However, that wuxia was also rubbed by Man Xian's sword light many times, and also suffered a little injury. Dragon Heart Edict. At this moment, Long Yu punched through the air, and the aura of the 9 netherness immediately enveloped the bald martial artist, penetrated into the meridians of his whole body, and controlled his heart. Blast me! Murderous intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and as soon as he thought, he clenched his fists tightly, and a dragon's chant exploded in the bald martial artist's heart, directly shattering his pulse. After casting the Dragon Heart Edict, Long Yu really didn't have much ability to show it for the time being. However, he was holding the Nether Dragon Blade in his hand, and the next moment he dodged, and went behind the martial artist who was entangled by Man Xian. Long Yu's figure suddenly appeared, and the martial artist couldn't react in time, and was directly pierced through the chest by the Void Dragon Blade, shattering his heart, turning into white light and being sent out of the dream world. It's one last. Long Yu didn't stop, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He turned around and held the Void Dragon Blade and pierced into the body of the last martial artist who was entangled with Chihua. The martial artist sacrificed a huge shield, trying to resist the Nether Dragon Blade, but the giant shield soldier was directly crushed by the Nether Dragon Blade, and then the martial artist was assassinated and turned into white light. And the green killing intent condensed on his body was absorbed by Long Yu, finally making Long Yu achieve a qualitative change. I saw the killing intent burst out of his whole body, from blue to light blue, and finally promoted to the 6th level of killing intent. At the same time, the meridians of Long Yu's whole body had almost recovered, and he used the Siphon Divine Script from time to time to absorb the opponent's profound energy to supplement himself. Now he is completely in a state of full power. Do it. At this moment, the martial cultivators who were watching around finally found an opportunity and were ready to attack Long Yu. Because they all found out that Man Xian and Chihua suffered serious injuries in order to block them for Long Yu, and it must be because Long Yu was about to be unable to hold on any longer. This gave them the hope of defeating Long Yu. A total of 34 martial artists, each rushed towards Long Yu. Everyone took Long Yu as the first target, and wanted to plunder the light blue 6th level of killing intent on Long Yu's body. Although after killing Long Yu, the killing intent may not be able to be preserved, but it is a hope after all, the hope that they will have the opportunity to step into the holy land of Shura County. Manzi, Chihua, come back. Seeing this, Long Yu immediately spoke in a soft voice, then raised his hand, and 2 afterimages of ancient times were condensed. When Man Xian and Qi Hua heard Long Yu's words, their hearts suddenly moved, knowing that Long Yu must have recovered some strength. They each stepped back, flying left and right on both sides of Long Yu. Ancient afterimages, that's not enough. Long Yu looked at the 34 martial artists who came up from all around. Every one of these martial artists was at least a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm in the outside world, and most of them were even geniuses in the mystical ability realm. Now, if they unite and only want to kill Long Yu, the power is undoubtedly astonishing. If Long Yu still hasn't recovered his strength, then now he can only find a way to stir up these people's internal strife, let them start killing each other, and then look for opportunities from it. But now that he has fully recovered, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Remnants of ancient times, the third one. The 9 nether chi in Long Yu's body continued to condense, and the next moment, he condensed a third ancient afterimage. 3 ancient afterimages, plus himself, there are 4 Long Yu, which is equivalent to 4 times the fighting power of Long Yu. Kill me, Yulong 9 explosions. Long Yu yelled, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and the aura of 9 seclusion in his whole body suddenly exploded. He and the 3 desolate ancient afterimages condensed the chi of the 9 nethers at the same time, scattered it in all directions, and each condensed into the form of the dragon of the 9 nethers. Shock air explosion, Lianzhu explosion. The 8 dragons of the 9 serenities flew out in all directions, bringing forth bursts of dragon roars, as if they were about to shatter the entire space. Seeing this situation, the expressions of the 34 martial cultivators who came over could not help but change drastically. They originally calculated that Long Yu should not have much fighting power, but now the situation is beyond their expectations. The 3 afterimages and Long Yu performed tyrannical martial arts at the same time, and the power shocked everyone. No, retreat quickly. Look at my divine power sword shield, block. Agility and martial skills, instantaneous. Among the 34 martial artists, more than half chose to retreat. After all, Long Yu's move was so powerful that everyone saw that Long Yu used this move, but it directly killed 8 martial artists. There were about 12 or 3 people who retreated while performing defensive martial arts. These were not confident enough in their martial arts skills. Knowing that their speed was not fast, it was definitely impossible to escape the attack range of this move. The next moment, the 8 dragons of the 9 serenity let out a high-pitched dragon chant, instantly injuring more than a dozen people who were retreating slowly. Lianzhu burst. With a squeeze of Long Yu's fist, he immediately unleashed the 7th explosion of the Yulong 9 explosions, Lianzhu explosion. Wu Xiao, who was injured by the shock blast before and attacked by the 9 nether chi, burst out the 9 nether chi in his body at this moment. Shocked them all to pieces. White light flickered continuously from the field. Long Yu cooperated with the 3 desolate ancient afterimages to display the great desolation level martial arts, and forced more than 30 martial artists to retreat, and killed 14 of them in one fell swoop, and the rest were all injured. The embarrassed people backed away vigilantly, not daring to take advantage of Long Yu anymore. In their eyes now, Long Yu was hiding too deeply, and his strength was unfathomable. Although everyone is now at the cultivation level of the initial human stage, Long Yu's combat power is much stronger than them. The fog of murderous intent has taken shape. At this moment, everyone around looked back, only to see the pool of blood beside Long Yu, which finally condensed more and more thickly, and finally turned into a blood clot. However, as the murderous mist formed, no one around dared to act rashly. They could only watch Long Yu take it away, and then swallowed it in one gulp, absorbing it. 7-fold killing intent, purple. After Long Yu absorbed the murderous mist, his killing intent changed from light blue to light purple. In the general election of Shura, the killing intent used to record the achievements of martial arts is at most 7 layers of purple. However, although the current Long Yu has a light purple killing intent, it is not considered top-notch. In the past Azura elections, almost every time someone would condense the killing intent of dark purple, it was the killing intent that was truly condensed to the extreme, 10 times stronger than Long Yu's light purple killing intent now. In terms of rankings, a light purple killing intent like Long Yu might not be able to make it into the top 3. One must know that in this Azura general election, the 3 young geniuses of Azura County, including Xuanhuan, all participated together. Long Yu can condense light purple killing intent, Xuanhuan and the other 2 geniuses may not be able to. I want to see how strong the so-called 3 geniuses of Azura County are. Long Yu clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging purple, killing intent all over his body. In this dream world, after condensing the purple killing intent, performing any martial skill does not need to consume profound energy. Not only does it not need to consume profound energy, but even the exhaustion of the meridians becomes very short-lived. After performing a move, it will be able to perform it again soon. The purple killing intent represents the king in the dream world. It might be possible to plunder the 6th blue killing intent, but it is extremely difficult to plunder the purple killing intent, unless you also have the purple killing intent. Seeing Long Yu condense purple killing intent, all the martial artists around who were injured by Long Yu lost any fighting spirit. The purple killing intent represents the king. They were unable to defeat Long Yu before Long Yu condensed the purple killing intent, so now that Long Yu has condensed the purple killing intent, they are even less likely to be Long Yu's opponents. All of a sudden, those people ran away without a trace, and even Tianxing, his subordinate Ghost Eye, who had been hiding before, cursed secretly and turned away. It was impossible to kill Long Yu with his ghost eyes, so he left resolutely. Originally, Guiyan wanted to take advantage of Long Yu's dealing with so many people around him to attack secretly, but he didn't expect Long Yu's recovery speed to be so fast, and he directly displayed a powerful martial skill, which shocked all those people away. However, Ghost Eye won't just give up. After he turned and left, he used a special method and began to sense the nearby wuxiu. Soon, he sensed the aura of a familiar person. Bai Qing. The ghost's eyes suddenly lit up. Bai Qing was actually nearby. If he told Bai Qing about Long Yu's situation and current situation, Bai Qing would be very interested, right? Do as soon as you think of it. Ghost eyes flew directly towards the perceived location of Bai Qing. Long Yu didn't know what Guiyan was doing. He felt the surging killing intent on his body, and felt a little emotional. As expected of a dream world, in this world, everything is possible. As long as the purple killing intent is condensed, performing any martial skill does not need to consume profound energy, and even the fatigue of the meridians is reduced to the minimum, and the same martial skill can be performed again within a few breaths. In this way, Long Yu's combat effectiveness directly increased exponentially. Aside from other things, after images of ancient times are constantly condensing out, who has the ability to resist? Barbarian, Chihua, let's go. Long Yu greeted the 2 of them, and prepared to take them to hunt everywhere. Now that he has condensed purple killing intent, even if he encounters a strong man like Tianxing again, he can solve it with a wave of his hand, and there is no need to be afraid at all. Therefore, now is the best time for him to lead Man Xian and Chihua to help them gather their killing intent. Of course, as soon as they saw the purple killing intent on him, most of the other martial artists would immediately run away. It is not so easy to kill someone. Therefore, as soon as Long Yu sees someone, he needs to cast Shadow Stream Burst and Dragon Sparrow Blink, and use them in turn to catch the opponent at a very fast speed and prevent the opponent from escaping. Only half an hour later, Long Yu captured 7 people along the way, all of whom were concentrated 4th level green killing intent, and let Man Xian and Chihua absorb them all. The 2 absorbed these killing intentions, and finally promoted to the 5th level of blue killing intentions, and they are expected to step into the top 100 in the entire Shura election. You know, the fifth level of killing intent was previously only possessed by guys like Yu Guisha, Guiyan, and Li Peos. Even the previous Tian Xinghe was nothing more than the fifth layer of Cyan killing intent at a deeper level. Concentrating the fifth level of killing intent and stepping into the top 100 of Shura's general election is already very possible, but Long Yu is not satisfied with this. He wants Man Xian and Qihua to enter the top 100%. However, just as Long Yu led the two of them to continue to fight forward, a large group of people appeared in front of them. The leader was a beautiful figure, wearing a long pink dress with a beautiful face. It was Bai Qing who led more than 20 people. Wu Xiao, stop Long Yu. Blue killing intent. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Bai Qing. The current Bai Qing only has blue killing intent, so he doesn't need to be afraid. You wait for me here. Long Yu said to Man Xian and Qihua as he stepped forward. Facing Bai Qing and the 20-odd people she led, Long Yu didn't want Man Xian and Qihua to take risks. Long Yu wanted to face this situation alone. He who has condensed purple killing intent is almost invincible in this dream world, unless the opponent also condenses purple killing intent, otherwise there is no possibility of him being Long Yu's opponent. Moreover, the crowd tactics are useless. I'll test him first. Behind Bai Qing, a young man stood up and flew directly to Long Yu. Long Yu recognized that this boy was exactly the so-called genius boy Zhuo Zeshan whom he challenged when he first came to Shura County. Zhuo Zeshan looked at Long Yu with a look of resentment on his face. Long Yu, it was just a coincidence that you defeated me last time. If it happens again, you will definitely not be my opponent. Too much nonsense. Long Yu said indifferently, completely ignoring Zhuo Zeshan. Of course, Long Yu wouldn't care too much about his defeated general, let alone the current situation where the purple killing intent was condensed. As soon as he raised his hand, the shadow of the nine-nether dragon condensed directly between his hands, and then rushed towards the Zhuozi mountain with a bang, and unexpectedly used the air blast and Lianzhu blast as soon as he made a move. The dragon of nine-netherness roared out, instantly enveloping the young Zhuo Zeshan. With two dragon chants, Zhuo Zeshan turned into a white light and was sent out. In this scene, Bai Qing and the people behind her expected it. If Long Yu could condense the purple killing intent, he would definitely not be an easy guy to deal with. But after Zhuo Zeshan's action, Bai Qing and the others saw Long Yu's strength. Shocking Air Blast and Lianzhu Blast, two moves in succession, their power is extremely terrifying. Seeing Zhuo Zeshan being crushed and turned into white light, Bai Qing's heart was also moved. This tyrannical martial skill, even if it was replaced by her, is basically irresistible. The most important thing is that Long Yu's speed of using these two moves is really too fast. Even if he wants to use defensive martial arts, it is difficult to do it in a short time. Siege and kill him. Without any hesitation, Bai Qing directly issued an order to the people behind him. Before Shura's general election started, Bai Qing found Long Yu and signed a bet with him. In the third round of the Shura election, whoever ranks lower between Long Yu and Bai Qing will go around the other from now on, and if Long Yu loses, Xu Chan's third senior brother will call Kan Shan. You have to agree to Bai Qing's reasonable request. This is not the first bet between Long Yu and Bai Qing. As early as the first time Long Yu met this woman, Bai Qing clamored to bet with Long Yu, but in the end he lost to Long Yu with a big wild card. The elixir, the golden elixir of the human world, helped Long Yu step into the level of the beginning of heaven. Now that Bai Qing sees Long Yu in the dream world, how can there be any reason to let Long Yu go? Especially seeing that Long Yu had already condensed purple killing intent, although Bai Qing didn't know how Long Yu did it. For her, the only way to go was to kill Long Yu. If you don't kill Long Yu now, Long Yu will definitely rely on the tyrannical effect of the purple killing intent to condense the killing intent to a deeper purple as quickly as possible. It is already impossible for Bai Qing to surpass Long Yu in gathering killing intent. As for retreating first, it is not appropriate to deal with Long Yu after he has condensed the purple killing intent, because once the two parties separate, who can guarantee that they will meet again? This time, it was because Ghost I found by Qing, sent a message, and searched around for a long time, before succeeding. By Qing, I don't want to waste this opportunity. She gave an order, and the 20 or so martial cultivators who were standing by behind her used their means to charge towards Long Yu. More than 20 people, with their abilities such as divinity, law, and innate supernatural powers, displayed their abilities one after another. Berserk power filled the entire pitch-black underground space. Ancient afterimage. Seeing this, Long Yu raised his hand, and directly used the move of Huangyingxia, and condensed 3 afterimages exactly like himself. Immediately, the 3 ancient afterimages raised their hands, clenched their fists tightly, and also condensed 2 9 nether dragons in their hands, exuding an endlessly eerie and strange aura. Shock air explosion. Lianzhu explosion. Long Yu yelled, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and then he saw a total of 6 shadows of the 9 nether dragons flying out, accompanied by bursts of dragon chant. The more than 20 martial artists who came to kill, one by one, was completely enveloped by the power of these 2 moves. Want to run? Their bodies have been corroded by the chi of the netherworld, and they can't escape even if they run. Want to resist? Shocking air explosion and Lianzhu explosion are martial skills that can only be used after comprehending the Yulong 9 explosions, and cultivating them to the Transcendent Realm. The Transcendent Realm's great wilderness-level martial arts are still in the same martial arts realm. How can these people resist it? Only at the next moment, the dragon's chant exploded, and the wuxiu who surrounded and killed Long Yu were either dead or maimed. The 7 or 8 guys who managed to survive also retreated at top speed. A bunch of trash. Seeing this, Bai Qing scolded coldly, and then raised his hand to display his innate supernatural powers. Ice mountains and glaciers descend. Bai Qing and the ice attribute divinity reached the 3rd level of compatibility. When these 2 innate supernatural powers are used, the power is already comparable to that of more than 20 people who joined forces. A burst of cold air exploded from the midair, dotted the dark underground space. Icebergs were condensed from all directions, and then swept towards Long Yu's place with a mighty momentum. Void Dragon Blade absorbed the soul seal. Long Yu didn't pay attention to Bai Qing's 2 innate supernatural powers at all, but just waved the Void Dragon Blade in his hand, and activated the ability he possessed after resonating with the Void Dragon Blade. Faced with such a method, Bai Qing had no way to defend himself, so the Nether Dragon Blade absorbed the soul imprint, and it existed in the 8 sockets inside the Nether Dragon Blade. The first 3 soul seals of Nether Dragon Blade are from Tianxing, Yuguisha, and Li Peo's, respectively, and the 4th soul seal is actually Bai Qing's. Long Yu's eyes soon brightened. Unexpectedly, the strength of Bai Qing's soul seal and Tianxing his soul seal is almost the same, and it can increase the destructive power of the Void Dragon Blade by 50%. The 4 soul imprints from different martial arts almost doubled the power of the Nether Dragon Blade, which is unbelievable. However, this is the horror of the ancient warriors. If Long Yu can fit more closely with the Nether Dragon Blade, there will definitely be more unexpected power erupting from the Nether Dragon Blade. Break it! After absorbing Bai Qing's soul seal, Long Yu held the Void Dragon Blade and directly attacked Bai Qing. The endless iceberg that stood in front of Long Yu was once again condensed by Long Yu into 3 desolate afterimages, which were directly blown into pieces by means of violent killing of desolate shadows. That glacier, break through it! Long Yu faced Bai Qing's innate supernatural power head-on. The glacier descended, and as soon as the Void Dragon Blade in his hand touched the glacier river, it completely shattered into pieces. Seeing Long Yu's mighty momentum, Bai Qing's expression changed suddenly. This kid, no wonder he can condense the purple killing intent. This combat power is too shocking. Bai Qing couldn't help but started to back away, with an unbelievable look of shock on her pretty face. Where did the princess get such a freak? Even so, it is impossible for Bai Qing to be killed by Long Yu, just like that. She had a beautiful figure, and immediately displayed her martial arts and innate supernatural powers. While retreating, she also left a series of ice thorns on the way back, and these ice thorns would automatically attack those who were chasing and killing Bai Qing. Long Yu stepped on the ice thorn path, and was attacked by countless ice thorns in an instant, so that he could only condense layers of reincarnation barriers and hellspring barriers, which were continuously crushed by the ice thorns, but continued to condense out. These ice thorns couldn't hurt Long Yu, who was condensed with purple killing intent, but he was also blocked by these ice thorns, and had no way to continue chasing and killing Bai Qing. Watching Bai Qing fleeing helplessly, Long Yu did not pursue him. "If we meet again next time, you won't be so lucky." Long Yu glanced at the back of Bai Qing's faraway pink dress, sneered, and then turned around. The reason why he didn't chase after him was because he felt that Man Xian and Qihua were in danger, and there were still more than 10 martial artists who were shocked by his air blast and continuous explosion just now, and there were still more than 10 people who had not turned into white light. Seeing that Long Yu was too difficult to deal with, the dozen or so people turned their attention to Man Xian and Qihua who were behind them. Taking advantage of the battle between Long Yu and Bai Qing, these more than 10 people attacked and killed Man Xian and Qihua at the same time, extremely fast. Fortunately, Long Yu saw the opportunity early, turned around and used Shadow Stream Burst and Dragon Sparrow Instant Sky, and rushed towards Man Xian and Qihua at a speed several times that of those martial artists. The next moment, Long Yu was like a killer in the shadows, holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, and every time he appeared, he took away the life of a martial artist, killed him and sent him away as white light. Before those martial artists got close to Man Xian and Qihua, more than half of them had already been beheaded by Long Yu. These people were injured by Long Yu's Yulong 9 explosion before, and barely survived. At this time, their combat effectiveness has been weakened to a very low level. Man Xian and Qihua finally faced 4 martial artists and wanted to take the opportunity to kill them both. It's a pity that Monqin's coagulated blood blade shadow and Qihua's sea of fire and purgatory are not so easy to provoke. The two of them displayed their heaven-level acquired supernatural martial arts skills, which directly forced the 4 martial artists back. If those 4 were in their prime, any one of them could kill Man Xian and Qihua. But now, he was directly forced back by the 2 of them. Long Yu rushed forward, Zuo Huangquan shot out directly, and 2 of them were completely enveloped by the road to Huangquan, making it difficult to move. "Let's do it." Long Yu nodded to Man Xian and Qihua. If there is a chance, he still hopes that Monqin and Qihua can gather more killing intent, improve their ranking in the Shura general election, strive to step into the top 100, and get the opportunity to enter the Holy Land of Shura County. And the 2 of them, of course, would not easily miss such an opportunity. Man Xian and Qihua, after killing these 4 people with their murderous intent, finally condensed into a darker blue color. This allowed the 2 of them to step into the top 100 in the Shura election. Of course, until now, they still can't be careless. If there is a chance, Long Yu will let the 2 absorb more killing intent. I didn't expect that Bai Qing would be so aggressive, but he was directly beaten away by Brother Long, haha. Man Xian flew forward, looked at Long Yu, and said in admiration, "It is said that the purple killing intent is condensed, and there will be no restrictions on the use of martial arts. With Brother Long's means, it is almost invincible." This time, Long Yu was not humble, but smiled directly. "It's almost like this, but there are 3 geniuses in Azura County, I haven't met them, and if they do, it's not certain who is stronger or weaker. Unless they also condense the purple divine script, they will definitely not be the opponents of Brother Long." Qihua smiled and said, "This time the Azura election is very lucky, and I met Brother Long, otherwise Manzi, and I would have been killed long ago. I don't know what happened to the others." Man Xian sighed, he thought of other people who participated in Shura's general election together, such as the three heroes of the Feng family, Yi Luan, He Qinxue, Walker, Tian Yutian, and others. The dream world of the third round of Shura's general election is too big, making it difficult for them to find other people, not to mention that it has been such a long time, most of them have probably been killed out. There's no need to think too much about it. If we meet, we can naturally bring it together. If we don't, even I have nothing to do. Long Yu shook his head and said, fortunately, this is a dream world, and death is not real death. As long as they don't encounter the means of mental attack, even if they don't get any good grades, they won't really die. I hope so. Both Man Xian and Xuanhuan nodded. The three continued to move forward, and after a while, the figures of 5 people appeared together in front of them. Long Yu still thought that it was a new prey, but he didn't expect that in the 5-person team, there was one person he knew wearing a black tights, holding 2 swords, with a beautiful face. It was Tianyu Island. Lu Yuan. Long Yu knew from the very beginning that Lu Yuan also participated in the third round of Shura's general election and came to the dream world to fight, but he never thought that Lu Yuan could go so far. Of course, she was able to survive until now, definitely not because of her own strength, but because of joining forces with other people. Among the 5 people, the leader was a handsome young man in a snow-white gown. His aura was somewhat similar to that of Bai Qing, who was defeated by Long Yu just now. Seeing this person, Long Yu frowned slightly, and suddenly something about Bai Qing rang out. Bai Qing's identity is not just a disciple of Prince Shura. Before becoming a disciple of Prince Shura, he used to be a member of a major sect in Shura County, Bingtian Valley. In Shura County, there are also many sects, among which the 3 major sects are the most powerful. Although this Ice Sky Valley is not one of the 3 major sects, it is also one of the few sects with the highest comprehensive strength in Azura County, besides the 3 major sects. Bai Qing is actually the adopted daughter of an elder in Ice Sky Valley. Her biological parents have long been lost, so she followed that elder's surname, Bai. Later, he was favored by the Shura County king, so he brought him back to the Shura Valley for training, and only then did Bai Qing have his current strength. The handsome young man in the snow-white gown who was with Lu Yuan in front of him, like Bai Qing, had comprehended the power of a certain kind of ice and snow divine script, and his strength might not be weaker than Bai Qing's. Only in this way can this young man in white shirt condense a light blue killing intent, the 6th level of killing intent, which is considered a very good achievement. And Lu Yuan, following the young man in white, condensed the green killing intent, and also reached the 4th level of killing intent, and was considered the weakest among the 5. Of course, Lu Yuan's original strength is the weakest of the 5, and it is reasonable to have the least concentration of killing intent. Even if Lu Yuan has Shu Chan's help, she will definitely not be an opponent of the supernatural powers, even in this dream world. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and guessed in his heart that the young man in white shirt from Ice Sky Valley had Lu Yuan with him, probably because he had taken a fancy to her. It's Miss Lu. Man Xian glanced at the 5 people in front of him, and naturally saw Lu Yuan, and immediately said, Brother Long, Miss Lu has a deep love for you. Since we've seen each other now, why don't we let her be with us? These words made Long Yu's face twitch. Deep love? Isn't it? Miss Lu has been waiting for you in the Tang dynasty. Man Xian smiled. Brother Long, although I am a rough person, I can tell that Miss Lu cares about you very much. If not, how could she go with other men? Isn't it for the sake of cohesion? More killing intent. How about leaving Tianyu Island as soon as possible and meeting you? Long Yu didn't know what to say, but since he met an acquaintance here, of course he wanted to say hello. Lu Yuan. Long Yu flew forward directly, and shouted to Lu Yuan among the 5 people. Lu Yuan saw Long Yu just now, and when she heard Long Yu's greeting, she was overjoyed, but before she could speak, the handsome young man in snow-white long gown standing in front of her spoke out first. This brother knows Miss Lu? There was a look of extreme vigilance in the eyes of the young man in the snow-white gown. Seeing Long Yu's purple killing intent, he knew that Long Yu's strength must be extremely strong. Such a guy actually recognized Lu Yuan, which really surprised him, and at the same time made him extremely vigilant. What he was afraid of course, was that Long Yu would snatch Lu Yuan away. One must know that the reason why he took Lu Yuan with him was because he fell in love with the beautiful and indifferent Lu Yuan. "This is Bai Ting, brother Bai." Lu Yuan made a sound, and first introduced the young man in white to Long Yu, and then said to the young man in white, "This is Long Yu, my friend." To be honest, Lu Yuan was also very surprised, seeing Long Yu again would be in this dream world, and as soon as he saw Long Yu had already condensed the strongest purple killing intent. However, seeing Long Yu made her happy, and she didn't think too much about it. "You are Long Yu?" When Bai Ting heard this, a murderous look appeared between his brows. "Most people in Shura County now are talking about you. You were awarded the first-class medal by the county king himself at a young age, and you were also married to Tian Xinghe, the county king's disciples." Bai Qing had a conflict, but he was not at a disadvantage. "Your strength is very strong." "If you guessed correctly, Bai Ting, are you a disciple of Ice Sky Valley?" Long Yu narrowed his eyes. "Who is Bai Qing to you?" "I have nothing to do with Bai Qing." Bai Ting sneered. "I am me, and she is her. Now that you have concentrated your purple killing intent, I am no match for you, but if you want to take Lu Yuan away, you still have to step over my corpse." However, when Bai Ting said these words, Long Yu waved his hand, and then saw Lu Yuan's figure move, and her whole body, like a pitch-black butterfly, came behind Long Yu, standing with Man Xian and Chi Hua together. This scene made Bai Ting so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Bai Ting, thank you for taking me along this journey. After I go out, I will give you all the rewards I got for participating in this Shura election. But going forward, I hope to act together with my friends," Lu Yuan said in a cold voice. Being able to meet Long Yu made Lu Yuan feel a little warm in her heart, but when facing Bai Ting, she was still quite indifferent. This made Bai Ting feel very uncomfortable. He tried his best to kill the enemy with Lu Yuan, and helped her gather the 4th level of green killing intent, but in the end he went to Long Yu's side. "Did you see that he has condensed purple killing intent and can protect you better than me?" Bai Ting's face turned cold. He stared at Long Yu and said, "You are wrong." Lu Yuan shook her head. "Even if Long Yu only has the blue killing intent like you, or even the weakest red killing intent, when I see him, I will fight with him. We are friends." Friend. When they were in Tianyu continent, Long Yu and Lu Yuan experienced quite a lot of things together, and these things made Lu Yuan never forget Long Yu. Seeing each other again now, of course she will not let go of this opportunity. It's just white, it can't affect her thoughts. Immediately, Bai Ting and the other 3 could not help but become murderous, and one of them, a tall Wu Xiu, said with a gloomy face, "Brother Bai Ting, this little girl doesn't know what is good and evil, so she defected like this. How can it be decent not to kill her?" "Shut up." Bai Ting snorted coldly. "Let's go." After saying this, Bai Ting turned around, as if he was going to leave directly. The other 3 were obviously upset, but Bai Ting was the strongest among them, and they couldn't refute his decision to leave. But at this moment, "Careful." Standing behind Long Yu, Lu Yuan suddenly reminded, "This Bai Ting is full of tricks, maybe." Before she finished speaking, Bai Ting and the 3 of them had turned around together. Due to the extremely close distance, the 4 innate supernatural powers suddenly rolled towards Long Yushi. "Boy, die." The tall Wu Xiu showed a sly smile. This kind of method is what they are used to. After all, even if Bai Ting is tyrannical, the other 3 of them are also strong in the mystical powers, but in the dream world, there are strong people like clouds. If you want to live better and kill more people, you must be insidious and cunning. First make the assumption that you are going to leave, but suddenly turn around and kill them. Generally speaking, such a method will catch people off guard. However, Long Yu was already ready to fight back. Bai Ting, that's not bad. He was able to cover up the killing intent so well that I didn't even notice it in advance. However, I have always been vigilant against your sudden attack. With Lu Yuan's reminder, if I still get caught if you sneak attack, I won't be called Long Yu anymore. A cold light flashed across Long Yu's eyes, he clenched his fists tightly, and the 9 nether chi exploded, Yulong 9 explosions. The air blast, the ball burst, were directly cast by Long Yu, and 2 dragon figures of the 9 netherness flew out from his fists, accompanied by the dragon chant, shocking the 4 of Bai Ting. Shocked by the 9 explosions of the nether dragon at such a close distance, the 4 of Bai Ting were eroded into their bodies by the chi of the netherness, and then the dragon of the 9 netherness exploded, completely shattering the meridians in the 4 of them. Ice Pulse Body Protection. At the critical moment, Bai Ting still came to his senses, and raised his hand to display an innate supernatural power, condensing all the meridians in his body into ice, and protecting them with some kind of ice-type divine script. The destructive power of the air blast and the continuous blast completely shattered the layer of ice, but they failed to hurt Bai Ting's meridians. Bai Ting saw that Long Yu was on guard, so he had no intention of killing Long Yu, turned around and fled. As for the 3 people with him, they were unable to resist Long Yu's Yulong 9 explosions, and were shattered into white light on the spot, and sent out of the dream world. Want to run? Long Yu grabbed Lu Yuan, I'll help you injure Bai Ting. If you kill him, your killing intent will be able to condense to the 6th level of blue. Who would have thought? Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, No, Long Yu, he is attacking you now, you should kill him. But me, he took me all the way, without him, he was killed out of the dream world a long time ago, let me kill him, I can't do it. A smile appeared on Long Yu's face. Lu Yuan's words were good. It could be seen that even with the blue killing intent as a temptation, Lu Yuan did not lose her mind, she clearly knew what she needed. Although she chose to stand by Long Yu's side, she didn't want to be hostile to Bai Ting and owed Bai Ting favor. After the Shura election is over, she will definitely give all the rewards she got in the Shura election to Ice Sky Valley and give it to Bai Ting to pay off the favor. Of course, Lu Yuan knew that what Bai Ting wanted was actually her, but the only thing she could give Bai Ting was the rewards he would get in the general election of Shura. In that case, Barbarian, follow me. Long Yu yelled, shadow stream burst and dragon sparrows blink were cast at the same time. The whole person held the nether dragon blade, which turned into a pitch-black sharp blade and chased and killed Bai Ting, who was fleeing. Ice Spear. Seeing Long Yu chasing him, Bai Ting knew something was wrong, so he turned around and shot several sharp icy sky spears. Break it. Holding the void dragon blade, Long Yu pierced those ice heavenly spears at an extremely fast speed. A random stab of the void dragon blade could shatter the frost heavenly spears. The next moment, Long Yu was getting closer and closer to Bai Ting. After condensing the purple killing intent, there was no limit to the use of Long Yu's martial arts. He clapped his hands, and suddenly 3 ancient afterimages were condensed, each of which turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, and used the wild shadow violently to kill Bai Ting. Burst. 3 ancient afterimages exploded in 3 directions of Bai Ting, blocking all his escape routes, so he could only stop on the spot. But here, Long Yu's figure quietly appeared from behind him, holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, directly imprinting Bai Ting's soul. The power of the nether dragon blade has doubled compared to the beginning. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly. 5 of the 8 sockets in the inner space of the nether dragon blade were filled with the soul imprints of other martial arts, which made its power extremely ferocious. Ice Prison Thin Burial. Bai Ting didn't feel any discomfort after being absorbed with the soul seal. Seeing Long Yu appearing behind him, he could only use his innate supernatural powers directly towards Long Yu, and be buried in ice prison. Layers of ice shrouded Long Yu from the outside to the inside, completely blocking all his escape routes. Bursts of cold air directly penetrated into the marrow of Long Yu's body, that cold, ruthless. Siphon Divine Script. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the power of the colorful Siphon Divine Script was released directly, and it clung to this layer of ice prison. In just a moment, more than half of the power of this layer of ice prison was absorbed. Break! Holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, Long Yu stabbed forward, and directly shattered the ice prison in one direction, and then he escaped from it. The ice prisons in the other three directions collided completely in the next moment, and a violent icy whirlwind erupted, blowing Long Yu away. If an ordinary martial artist was affected by this ice cyclone, he would either die or be injured, but Long Yu has achieved the 9 Serenity dominant body, and he only suffered minor injuries when he was hit by the frontal impact. The Realm of the Underworld. Dragonine Dark Sky Snow. Sword of Reincarnation. Long Yu condensed the Sword of Reincarnation in his hand, and at the same time condensed 2 weakened opponents to strengthen his own domain. Black snowflakes fell, and the breath of the underworld rose up, causing Bai Ting's entire strength to drop by more than half. Bai Ting's expression changed. He wondered what method Long Yu used to weaken him so much. The next moment, Long Yu charged over with the Sword of Reincarnation, and with a random strike of the sword, he cut out the whirlwind of reincarnation, almost engulfing Bai Ting. Although he only touched a little bit, Bai Ting has already felt the terrifying power on the Sword of Reincarnation that makes him fall into the realm of martial arts. Since that's the case. Drunk in the underworld. Holding the Sword of Reincarnation, Long Yu pretended to kill Bai Ting, but when Bai Ting was about to dodge, he condensed the energy of the 9 worlds with his fist and roared out. The spirit of the underworld and the road to the underworld instantly entangled Bai Ting's whole body, making him unable to move a single bit. With Bai Ting's currently weakened strength, he would need at least a few breaths to break free from the shackles of the two. However, during such a fierce battle, how could he have a few breaths to break free from the shackles? Blood-clotting blade shadow. Not far away, Man Xian saw the opportunity, immediately held a long knife, and swooped in with a heaven-level Hotian supernatural martial skill, immediately enveloping Bai Ting's entire body. Coagulating the knife's shadow, condensing one's own blood, and enhancing the power of the knife's shadow, this knife, to slaughter a Bai Ting who was already trapped and unable to move, and whose strength had been weakened by more than half, undoubtedly couldn't be easier. The next moment, the bloody knife light cut Bai Ting's whole body in half, and then turned into white light and was sent out of the dream world. Before leaving, Bai Ting stared at Long Yu and Lu Yuan not far away, obviously hating the two of them. If you don't turn around and attack me, I'll let you go too. You've committed your own crimes, you can't live. Long Yu's eyes echoed with Bai Ting's eyes before he was killed, and he didn't take him seriously at all. Originally, he didn't intend to kill Bai Ting, even if he had the blue killing intent on him, he didn't intend to snatch it, but since that Bai Ting came to the door himself, wouldn't Long Yu be too soft-hearted if he didn't kill him? After beheading Bai Ting with a single blow, Man Xian's murderous intent also condensed to the 6th blue level. This made Long Yu quite gratified. There was finally one person who had reached the blue killing intent, and there was no problem in entering the top 100. As long as Man Xian survived for the next hour, he would be able to stabilize this achievement, and protecting Man Xian for an hour would not be difficult for Long Yu. Now in the dream world, including Long Yu, there are at most 3 or 4 people with purple killing intent, and they must be scattered in various directions, so it is not so easy to see. Except for opponents who condense purple killing intent, Long Yu doesn't need to be afraid at all. Lu Yuan, the princess also went to give you some gifts before? Long Yu returned to Lu Yuan's side and asked with a smile. Well, it's a double-sword swordsmanship. Lu Yuan nodded, seeing Long Yu and Man Xian team up to kill Bai Ting. She felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't care too much. Fighting in the dream world, life and death situations are very common, and that Bai Ting also asked for it, and even turned around to attack Long Yu. Since that's the case, I have a pair of great desolation level warriors and a 9-turn spirit sword. After you come out of Tianyu Island, I will give it to you. Long Yu smiled slightly, and took out the 9-turn spirit sword. The 9-turn spirit sword is a great desolation level warrior that he won from Bai Qing by betting. It is quite powerful. If it is combined with the powerful double sword swordsmanship, it must be extremely powerful. Great desolation grade dual swords? Lu Yuan didn't expect that she would give herself such a big gift when she first met Long Yu, and she couldn't react. Now is the dream world, let me familiarize you with it first. After the Shura election is over, you will not be able to take it away. After you come out of the Tianyu continent, I will officially hand it over to you. Long Yu threw the 9-turn spirit sword and it fell into Lu Yuan's hands. The 2 swords of the Great Wilderness are extremely powerful, at least for Lu Yuan, she has never seen such a powerful warrior. Just by holding the 9-turn spiritual sword, she could feel the spiritual energy flowing in the 2 swords. It seemed that as long as she moved, at will, the power in the 2 swords could be gushed out. Before this, Lu Yuan had only seen Bai Ting take out a sky-level soldier. The power of that day-level soldier was already extremely strong. This great desolation-level soldier was several times stronger than that day-level soldier. If it can cooperate with this 9-turn spirit sword, its power will be immeasurable. Long Yu smiled and said, "Come on, Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan nodded, but she was thinking in her heart, "Of course I want to work harder, just to be able to catch up with you, Long Yu." Set off. After Long Yu finished speaking, he took Man Xian, Qi Hua, and Lu Yuan and continued to move towards the dark underground space ahead. Up to now, the number of wuxia still surviving in the dream world is not much, but only a few hundred, and it becomes more difficult to meet other people. For the next hour, the 4 kept flying forward without any chance to kill any of them. There were actually 2 teams that appeared far away in the field of vision of the 4, but when those 2 teams saw the purple killing intent on Long Yu's body, they immediately ran away, and it was difficult for Long Yu to chase him alone. After all, Man Xian, Qi Hua and Lu Yuan would probably encounter certain dangers without Long Yu, and it was impossible for Long Yu to abandon them. By the way, Lu Yuan, have you met anyone else during your journey? Since there was no goal, Long Yu asked while walking, such a boring time, it is good to use it for chatting. Scene. Speaking of this, Lu Yuan's face darkened slightly. I saw Feng Haofeng, but it's a pity that I couldn't save him. Before he died, he had condensed the 3rd level of yellow killing intent, but he could only enter the top 10,000. Top 10,000. Long Yu's face darkened when he heard this, but he shook his head immediately and said, "The top 10,000 is enough, as long as they can leave the Tianyu continent and come to the Shura Valley, I will have a way to make them stronger." Long Yu thought to himself, at worst, he would risk his face and go to the little princess Shuchan for help. It doesn't need much help from Shuchan, all she needs is to give her a chance. Long Yu believes that for Feng Haofeng, Feng Yusen and the others, as long as they get a small chance, they will definitely be able to rely on their own strength to become stronger. A small opportunity should not be too embarrassing for Princess Shuchan. Thinking of this, Long Yu felt relieved, and continued to fly forward with everyone. In the following time, Long Yu continued to lead the 3 of them forward, and every time he encountered an enemy, he would cast Dragon Sparrow Instant and Shadow Stream Burst at the same time, trying to pursue them. If they couldn't catch up, they could only let them escape. If they can catch up, control them all, and let Man Xian, Qi Hua, and Lu Yuan kill them. It took less than half a day to pass, except that Man Xian condensed the 6th level of blue killing intent. Even Qi Hua and Lu Yuan have condensed the 5th layer of deep blue killing intent, so it is definitely no problem to step into the top 100. The 3rd round of Shura's general election will last for 7 days in total. After 7 days, everyone will be teleported no matter what the circumstances are. Long Yu secretly calculated in his heart that almost 6 days had passed since he entered the dream world. In the past 6 days, he could clearly feel that the number of martial arts around him was getting smaller and smaller, which showed that the fighting was brutal. Up to now, there were only 200 to 300 people in the entire dream world. In the dream world, which is wider than Tianyu continent, there are only 200 or 300 people left, and it is undoubtedly quite difficult to find other people to kill. I don't know how Bai Qing's achievements are. After escaping, will there be any opportunities? Long Yu still had some guesses in his heart. Although he is now condensing his purple killing intent, he will certainly be able to step into the top 5 in the Shura election, but no one knows what kind of fate Bai Qing will encounter. If one of the 3 major geniuses who was seriously injured was suddenly killed by Bai Qing, it's unknown what happened. Brother Long. At this time, Man Xian finally did not continue to remain silent, but said very calmly, 6 days have passed, and the last day is left. It is too important to you. If we continue to follow you, I am afraid it will not. It fits. Long Yu frowned slightly. You mean? Qi Hua also said at this time, that's right, Brother Long, since now Manzi, I, and Miss Lu are sure to be able to enter the top 100, there is no need to continue. Why don't you just quit now, and let Brother Long you fight alone? We now know that you have a bet with that Bai Qing. Man Xian said in a deep voice, now that Bai Qing has escaped, her whereabouts are unknown, and she has no idea how much killing intent she has condensed. Brother Long, if you want to surpass her, you must not be careless. You have to go all out in the remaining day. After hearing what Man Xian and Qi Hua said, Long Yu also knew that their proposal was not wrong. Bringing 3 more people along would undoubtedly be a burden for Long Yu, but it was also impossible for Long Yu to leave the 3 of them alone. It's not as good as this. Man Xian chuckled, and said bluntly, now I have condensed the 6th level of blue killing intent, and I can't be more stable in the top 100. Come on, Qi Hua, you kill me first and plunder my 6th level. Killing intent. After an hour, Qi Hua's grades are stable, and then I will be killed by Miss Lu, so that the 3 of us can gather the 6th level of killing intent. That's a good suggestion. When Qi Hua heard this, his eyes immediately brightened. If it is some other martial arts teams, in this dream world, they will probably kill each other at the end, because no one is willing to sacrifice themselves to achieve other people who don't know each other. But between us, there is no such problem. Yes, the ranking is not important to us. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth curled up slightly, and she said in a clear voice, even if the ranking is higher and lower in the Azura general election, the rewards will be quite different, but we are all on our own, so the rewards are not bad. Yes. Hearing this, Long Yu also nodded directly. If it was in the real world, Long Yu would certainly not be able to sacrifice any of his brothers, but this is a dream world, and death in the dream world is not a real death. This point is the practice of previous Shura elections, the truth, and it is impossible to make mistakes. That being the case, doing what Man Xian said is the best choice for Long Yu and others now. Qi Hua didn't hesitate, and directly held a ball of flames, and killed Man Xian. Manzi, after you go out, wait until I buy you a drink. Okay. Man Xian laughed, and then amidst the chatter and laughter, was directly blasted into white light by Qi Hua with the power of the law of fire. And the 6th layer of blue killing intent on Man Xian's body condensed on Qi Hua's body. Okay, as long as we keep doing this for an hour, Qi Hua's grades will be higher than Manzi's. Long Yu watched Man Xian disappear into white light, feeling a little lost, but then came back to his senses. We'd better wait 2 more hours before taking action, so as not to have any accidents. Lu Yuan and Qi Hua each nodded in agreement. The 3 of them landed and rested on the spot in the dark underground space. After about 3 hours, Long Yu was alone, with the 7th level of purple killing intent condensed on his body, and once again embarked on the road of searching and fighting. Due to absorbing the killing intent of Man Xian, Qi Hua, and Lu Yuan, the purple killing intent on Long Yu's body became much stronger, and in terms of ranking, it was much higher than before. In the end, Long Yu wanted to act alone, and of course Lu Yuan didn't need to stay, and was sent out of the dream world by Long Yu. Since there is no problem in the top 100, I will go on the road alone. It is best to find Bai Qing again and end her. At least I must make sure that her killing intent is not as good as mine. Long Yu thought in his heart. He doesn't want to lose this bet, and he can't lose. Once he loses, his forward momentum will be blocked, and it will have a great impact on his martial arts path. It may create some psychological obstacles for him when he is about to break through the realm. These are all things that Wu Xiao must try his best to avoid in his journey of martial arts. With the self-sacrifice of the three of Man Xian, Long Yu's killing intent became more profound, revealing some eerie and strange taste, which made other martial artists who had seen Long Yu from afar escape even more without thinking. But now, Long Yu doesn't need to take care of the three of Man Xian. If he wants to chase them down, he can chase them down desperately. Pray. At this moment, Long Yu was chasing and killing a small team of 2 men, a man and a woman. In Long Yu's eyes, these 2 men looked familiar to him, but they were actually 2 of Bai Qing's subordinates. These 2 subordinates are undoubtedly strong in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, and they seem to have comprehended some kind of combined attack technique. Together, they are extremely powerful. This also made the 6th layer of blue killing intent condense on both of them. Shadow stream bursts out, the dragon sparrow instantly disappears. Long Yu's body possessed a purple killing intent, and he continued to use these 2 martial arts, turning his whole body into a pitch-black sharp blade, chasing and killing him at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that they could not escape, the man and woman actually stopped, ready to fight Long Yu to the death. If you run away, you'll just be caught up by him. If that's the case, why don't you fight to the death? The young man's eyes flashed fiercely. He turned around and stepped into the void step by step, his eyes fixed on Long Yu, who was quickly chasing him. Fight. The female martial artist also had a ruthless face, holding a long sword, and the next moment she swung thousands of sword lights, as if the surging river was lingering, rushing towards Long Yu's face gate. Dragon Sparrow Flash. Long Yu charged forward, without even the slightest intention of dodging. The nether dragon blade slashed across a distance of hundreds of feet, pierced into the back of the female martial artist, and shattered her heart. The thousands of sword lights of the female martial artist are like a surging river, but they can't entangle Long Yu, and Long Yu directly dodges away with Dragon Sparrow Dodge. If one is solved so simply and neatly, then the remaining one is no problem. Long Yu, stop first, I have something to say. Seeing that his accomplice was killed, the young man's expression changed drastically. Just now he saw that Long Yu was hundreds of feet away, but he didn't expect to rush over in just a moment, and even assassinated the female martial artist forcefully. The young man made a noise in a hurry, trying to stabilize Long Yu and seek a good opportunity. However, Long Yu didn't pay attention to what he said at all. I want to talk, wait until I get out. Long Yu let out a soft snort, and immediately cast the wild shadow violent kill. 3 ancient afterimages condensed, turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, and went towards the young man Wu Xiao violent kill. The next moment, the 9 nether chi exploded, and the young man was directly killed in the field by the ancient afterimage, turned into white light and sent out of the dream world. The blue killing intent on both of them was snatched by Long Yu, making the purple killing intent on Long Yu's body a bit deeper. What are you doing hiding by the side? Come out. After Long Yu slaughtered the 2 of them, he didn't relax in any way, he just said something lightly. When he just launched the attack, he already felt a looming killing intent nearby, which was always targeting him, making him always vigilant. Now that the man and the woman were killed, the killing intent was still faintly transmitted, so that he could be sure that there was definitely someone hiding aside, ready to attack him. Clap clap. A series of applause came out, and then a dark figure floated out of the darkness, exuding an extremely mysterious and gloomy aura. Although this person's whole body is shrouded in darkness, there are also some purple murderous intentions revealed little by little from the darkness of his figure, so long you can be sure that this person is also a strong man who has already condensed purple killing intent. Having such a brilliant concealment technique, it's not surprising that he has reached the 7th level of killing intent. The corner of Long Yu's mouth turned slightly. Who are you? Hearing Long Yu's direct question, a chuckle came from where the dark figure was. You are Long Yu? There was some banter in the figure's words. I met 2 guys on this trip, and they threatened me before they died, saying that it was a man named Long Yu who would help them avenge them. Now that I have seen them, I think, will you avenge them? Originally, Long Yu wasn't sure if he wanted to fight this person, but after hearing this, his expression changed slightly. Who did you meet? A little girl who came here to participate in the Shura election before her hair is fully grown. She laughed so hard. Also, there is a girl in a black dress with her hair in a bun. You should know both of them, right? Joking words came from the shadow. As soon as Long Yu heard it, he immediately knew that the 2 people mentioned by the dark figure should be the little girl Xiang Wu and elder Yan Huanmoyan. You killed them? Long Yu asked aloud. I killed it. The dark figure directly admitted. Now, since you have also condensed the purple killing intent, it seems that you still have the qualifications to fight with me. Qualification for World War I? Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and suddenly said, Are you Ma's Haitian? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to recognize me. The dark figure laughed out loud and did not refute. Unexpectedly, you are the so-called #1 youth genius in Shura County. Long Yu's face darkened slightly. Mo Zhaitian is one of the 3 major sects in Azura County, the chief disciple of Shadow Mazong, and now he has the peak cultivation base of the 7-path supernatural ability realm, and he is only 1 step away from stepping into the secret realm of the Royal Way. As far as this person's talent is concerned, it is only a matter of time before stepping into the secret realm of the King's Way, and Ma's Haitian stage will definitely not be limited to Ashura County. It is said that this person practiced since he was a child, stepped into the mystical realm of heaven and man at the age of 8, and achieved the mystical realm of supernatural powers at the age of 12. Now he is only 31 or 2 years old, but he has already reached the peak of the mystical realm of supernatural powers. This is an extremely rare existence in the entire Shura County. Even the king of Shura County back then did not have such a terrifying talent. Even King Shura once said that it is only a matter of time before Mo Zhaitian surpasses King Shura, and sooner or later Mo Zhaitian will go to a wider world, and even the Tianqing dynasty may not be able to stop his footsteps. What first-time genius, these are all false names, created by some boring people. The dark figure laughed mockingly. However, among the younger generation in Shura County, I really haven't found anyone who can compete with me. Now in the dream world, you and I are in the same realm of martial arts. I really hope that we can have a good fight field. The 2 women, did you kill them with a mental attack, or did you kill them casually? Long Yu didn't pay much attention to what the other party said, but raised his eyebrows and asked aloud. Although I am good at mental attacks, killing people is meaningless in this Shura election. Mo Zhaitian smiled faintly. You can rest assured, after you leave, you can still see them. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He just remembered that Shadow Demon Trace's disciples are better at mental attacks. If Mo Zhaitian used mental attacks to kill Xiang Wu and Yan Huanma, it would be no fun. Fortunately, this Mo Zhaitian doesn't seem to be a heinous person, but is quite persistent in the way of martial arts. For example, just now, originally he could attack Long Yu while he was fighting, but with his ability, he could probably kill Long Yu directly and plunder the purple killing intent on his body. However, Mo Zhaitian did not do this, but directly appeared to talk to Long Yu, so that Long Yu could be prepared. It can be seen that although this person is a person of shadow demon trace, his disposition is relatively normal. Of course, this is only on the surface. Even if it is Long Yu, it is impossible to tell the other party's behavior from a single meeting. Since you want to fight, then come. Long Yu also had a fighting spirit in his heart. In this dream world, except for Tian Xinghe, he had never encountered a guy who could compete with him. Even Tian Xinghe was killed by Long Yu directly in the end. Now with Mo Zhaitian as his opponent, it happened that Long Yu could hone his comprehension of various martial arts. Be careful. Ma's Haitian's dark figure suddenly moved, and Long Yu completely lost his breath, as if this person had completely merged with the surrounding darkness. Long Yu frowned slightly. This time, Mo Zhaitian even completely concealed his killing intent, making it impossible for him to discover the existence of Mo Zhaitian no matter what. Cryptic script. Seeing this, Long Yu had no choice but to use his concealment methods. His whole body was enveloped by the power of hidden characters, and his body and breath became weaker and weaker until he disappeared completely. The figures of the two were completely buried in this pitch-black underground space. If other martial artists passed by here, they would not be aware that there would be two supreme beings confronting each other here. Sunday shadow attack. Suddenly a low voice came out, and then Long Yu felt a series of invisible black shadows rushing towards where he was. No, it's not coming at me, it's just attacking randomly in this dark underground space, trying to find out where I am. Long Yu soon discovered that those black shadows did not come directly towards him, but soon there were quite a few black shadows attacking in his direction. This made Long Yu's heart skip a beat, and he quietly unleashed Huanggu Shadow Kill. The three ancient afterimages condensed directly and flew out in three directions quickly, but he himself did not move. Kill. As expected, Mo Zhaitian was fooled, and directly appeared, and stretched out his claws towards one of the ancient shadow killers, innate supernatural powers, Zhaitian's claws. A demonic claw condensed by the power of pitch-black devilish energy and divine script attacked and killed the ancient afterimage, and immediately gripped the afterimage tightly. Burst. With a thought in his mind, Long Yu directly cast the barren shadow violent kill, causing the ancient afterimage to explode. That Zhaitian's devil's claws tightly grasped the ancient afterimage, but he didn't expect that the ancient afterimage would explode, and it was directly blown apart, turning into a stream of devilish energy and blowing towards the surroundings. At the same time, Long Yu urged the other two desolate ancient afterimages to charge straight towards the dark figure of Mo Zhaitian who had appeared, using Shadow Stream Burst and Dragon Sparrow's instantaneous void, and the distance of hundreds of feet was reached in an instant. Desolate Shadow Kill. Two ancient afterimages besieged the dark figure, one left and one right, and a terrifying explosion sounded, forming two bursts of tyrannical air currents, which swept in all the places around the dark figure, forming a turbulent vortex. In the violent killing of the wild shadows of the ancient ghosts, the dark figure had no ability to resist, and was directly rolled into pieces, which made Long Yu slightly stunned, and then reacted. It turned out to be an afterimage. This Ma's Haitian, unexpectedly, has practiced such a martial skill. This afterimage is a bit like the nightmare killing tactic. Maybe it is his own improved martial skill, based on the nightmare killing tactic. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu continued to use hidden characters to ambush, but he didn't appear. The afterimage of Mo Zhaitian was directly shattered by Long Yu, but his body was still hidden in the dark, and there was no movement at all. This made Long Yu feel a little anxious. He didn't know what method Mo Zhaitian used to hide himself, but he knew that he couldn't last long by using hidden characters to hide his body. Divine power is not unlimited. Concentrating the seventh layer of purple killing intent, although it can allow martial arts practitioners to perform martial arts without consuming profound energy and exhausting the meridians, it has no effect on the power of divine script. If you use too much, you will feel unwell and dizzy. If the invisibility method used by Mo Zhaitian comes from martial arts or the power of the law of heaven and earth, then it is much better than Long Yu's hidden characters. After all, Long Yu's hidden character divine script was only obtained from Tianyu continent, and it was still the third level of divine script power. The engraving of the divine script, with hidden characters, had long been absorbed and comprehended by Wang Chongfeng. What Wang Chongfeng could pass on to Long Yu was only 10% of the power of the divine script, with hidden characters. The stalemate did not last long. Only a few breaths after the first confrontation, a series of black shadows once again rushed towards Long Yu's location. This time, Long Yu was sure that the other party had found his position. Sharp. Long Yu has some admiration for this Mo Zhaitian, but admiration is nothing but admiration. Long Yu will not let him be slaughtered. 9 explosions of Yulong, explosion in the sky. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he directly unleashed the 9 explosions of the Nether Dragon. Since he was discovered, he didn't need to use the hidden character divine script anymore. He directly punched out a figure of the 9 Nether Dragon. The figure of the 9 Nether Dragon roared out, and then there was an explosion in mid-air, directly shattering all the black shadows that attacked. How did you find me? Long Yu asked out loudly towards the surroundings, frowning slightly. Human perception is not limited to vision. In addition to eyes, there are other perception abilities, such as smell, touch, hearing, etc. A dark figure appeared from the darkness, and gradually came not far from Long Yu. My true spirit makes my various perceptions more than 10 times stronger than ordinary people. Why are you coming out? But Long Yu continued to frown. If you don't take the initiative to show up, I probably won't be able to find you. You are already invincible. Such a battle, isn't it too boring? There was some banter in Moss Haitian's voice. Long Yu, you don't seem to know that the purple killing intent in this dream world has another effect, that is, it can speed up Wuxiu's comprehension of martial arts? Hearing this, Long Yu frowned. I don't know. Purple killing intent allows you to display martial arts almost unlimitedly. In this way, your comprehension of martial arts will naturally improve quickly, won't it? Mo Zhaitian said lightly. However, if you want to improve your martial skills quickly, you must find an opponent who is evenly matched. Now, let me see if you have the qualifications. After the words fell, Mo Zhaitian raised his hand, and there was a sound of howling ghosts and howling wolves, and a series of lonely ghosts roared and rushed towards Long Yu. A close opponent? Long Yu's heart twitched. It seemed that Moss Haitian did not attack him because he had any hostility towards him, but just to find an opponent. In the dream world, there are not many martial artists who have comprehended the purple, killing intent. It is very likely that Long Yu is the first martial artist Mo Zhaitian has seen until now to condense the purple killing intent. In this way, for Mo Zhaitian, Long Yu is a good opponent for training. This Mo Zhaitian is right. In the dream world, after condensing the purple killing intent, performing any martial skill will not consume much. Under such circumstances, performing the same martial skill continuously will definitely make the martial artist more sensitive to the martial skill. The understanding is deeper. Long Yu quickly understood what Moss Haitian was thinking, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. In that case, I'll use you as a whetstone too. Faced with Mo Zhaitian's innate supernatural attack, Long Yu directly used the siphon divine script to attack the enemy. After absorbing about half of its power, he then condensed the barrier of reincarnation. The domineering body endured abruptly. Even if Mo Zhaitian is the #1 genius in Shura County, he cannot defeat Long Yu in a short time when his martial arts realm is suppressed. Every time Long Yu defended against an attack, he used the 2 martial arts skills of Desolate Ancient Shadow Kill, or Yulong 9 explosions, and at the same time activated the Void Yulong blade, trying to improve his fit with this soldier. The soul seal of Moss Haitian. Holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, Long Yu took an opportunity to absorb Ma's Haitian's soul imprint, and stored it in the inner space slot of the nether dragon blade. Compared with the soul seals of Tian Xinghe and Bai Qing, Mo Zhaitian's soul seal is obviously stronger. Just after being absorbed, it has increased the power of the void dragon blade by 70 to 80%. After resonating with the Long Yu Qi, the power of the nether dragon blade has been increased by nearly 3 times because of absorbing the soul seals of 5 people. This number represents that Long Yu's strength has improved to the extent equivalent to the realm of the first level of martial arts. If we talk about the outside world, Long Yu, who was originally at the beginning of heaven, could only deal with martial artists at the heavenly tribulation level, but now with the void dragon blade, he can already fight against the strong ones at the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. It is extremely rare in the entire Shura County for a martial artist in the secret realm of heaven and man to fight against a strong man in the secret realm of supernatural powers, and most people have never even heard of it. As for Long Yu, he can already do this now. Haha, amazing! When Mo Zhaitian saw the power of Long Yu holding the void dragon blade, which could not even be resisted by his own shadow barrier, Mo Zhaitian couldn't help but his eyes lit up. This opponent was indeed an existence evenly matched to him. Supernatural power, Zhaitian shadow attack. As Mo Zhaitian raised his hand, countless fuzzy shadows flickered out, rolling towards Long Yu Yuren. Each fuzzy shadow was filled with extremely strong killing intent. Huh? It's more powerful than before. Feeling the power of the opponent's innate supernatural power, Long Yu couldn't help but frown slightly, and then he could only use Dragon Sparrow dodge, hiding in a different space to dodge this attack. This martial skill is good. Seeing this, Ma's Haitian's eyes lit up again, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, with a bit of evil spirit, but for me, it doesn't have any effect. After the words fell, I saw that the black shadow where Mo Zhaitian was located raised his hand slightly, and a large black mist emitted, which actually contained the power of the space attribute divine script. Although Long Yu used Dragon Sparrow Flash to hide in a different space, but the large black fog of Mo Zhaitian surrounded Long Yu in it, and penetrated into the different space where Long Yu hid. What? Seeing this, Long Yu couldn't help being a little surprised. Until now, he had learned the trick of Long K dodge, and it was the first time someone was able to break this trick. After using Dragon Sparrow Flash, Long Yu can hardly use any means in the different space. If it continues like this, it will definitely be completely covered by the black mist of Ma's Haitian, penetrate into the whole body, and cause serious injuries. Come out, explode. Long Yu returned from the different space, and immediately burst out at an extremely fast speed, avoiding in another direction. Shadow Stream Explosion and Dragon Sparrow Instant Sky, the combination of these two martial arts, allowed Long Yu to fly a distance of 200 to 300 feet in the blink of an eye, and dodged the opponent's more powerful Zhaitian shadow attack in one fell swoop. The Zhaitian Shadow Strike is the first congenital supernatural power I have comprehended, and it is this supernatural power that allowed me to step into the mystical realm of supernatural powers. The cultivation of congenital supernatural powers is divided into 9 realms of the 9 heavens. Mo Zhaitian watched Long Yu dodge away, but he didn't chase after him, but said to himself, "My Zhaitian shadow attack originally realized the realm of the middle 3 days and the 5th heaven. After you fought, you finally rose to the level of the 6th heaven. The realm of the 9 heavens?" Hearing this, Long Yu frowned slightly. That's right, similar to martial arts, innate supernatural powers are nothing more than a way to activate divine writing. Martial skills can be divided into depths of comprehension, and innate supernatural powers naturally also exist. The corners of Ma's Haitian's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, "The vast majority of martial artists in the mystical realm of supernatural powers can at most comprehend innate supernatural powers to the 3rd level, which is already pretty good, but that's just the top of the next 3 days. Yes, as far as I'm concerned, what I'm after is naturally not just the next 3 days, but even the middle 3 days, the strongest supernatural power of the last 3 days is what I want. No wonder. After hearing these words, Long Yu understood what was going on. He had already felt that the innate supernatural powers displayed by each martial artist had different powers. He thought it was because each martial artist had a different degree of compatibility with the divine language, but now it seems that it is not the only case. Just like martial arts, innate supernatural powers are also divided into realms and levels of cultivation, known as the realm of the 9 heavens. From the 1st heaven to the 3rd heaven, it is the realm of the lower 3 days. The innate supernatural powers at this level are not very powerful, just like most of the innate supernatural powers that Long Yu has seen before. Occasionally, someone who has comprehended the innate supernatural powers of the middle 3 days is already very powerful, such as Tian Xinghe. Some of the previous supernatural powers may have comprehended the middle 3 days. But now, Long Yu is under a lot of pressure against Shangma Zhaitian's innate supernatural power, Zhaitian's shadow attack. It turns out that his understanding of this innate supernatural power surpasses most other martial arts. Martial skills are comprehended to a deeper level, and some new effects can be derived. Then, is the same for innate supernatural powers? Long Yu's heart moved, thinking of this question. But Mo Zhaitian seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and immediately said, the next 3 days, the middle 3 days, the upper 3 days, the comprehension realm of innate supernatural powers. Every time you raise a big realm, you can derive more. Here comes a special effect. Now, let's see my Zhaitian Kendo strike. Following Mo Zhaitian's words, Long Yu felt that there were many invisible figures, chasing and killing him like maggots attached to bones. These shadows were invisible, but Long Yu could feel the killing intent emanating from them. If you can't deal with this move, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to be an evenly matched opponent with Mo Zhaitian, right? Long Yu thought in his heart, of course it is impossible to admit defeat like this. Siphon divine runes, explode. Long Yu clenched his fists, his whole body shone with colorful light, and the power of siphoning the divine script suddenly exploded. The densely packed invisible figures all around, although they cannot be seen with the naked eye, can still be affected by the colorful siphon divine script. The 5-color divine rune burst out with light, and at the same time, Long Yu condensed 3 remnants of ancient times, and together with the 3 afterimages of ancient times, they each performed Yulong 9 explosions. Shock air blast, Lianzhu explosion. The sound of the dragon's chant shocked the world, as if the whole world became the domain of the dragon of the 9 serenities, and shattered all the invisible shadows that came from Zhaitianying. After Ma Zhaitian's Zhaitian shadow attack, supernatural power erupted completely. Its power was at least twice as powerful as before, but it was also completely exploded by Long Yu. Oh? From the dark place where Ma Zhaitian was, a slightly surprised voice came out. I never expected that you could resist my move. It seems that I really have to regard you as an opponent of the same level. The 2 sides came and went, and the infinite divine power exploded, filling the entire space, and within a radius of thousands of feet, it became a battlefield for the 2. Once anyone else came to this battlefield, they would definitely be torn apart by the berserk forces within, and there would be no way out. And in the battle, Long Yu's comprehension of various martial arts also began to improve continuously. As Mo Zhaitian said, when there is an evenly matched opponent in the dream world, under the oppression of a strong enough opponent, Wuxiu's comprehension of martial arts or supernatural powers will become very fast. This is especially true for those who have condensed the 7th layer of purple, killing intent. Desolate ancient shadow killer, the pinnacle realm, hidden from the gods. Several hours later, the 2 were still in an extremely fierce battle, and Long Yu finally began to make a breakthrough in his comprehension of martial arts. First of all was Huanggu Yingsha, a great wilderness-level martial art. After practicing desolate ancient shadow killing, Long Yu can start to condense desolate ancient afterimages. As the level of comprehension of this trick improves, the number of desolate ancient afterimages that can be condensed will also increase. After cultivating Huanggu Yingsha to Xiaocheng, he can use Shadow Stream Burst, which can burst out at a very fast speed in a short period of time. Deshang's Huanggu Yingsha can perform Huangying Violent Kill, allowing Huanggu Remnant to launch a suicide attack on the enemy, extremely powerful. Now, Long Yu has comprehended the trick of Huanggu Yingsha to the peak, and has touched the effect of Shenin. Cooperating with the hidden character divine script comprehended by Long Yu, Shenin is activated, and its hiding effect is no less than that of Moshaitian. However, Long Yu didn't directly use the divine concealment, because he knew that with Moshaitian's perception and ability, unless he escaped now, it would be useless to be invisible. But leaving now is not what Long Yu wants. Continue, Dance of the Dragon Sparrow, become a Dragon Sparrow. Facing Moshaitian's shadow attack magical power, Long Yu's continuous defense was already unbearable. After all, the power of his Zhaitian's shadow attack was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, he could only start to rely on speed to dodge. After doing so several times, he finally comprehended the acrobatic martial skill, Dance of the Dragon Sparrow, to a transcendent state. After turning into a dragon bird, Long Yu turned into a black shadow, and his flying speed was almost the same as when he exploded before. If he used Dragon Sparrow and Shadow Stream Burst to carry out a surprise attack, the speed would be so fast that it was unimaginable. During this period of time, Long Yu was not the only one who got promoted. Moshaitian, the first genius in the battle against Long Yu, also had a good understanding of various innate supernatural powers. This short period of progress is equivalent to the achievement of Moshaitian's hard work in the outside world for a year. This made Moshaitian feel very good. Azure's general election is only available for 7 days, and now the time is almost here. Before I leave, let me give you a gift, Long Yu, we will meet later. Moshaitian glanced at Long Yu, finished speaking with a chuckle, then raised his hand, and took back all the power that belonged to him around him. The next moment, the wild shadow violent kill, performed by Long Yu Sua, directly bombarded Moshaitian's body. Long Yu frowned slightly, and saw Moshaitian's dark figure was shattered into a ray of white light, and was sent out of this dream world. The next moment, a burst of strong killing intent emanated from Moshaitian's body, rushed to Long Yu's body, and was absorbed by Long Yu. The killing intent condensed by Moshaitian is more than 3 times that of mine. He is indeed the #1 genius in Shura County. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, he felt the killing intent condensed all over his body, which finally reached the level of deep purple. He raised his head and looked at the place where Moshaitian turned into white light. He couldn't figure it out. He probably didn't know this Moshaitian. Even if this Moshaitian wanted to leave, there was no need to send him so much killing intent, right? With these more killing intents, Long Yu can be sure that the killing intent he condenses must be more than by Qing's. However, what Moshaitian did made Long Yu unable to understand. It can only be said that this Moshaitian is not an enemy to me. Maybe he can become a friend, maybe. Long Yu thought about it, then shook his head without thinking too much. Afterwards, he didn't fly around, because the Shura election was about to end, and when the 7 days came, all the martial arts still in the dream world would be sent out. Long Yu began to rest, and at the same time consolidated the comprehension gained in the battle with Moshaitian just now, and various martial arts are now more integrated in his mind, and even the nether dragon blade, he can feel that it is changing with it. More fit. Several hours passed. Long Yu opened his eyes again, but found that the surroundings were still pitch black, and there was still a deep purple killing intent condensed on his body. What's going on? It stands to reason that the 7-day period has passed 2 hours, and now I should be sent out of the dream world. Long Yu frowned slightly, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Just as he was thinking this way, the dark aura around him suddenly spread, and a figure that seemed to be beautiful and slim appeared faintly from the distant sky, and flew towards where Long Yu was. A burst of light radiated from the slim figure, dispelling the darkness of the entire space. Who is it? Long Yu didn't feel the change in the space he was in, so there is only one explanation, that is, someone came to this dream world and dispelled the boundless darkness around him. This made Long Yu extremely surprised. You must know that during the 7 days of fighting in the dream world, he had seen many martial artists displaying divine scripts with the attribute of light. But no matter who it is, there is absolutely no way to dispel the darkness in this dream world. But now, a slender figure appeared, dispelled the darkness, and flew towards Long Yu. Although he couldn't see the other person's face clearly, Long Yu knew that this person's strength must be extremely tyrannical. You. Long Yu? The slender figure kept approaching, and finally stopped 100 feet away, and spoke softly. The voice was as clear as a lark, and it was somewhat similar to Shu Chan's voice, but Long Yu was sure that it was not Shu Chan. I am Shu Chan's mother. Another sentence from the other party made Long Yu stunned on the spot. Shu Chan's mother? Long Yu suddenly remembered that when talking about this dream world with Shu Chan had mentioned her mother, saying that after creating this dream world space, an accident happened. As for what accident happened, Long Yu didn't know, and he was also a little puzzled at the time. You know, the Azura general election in Azura County has lasted for many years. If the previous Azura general elections were held in the dream world, when did Shu Chan's mother create the dream world? Judging from Shu Chan's age and the time of Shura's general election, it seems a bit out of line. It turned out to be my aunt. Long Yu had so many thoughts in his mind, but he didn't think too much. After hearing the other party's self-introduction, he immediately said respectfully, I heard the princess mentioned you. The person in front of him turned out to be the creator of this dream world. Although Long Yu didn't know what the other party wanted to do, there was nothing wrong with being respectful to seniors. That little girl. That slender figure, that is, the princess's mother smiled softly. From these words, it can be seen that the princess's mother loves Shu Chan very much. The 7-day period expires, and now in this world, only the two of us exist, and the others have all been sent out by me. The mother of the princess said, Now, I want to talk to you about something. Auntie, please tell me. Long Yu nodded, and then looked at the other party, but found that the figure was so hazy that he couldn't see it clearly at all, as if he was in the clouds. Although he could hear what the other party said clearly, it was extremely difficult for Long Yu to see the other party's face clearly. Perhaps in this dream world, the princess's mother is the ruler of everything. If she wants to hide her face, no one will be able to see what she looks like. Since you entered the dream world, I have been observing you. Along the way, I have learned a lot about you. The princess's mother chuckled and said, First of all, there is something I want to explain to you. In this world, one of your friends, who seems to be named Yi Luan, was killed by a mental attack. What? When Long Yu heard this, his expression changed immediately. The impeller was killed by a mental attack. Doesn't that mean that he really died in this dream world? Don't panic. The princess's mother said indifferently, This person has been secretly rescued by me and sent out of the dream world safely. Thank you, Auntie. Only then did Long Yu heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he certainly knew the reason for the appearance of the princess's mother, and immediately stopped going around in circles, and said straightforwardly, Auntie has any orders for this junior, even if it is stated clearly, if possible, I, Long Yuding, will not refuse. You're quick to react. The mother of the princess chuckled, Since you took the initiative to say it, then I don't have to beat around the bush. Today's Shuluo County is not very stable. Although Shu Chan's little girl has good talent and character, she still lacks it. A little experience. In Shuluo County, she has her father to protect her, but she can still show off her power. If she is in the Tianqing dynasty, she may be in danger. Long Yu, I have observed you all the way. That's right, I want to entrust you. If you succeed in cultivation in the future, don't forget about my little girl. Where did the ant say that? Long Yu smiled wryly. The princess's talent will definitely not be inferior to mine. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with my future achievements in martial arts. Actually, when you entered this dream world, I already knew that you were different from ordinary martial arts. In the voice of the princess's mother, just like Shu Chan, there was a hint of cunning. How many caddies and tails do you have? I basically understand everything. I think you don't need me to explain it so clearly, do you? What do you understand? The power of the gods, the ancient warriors you use, have an unusual origin. When Long Yu heard this, his heart was shocked. By the way, this dream world is actually a consciousness world created by the princess's mother. The martial arts who participated in the Shura election basically would not resist being searched for consciousness, and even Long Yu didn't care too much about it at the time. In the final analysis, it was because Long Yu thought that the mother of the princess who created this dream world was no longer alive, but who would have imagined that the mother of the princess is still living in this dream world? Even if only consciousness still exists, it is enough to pose a fatal threat to Long Yu. With regard to the Yuzi Xuanhuan, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and the nether dragon blade, not to mention in Shura County, it is a secret existence in the entire Tianqing dynasty and even in the world of Shenwu. Now, she has been scouted by the mother of the princess. Don't be nervous either. The princess's mother smiled softly. My name is Xu Ruoxian. Since you are Xu Chan's friend, you are my friend. I am looking for you this time, just to ask you to help my little girl more on weekdays. Nothing else matters. Xu Ruoxian, it turned out that Xu Chan was named after her mother. Long Yu nodded. If it's something I can do, I will naturally do my best. However, I have a question. I wonder if Auntie can answer one or two questions. Go ahead. Xu Ruoxian's voice came out, looking quite relaxed. Why did my aunt ask me to help the princess? Could it be that my aunt can't leave this dream world by herself? Long Yu frowned and asked. Good. Xu Ruoxian didn't think too much, and replied straightforwardly, I created this dream world, and I was trapped in this dream world. Unlike you, when you enter this world, only consciousness comes in, but I am not even in the flesh. They are all trapped here, unable to leave. That little girl Xu Chan was even born in this dream world. Xu Ruoxian smiled softly. You don't need to know these things now. Even if I tell you, you may not be able to understand. When you step into the secret realm of the royal way one day, you can come to me again, and then you will understand a lot. When Long Yu heard the words, he could only nod his head. Although he didn't know what happened to Xu Ruoxian, it was enough to know that she couldn't leave this dream world. Others, Long Yu knew too much and it was useless. After meeting Xu Ruoxian, Long Yu was sent out of the dream world by her. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw was a pretty face, and it turned out to be the little princess Xu Chan waiting for him. Long Yu, you can figure it out. Xu Chan giggled, which was exactly the same as her mother's. Long Yu nodded to Xu Chan with a smile, then looked around, and found that he was near the attribute stone that entered the dream world. For Shura's general election, King Shura took out 1,000 attribute stones, which also have the function of space teleportation, which can teleport Wuxiu to the mirror space and the dream world. From the beginning to the end, Long Yu used the attribute stone in the center of Shura Valley. At this moment, as soon as he appeared from the dream world, there was an uproar from the people around him. Look, it's Long Yu who came out. This kid has really made a splash in the Shura election. One of my brothers was killed by Long Yu in the dream world. At first, I thought it was embarrassing and unwilling, but now that I saw Long Yu's achievements, I have to be willing if I am not willing. That's right, the 7th layer of purple, killing intent, is actually ranked 3rd, second only to the princess and the young master of Qiyue Valley. This Long Yu is really powerful. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Long Yu basically knew his achievements. Ranked third, second only to Princess Xuan and the young master of Qiyue Valley. In this way, he must have surpassed Bai Qing. The bet between him and Bai Qing was considered a win. Old 7, you're amazing. I never thought you'd make it this far. Brother and I both missed it. Jia Banxian chuckled, ran forward and patted Long Yu on the shoulder. Yes. A burly man, with the pair of giant axes behind his back, Wu Xing also walked forward with a smile. Originally, we thought that you could condense the blue killing intent at most, but we didn't expect that you could condense the purple killing intent. Expected. Apart from these two guys who fought side by side with Long Yu in the dream world, other people also smiled and nodded at Long Yu, obviously quite satisfied with Long Yu's performance. You know, now they and Xuan are a group. The stronger the group, the better for them, of course. Even Duguijian, who had been keeping a cold face all the time, smiled at Long Yu for the first time. The corners of his lips moved slightly, and although the words were not loud, they were still clearly audible. Feng Xiaofei, it's Long Yu's friend. Long Yu was taken aback when he heard the words, then nodded. That's right, Brother Dugu saw him in the dream world? Duguijian nodded slowly. Yusun Luo used mental attacks to deal with Feng Xiaofei, but he was saved by me. Thank you, Brother Dugu. Hearing this, Long Yu thanked him seriously. Thank you, it's free, just buy me a drink. Duguijian smiled faintly. It's a deal. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. In Shura County, is it not easy to find a place to drink? And with Long Yu's current wealth, what kind of wine can't he buy? Just those blue-edged diamonds, the wine that can be exchanged, can fill a large warehouse. Long Yu, did you see that lunatic Haitian inside? Xuan suddenly approached and asked Long Yu in a low voice. Long Yu was a little surprised. This matter should be very secret, right? But on second thought, in the dream world, Xu Ruoxian was Xuchan's mother. Since Long Yu could appear to see him, it would be normal to see Xuchan. Perhaps Long Yudu and Mo Zhaitian were already fighting like a raging fire at that time. I did see it. Long Yu immediately nodded and said, why do you call him a lunatic? I think that person seems to be pretty good. He's an out-and-out cultivator lunatic. He is only in his 30s, and he has already reached the realm of the 7 supernatural powers. He might step into the secret realm of the royal way at some point. When Xuchan mentioned this Haitian, she seemed quite puzzled. My parents have compared me to Haitian since I was a child, saying that he is very talented and crazy about martial arts. So, that person is indeed a bit like what you said. Long Yu nodded when he heard the words, thinking of the scene of fighting Haitian at that time. Namo Zhaitian had no rules at all in his fight. He used all kinds of moves to deal with Long Yu. If it weren't for Long Yu's many methods, it would be absolutely impossible to draw with Mo Zhaitian. If Man Xian's battle was desperate, then Mo Zhaitian's battle was even more violent, but in comparison, Mo Zhaitian's berserk was based on his strong confidence in himself. A guy like Mo Zhaitian has enough reasons to firmly believe that he can defeat all opponents. It's not like Man Xian, even if he can't fight, he will rush to fight his opponent. But, isn't this man believe in his own personality? My mother said that you fought him once inside. Xuchan giggled, leaned closer and asked in a low voice, how is that guy strong? It's a pity that I didn't meet the princess in the dream world. Otherwise, I would be able to compare who is stronger and who is weaker between the two of you. Long Yu said with a smile. Well, when I tell my mother, we can go in and practice together. Xuchan smiled slyly. Well, I had a fight with Mo Zhaitian, and I gained a lot. Long Yu nodded, slightly pleasantly surprised. If I can often practice against the princess in the dream world, my strength may improve rapidly. You have a good idea. My mother's dream world is not something you can enter casually. If you can enter it again and last for 7 days, you can enjoy it secretly. Shu Chan gave Long Yu a white look, looking quite contemptuous. It turns out that there are still restrictions. I thought you could come in and out as you please with the princess. Long Yu was greatly disappointed and rather puzzled. If you can come in and out at will, then my father has already opened it up and used it for all the young talents in Azura County to practice martial arts. Shu Chan shook her head and didn't say much. She raised her head and saw 2 groups of people approaching quickly not far away, so she signaled Long Yu to settle the matter of these 2 groups of people first. These 2 groups of people are naturally led by Bai Qing and Tian Xinghe. Bai Qing walked in the front, followed by many martial arts. All of them flew towards Long Yu and Shu Chan with a fierce look. Long Yu, you cheated. It's been 3 hours since the 7-day period of the Azura general election, yet you just came out of it. The results of the 3rd round of the Azura general election are insignificant. Bai Qing took the lead and yelled out in a slapstick manner. Doesn't count? Hearing this, Long Yu frowned slightly. You Bai Qing made a bet, but in the end you have to go back on your own? There's no fairness in this bet. Why should I, Bai Qing, abide by it? Bai Qing snorted coldly. That's right, this kid came out of the dream world so late, maybe he's playing something in there. Who doesn't know that the dream world was created by the princess's mother? If the princess came forward, she might be able to make this kid cheat or something. Based on this kid's strength, can he condense the purple killing intent? I don't believe it even if I kill him. The people behind Bai Qing also started to yell, and their words were obviously expressing their disdain for Long Yu. Since you don't believe in the fairness of Shura's general election, why do you want to participate? Shu Chan glanced at the group of people, and said bluntly, 4th senior sister, if you want to go back on your word, just say so, and you don't need to find any other reasons. This princess is not an unreasonable person, so it's fine if you break the appointment. Having said this, Bai Qing's face suddenly darkened. Shu Chan advances by retreating. If she, Bai Qing, doesn't explain this matter clearly, how can she gain a foothold in Shura County in the future? Princess, it wasn't me, Bai Qing, who wanted to break the appointment, but with this person's strength, he was able to condense the purple killing intent. I really can't believe it. Bai Qing took a look at Long Yu, and there was a hint of sinisterness in his eyes. Princess, what do you think? Next, I, Bai Qing, will send 3 people to fight Long Yu in turn. If Long Yu can win 2 of them, I will fight against Long Yu. Qing is willing to gamble and admit defeat. This is another bet. Without waiting for Shu Chan to speak, Long Yu took the initiative to take a look at Bai Qing, and said lightly, if you want to make another bet, you can take out another bet. The bet from the previous bet, even if it is void, I also know, let you dignified 4th disciple of Wang, if you see me as a subordinate of the princess, you will take a detour. Such a condition is difficult for you to accept. These words contained incomparable irony, which made Bai Qing feel as if he had swallowed a fishbone. The bet can be changed separately, but will you accept the next bet? Bai Qing directly asked Long Yu with a sullen face. Accept, of course I accept, but I'm only at the beginning of heaven. If you want to challenge me, you have to place a bet on whatever kind of opponent you're looking for. Long Yu smiled lightly and said. What do you mean by that? Bai Qing asked, with a cold snort. It's very simple. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. I'm only at the beginning of heaven. If you let someone from the secret realm of heaven and man fight against me, the bet doesn't need to be too expensive. If you lose a game, a heavenly soldier is enough. If you invite someone from the supernatural realm to fight, I will not refuse, but if your people lose, even if you lose a game, you must put up a corresponding bet. For example, if you invite someone from the supernatural realm to fight I am dueling, if I win, I need you to come up with a great desolation level soldier, and a person of the second Dao divine ability realm needs 2 great desolation level soldiers, and so on. After Long Yu finished speaking, he shocked all the martial arts practitioners around him on the spot. Even Shu Chan beside Long Yu was frightened by Long Yu's sudden attack. This Long Yu is really uttering wild words. A mere person from the secret realm of heaven and man dares to challenge the strong man in the secret realm of supernatural powers? This kid is too stupid. If Bai Qing goes on stage directly, how can this kid survive? It's impossible. Didn't you hear the conditions put forward by Long Yu? With a few supernatural powers, you have to come up with a few wild-level soldiers. This Bai Qing has already lost his 9-turn spirit sword to Long Yu. Where else can I find the great desolate level soldiers? Only by borrowing. As Bai Qing, it shouldn't be difficult to borrow 1 or 2 pieces of great desolation level soldiers. Even if it's just a supernatural power, it's impossible for Long Yu to fight against it. The great desolation level soldiers can be returned again. How about it, do you understand? Long Yu ignored the comments of the people around him, and just stared at Bai Qing. As long as you take out a few pieces of great desolation level soldiers, you can have a few people at the level of supernatural powers fight me. Even as long as you take out 5 pieces of great desolation level soldiers, you can do it yourself, but if you lose, these 5 great desolation level warriors will all be mine. Bai Qing sneered, no problem, I promise you, but if you lose, what should you do? If I lose more than 2 out of 3 rounds, I will give you that ancient tower warrior. What do you think? Long Yu directly took out the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda as a bet. No problem. Bai Qing nodded. She was a little annoyed. She challenged Long Yu, and she needed to produce a few great desolation level warriors, and Long Yu only needed to produce 1. But she dared not say more, because such a bet was originally she has an absolute advantage. You must know that Long Yu's cultivation base at the beginning of heaven, even in the martial arts of the secret realm of heaven and man, is only considered middle of the road. If Bai Qing sent Wuxiu from the mystic realm to fight Long Yu, how could Long Yu win? Boss, Bai, I'll meet him first. When Bai Qing agreed to challenge, a one-armed man stood up behind her and said respectfully to Bai Qing. Bai Qing took a look at him and saw that he was a guy in the heavenly tribulation realm, but after thinking about it, he smiled and said, Go, Qin Lang, your serious longbow is already in harmony with you, right? Compatible with God, that is the 4th level of fit, just short of matching Wushuang, it can perfectly fit with serious longbow. The one-armed man Qin Lang nodded and said, That's right, I and the Syrian longbow have been in harmony, and the power has more than doubled. This Qin Lang looked down while talking, holding a longbow in one arm, with a wolf's head engraved on the back of the bow, exuding an extremely chilling aura. Immediately afterwards, Qin Lang walked out from behind Bai Qing, and looked at Long Yu fiercely, as if he wanted to tear him apart with his eyes. Of course, Long Yu would not be intimidated by the other party, and stood up calmly. Old 7, be careful. This man's name is Qin Lang, and the heavenly wolf longbow in his hand is a heaven-level high-grade soldier. He is quite powerful. It is difficult for ordinary martial arts practitioners to get close to fighting him. Jia Banxian on the side reminded me. Don't worry, third brother. Long Yu smiled, and then a cold light flashed across his eyes. Difficult to get close? With Long Yu's current body skills, if it is still difficult to get close to the opponent, then the opponent is too powerful. In any case, Long Yu had to be careful. After all, the other party had already matched the heavenly wolf longbow in his hand, which was not something that ordinary martial artists could easily do. Long Yu, be careful of fraud at any time. Shu Chan frowned slightly, and then reminded her, it stands to reason that my 4th senior sister can't be so reckless, and let a guy from the heavenly tribulation realm fight with you. You have to be careful, maybe this is called Qin Lang. Guy is not far from breaking through. When Long Yu heard this, his heart moved, and he nodded immediately. What he said is right, his Long Yu's strength is basically obvious to all. Although he is only at the beginning of heaven, he basically has no pressure to deal with martial arts at the heavenly tribulation level. Even if the Qin Lang and the Syrian longbow are in harmony, it can't be his trump card. After all, who would say the killer trump card before the battle to make the opponent prepare? In this way, this Qin Lang must have hidden a real trump card. Let's fight. Seeing Long Yu standing up, Qin Lang sneered, raised his single arm, stimulated his profound energy, and pulled the bowstring. A cluster of arrows of profound energy condensed with strong killing intent rolled towards Long Yu to break the air attack. The two started to fight, and the people around them stepped back and pointed at the middle of the field. As for Long Yu, seeing the opponent shoot the arrow, he didn't feel nervous at all. Feeling the power carried by the arrow, Long Yu just frowned, held the nether dragon blade in his hand, looked for the right opportunity, and swiped across the arrow. The profound energy arrow was cut into two by Long Yu with the nether dragon blade, and disappeared into the midair. Kill. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu cast Shadow Stream Burst, his whole body turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, piercing the sky in an instant, and the distance of more than 200 feet passed in an instant, and he came to that Qin Lang. Serious Mochizuki. Seeing this, Qin Lang unhurriedly mobilized his whole body's profound energy, and unleashed a heaven-level high-grade martial skill. Sirius looked at the moon, and immediately a series of moon-shaped arrows rolled towards Long Yu, carrying a piercing pressure. He wanted to force Long Yu away. Each cluster of these Sirius Mochizuki arrows carried the momentum of piercing through the air, and the broken airflow caused great resistance to Long Yu's forward movement, and its power was not small, so Long Yu had to stop to deal with it. Siphon Divine Script, Reincarnation Barrier. The 5-color Divine Script flashed on Long Yu's body, and then the pitch-black Reincarnation Barrier condensed, completely resisting the arrows of Sirius Xuanhuan. But when Long Yu raised his head, he saw that the one-armed Qin Lang actually took this opportunity to distance himself, and rushed to a distance of more than 300 feet away from him. At the same time, several consecutive arrows rushed towards Long Yu with awe-inspiring killing intent. This method is very skillful. Seeing this, Long Yu still had the time to praise him, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The shadow stream exploded, and the dragon finch disappeared instantly, transforming into a dragon finch. At this moment, Long Yu's body and martial arts were displayed to the extreme, and his figure was like a black lightning, piercing the sky in the blink of an eye, and the distance of 300 feet was as close as a mere foot. Desolate Shadow Killer. The 3 ancient afterimages condensed and turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, and flew towards the one-armed Qin Lang who was close at hand. When it touched the opponent's defensive barrier, it burst open, and the airflow brought up dust, blocking everyone's sight. It's almost over. Long Yu took a few steps back, avoiding the explosive power of Huan Ying's violent killing, and he was very confident in his move. After all, Desolate Ancient Shadow Killing is a great desolation-level martial skill. It is needless to say how powerful it is. Even if the opponent has reached the level of heavenly tribulation, it is difficult to survive being exploded by 3 desolate ancient shadows at close range. But soon, Long Yu's face changed slightly, because he felt that Qin Lang's aura was getting stronger and stronger in the air in front of him. This is a breakthrough. Long Yu's heart moved, and his face immediately sank. This guy's real trump card probably lies in this. This one-armed Qin Lang, perhaps after the baptism of fighting in the dream world, actually started a breakthrough at this moment, stepping from the realm of heavenly tribulation to the realm of supernatural powers, and comprehending innate supernatural powers. In the dream world, Long Yu killed many people with supernatural powers, even Tian Xinghe, and Bai Qing fled in embarrassment. However, in the dream world, everyone is suppressed in the initial human realm. But now, after Qin Lang's breakthrough, his martial arts realm is 4 levels higher than Long Yushi's. This is almost an insurmountable gap for ordinary people. To put it simply, even if a cultivator at the beginning of heaven like Long Yu used a martial skill at the Great Desolation level, its power was only equivalent to a martial artist at the Heavenly Tribulation level performing an Earth-level martial skill. A strong man who has reached the supernatural power level, even if he only uses a mysterious level martial skill, its power is comparable to Long Yu's Great Wilderness level martial skill. Don't say that a strong man in the supernatural power realm used innate supernatural powers. Even if he used a heavenly martial skill, Long Yu couldn't have a good way to resist it. This is the gap in the realm of martial arts, the gap in the basic strength of martial arts, and the most fundamental gap. No matter how tyrannical Long Yu was, when he faced a supernatural powerhouse expert, he would still be under tremendous pressure, to the extent that he had no chance of defeating him. Unless Long Yu used all his strength. This Bai Qing has a good idea. Let Qin Lang fight. At the beginning, he was only in the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Even if he loses, he only needs to give me a heavenly soldier. However, the fighting power of this Qin Lang is astonishing. Divine Ability Realm. Long Yu knew that Bai Qing definitely sent Qin Lang to fight on purpose, but thinking about it now is useless. It is not an instant thing for Wuxiu to break through the realm. When Long Yu felt that Qin Lang's aura was getting stronger and stronger in the smoke and dust in the air, he immediately took action. The realm of the underworld. Dragonine Dark Sky Snow. Martial arts in the two major domains were displayed by Long Yu, and immediately a 9 nether chi spread out from all around, turning the entire field into a gloomy and strange scene. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists around retreated back, leaving a range of nearly 1,000 feet for Long Yu and Qin Lang. In the dream world, everyone is just at the initial stage of human cultivation. Even if there is a scuffle, it will not be too chaotic. But it's different in the real world. A strong man in a mysterious realm of supernatural powers can easily display tyrannical supernatural powers or martial arts, covering the entire range of thousands of feet in his own shadow. Siphon Divine Script. After Long Yu displayed the martial arts of the two major domains, he condensed the Siphon Divine Rune at the fastest speed, and the multicolored Divine Rune power swept into the smoke and dust in front of him instantly. Comprehend. 20% of the Siphon Divine Script. At this moment, Long Yu's comprehension of the Siphon Divine text suddenly had a breakthrough, from 1/10 of the original to 2/10, and its effect was almost doubled. The next moment, Long Yu felt that the siphoning divine script continuously absorbed the power from Qin Lang's body and transformed it into the profound energy in Long Yu's body. In the process of breaking through the realm, Qin Lang never expected to be attacked by the siphon divine script, so he was in a hurry. But fortunately, he was only a small step away from the magical secret realm. At this moment, he had already completed more than half of it, and the profound energy in his body burst out, and all the power of the siphoning divine text was blown away. Supernatural power. I finally comprehended supernatural power. Qin Lang's extremely excited voice came out, and then a burst of power spread, and all the smoke and dust around him were blown away. A one-armed young man was suspended in midair like this, exuding an aura that only belonged to a powerhouse in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. Just flying 100 meters in front of Qin Lang, Long Yu felt a burst of pressure rushing towards his face. Even someone who has just stepped into the mystical realm of supernatural powers is an extremely tyrannical existence for Long Yu's current martial arts realm. He could feel that even the addition of the dual domain and the siphon divine script had little effect on Qin Lang, and it was considered pretty good to be able to reduce its power by 10%. However, the sudden appearance of the siphon divine script seems to have had some unfavorable effects on this guy's improvement in martial arts realm. The one-armed Qin Lang stepped into the mystical realm of supernatural powers one step at a time, and he was in the limelight for a while. Thousands of martial arts practitioners around him were all excited, and they talked a lot. Unexpectedly, this Qin Lang could step into the mystical realm of supernatural powers during the battle. In this case, Long Yuka is in danger. That's right, this Long Yu is only at the beginning of heaven, and it's not realistic to deal with a strong man in the mystical realm. This kid uttered wild words, and even asked Bai Qing to send a strong man from the mysterious realm. It's really beyond his control. Let's see. In the previous bet, Bai Qing lost to Long Yu's pair of 9-turn spirit swords. This time, is he going to win it back? If Bai Qing wins, he will be able to win the king's secret realm powerhouse. The indestructible dragon skeleton ancient pagoda soldiers. For these people's comments, Long Yu didn't care at all. The powerhouses in the mystical realm of supernatural powers are indeed very strong. Just the aura of comprehending innate supernatural powers puts Long Yu directly at a disadvantage. The one-armed Qin Lang took a step forward in midair with a serious longbow in his hand, staring at Long Yu. Long Yu, today I, Qin Lang, stepped into the realm of supernatural powers, and I will swear with my severed arm that I'm going to shoot you. Qin Lang, who had just broken through to the mystical realm of supernatural powers, spoke magnificently, and his whole body was dazzling, as if a god had descended from the earth, and everyone around him admired him. However, even at this time, Long Yu did not fall into an absolute disadvantage. The two domains of martial arts he condensed, Longing Dark Sky Snow and xuanhuan Realm, successfully offset the coercion of the supernatural powers, and on the contrary, suppressed the one-armed Qin Lang's strength by 10%. If you want to shoot me, then try it. The corner of Long Yu's mouth was slightly raised, and when he raised his hand, he directly condensed the qi of 9 netherness in his hand, and Yulong instantly shook the audience. Yulong's 9 explosions are the first explosion, and it's the first to win. As a dragon's chant resounded throughout the audience, Qin Lang felt a burst of violent power exploding in front of him, which made him even feel a sense of threat even after stepping into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. Sirius Longbow, Wolf Totem Arrow. Qin Lang mobilized his profound energy, pulled the bowstring, and the divine power in his body condensed into a wolf-toothed arrow, which spread out instantly, forming a barrier with wolf totem patterns. This layer of barrier is condensed with divine power, and it is the first kind of innate supernatural power that Qin Lang has comprehended. Long Yu used the 9 explosions of the Nether Dragon, and the explosive power produced was completely blocked by the wolf totem arrow barrier in the next moment, and then the wolf totem arrow barrier continued to attack Long Yu's location. The first innate supernatural power, comprehended by the one-armed Qin Lang, is not purely defensive, but half defensive and half offensive. The arrow of the wolf totem can be used for both defense and offense. This requires his comprehension of divine scriptures. It can only be done to a good degree. The wolf totem barrier turned into a giant wolf in the next moment, with its fangs exposed, and its whole aura was extremely ferocious. It seemed that as long Long Yu was bitten by it, there would be no way out. This is the first time that Long Yu encountered innate supernatural powers in the real world. Fortunately, this innate supernatural power has just been comprehended, but it is only the supernatural power of the first heaven, and its power is not very strong. Long Yu thought that the methods of Mo Zhaitian he had seen at that time were much stronger than Qin Lang, who had just stepped into the mystical realm of supernatural powers. The Nether Dragon Blade depends on you. Holding the Nether Dragon Blade in his hand, Long Yu's eyes flickered with a cold light, and then the profound energy in his whole body condensed, and he directly displayed the peak-level Desolate Ancient Shadow Kill. Hidden. Long Yu's whole body was covered with hidden words, making his figure disappear from the air. The Great Desolation Level Martial Skill, a derivative method of Desolate Ancient Shadow Killing, Gods Hidden, can make his whole figure and breath disappear completely. Not to mention the one-armed Qin Lang in front of him, even Tian Xinghe and Bai Qing, who were watching the battle, may not be able to find Long Yu's trace. This trick was realized by Long Yu in the dream world when he fought against Mo Zhaitian. If he hadn't fought against Mo Zhaitian at that time, Long Yu would definitely be in a bitter fight now. What? Disappeared? The one-armed Qin Lang saw Long Yu's figure disappear, his expression changed slightly, he was floating in the air, and then he raised his hands, the true wolf warrior, appear. Immediately, he saw a ferocious blue wolf spirit appearing from behind him. There were actually 9 arrows stuck behind that wolf spirit, scattered like flags behind it. Wolf warrior, find the trace of that man for me. The one-armed Qin Lang gave an order, and immediately after that, the blue war wolf spirit roared and shot 9 arrows in 9 directions around it. The power of each of these 9 arrows should not be underestimated. If Long Yu was shot in the front, it might be difficult for even the 9 Serenity's hegemony to keep him safe. However, with such 9 arrows shot out, how could Long Yu, who was in a hidden state, be shot by him so foolishly? Shadow stream erupts. Nether dragon blade, go. Long Yu remained in a hidden state, and his whole body instantly approached behind the one-armed Qin Lang, and the void dragon blade in his hand exuded a gloomy and ghostly light. Needless to say, the destructive power of the ancient warrior void dragon blade, even the one-armed Qin Lang, who has just stepped into the mystical realm of supernatural powers, is absolutely impossible to resist it with his body. However, after stepping into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, Qin Lang's perception ability was much stronger. When Long Yu's void dragon blade pierced his back, he actually reacted immediately, his whole body burst out with profound energy, and the innate supernatural power in front of him, the arrow of the wolf totem turned directly and rushed towards Long Yu. It is not so easy to kill a strong man in the mystical ability realm, but Long Yu's surprise attack took all his strength. In the internal socket space of the void dragon blade, there are still soul marks of 5 powerful martial artists, making its power nearly 3 times stronger. Even though Long Yu's martial Dao realm was much lower than Qin Lang's, relying on the destructive power of the void dragon blade, he directly pierced a big hole in his back. Blood splashed out immediately, and sprinkled on the blade of the nether dragon blade. Immediately afterwards, the wolf totem formed by the wolf totem's arrow had already arrived not far in front of Long Yu, and it was about to engulf and annihilate Long Yu in the next moment. Dragon Sparrow Flash. Long Yu directly used this dodge skill, and his whole body dodged into another independent space, allowing the wolf totem's arrow to go straight into the air. Yulong 9 Explosions, Dragon Heart Edict. Taking advantage of Qin Lang's back being pierced and suffering unbearable pain, Long Yu directly cast out the Dragon Heart Edict, and as a dragon chant resounded across the sky, Qin Lang's whole body seemed to be controlled by the dragon chant. Decree, explode. Under the control of the sound of Long Yin, Qin Lang's heartbeat became faster, and finally reached an unbearable point. The next moment, his heart pulse shattered, and his entire life was cut off. With Qin Lang's death, the arrow of the wolf totem he used naturally dissipated. Only then did Long Yu come out of Long's flashing state, and retreated sharply while holding the nether dragon blade in his hand. His whole body was still in an extremely calm state. Is this, killed like this? Seeing such a scene in the field, everyone around felt that they couldn't keep up with Long Yu's rhythm. Just when all of them thought that Long Yu would be defeated by Qin Lang, Long Yu unexpectedly unleashed a series of horrific methods, and instead assassinated Qin Lang on the spot. The whole battle was unfeeling at all. It was a battle between a heavenly tribulation realm and a supernatural power realm martial artist. The strength of the two sides in the battle seemed to be so balanced, and the one-armed martial artist Qin Lang had indeed just stepped into the realm of the mystical powers. In this way, the only explanation is that Long Yu already possessed a combat power comparable to that of a supernatural powerhouse. This conclusion changed the faces of everyone around. Only a mere cultivation of the heavenly tribulation realm can possess the strength of a divine ability realm? What a terrifying talent this is. No wonder even Duke Shura personally acted before and awarded this person a first-class medal. It seems that apart from good luck, this person is also a first-class existence in terms of strength and talent. It is said that this person came out of the floating island. It is really unbelievable. That's right, if such a talent has been cultivating in the Azura Valley, the cultivation resources will be several times more abundant. What kind of achievements will he have now? Looking at it now, it's not surprising that Long Yu, with his purple killing intent, became the third place in the Shura election. Soon, the views of the people around Long Yu changed directly. Originally, most people thought that Long Yu won the third place in the Shura election because of a coincidence, or that Princess Xuan was behind the scenes. But now it seems that this son of Long Yu is definitely relying on his real strength to fight in the dream world to condense the purple murderous intent. When Qin Lang was attacked by Long Yu and stabbed into the back with the nether dragon blade, Bai Qing's expression changed immediately. At that time, she still wanted to make a move, at least to save Qin Lang, and prevent Qin Lang from being killed like this, but Xu Chan on the side was staring at her closely, not letting her make any moves. Watching Qin Lang die at Long Yu's hands helplessly, Bai Qing felt unwilling. One must know that Qin Lang was one of her most promising subordinates. After finally stepping into the secret realm of supernatural powers, he unexpectedly became Long Yu's stepping stone. The most important thing is that in this way, Bai Qing lost one game first, because at the beginning, he made a bet on winning 2 out of 3 games, so in the next game, Bai Qing can only win, not lose. Otherwise, Bai Qing would lose to Long Yu again, and she couldn't lose this face again. Of course, if she didn't want to lose this face, she wouldn't lose anything if she randomly picked any of her subordinates to lose to Long Yu. But of course it was impossible for Bai Qing not to lose this face. In the next match, even if she borrowed the Great Desolation level warriors, she would send out a real supernatural power to fight Long Yu. However, is it so easy to borrow the Great Desolation level soldiers? Bai Qing's own pair of 9-turn spirit swords had already been lost to Long Yu before, and now even if she wanted to send a subordinate at the supernatural power level to fight Long Yu, she couldn't do it unless she borrowed some from others. Great Wilderness level soldier. At the same time, it is already difficult for a martial artist at the supernatural power level to defeat Long Yu, so Bai Qing has to borrow at least 2 Great Desolation level soldiers from others. As for the Dahuang level soldiers, there are no more than 10 in the entire Shura county. Except for the king of Shura, Yin Jing, Xu Chan, Long Yu, and others, those who may be lent to Bai Qing's Dahuang level soldiers are no more than 10. So 3 or 4 people. When Qin Lang was beheaded by Long Yu on the spot, his body fell directly into the valley, but no one went to guard his body. The sky-level soldier in his hand, the Sirius longbow, was held by Long Yu. This Sirius longbow originally had self-awareness, but after Qin Lang was killed, this self-awareness gradually dissipated. Now, this is an ordinary heaven-level high-grade warrior, but if it is used by others, it will be difficult to match it with each other, because it already has the soul imprint of Qin Lang on it. This soul imprint marks that this soldier has once matched with a person. Even if this person is dead now, it is impossible for other people to match the soldier again, but... Long Yu frowned slightly, his heart suddenly moved, and then he activated the Void Dragon Blade, trying to absorb the soul imprint in the Sirius longbow, and this time, he was pleasantly surprised. The Nether Dragon Blade was able to absorb the soul mark in it. This discovery made Long Yu very happy, which also showed that he had obtained a brand new heaven-level high-grade soldier, and he could successfully match with this soldier. Qin Lang's soul imprint did not enhance the Nether Dragon Blade much, but after his soul imprint was absorbed, the Sirius longbow finally returned to a normal high-grade heavenly soldier. You know, if you have a soul imprint, the value of this day-level top-rank soldier may not be as high as that of a ground-level top-rank soldier. After all, no one else can match it. Even if it is sold, it will not sell for much money. Long Yu directly threw the Sirius longbow into the storage space of the Nether Dragon Blade, and then flew back to Xu Chan's side. He raised his head and looked at Bai Qing and Tian Xinghe, who were approaching from not far away. How about it, Bai Qing, for the next round, what kind of men are you going to send to fight with me? Looking at Bai Qing, Long Yu asked jokingly. Don't be complacent. Bai Qing's pretty face was gloomy, and she glanced at Long Yu. As long as I can take out a few Dahuang-level soldiers as bets, I can send a few subordinates with supernatural powers to fight with you. You said that, you can't repent. That's natural. Long Yu said lightly. Eldest brother, why don't you borrow me your great desolation-level warrior, Xing Chenyuan? In this battle, the dragon you will undoubtedly lose, but you only need a great desolation-level warrior, just for a formality. Bai Qing turned her head and said to Tian Xinghe, who was dressed in black. Tian Xinghe's face was indifferent. He glanced at Long Yu, then looked at Bai Qing, shook his head and said, Xingchen is connected with my life, I can't possibly bet it. Not to mention Bai Qing's bet, even he himself would not bet on Xing Chenyuan. One must know that Tian Xinghe and xuanhuan cultivated together since childhood, and they have been compatible with each other to the present level. Needless to say, the hardships involved, how can there be any reason for them to bet on others? What's more, Tian Xinghe fought Long Yu in the dream world, so I really don't know how big this guy is. I thought he was definitely not the opponent of the supernatural powers, but judging from the battle between Long Yu and Qin Lang just now. Come on, this kid still has a lot of things hidden. Regarding Long Yu, Tian Xinghe was already a little scared. Of course, this fear did not mean that he was afraid of Long Yu, but that he did not dare to confront Long Yu head-on. Because, this kid Long Yu is too mysterious, he seems to have endless cards in his body. Now, Long Yu actually dared to challenge the experts in the mystical ability secret realm, and still looked so confident. Most of them were fraudulent. Tian Xinghe didn't dare to use his Stardust world as a bet. Tian Xinghe's rejection was completely unexpected by Bai Qing. Originally, Bai Qing thought that Tian Xinghe was on the same side as him, at least when facing Long Yu, but now it seems that Tian Xinghe has completely acted out the conflict between her and Long Yu. Attitude? Forget it. Bai Qing said lightly, since Tian Xinghe is not willing to lend Xing Chenyuan, then she will naturally not ask him. Immediately, she turned her head to look at Long Yu. Long Yu, I can't produce any great desolation-level soldiers now, but do you dare to give me 3 days? The second battle will be held in 3 days. How? 3 days? The corner of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly. How can 3 days be enough? It is not so easy to borrow a great desolation-level soldier. Since you can't get it now, I will give you 7 days. No, 3 days is enough. Bai Qing refused straight away, staring at Long Yu closely. Of course she knew that Long Yu was so magnanimous in letting her go to borrow the time of the great desolation-level soldiers. Maybe there were some thoughts of procrastination. Why did Long Yu delay for time? Of course, it is to practice and comprehend martial arts, and even break through to the new level of martial arts. If after 7 days, Long Yu stepped into the heavenly tribulation realm, then Bai Qing's chances of winning would be even lower. She thought that she must not follow Long Yu's train of thought. Long Yu asked her to borrow soldiers in 7 days, but she didn't agree, and she was confident that as long as 3 days, it was enough for her to borrow 2 or 3 great desolation-level soldiers. It is impossible for Tian Xinghe, Xihanchen, and Xu Chan to lend them to her. In addition, in the entire Shura County, there are only a few young people with the great desolation-level fighters, such as the other 2 of the 3 geniuses, and the second disciple of the Shura County king, that is, Bai Qing's second senior sister. Wait. As for the guys of the older generation, Bai Qing didn't dare to borrow soldiers from them, otherwise he might be kicked out of the house by those old guys. Although Bai Qing is a disciple of Prince Shura, he is only able to show off his strength among the younger generation. If he really messes with the older generation, he probably won't know how he died. This world respects martial arts. If Bai Qing's own strength cannot improve, even if she is wiped out by other old guys, Duke Shura will not be able to help her avenge her. What's more, in Shura County, the king of Shura County can't cover the sky with one hand. 3 days is 3 days, then 3 days later, we will have an appointment here, see you there. Long Yu smiled, turned around and returned to Xuanhuan and the others. He wanted to buy some time for himself to complete the cultivation of the 9 Nether Overlord body, but since Bai Qing saw through, he wouldn't bother him too much. According to Long Yu's estimation, Bai Qing borrowed at most 3 great desolation-level warriors and dispatched 3 supernatural powers. And the powerhouses of the 3 realms of divine ability realm are almost irresistible existences for Long Yu, but Long Yu has a trump card, the true dragon of the 9 serenities. The appearance of the true dragon spirit of the 9 nethernesses, even the powerhouses of the 3 realms of supernatural powers, will definitely be shocked for a blink of an eye. Although it was only a blink of an eye, it was enough for Long Yu. And even if they can't win, Long Yu can still hide in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and it's just a draw in the end. There will be 2 more gambling fights, even if they are all draws, Long Yu will win in the end. Of course, if I hadn't had no choice, I wouldn't have taken out the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. This would be too shameless. Long Yu thought in his heart. It was agreed that the next battle would be 3 days later, and everyone dispersed. Long Yu flew next to Xuanhuan, and waited for Bai Qing and the others to leave before he had time to observe the dark characters that appeared in midair. Election ranking results. The first place is the Princess Xuanhuan, who actually condensed the killing intent to the peak of the 7th level, showing a deep purple color. The second place was another one of the 3 great geniuses in Azura County, named Qi Shaoyin, who was one of the 3 sects in Azura County and the young master of Qiyue Valley. The next third place is Long Yu. Long Yu looked down all the way, and saw that Bai Qing had finally condensed the 6th level of light blue killing intent, ranking 63rd. Judging from this ranking, he was actually inferior to Lu Yuan, Man Xian and Qi Hua. People. This is also because the 3 of them followed Long Yu all the way and got too many opportunities, and the last operation of the 3 of them also improved the ranking of the 3 of them, which were between 40 and 50 respectively. Among Xu Chan's subordinates, Du Guojian was ranked 7th, and his grades were quite good, but the others were not so good. Not too many of them could enter the top 100. Xing Wu and Jia Banxian were all cohesive. The blue killing intent was killed by Tian Xinghe, and finally ranked in the 80s. The most pitiful thing is Tian Xinghe. Although he killed Xing Wu and Jia Banxian before he died, he couldn't hold on for an hour, and was beheaded by Long Yu and sent out of the dream world. This made Tian Xinghe only ranked in the 70th place. Such a result, for Tian Xinghe, the eldest disciple of King Shura, is enough to make him ashamed. Deep down in Tian Xinghe's heart, Long Yu didn't know how much he hated Long Yu. All he knew was that he had to be careful with Xing He when he went to the Holy Land of Shura County half a month later. But before that, he has to deal with the next round of gambling with Bai Qing. In this match, he can only win, not lose. Long Yu, you performed well this time. Xuanhuan patted Long Yu's shoulder, and blinked playfully. Since Bai Qing is so shameless, he really wants to send someone from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers to deal with you, and it's impossible for the princess to stand idly by. You follow, there is something good to you. Hearing this, Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. It seems that the little princess is really good to him, and he doesn't know what he will show to support Long Yu to deal with the supernatural powers sent by Bai Qing. Everyone, let's go and have a good rest. Xing Wu, Dugu, Banxian, the 3 of you are ready to enter the Holy Land of Shura County in half a month. To be honest, what opportunities are there in this Holy Land? Even the princess, it's not very clear. Xuanhuan waved her hand to let everyone disperse, but what she said made everyone in the venue feel a sense of anticipation. Except for some special opportunities, only the top 100 in the Shura election can enter the Holy Land of Shura County. It is said that there are many opportunities among them, but even Xuanhuan has not entered it yet. Xing Wu, Du Guojian and Jia Banxian are qualified to step into it, and they all have expectations in their hearts. As for the others, such as Shentong Xiaopeng Renping Fan, Xiao Zhu, and Xueyan, they could only stare blankly, full of envy. After the crowd dispersed, Long Yu followed the Princess Shu Chan all the way back to Shu Chan's residence. Shu Chan's residence was not far from the courtyard where Long Yu, Renping Fan, and others lived. Long Yu flew with her and soon landed in this beautiful courtyard. Long Yu took a look around and found that the aura in this place was more abundant, and it seemed that the aura of heaven and earth with a radius of hundreds of feet had gathered in this area. If you practice in such a place, the speed of improving your martial arts realm will definitely be much faster. Of course, Long Yu was not very envious of this. After all, Shu Chan was the daughter of Duke Shura, so it was normal for her to live in a special place. Princess, I don't know if you asked me to come over. What do you want to order? Long Yu watched Shu Chan walk into the house, so he stopped outside the house without following. The order is nothing, but this thing is for you. Come and see this, the essence of the divine air. Following Shu Chan's words, her delicate figure quickly came out of the room, holding a translucent spherical crystal in her hand, about the size of a thumb, and her whole body exuded a powerful aura of power. That kind of power breath seems to be the fusion of countless divine powers. Sacred essence? What is this? Long Yu's face changed slightly. He had never heard of such an existence before. The essence of divine descendants is the most primitive divine power. By absorbing the essence of divine descendants, you can quickly increase your level of comprehension of the divine power. In addition, it can also slightly increase your degree of fit with the divine character attributes. Shu Chan said with a smile, "This thing, last time my father got two from the court meeting of the Tianqing dynasty and gave them to me, but I can only take one of them. I want to take the second one. You must step into the secret realm of the royal way, otherwise you will not be able to withstand the violent power in it. Improve the comprehension of the power of divine script." When Long Yu heard this, he was startled for a moment. Such a good thing, this Shu Chan actually gave it to him? Long Yu, don't think too much. Seeing Long Yu's expression, Shu Chan knew what he was thinking, so she smiled and said, "Helping you is also helping me. By the way, in the dream world, did Mo Zhaitian tell you something? What special event?" Special? Hearing this, Long Yu frowned slightly, feeling that the whole thing was still a bit strange. He couldn't help but shook his head and said, "Probably not, but I think his behavior is a bit strange, and in the end he deliberately asked me to kill him, gathered killing intent for me, and reached the 3rd place, but he himself is only in the 5th place." That's right. Shu Chan snorted lightly, and said rather displeasedly, "This guy is trying to poach my corner." Poaching? Long Yu was stunned for a moment. Could it be that this Mazhaitian is also recruiting his subordinates to use for him? No, not subordinates, but companions. Shu Chan shook her head, a shrewdness flashed in her eyes. Mazhaitian doesn't bother to have any subordinates. His only purpose in this life is to cultivate to a higher level of martial arts, and to compete for more cultivation resources. So, he needs a strong man will become his companion, and join him in the Shenwu Emperor Association 3 years later. Shenwudi will? Hearing this, Long Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't know what it was, but it sounded like a joke. From the name alone, it can be seen that this Shenwu Emperor's Association is much larger than the general election of Shura. After all, it is crowned with the name of Shenwu, and it is very likely to be a grand meeting of the entire Shenwu world. Shenwu Emperor's meeting is a grand gathering of all the kingly and secret realm powerhouses in the Shenwu world, which is held every 100 years. Shu Chan explained, "Even if it's my father, he's just a little guy at the Shenwu Emperor's meeting, but if you want to participate in the Shenwu Emperor's meeting, you must be in a team of 2, and my father has always participated with Yin Jing." Long Yu nodded when he heard the words, and understood what was going on. The Shenwu Emperor meeting turned out to be a grand meeting for all the kingly secret realm powerhouses in the Shenwu world, and this grand meeting must be attended by a group of 2. Although Long Yu didn't know what would happen at the Shenwu Emperor meeting, but if he inferred from it, wouldn't it mean that Mo Zhaitian was confident that within 3 years, he would break through the bottleneck and step into the level of the King's Dao secret realm? Princess, if it is said that Ma Zhaitian can break through the bottleneck and step into the secret realm of the royal way within 3 years, I believe it. Long Yu said with a wry smile, but it is not very realistic for me to step into the secret realm of the King's way within 3 years. You must know that I am only in the secret realm of heaven and man now, which is too far away from the secret realm of the King's way. Mo Zhai, even if Tian wants to find a companion, he won't be looking for me. That's not necessarily the case. Although your current martial arts realm is not very good, the strength you have shown is the focus of everyone's attention. Xu Chan patted Long Yu's shoulder, said with a smile, "Don't talk about Ma Zhaitian, I want you to be my companion even if it's the princess. Azura County is full of talented people. If the county chief finds a companion to participate in the Shenwu Emperor meeting, he won't be looking for a kid who is talented in the secret realm of heaven and man, right?" Long Yu shook his head, still not convinced. In Azura County, there are quite a few martial artists who claim to be geniuses, but those who are truly gifted are rare. The qualification to join the God Martial Emperor Association is not available to everyone. Xu Chan shook her head. In the entire Shura County, there are actually 6 strong men in the secret realm of the royal way. Besides my father and Yin Jing, there are 4 other old guys. Even if you reach the secret realm of the royal way, if you want to, there are other tests to participate in the Shenwu Emperor's Association, and this test, only my father and Yin Jing can pass it. The other 4 old guys are not lacking in strength, but they are not in the same heart, so they still can't form a duo. Squad, go and pass the test of participating in the Shenwu Emperor Association. If you really want to say that, Mo Zhaitian and I may not be in the same heart. Long Yu said. That's different. Both of you are still young. Besides, isn't there still 3 years left? There is plenty of time for you to adjust. Xu Chan said with a light smile, but Long Yu, you have to remember, for the princess, you are the servant of the princess. No matter how many benefits Mo Zhaitian gives you, you must not stand by his side, understand? Princess, is there any enmity between you and Ma Zhaitian? Long Yu suddenly asked. There is no hatred, but there is competition. Xu Chan shook her head, and then said, in short, Mo Zhaitian's purpose is to get close to you and make friends with you, but he will not have any malicious intentions. I can't think of any other reason besides the Shenwu Emperor meeting. It will make him show his favor to you so much. After all, the extra rewards given by Shura's ranking increase by 2 in the general election are still very good, and with his character, it's impossible for him to give up at will. Yeah, I got it. Long Yu nodded, expressing that he understood. There are still 3 years left for the Shenwu Emperor Association. It is not long, but it is definitely not short. For Long Yu, there are definitely many changes in 3 years. Basic requirements. Although Long Yu has the true spirit of the 9-Nether Dragon in his body and part of the consciousness of the 9-Nether Dragon blade in his hand, he doesn't think that his talent can really be hundreds or thousands of times stronger than ordinary people. The speed of stepping from the heavenly beginning realm to the supernatural realm in 3 years is shocking enough. Okay, you should take this divine air essence and absorb it first, and try to improve your understanding of divine scriptures. In addition, come to this princess again at midnight tomorrow. While talking, Xu Chan threw the round crystal to Long Yu. Long Yu took the essence of the divine air with one hand, feeling a little strange. Midnight tomorrow? That's right, my father has set up a moonlight aura array in my residence, and every month there will be 1 day to condense the moonlight, allowing the aura of heaven and earth to gather at a speed of hundreds or thousands of times. Xu Chan said casually, this xuanhuan aura array, the princess has bathed in it since she was a child, so she has the martial arts realm today, but as the princess stepped into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, the effect of this moonlight aura array is also getting stronger and stronger. The weaker it is, especially now that it has almost no effect after the 4 Dao divine ability realm, it is better to let it to you, maybe it will allow you to make a breakthrough again. Yuehua Spirit Array. I understand, thank you Princess. Long Yu bowed to Xu Chan. On the Tianyu continent, he has walked all the way since he stepped into the martial arts. He has always worked hard by himself, and he has never relied on others so much. However, Xu Chan, the little princess, treats Long Yu sincerely, not to mention anything else, he is never stingy with anything good, and it is because of Xu Chan's help that Long Yu is now able to go on the road of martial arts more smoothly go on. Therefore, Long Yu's gratitude to Xu Chan was sincere. If you really want to thank me, you should work hard and strive to step into the secret realm of the King's Way within 3 years, and go to the Xuanhuan Emperor meeting with this princess. Xu Chan narrowed her eyes into crescent moons, and smiled like a little devil. This is going to be difficult. Long Yu suddenly looked sad. In 3 years, it is not even the slightest bit of difficulty for him to break through from the secret realm of heaven and man to the secret realm of supernatural powers all the way to the secret realm of kingly way. Forget it, I'm joking. The princess suddenly waved his hand again. Actually, the realm of martial arts has improved too fast, and there is no benefit. Although the Xuanhuan Emperor Association is about to start in 3 years, we are a little too late. But the Xuanhuan Emperor Association is held every 100 years, and those who have magical powers the lifespan has reached 300 or 400 years, if we can't do it this time, there will always be a chance to participate next time. Once in 100 years, it's really a vicissitudes. Hearing this, Long Yu felt a little emotional. In 100 years, even if he added his previous life, he still hasn't lived such a long time. After 100 years, who knows what the world will be like? All of a sudden, Long Yu felt a rush of pride. Although there are only 3 years left, before the next Xuanhuan Emperor Association, so what? Even Mo Zhaitian is optimistic about me, and gives me hope, so what reason do I have for not working hard? Long Yu suddenly thought that since he stepped into the martial arts, although he has been fighting with other martial arts, there has never been a single time when he was fighting with himself. It seems that this time, it's time to challenge your limits. After Long Yu took the essence of the divine air, he left Xu Chan's residence and returned to his place. As soon as I went back, I ran into the little fat man Ren Pingfan in the courtyard next door. He flew up to him and smiled, and asked, very obscenely, Xiaoqi, what did the princess ask you to do? You actually went to the princess's boudoir, envy. I didn't go to the princess' boudoir. Long Yu was covered in cold sweat by what he said, so he could only say, the princess gave me an elixir, and told me to strive to break through the realm as soon as possible, or I might not win the bet with Bai Qing in 3 days' time. Divine air essence is too precious. Just now when Xu Chan gave it to Long Yu, she also expressed a little bit, don't tell other people about it. Of course, Long Yu listened to his orders, so he took a pill with him. Speaking of which, Xiaoqi, you are really reckless in gambling with Bai Qing. Speaking of this, Ren Pingfan frowned slightly. If Bai Qing dispatches a strong man of the 2nd or 3rd level of supernatural powers, do you have the confidence to defeat the opponent? To be honest, no, but you can give it a try. Long Yu squinted his eyes and said, Fat brother, you are also at the level of 2 supernatural powers now, how about we practice hands after tomorrow? Anytime. Ren Pingfan smiled casually, if you can really beat Ben Fatty will be relieved, but now it seems that you can't be my opponent. By the way, I ranked more than 100 in this Shura election, and I am almost getting into the top 100 at one point really pissed me off, but even though I can't enter the Holy Land of Shura County, this reward is not bad, there should be several heaven-level pills and a heaven-level soldier. Xiaoqi, how about this, when the rewards for the Shura election are issued today and tomorrow, I will give you all those heaven-level pills, so you can improve it. Ren Pingfan finally said, looking at Long Yu with anticipation in his eyes. Ren Pingfan still trusts Long Yu's ability. He knows that even if Long Yu can't defeat his opponent, he won't die, because of the existence of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, which is difficult for even the strong in the secret realm of kingship to break through. Come defenses. Then how? After hearing this, Long Yu immediately shook his head. I have rewards myself, and it seems that there are rewards for pills of the Great Desolation level. If you want to break through the realm, you should not be able to snatch your rewards. What are you talking about between brothers? Ren Pingfan smiled. When the reward comes down, I will give you the elixir, don't refuse. You know, if you lose to Bai Qing, you will lose the face of the princess, and this fat person values the county most, for the sake of the Lord. Long Yu's head was full of black lines, but this little fat man said so. He didn't give face to the other party when he refused. It's better to accept it. A few heaven-level pills are also easy for Long Yu to take out. At worst, when he has time to go shopping around, he can exchange some of them with the green-edged diamonds and return them to Ren Pingfan. After bidding farewell to Ren Pingfan, Long Yu returned to his courtyard room alone, and began to look at the crystal in his hand. The essence of this divine air was filled with infinite divine power, as if the divine power of various attributes had been fused together. Together, people will feel refreshed just by being close. The essence of divine descendants can not only improve Wushou's comprehension of various divine scripts, but also improve the degree of fit with divine script attributes. While thinking about it, with some anticipation, Long Yu urged his dantian to work, and began to absorb the tyrannical energy in the essence of this divine air. As the energy in the essence of the divine air was absorbed into Long Yu's body, there was an incomparably wonderful feeling that permeated his whole body, as if countless divine powers poured into his whole body. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu felt that the power of divine script stored in his dantian, which he had comprehended, began to surge up one after another, and under the influence of the essence of the divine air, all of them began to comprehend and strengthen. The hidden character divine script, the quiet character divine script, the siphon divine script, and the self-healing divine script, these 4 divine script powers, except for the siphon divine script which comprehended 2/10, the others only comprehended 1/10. However, after absorbing the essence of this divine air, the comprehension of these 4 divine script powers seems to be in the process of being continuously enhanced, and even the invisible divine script that cannot be improved has been somewhat enhanced. Self-healing divine mantra, 20%. Hidden words, 20%. Yu Zi Xuanhuan, 20%. Siphon divine script, 30%. After only 10 or so hours, Long Yu's 4 divine scripts have each comprehended by 1/10 more, and in terms of various powers, they have at least doubled. Having comprehended 20% of the hidden characters of divine script, Long Yu's figure will be more concealed, and it will become more difficult to find him. 2/10 of the divine script of self-healing doubled the recovery speed of Long Yu's injuries in his body, and enhanced his ability to continue fighting by a lot. As for the Yu Zi Xuanhuan, after comprehending 20% of it, its power will be doubled than before. The improvement of the divine text of Yu Zi has the greatest impact on the martial arts derived from the 9 nether dragons, such as Zuowo Huangquan, Awakening Palm Reincarnation, and Yulong 9 Explosions, as well as the nether dragon blade fused with the consciousness of the 9 nether dragons. Power. These are all Long Yu's strongest combat power, that is to say, although Long Yu's martial arts level has not improved, his strongest combat power has doubled. In addition, the siphon divine text has been comprehended from 2/10 to 3/10, and its absorption ability will be stronger, and its transformation ability will also be stronger. As for the specific effect, we will have to wait until we discuss it with the little fat man Ren Pingfan. By this time, the tyrannical energy of the divine air essence had basically been absorbed, but its essence was still at the end. With a cool feeling flooding Long Yu's body, Long Yu's perception of various divine powers was refreshed. This feeling seems to be more compatible with a certain soldier. My compatibility with these divine scripts seems to have improved to a higher level. Could this be the improvement in the compatibility of divine script attributes? Long Yu's heart moved, and he couldn't help being a little surprised. He can feel that he has a clearer perception of the divine power of the two attributes of shadow and life. Now that he uses the divine power of these two attributes, the power has doubled again. Princess Shu Chan's fit with the divine runes of the shadow attribute has reached the 4th level, which seems to have increased the basic power by 4 times. I used to have a 1st level fit with the divine runes of the shadow and life attributes, but now it may have reached the level. Secondary fit. Long Yu was quite satisfied with the effect of the divine air essence, and even said that it had exceeded his expectations. No wonder, Shu Chan attached so much importance to this thing, and hinted that he should not tell others casually, because this thing is an extremely precious treasure even for people at the level of Tian Xinghe and Bai Qing. If people like Ren Pingfan knew, even though they wouldn't disturb Long Yu's cultivation, they might have some thoughts in their hearts, so it's better to keep it safe from them. Long Yu breathed smoothly, finally opened his eyes, stood up, and saw the moonlight shining in the courtyard outside. It turned out that it was already late at night. Absorbing the essence of divine airs has raised Long Yu's understanding of various divine scripts to another level. It may not be obvious now, but once he steps into the mysterious realm of magical powers, his innate magical powers will exceed everyone's expectations. Forget it, don't think too much about the supernatural realm for now. The most important thing now is to consolidate your understanding of the divine script, and tomorrow night, you have to consider how to enter the heavenly tribulation realm. Long Yu thought about it, then lay down on the bed in the room, and began to close his eyes to rest his mind. Although Wu Shou needs less and less sleep time as his martial arts realm improves, but Wu Shou is still a human being after all, not a god, so he still needs a little sleep. While closing his eyes to rest his mind, Long Yu was familiar with the fit between himself and the power of the divine script. At the same time, he also began to slowly temper his muscles and bones with the divine script of Yuzi, and began to cultivate the 2nd level of the 9 Nether Overlord body. It is impossible to achieve the 9 Nether Overlord body within 3 days, so Long Yu is not in a hurry, just take your time. In the early morning of the next day, the rewards for Shura's general election were delivered. As the 3rd place in the Shura election, Long Yu's rewards can be said to be very generous. Apart from the privilege of stepping into the holy land of Shura County for the top 100, there are also many material rewards. Tianqin coins, 10,000 pieces. Great Wilderness Grade Medicinal Pill, 2. The observation time on the 5th floor of the Martial Skill Tower is 7 days. The 5th floor of the Martial Skill Tower in Azura County can be said to be the top floor of the Martial Skill Tower. If you observe it for 7 days on the top floor, you can definitely learn 1 or 2 moves of heaven-level acquired martial arts. Even for those in the mystical ability secret realm, such an opportunity is rare. After all, because of the fatigue of the meridians, it is impossible for the supernatural ability secret realm expert to unleash their innate supernatural powers against the enemy without limit. The more you learn one martial skill, the more protection you have. Besides the innate supernatural powers, the most powerful ones are the heaven-level acquired supernatural powers, which are the blood coagulation knife shadow and fire sea purgatory learned by Man Xian and Qi Hua. Of course, if there is a great desolation level martial skill, it is stronger than the innate supernatural powers, but even the top and 5th floors of the martial skill tower in Shura County do not have a complete record of the great desolation level martial skill. Instead, I heard that some incomplete great desolation level martial arts were placed on the 5th floor to provide reference for the martial arts who entered it. Thinking of this, Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that the magical consciousness in his void dragon blade had completely completed the incomplete martial skill of Huanggu Yingsha. If he entered the 5th floor of the martial arts pavilion, wouldn't he be able to complete several kinds of skills? Great wilderness-level martial skill? Even if Long Yu didn't have time to practice, it would be great to give it to Man Xian and Chi Hua. As for the other two kinds of rewards, the Great Wilderness Great Elixir and the Heavenly Qin Coin, needless to say, the former is filled with extremely strong heaven and earth spiritual energy, and after being absorbed by martial arts, it can quickly improve the realm of martial arts. The Tianqin coin is the common currency of the Tianqin dynasty, and it is very valuable in Shura County. To put it simply, 10,000 Tianqin coins can probably buy 10 heaven-level pills, and the purchasing power is quite strong. Also hard to come by. If you want to buy wilderness-level pills and warriors, you have to go to the Tianqin dynasty. Although the resources in Shura County are more than 100 times stronger than those in the Tianyu continent, in general, compared with the Tianqin dynasty, still too scarce. Taking advantage of the daytime, Long Yu went to the trading house in Shura Valley, intending to sell the green-edged diamonds on his body. The green-edged jewel he possessed was not an ordinary item. In terms of value, it was definitely more than 10,000 Tianqin coins. However, he doesn't know the exact value, so he can only go to the trading bank to see it first. He counted the rewards he got this time: the 7-day chance to submerge in the martial skill tower in the Azura Valley, 2 great wilderness-level pills, and 10,000 Tianqin coins. For 300 or 400 years, all the assets that can be obtained are gone. Just the 2 great wilderness-grade pills are worth at least 200,000 Tianqin coins, which are still priceless in Shura County. As for Long Yu, the 7-day opportunity to practice subconsciously at the martial arts tower in the Azura Valley is equivalent to giving him several methods of cultivating wild-level martial arts, and the value of this is even more inestimable. A great wilderness-grade pill is worth about 100,000 Tianqin coins. However, if it is a soldier of the Great Desolation level, it is worth at least 4 or 5 million Tianqin coins. If it is replaced by a martial art of the Great Desolation level, its value will definitely be more than 1 million Tianqin coins. Even some powerful experts in the secret realm of the Kingly Way may not be able to obtain martial arts of the Great Desolation level. Long Yu decided to enter the Shura Valley Martial Skill Tower after gambling with Bai Qing, and complete those Great Desolation level martial arts first, hoping that the magical 9 Nether Dragon consciousness can still make up for those incomplete Great Desolation level martial arts. Martial arts. Together with Xing Wu, he came to the largest trading house in Shura Valley. This trading house is one of the 3 major sects in Shura County. The property of Chiwa Valley is called Chiwa Pavilion. As soon as the 2 of them arrived at the entrance of the trading house, the gatekeeper's eyes lit up. If before, Xing Wu's prestige in the entire Azura County was stronger than that of Long Yu, then now, who in the entire Azura County would not know Long Yu? Master Long, Master Xing, please come in, I will let the shopkeeper come out now. A servant at the door smiled with Long Yu and Xing Wu, and then immediately ordered the other person to go back and let the shopkeeper come out to greet him. After all, Long Yu and Xing Wu are both Xu Chan's subordinates, not to mention the fact that Long Yu is so powerful now. The entire Shura County is spreading his name. Well, prepare a good private room for us, Xing Wu said to the boy, and then the boy led the 2 of them to the attic of Chiwa Pavilion. The entire Chiwa Pavilion covers a very large area, each floor is 1,000 feet in diameter, and there are various pills, soldiers, martial arts, and so on. These things are all for sale. Many Jianghu Wuxiu, and even many Wuxiu of small sects like to buy what they need from Chiwa Pavilion Trading House. The young man led the 2 of them into an accordion, served drinks, and then retreated. After a short while, there was a knock on the door. Master Long, Master Xing, the shopkeeper of the small Chiwa Pavilion Trading House, is it convenient for you to come in? A slightly old voice came in. Come in, my little brother Long has a business for you this time, Xing Wu said heartily, and then he saw an old man in red robe outside the door, with a shrewd look in his eyes, he walked in with a smile on his face. As soon as he saw Long Yu, the red-robed old man's eyes lit up. "This is Long Yu, young Master Long, right?" "Sure enough, he is a young hero. At this age, he is even younger than our young Master Qiyu. To be able to stir up such a storm in Azure County is amazing, amazing." The young Master Qiyu that the old man was talking about was of course Qi Shaoyin, who won the second place in the Shura election, and was rumored to be an extremely dissolute and unrestrained genius. Senior was joking, in front of young Master Qiyu, "I'm afraid I will lose with just one move." Long Yu smiled, casually, and then asked, "Have you asked Senior how to address him?" "Just call me Chibo." The red-robed old man smiled and sat down opposite the two. "What kind of business does young Master Long have to take care of our Chihui Valley Trading Company this time? Please just say it." "Uncle Chi, it's like this." Long Yu said with a smile, "You should know that I got a lot of blue-edged diamonds before, so now I want to sell them here and exchange them for Tianqing coins. By the way, the price at which your Chiyuga Trading Company bought the blue-edged diamonds, how?" "Green-edged diamond." Hearing this, Uncle Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's not easy to price this thing, it mainly depends on the size. If it is as big as the one that Master Long gave to the princess last time, a blue-edged diamond, it is worth 20 to 30,000 heavenly coins. Of course, it depends on how fine it is before we can make a specific judgment. Fist-sized blue-edged diamonds are worth 20,000 to 30,000 heavenly coins. This is equivalent to the value of 20 or 30 heaven-level pills, which made Long Yu happy, thinking that he would not have to worry about not having any pills this time. Not to mention that he still had a green-edged diamond the size of a human head, which made him happy. The value of a blue-edged diamond is definitely more than 10 times that of a fist-sized green-edged diamond. Long Yu didn't want to hide this matter from other people, so he also asked Shu Chan, Ren Pingfan, Xing Wu, and others, but unfortunately no one knew how much this head-sized green-edged diamond was worth. Long Yu thought for a while, then took out the remaining 15 big green-edged diamonds on his body. "Uncle Chi, look at the total value of these 15 blue-edged diamonds." Seeing these 15 fist-sized blue-edged diamonds, Uncle Chi's eyes widened. Normally, a fist-sized blue-edged diamond could be put up for auction, even if it took a whole year, there might not be a single one. But now, Long Yu actually took out 15 of them all at once. In addition, there are more than 100 thumb-sized blue-edged diamonds. You should also calculate the price. Long Yu immediately took out more than 100 thumb-sized blue-edged gems, put them on the table, and gave Chibo a valuation. Thumb-sized blue-edged gemstones are worth at least 1,000 heavenly coins, so more than 100 green-edged gemstones can be sold for at least 100,000 heavenly coins. What is the concept of 100,000 Tianqing coins? It is to the extent that one can buy a Great Desolation Great Elixir. You must know that the Great Wilderness level pills are treasures that can be encountered but not sought after in the entire Shura County, because there is no alchemist in the entire Shura County who can refine the Great Wilderness level pills, so they can only go to Tianqing Dynasty or other counties. It is precisely because of this that Bai Qing was so heartbroken when he lost a Great Desolation level Human Realm Golden Elixir to Long Yu before, and this Human Realm Golden Elixir is a precious pill that only King Shura can obtain. Based on Bai Qing's words, "I haven't been able to get one after several years of busy work." Soon, Chibo estimated the value of all these blue-edged diamonds, and quickly came to a conclusion: 15 fist-sized blue-edged diamonds, and 102 thumb-sized blue-edged diamonds, a total of 400,000 heavenly coins. 400,000 heavenly Qing coins are enough to buy 400 ordinary heavenly grade pills. Similar to the Tianjiu Qiankuan pill that Shu Chan gave to Long Yu before, with such a set of 9 pills, Long Yu's current property can buy nearly 50 sets. Man Xian, Lu Yuan, Qi Hua, and the others will definitely need these pills when they come out of Tianyu continent. You can buy them first, and give them to them when they come, so that they can improve themselves. Long Yu thought in his heart. With 400,000 heavenly coins, he can now be regarded as a big local tyrant in the Azura Valley, and even Xingwu, who is beside him, has never seen so much wealth in his life. By the way, Uncle Chi, there is still this thing, please promote it to me and put it up for auction. After Long Yu finished speaking, he immediately took out the last blue-edged jewel, the size of a human head, and placed it directly on the table. It is an excellent material for making super soldiers. When the head-sized blue-edged diamond appeared in front of Chibo was stunned on the spot. Such a big gemstone, is this still a blue-edged diamond? Uncle Chi now has cultivation bases of the 5 realms of supernatural powers, and he looks quite old. He may be over 300 years old, but he has lived for more than 300 years, and he has never heard of it. There are so many. The blue-edged diamond is an excellent material for refining soldiers. Even a thumb-sized green-edged diamond can more than double the hardness of the refined sky-level and earth-level soldiers. Chibo said solemnly, therefore, even if it is the size of a thumb, there will be many craftsmen or martial artists who will buy it in person and add it to the soldiers. Of course, the size of the blue-edged diamond, the bigger the better. If it is big enough to be refined into warriors, then the refined ones will definitely be heaven-level warriors, and they can even be used as materials for refining wild-level warriors. The value of this green-edged diamond, the size of a human head, is immeasurable. It is conservatively estimated that it is more than 1 million heavenly coins. However, no one in our Shura County can afford this price. Speaking of this, Uncle Chi shook his head and continued, I am afraid that only the Tianqing dynasty can afford such a treasure. Even if our Chiyuga Trading Company buys it, it must be sold to the Tianqing dynasty. Okay. Look, Uncle Chi, how much are you willing to pay for it? Long Yu asked with a faint smile. 700,000 heavenly coins, the most. As Chibo spoke, he shook his head regretfully and said, this green-edged diamond is worth more than that, but our acquisition is also risky, especially if it is shipped to the Tianqing dynasty for sale. There may be some accidents, and even let us lose everything. Our trading firm has taken enough risks, so naturally we will only do it if there are enough profits to attract, otherwise, this business would rather not be done. That is to say, at most 700,000 Tianqing coins will be given to you, or you will not accept this business? Long Yu narrowed his eyes and asked. Good. Uncle Chi nodded, and said solemnly, Master Long, I have to remind you that if you take it to the Tianqing dynasty to sell it, it is naturally possible, but with your current cultivation, in the Tianqing dynasty, I'm afraid I don't have the right to speak, and if something unexpected happens, even Duke Shura cannot protect you. After listening to Uncle Chi's words, Long Yu nodded with a smile. The people of the Tianqing dynasty are naturally powerful, but I still want to make a fortune in the end. If that's the case, I won't bother Uncle Chi with this green-edged diamond. Of course, Long Yu would not be reconciled if something worth millions was sold for 700,000. Anyway, sooner or later he will go to the Tianqing dynasty. It is better to put the green-edged diamond on himself. The most important thing is that Long Yu is not in urgent need of money. Those smaller green-edged diamonds sold for 400,000 heavenly coins just now, which is enough for Long Yu to buy heavenly pills for Man Xian, Chihua, and others. Hearing what Long Yu said, Uncle Chi's eyes flashed with surprise, but then he smiled and said, that's fine, that old man is going to fetch 400,000 heavenly coins. That's unnecessary. Long Yu waved his hand directly. All these 400,000 heavenly coins can be exchanged for me with sky-grade pills of the same value. Can you get the 400 sky-grade pills from Chiyuga Trading Company? Hearing this, Uncle Chi frowned slightly. Heaven-level pills are not so easy to refine. Even our Chiyue Valley Trading House can't produce so much in a short time. It's not that you can't get it out, but you're afraid that if you get it out, the inventory will be reduced a lot. And there's no way to circulate it? Xingwu suddenly added a sentence from the side. This made Uncle Chi immediately apologize with a smile. where is the word, young Master Xing? It's not that we can't get out 400 heaven-level pills, but our Qiyue Valley trading house only has 14 kinds of heaven-grade pills in total, of which Tianjiu 20 sets of Qiankuan pills can be produced now, and the remaining 220 pieces are all in stock refined by the alchemists of our trading house. There are 5 types in total. How about the 2 young masters? I don't believe it. The dignified Qiyue Valley trading house only has 15 kinds of heaven-level pills. Long Yu smiled slightly. The Qiyue Valley Trading Company must have sky-level pills bought from other places, right? The 400 sky-grade pills I want, the more types the better, Uncle Qi should be able to understand. Even if there are as many as 400 pieces of 15 kinds of heaven-level pills, so what? Long Yu doesn't need more than 20 sets of identical pills, he needs more kinds of pills for the same person to take, so that he can improve the cultivation of those around him more quickly. Since young Master Long said so, I will not hide it from the 2 of you. Hearing what Long Yu said, Uncle Qi couldn't help but smiled wryly. There are indeed quite a few types of rare heaven-level pills, but I, the young master of Qiyue Valley, came here not long ago and said that he was going to start an auction. If you want these heaven-level pills, you have to go to the auction to buy them. The news of the auction has not been released yet. Why not let the young master of Qiyue Valley show up? If we have bought all these pills, then there is no need to hold the auction. Xingwu said lightly, as far as I can see, the amount of Tianqin coins in circulation at the Qiyuga trading house is only about 400,000. To be honest, the scale of this auction is relatively large. Uncle Qi hesitated for a moment, and wanted to speak, but was interrupted directly by Xingwu. No need to talk nonsense. Take a look at all the heaven-level pills that are going to be auctioned this time, and let my dragon brother choose and choose. Xingwu said bluntly. Here, this old man can't be the master anymore. How about I ask the young master to discuss with the 2 of you? Chibo asked tentatively. Qi Xiaoyin, let him come over. Xingwu frowned slightly upon hearing this, but still nodded and said. After getting his affirmative answer, Uncle Qi smiled and turned around to say goodbye and left the room. Brother Xing, what kind of person is this young master of Qiyue Valley? Long Yu lowered his voice and asked Xingwu. He was quite interested in this strong man who could condense the deep purple murderous intent in the general election of Shura, who was known as the second genius of Shura County. The younger generation of Azura County claims to have 3 geniuses. One of them is the Princess Shuchan, but they are only ranked 3rd. The first place is naturally Mo Zhaitian, who has fought against Long Yu before, and the second place is the young master of Qiyue Valley, Qi Xiaoyin. This guy's ranking is higher than Shuchan, which shows how powerful he is. This made Long Yu quite curious about this person, and seeing him now, I think it won't do any harm. This kid has a weird personality. Although he is only at the 5 paths divine ability realm like me, his strength is much stronger than mine. If there is a fight later, just watch it from the sidelines. Xingwu also lowered his voice and said. Fight? Long Yu frowned slightly. We're here to discuss business, so we won't fight him, right? This Qi Xiaoyin's character, who knows? Xingwu waved his hand, showing a helpless smile. No one can guess this kid's character. I see. Long Yu nodded, probably knowing how to deal with Qi Xiaoyin. However, he wasn't worried about the opponent's attack later. After all, he came prepared today. Since he took out all the blue-edged diamonds, the size of a human head, it was impossible for him not to leave behind. About half an hour later, Uncle Qi hurried over, opened the door without even knocking, and said, Young masters, my young master asked you 2 to go to our training ground. Look. Should we go see him? Hearing this, Long Yu smiled softly, stood up and said, Brother Xing, let's go. Uncle Qi, please give me the 400,000 heavenly coins. For the Qiyue Valley Trading Company, it is difficult to take out 400 heaven-level pills at once, but it is even more difficult for them to take out 400,000 heavenly coins all at once. You must know that if a trading house wants to do business, liquidity must be the most important thing. This time it lost 400,000 yuan. Among other things, their purchases will definitely be greatly affected. I'm afraid it's too early to leave now. At this moment, a cold voice came in from outside the door, and then a leader of the Qiyue Valley Guards wearing silver armor appeared in front of Long Yu and Xing Wu. The leader of the guards in the silver armor also possessed the cultivation base of the 5 Dao divine ability realm, and it was clear that he was here to stop the two of them. The young master asked you to go to the martial arts field, you just go, what are you dawdling about? The leader of the silver-armored guard glanced at Xing Wu and Long Yu contemptuously, and said indifferently, I'm here to discuss business, not to listen to your young lord's orders. Even if you want to order us, only the princess can order us. Xing Wu stood up immediately, and said in a deep voice, you, the leader of the guards, dared to block the way. You must have received the order from that kid Qi Xiaoyin. Could it be that the kid is afraid that I won't make it, and let you come out to die, but you are a shrinking turtle? These words are undoubtedly a provocative method, and Xing Wu probably guessed that Qi Xiaoyin must have no good idea to let the two go to the martial arts field. That being the case, it is definitely not possible to pass, and the other party must be drawn out. As long as Qi Xiaoyin is brought out, the next thing will be much easier. Court death. Hearing the words, the guard leader in the silver armor suddenly had a killing intent in his eyes, and drew out the long sword behind his back. Today, you have to be obedient if you are not obedient. As soon as the words fell, the power of the divine script in this person's whole body was concentrated on the tip of the sword, and he slashed directly towards Xing Wu. Haha, good time. Xing Wu didn't even think about it, he just swung the pair of giant axes, and the giant axe with innate supernatural power swept away, and the violent storm smashed the surrounding buildings, and the entire attic of the Qiyue Valley Trading Company was destroyed. It's broken. You! How dare you destroy my Qiyue Valley attic? The leader of the guards in the silver armor immediately opened his eyes wide with anger, waiting for Xing Wu angrily. Let's talk about business. Is this how your Red Moon Valley Trading Company treats customers? Xing Wu snorted coldly. He destroyed the attic just now, of course he did it on purpose, and now his accusation was heard by many wuxiu who came to the trading house. Those Zheng who wuxiu all looked towards this side, all a little strange, who would dare to make trouble in this place, and even smashed the attic to pieces. When they saw that it was Xing Wu and heard Xing Wu's words, they suddenly realized that the business talk had collapsed. Only guys with Xing Wu's status dare to be so presumptuous in this place, right? It's an honor for me, young Master Chiyugu, to meet you, so don't be ungrateful. The guard leader in the silver armor snorted coldly, not caring at all that Xing Wu's words had aroused heated discussions among the surrounding customers. You guys have already taken away the Green Ridge diamond. Now, bring 400,000 heavenly coins, and I'm leaving. What are you young masters doing? Long Yu sneered. 300,000. The leader of the guard in the silver armor said contemptuously, my young master said that if you don't want to see him, I will only give you 300,000 Tianqing coins, and I will send you 2 beggars. Uncle Qi watched from the sidelines, anxious in his heart and face. As the general manager of the Qiyuga trading house, he didn't want anything to happen to the trading house. However, the behavior of the young master of Qiyue Valley is beyond his control, and now he only hopes that Qi Xiaoyin can appear in person to resolve the matter. Since that's the case, Brother Xing, this Qiyuga trading firm wants to renege on its debts, so we demolished their store. A gleam flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and he did not compromise with the other party, but prepared to do some more extreme things. If the other party is willing to speak well, Long Yu doesn't want to cause any trouble at this time, he just wants to exchange some heaven-level pills reasonably, but he met the young master of Qiyue Valley treating him like this. That being the case, why should he swallow his anger? When his words fell, the whole attic of the Qiyue Valley trading house suddenly heard a series of chaotic sounds, and chaos broke out on all floors of the trading house at the same time. Hey, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I never thought that the dignified Chiyuga Trading Company would want to renege on their debts. Do you really think we are easy to bully? Jia Banxian's voice came from the side. I want to spend 400,000 yuan, 300,000 yuan. I really think we are beggars. Haven't seen money before? Following these words, a burst of power from the divine rune of light burst out from not far away, accompanied by the sound of a piece of rubble breaking into the attic, and at the same time a large pile of treasures were looted by Jia Banxian. If you want to blackmail my money, I will destroy your source of income. Long Yu had suffered losses from the auction house before. Now that he brought so many blue-edged diamonds for sale, how could he have no backup? Since the Qihua Valley Trading Company is shameless, there is no need for him to hide it. Not only Jia Banxian, but also supernatural chubby Ren Pingfan, Xiao Zhu, Xuanhuan, and even the taciturn Du Guijian, all of them followed Long Yu this time, hiding in the Qihua Valley Trading House and waiting for an opportunity. Once something happened to Long Yu, they could take immediate action. Now, in the face of the strong persecution of Qi Shaoyin, the arrogant young master of Qihua Valley, it is impossible for them to make concessions and retreat, and directly exploded in the attic of the trading house. They are all the people of Princess Shuchan. Most of the people in the trading house know each other. Who would dare to stop them now? Even those guards in Qihua Valley can only stare blankly. In just a few breaths, the entire Qihua Valley trading house was destroyed into a miasma. And then Jia Banxian came to Xing Wu's side in a flash, and said with a smile, I figured it out, we just took them 500,000 yuan. The Tianqing coins can leave now. Du Guijian, Ren Pingfan, Xiao Zhu, and Xuanhuan, the four of them also took things from various places, including various soldiers, pills, and even martial arts secret books, etc., as well as various refining tools and alchemy material. These things add up to almost 500,000 heavenly coins. Jia Banxian's magic stick is still very accurate in counting things, and basically there will be no mistakes. With so much, it can be regarded as repaying him in his own way. You guys are really brave. Seeing this, the leader of the Silver Armor's guards was about to burst into flames. He had no idea that so many people had mixed into the trading house, and things were going to be difficult now. But the next moment, a wave of heat rose from the depths of the trading house's attic, and a string of fire clouds came from far to near, burning the destroyed attics of the trading house to nothing along the way. It's Qi Shaoyin. Xing Wu, beside Long Yu, immediately changed his face and said, Okay, we can go back. When Long Yu saw this, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The final target finally appeared, but he was right after thinking about it. They all made such a fuss in the Chiyuga trading house, it is impossible for this guy not to appear. Now that this guy has appeared, his mission has been completed, and the next thing has nothing to do with him. Want to leave? You seem to be thinking too much. An arrogant voice came from a distance. It sounded like a young man in his early 20s, but his words were filled with incomparable arrogance. Long Yu, at first I wanted to have a good chat with you, let's have a chat the understanding of martial arts, but now you are like this, but this young master is so disappointed. Which onion are you? What about me? I still need to see your face? Long Yu said lightly, if you weren't so arrogant and insisted on forcing me to see you, I wouldn't bother to have any conflicts with you. I just want to change some pills to take. Since you use power to oppress others, no wonder, that's what I did. Long Yu raised his hand, smiled and said, Everyone, let's go. Let's just leave like this? Will the princess be in any danger? Hearing this, Xing Wu frowned slightly. Are you still worried about the princess? Jia Banxian smiled and patted Xing Wu on the shoulder. Let's leave quickly, it's the right thing not to hold back the princess. Several people took the things they snatched from the trading house, rose into the air one after another, and flew away towards the distance. Qi Shaoyin, the young master of Qihua Valley, was about to chase after him, but a cute girl in a short black skirt suddenly appeared in midair, and then a burst of power from Shura's divine script descended from the sky, enveloping Qi Xiaoyin. The person who appeared turned out to be Princess Shuchan. In fact, ever since Long Yu came to sell things, Shuchan wanted to have a meeting with Qi Xiaoyin, but she couldn't find any reason, so she asked Long Yu and Xingwu to make trouble as much as possible things come. One must know that Shu Luo County King is quite strict with Shuchan on weekdays, especially in the Shura Valley. He will not allow her to make trouble at will, especially fighting with someone like Qi Xiaoyin. Qi Xiaoyin, on the other hand, is eccentric by nature. Even Shuchan can't communicate with him normally, and it's impossible to make an appointment to fight and learn from each other. In this case, if Shuchan wants to fight Qi Xiaoyin, there is only one way. Princess, why are you here to join in the fun? If you hurt you can't blame me. Seeing Shuchan's attack, Qi Xiaoyin didn't back down, just smiled arrogantly and flew towards the sky at top speed. The scope of influence of high-level supernatural powers fighting is too large. Qi Xiaoyin doesn't want to raise the entire Qiyue Valley trading house to the ground, so he naturally wants to fly to the sky to fight. Qi Xiaoyin, you bullied my subordinates like this, and you made it clear that you don't take this princess seriously. If that's the case, let's have a good fight. Shuchan's silver bell-like laughter came out, and the black figure followed and flew into the clouds. In the sky, the pitch-black divine power of Azura and the crimson flame divine power faintly penetrated into the eyes of everyone through the clouds, making everyone awe-inspiring. Although the county lord Shuchan is only at the level of 4-level supernatural powers, and Qi Xiaoyin is only at the level of 5-level supernatural powers, but when the two fight, their momentum is no weaker than that of the top 7-level supernatural powers. Both of them have both the Great Desolation level fighters and the Great Desolation level martial arts, not to mention that the two have a high degree of compatibility with the attributes of the gods. The combination of various factors makes the basic strength of the two of them differ from those of the experts in the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. There are not many left. Of course, in a real fight, combat experience is still a very important factor, and the two may not necessarily be opponents of the older generation's 7-path supernatural powers. But now, when the two are fighting, no one in the audience dares to intervene. Looking up at the battle between the two in the sky, Xingwu, Jiabanxian, and others were still a little worried. Although Shuchan's status is noble, Qi Xiaoyin is not something to be provoked. The two of them fought so fiercely, even if Shuchan made a mistake, the King Shura would not punish Qi Xiaoyin too much, because Qi Yuegu's current power not small, and the owner of the valley is also a strong man in the secret realm of the royal way. In the entire Shura county, there are a total of 6 kingly secret realm powerhouses, and the owner of Qiyue Valley is one of them, which is why Qiyue Valley has such a great influence. Damn, a bunch of trash who rely on a bitch. In the attic of the trading house, the leader of the guards wearing silver armor raised his middle finger towards Long Yu and Xingwu from a distance, with a look of extreme disdain in his eyes. Who is this person? Long Yu asked Jiabanxian, beside him. It's the guard leader of Qiyuga Trading Company, named Yunzhentian, and one of Qi Xiaoyin's useless henchmen. Don't look at his current 5-path supernatural power level, but in fact he relies on pills to forcibly pull out, it's just going up. Jiabanxian replied with some disdain, if there is a fight, I can take care of him by myself. Second brother, don't underestimate him. Xingwu smiled at the side, maybe within this year, one of his innate supernatural powers has stepped into the second heaven realm. When these words came out, everyone immediately laughed out loud, letting Long Yu probably know the situation of the guard commander Yunzhentian. Unexpectedly, Yunzhentian, who seems to have 5 levels of supernatural powers, is a trash who can't even defeat Jiabanxian of 4 levels of supernatural powers. Long Yu now knows that Wuxiu's innate supernatural powers, starting from the first level, are divided into 9 levels of comprehension. The deeper the comprehension, the stronger the power of the innate supernatural powers. Now this Yin Zi Chen has actually reached the level of 5 supernatural powers, and all innate supernatural powers are the first level, and he can be regarded as a top-quality waste. Long Yu's heart moved. He looked at Yin Zi Chen carefully, and after a little thought in his heart, he came up with an idea. That trash over there, is your name Yin Zi Chen? Long Yu yelled directly at the silver-armored guard commander Yin Zi Chen, with the same look of contempt in his eyes. You say we are trash, then I want to see if you are better than us, even worse. How about this? Once I step into the secret realm of supernatural powers, I will challenge you. Do you dare to face it? When he said this, everyone around was shocked. Once you step into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, you will challenge Yin Zi Chen? This is no fun. Although this Yin Zi Chen is useless, but after all, he has the cultivation base of the 5 supernatural powers. How difficult is it for a kid who has just stepped into the supernatural mystic realm to defeat him? Long Yu's talent is terrifying, but this does not mean that Long Yu can directly cross the realm of the 4th level of martial arts to challenge a strong man whose basic strength is dozens of times stronger than himself. But for Long Yu, he didn't think so in his heart. He just set a goal, not long ago, to try to step into the level of the kingly secret realm within 3 years. If he doesn't put a little pressure on himself, how can he achieve this goal that no one can achieve? If you want to surpass yourself and challenge your limits, you can only put pressure on yourself. Challenging Yin Zi Chen, the powerhouse of the 5 realms of supernatural powers, is a kind of pressure that Long Yu puts on himself. The others didn't know what he was thinking, so they naturally felt that what he did was too crazy, almost purely an act of death. You challenge me? Yin Zi Chen, the commander of the silver-armored guards, felt as if he had just heard some unbelievable joke. He pointed at Long Yu and laughed contemptuously. You, a brat in the secret realm of heaven and man, are so ignorant and arrogant that you challenge me. Yin Zi Chen? Alright, Yin Zi Chen, accept your challenge. So what if I will fight you if you are destined to step into the mystical realm? But I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for that day, haha. Just as long as you promise, don't go back on your word when the time comes. Long Yu smiled faintly, and then said nothing more. A group of people around looked at him as if they were looking at a freak. Even Xing Wu, Jia Banxian, and Ren Pingfan were the same, because they didn't expect Long Yu to be so crazy. Could it be that he bet with Bai Qing? Did he become addicted to gambling? This kid is almost constantly fighting. Only the taciturn Du Guijian took a meaningful look at Long Yu, as if he understood what Long Yu was thinking. If you want to break through and challenge your own limit, you can only set a goal for yourself. With the impetus of difficult goals, Long Yu will make faster progress. In the sky, the battle between Xu Chan and Qi Xiaoyin was in full swing, but no one below could intervene. It's not because of strength, but because the identities of the two sides in the battle are too special. No matter who they intervene to help, it will not do them any good. What's more, the two in the battle didn't want other people to intervene. This is the first time the two have met face to face, but unfortunately, no one knows who won the battle between the two. Only after more than 2 hours, the power of the dense Shura divine script in the sky dissipated, and the violent flame godwind disappeared, and the battle between the two finally ended. Let's go. Although a little breathless, a beautiful figure appeared next to Long Yu and the others. It was the little Princess Xu Chan in a short black skirt, and there was a color in her eyes that no one could see through. No one asked her how the battle with Qi Xiaoyin was going, because it was very likely that there would be no outcome in this battle. Under the leadership of Xu Chan, the people from the Chiwe Valley trading house had no way of chasing him. They could only watch helplessly as Long Yu and others took away all the treasures worth 500,000 heavenly coins that they had plundered. If Qi Xiaoyin was here, he would still have the right to speak, but Qi Xiaoyin did not show up at all after the battle. Many people speculated that Qi Xiaoyin had learned something during the battle and seized the time to break through. As for the truth, no one knows. Brat, remember your bet with me. As for the bet, just take the best soldier in your hand. Seeing the crowd leave, Yun Jintian felt upset, and shouted again, challenging Long Yu contemptuously. Since you are so confident, let's not gamble with items, and just gamble with life. Long Yu said lightly. One of the reasons why he said this was that Yun Jintian didn't have anything he liked, and another reason was that he had to push himself to death. Only in this way could he unleash his greatest potential. Gamble your life. As soon as Long Yu said this, the surrounding crowd immediately exclaimed, "This kid, is he too confident in himself?" If you want to gamble with Yun Jintian, who is in the realm of 5 supernatural powers just after stepping into the secret realm of supernatural powers, the chances of winning are quite low. It's really game over. Of course, everyone knows that this Yun Jintian did not even enter the top 1,000 in the Shura election. It is conceivable how weak his martial arts talent is. At the same level, this Yun Jintian could hardly beat anyone else. The crowd followed Shu Chan all the way back to the martial arts arena near their own courtyard. Little brother Long, it seems that brother Fat doesn't need to give you those rewarding heavenly pills. After standing still in the martial arts arena, the little fat man Ren Pingfan took out hundreds of porcelain bottles in his arms with a smile on his face, which contained hundreds of heaven-level pills. Most of these heaven-level pills are middle-grade sky-grade Shuiqing pills, and of course there are various other types, all of which are at least heaven-grade pills. These pills were looted by Ren Pingfan from the Chihui Valley trading house, and with Shu Chan around, no one dared to stop them from taking them away. Moreover, everyone felt at ease about this. The young master of Chihui Valley, Qi Shaoyin, was so arrogant that he didn't take them seriously, and even wanted to send them away with 300,000 heavenly coins. If they don't get back some face, they won't have the face to say that they are the princess's people when they go out. Ren Pingfan also wanted to give Long Yu the elixir rewarded by his ranking in the Shura election, so that Long Yu could break through the realm faster, but he didn't expect that Long Yu's business directly brought so many heaven-level elixirs, so naturally he didn't have to give his own take out your hand. Long Yu took all the things that everyone handed over. Besides more than 300 heaven-level pills, there were also 7 pieces of heaven-grade warriors, the value of which was equivalent to 70 heaven-grade pills. When everyone robbed, of course, they all picked the useful ones. They all knew that the purpose of Long Yu's taking these things was to give them to many friends who were about to leave the Tianyu continent, so the pills and warriors were the most important things. As for martial skills, Tianbei, etc., it is natural to have them when you come to Shura County, but the divine inscriptions are too precious. If you snatch them from the trading house, I am afraid that even Shu Chan will lose face. This time, the Chiyuga Trading Company lost 100,000 Tianqing coins, which can be said to be a heavy loss. It's a pity that Long Yu here doesn't feel that he has earned much, because he also exposed his head-sized green diamond during this trip. If this news spreads out, it may bring him a lot of trouble. Thank you for your help this time. Long Yu thanked everyone with a smile. This time even Duguijian, who usually seldom saw people, showed up. It was because of this that the operation went so smoothly. You must know that among the crowd, Xing Wu and Duguijian are the main combat power. Without them, I am afraid there is no way to calm down the scene. Shachi, don't be polite, everyone will be your own from now on. And now I just wait for you to quickly step into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. The eldest brother Xing Wu smiled heartily, and patted Long Yu on the shoulder. Okay, everything is here for you, we should go first. Long Yu nodded and bid farewell to everyone one by one, and finally only he and Shu Chan were left in the arena. Long Yu, you come with the princess. Tonight, the Yuehua Spirit Array will condense the moonlight. 1 hour of cultivation in the residence of the princess is equivalent to 7 or 8 days of cultivation in the outside world. 1 night of cultivation is equivalent to cultivate in the outside world for 3 months. Shu Chan extended an invitation to Long Yu. Thank you, princess. Long Yu nodded, his face was a little dignified. Now he has 2 great desolation grade elixirs on his body, this is what he will mainly use, to help him break through tonight. But just as the 2 were about to leave, a series of figures suddenly appeared in the sky, making them stop. Hey, it's your people here. Xuanhuan looked up, and saw that the group of figures were all Long Yu's friends who came from Tianyu continent. How could he be leading the team? Long Yu also took a look, only to find that the leader in front of the crowd was wearing a long black cloak, as if he was hiding in the darkness. Although he couldn't see the face of the other party, just like in the dream world, this attire was the first genius of Shura County, Mo Zhaitian, bringing everyone over. It seems that the princess's guess is right, this guy Moz Haitian wants to make friends with you. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, go up and greet them, everyone can stay here now, there are 2 empty courtyards near me, just let them stay temporarily. Long Yu nodded upon hearing the words, thank you princess. If Xuanhuan hadn't provided the residence, it would have been difficult to arrange for so many people to come together, and living in these courtyards, whether it was rest or cultivation environment, was much better than other places in Shura Valley. Long Yu, we meet again. Mo Zhaitian took the lead, dashed down from the sky, and arrived in front of Long Yu in the blink of an eye. Long Yu couldn't see this person's face, and from the tone of the other person's voice, he couldn't tell what was going on inside him, making it impossible to know what Mo Zhaitian was thinking. Moz Haitian, I didn't expect you to send them here. Long Yu nodded, then raised his head and looked at the people behind Mo Zhaitian. There were quite a few people in this group, most of them were Long Yu's friends from the Tianyu continent in the past, but there were also a few people that Long Yu did not expect. I just gave it away. Now that someone has delivered it, I will leave first. Mo Zhaitian finished speaking lightly, and then glanced at Xuanhuan, Princess Master, that battle just now was really exciting, but neither you nor Qi Shaoyin are my opponents. Among the younger generation in Shura County, probably only Mo Zhaitian could say such rude words. Of course, you are a powerhouse of the 7 paths, how can a little girl compare to you? Xuanhuan smiled softly, but didn't take what the other party said to heart. In this world where martial arts are respected, strength determines status. Mo Zhaitian is strong and talented, so he has the qualification to talk to Xuanhuan on an equal footing. See you. Mo Zhaitian simply said 2 words, and suddenly turned around, the whole person disappeared from everyone's eyes, and he didn't even leave a trace of breath, which shows that his concealment method is very good. Long Yu didn't care about Mo Zhaitian anymore, but completely focused on the dozen or so people he brought. To be able to reunite with the old man outside the Tianyu continent, Long Yu is undoubtedly in a great mood. He glanced at the crowd, and saw many familiar and friendly faces, Man Xian, Qi Hua, and Lu Yuan. These 3 had entered the top 100 in the Shura election, and the rewards were quite generous, and they had the right to enter the Holy Land of Shura County. Qualifications. In addition to these 3 people, there is Yan Huanma, who is wearing a black dress and has a noble temperament. She is puzzled at this moment, because Mo Zhaitian, who sent her out, is the guy who killed her in the dream world. In addition, there was also the little girl Xiangwu, who was also killed by Mo Zhaitian. Fortunately, Xiangwu still stepped into the top 10,000 in the Shura election and got the qualification to leave the Tianyu continent. Haofeng, Yusin. Xiaofei really didn't come. Long Yu glanced at the crowd and saw 2 of the 3 heroes of the Feng family, Feng Haofeng and Feng Yusin, but Feng Xiaofei didn't see them, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. He knew that Feng Xiaofei was chased and killed by Tianxing, his subordinate Yusin Luo, all the way in the dream world, and he had no chance to plunder and condense his killing intent. Luo was completely killed by means of mental attack. Although like the impeller, Xu Ruoxian may use means to save his life, but Yusin Luo forced Feng Xiaofei to fail to leave the Tianyu continent now. Long Yu will never forget this hatred. Brother Long, you don't have to worry. Although Xiaofei didn't come out, he happened to stay at Feng's house, to take care of him. When Feng Haofeng saw Long Yu, his expression was quite steady. Now that we have all left the Feng family, it is still not appropriate if there is no one to take care of the Feng family. Well, that's right. In this case, when I break through to the secret realm of supernatural powers, I'll go back and bring Xiaofei out. Long Yu nodded and said. Long Yu will try to break through to the heavenly tribulation realm tonight. If he succeeds, he will only be 2 levels away from the supernatural realm. As long as he can step into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, he will be able to return to the Tianyu continent and bring out anyone he wants, just like Shu Quan brought him out back then. Although Shu Quan can help him bring people out now, but that would be too troublesome, not to mention that Long Yu can't rely on Shu Quan for everything. Long Yu glanced at the others again, and the people who appeared in front of him were Yi Luan and Pedestrian. As for what happened to the Impeller, Long Yu probably also knew that after gathering killing intent in the dream world and stepping into the top 10,000, he was killed by a mental attack. The Impeller is no longer alive. But on foot, Long Yu didn't know what happened to this senior brother who used to suppress Tianzong in the dream world. Junior brother Long, this time we are able to step into the top 10,000, thanks to the county bishop's heavenly acquired supernatural martial skills. Walker smiled. I followed a team in the Shura election, but I killed a lot of people. He did not say that he was killed by a cooperator of a team, because he felt that being killed in the dream world was nothing. A new world. Being able to do this, walking is quite satisfying. He doesn't want to tell Long Yu what happened in the dream world, so as to bring more troubles to Long Yu. Although he just came out, he also knew that Long Yu was already in trouble. Well, in the future in this Azura Valley, everyone should practice hard. Long Yu also nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Afterwards, Long Yu turned his attention to another person who surprised him, Yan Xing. Yan Xing is Yan Huanma's younger brother. He killed his father when he was 10 years old, ran away from home, joined the Tianyu North Academy, and later joined the Kanglan Sword sect. When Long Yu was still on Tianyu Island, he might not be the opponent of this Yan Xing, but looking at it now, Yan Xing, who is still only in the heavenly tribulation realm, is nothing to Long Yu. Unexpectedly, the person who killed his father would one day be able to lead the Tianyu continent. Seeing Yan Xing, Long Yu taunted him unceremoniously. Among the crowd, Yan Xing was the only one who didn't fit in, as if he was isolated by others. Hearing Long Yu's words at this time, Yan Xing raised his head, but he didn't feel ashamed at all, but took it for granted. Who is stopping me? Martial arts, I will kill anyone, with my talent, isn't it enough to lead the Tianyu continent? Princess, I'm going to kill this man. When Long Yu heard the words, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he said to Shu Quan. As you wish. Shu Quan said with a light laugh. She had heard about Yan Xing's character before, but she never thought that Yan Xing would come out with Long Yu's friends this time. I'm afraid Namization didn't recognize anyone, so it's fine to bring out the people on the list anyway. But they didn't know that Long Yu didn't like Yan Xing at all. When he was on Tianyu Island, Yan Xing tried to kill Long Yu several times. How could he not avenge such revenge? Long Yu. Unexpectedly, Yan Huanma, who was at the side, suddenly called out to Long Yu, and he was a little embarrassed in his words. This man is still my brother after all. I don't want to see him die in front of me with my own eyes. Let him go, okay. Hearing this, Long Yu narrowed his eyes a little, thought for a while and said, since Elder Yan is begging for you, then you should go, but I will let you go, just this time. Next time I see you, I will definitely let you go, kill you. When these words came out, Yan Xing was quite upset, but he also knew that now he could only die if he stayed. Originally, he thought that if he could follow Long Yu, he would get better training resources, but he didn't expect that Long Yu hated him so much. In the future, you won't have any chance to kill me again. Yan Xing glanced at Long Yu, said extremely calmly, then turned around and flew away. Elder Yan, letting the tiger go back to the mountain is not a fun thing. Among the crowd, pedestrians were the first to lower their faces. As for Yan Xing's character, walking is quite clear. Now that Yan Xing is let go, that kid will not feel any gratitude at all, but will hate everyone even more. Under such circumstances, it is not a wise choice to let Yan Xing go, not to mention Yan Xing's talent. Everyone can see it, stepping into the secret realm of heaven and man at the age of 10, such an achievement is considered even in Shura County rare. It's okay, senior brother Boo, let him go. But Long Yu waved his hand and said casually, for Elder Yan's sake, this is the last time to spare him. If he provokes us again next time, we can kill him soon. That's right, if he offends everyone next time, everyone should not be soft. Yan Huanma said the same thing. Now she pleaded with Yan Xing, just because he was her younger brother after all, but since then, the relationship between siblings has disappeared, and when we meet again next time, the two of them will be like strangers. Okay, since everyone is here, let's rest first. Manzi, Qihua, Lu Yuan, you three, prepare well, and you may have many opportunities when you step into the holy land of Shura County in 7 days' time. Long Yu said to everyone. Of course everyone should be, and according to Shu Chan's arrangement, they left under the leadership of a guard called by Shu Chan. Apart from Yan Xing, there are 10 people who came out of Tianyu Island this time, Man Xian, Qihua, and Lu Yuan, the 3 with the highest rankings, plus Feng Haofeng, Feng Yusen, and Yan Huanma. Walking, and sunset dancing. Besides the 8 of them, there are also Yi Luan and Feng Yao. Long Yu was quite surprised that Feng Yao was able to come out, but seeing that her relationship with Yi Luan seemed to be good, he didn't pay much attention to it. To be honest, Long Yu doesn't have a good impression of Feng Yao, but she is the daughter of her adoptive father, so it's okay to take care of her a little bit. The foster father has saved Yi Luan's life, so he will definitely take good care of Feng Yao. I don't have to worry about Feng Yao. Long Yu thought in his heart. There are 10 people in total, 5 men and 5 women, who just happen to live in 2 courtyards, and each of them can have an attic. You must know that these courtyards of Shuchan are quite spacious. A courtyard like Long Yu can accommodate 5 people. It doesn't feel crowded at all. Long Yu, didn't you give them the things you got just now? Shuchan asked a little curiously. It's too troublesome to take it out now. I have something important to do. Princess, wait for me for a while. Long Yu said with a smile, while turning around and using the hidden word divine script, cooperating with Huang Gaiying's method of killing Peak Shanin, and chased in the direction that Kai Yanxing left just now. For possible hidden dangers, Long Yu will never let go easily. The reason why he didn't take out the pills and soldiers now is to hunt down Yanxing as soon as possible and cut off this person directly. Shu Chan watched Long Yu turn around and leave, with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She knew that with Long Yu's character, it was impossible to let the threatening enemy go so easily. Long Yuan lost his figure and chased towards the outside of Shura Valley. He could see very clearly that Yanxing had fled in this direction just now. Soon, Long Yu rushed into a dense bush without making any movement at all. Even if Shu Chan was present, he might not be able to see where Long Yu was. Having comprehended 2/10 of the hidden character divine script, doubled Long Yu's hiding effect, coupled with the great wilderness-level martial arts Huang Guingsha's hidden skills, his hiding effect will never lose to Imo Zhaitian. Hey, there's more than one fish. Long Yu rushed into the bushes, and soon discovered that there were more than one martial artist in front of him. Besides Yanxing, there was another person, but Long Yu had seen it before, by Qing's subordinate, the young Zhuozeshan. When Long Yu followed Shu Chan to the Shura Valley, the first battle was against Zhuozi Mountain. At that time, Zhuozi Mountain's cultivation was only at the human tribulation realm, but now it has also been promoted to the heavenly tribulation realm, and the speed of improvement in cultivation is not inferior at all. Yu Longyu. Now, Zhuozeshan directly stopped Yanxing, who came here in the woods. Brother, my master ordered me to wait here and asked if you would like to join us. Xuan stopped in front of Yan Xing and asked in a condescending manner. To join you guys? Yan Xing had just been angered by Long Yu, but now seeing Xuan's lofty appearance, his expression immediately turned cold. That depends on whether you have the ability to convince me. As soon as the words fell, Yan Xing raised his hand, condensed 9 sword qi, and rushed towards Shua's mountain. Guys from the small island really think that I, the strong man of Shura County, are just paper? Xuan sneered, and with a flash of his figure, a pair of seizing hooks sprang out from behind him, directly killing Yan Xing, and suddenly the ghost energy burst out. It was the 9 sword energy that directly condensed Yan Xing annihilation. Immediately afterwards, the pair of seizing hook fighters attacked Yan Xing from left to right, as if they wanted to draw out his soul, making Yan Xing feel as if he had fallen into hell, and his whole body became extremely cold. Yan Xing's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that the first opponent he saw after coming to Shura County would be so tyrannical that he could easily break his sword energy with one move. In this way, there are indeed many strong people after leaving the Tianyu continent. For example, the kid in front of me, although he is at the same level as me in the heavenly tribulation realm, is obviously much stronger than me. Yan Xing thought to himself. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill in his neck. His mind was blank for a moment, and he barely looked down, only to see a pitch-black dagger stabbing into his chest with a gloomy black color, and he didn't even see where the dagger appeared from. Long Yu hit his figure and suddenly appeared, killing Yan Xing with one blow. Who? Originally, Xuan only wanted to suppress Yan Xing, and then recruit Yan Xing into Bai Qing's subordinates, but he didn't expect a sudden surprise attack and killed Yan Xing directly. He only saw a black shadow flash past, and then Yan Xing's chest was pierced, his heart was shattered, and he fell into the dense forest below. Immediately afterwards, the black shadow disappeared, and Xuan couldn't catch the opponent's figure at all. Long Yu quietly appeared and assassinated Yan Xing without leaving him any chance. Immediately afterwards, he continued to hide his figure, and directly approached Xuan not far away in the state of being invisible. But Long Yu remembered this guy. He was Bai Qing's subordinate. He provoked him when he first came, and lost to him in a bet fight. It was that battle that allowed Long Yu to win the human world golden pill, and later relied on the human world Jindan has broken through to the beginning of heaven. Seeing Xuan now, this guy actually wanted to recruit Yan Xing. Of course Long Yu couldn't let him go. All threats must be wiped out. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, murderous aura boiled in his eyes, and the next moment he held the nether dragon blade in his hand. He came behind Xuan, and the jet-black sharp blade flashed across, severing his neck. Although Xuan was a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm, his cultivation base was twice higher than that of Long Yu, but he couldn't find any trace of Long Yu at all, and couldn't catch his movements. It was easy for Long Yu to assassinate him, but when his neck was cut and blood sprayed out, even if he could react, it was already too late. Even for those who are strong in the heavenly tribulation realm, if their throats are cut, they will not die immediately, but this will greatly affect their display of strength. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu pierced their chests with the void dragon blade, directly shattering their heart veins and completely killing them. Kill. In an instant, the two heavenly tribulation realm powerhouses were easily killed by Long Yu, and the current Long Yu was only at the beginning of heaven realm. If you can break through to the Tianhua realm tonight, it will be easier to deal with an opponent in the supernatural realm. However, I don't know how many great desolation level soldiers Bai Qing can borrow. Long Yu thought to himself, and then began to deal with the corpses of Yan Xing and Xuan, and it only took a few breaths to destroy them without leaving any clues. I'm afraid it will take a while for Bai Qing to find out that Xuan is missing, but she will never know that it is Long Yusha's hand. Long Yu was familiar with the road, and eliminated all the clues present. This method, even if a strong man from the secret realm of the royal way came over, I am afraid that he would not be able to do it. As for the warriors on the two of them, Yan Xing's long sword and Shuozetian's sky-seizing hook were all taken away by Long Yu. Of course, these warriors can't be taken out for the time being, just wait for him to have a chance to go to Tianqin for the dynasty, sell some Tianqin coins. After all, the seizing hook is a sky-level soldier, and it is still worth some money. It's just Yan Xing's long sword, and it's just a top-rank warrior at the prefecture level. I'm afraid it won't be sold for a few dollars in the Tianqin dynasty. Into the night. Long Yu followed Xu Chan to the courtyard of her residence. Here, Long Yu felt that the closer it was to night, the more aura of the surrounding world became Long Yu, which made him feel refreshed. Such a situation would happen every full moon, because King Shura established a moonlight aura for Xu Chan here, which could absorb the essence of moonlight, condense the aura of heaven and earth, and promote martial arts cultivation. You are the first one who can come to my place and enjoy the moonlight aura. Xu Chan sat on the eaves and said to Long Yu with a smile. Long Yu was in the middle of the courtyard, sitting cross-legged, also smiled and said, "Then I am very honored. You did a good job during the day. I didn't expect you to be so careful. You can still bury all the clues after killing someone. Now Bai Qing will definitely not find any useful information." Xu Chan continued, "It seems that the matter of murder and arson will be handled by you in the future. I can kill people, but I'm afraid I can't set them on fire. After all, I haven't comprehended the power of the Flame Divine script. For this, you should find Xiaopeng." Long Yu smiled again. Ren Pingfan, the supernatural chubby, comprehended the power of the Flame Divine script. The innate supernatural power was the condensing of 4 flame sabers, which was quite powerful. In the process of sparring with him, Long Yu did not suffer from the pain of these 4 flame sabers. After hearing Long Yu's words, Xu Chan's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. It's true, that little fat man is suitable for doing things like setting fire. Having said that, she raised her head to look at the sky, saw a full moon gradually rising from the sky, knew that it was almost time, and said, "You can practice slowly by yourself, I'll go out for a stroll." Long Yu nodded and said. When he was cultivating a breakthrough, he really didn't want anyone to watch from the sidelines. After Xu Chan left, the aura of heaven and earth in the entire courtyard became more intense. Long Yu had never felt such a rich aura of heaven and earth, and he absorbed it greedily. Not only is it running the Dantian to absorb, but also taking out the Void Dragon Blade to absorb the aura of the surrounding world. This made him absorb the aura extremely fast, just like the effect of taking a pill. Ordinary martial arts can only absorb no more than half of the aura, but Long Yu can completely absorb it with the Nether Dragon Blade. Now the aura of heaven and earth condensed by the moonlight aura has the same effect. Long Yu tempered his body with the aura of heaven and earth, especially the Tian Mai that had been integrated into this piece of heaven and earth, tempering the Tian Mai stronger and stronger. In normal times, consciously or unconsciously, he will temper the heavenly veins to strengthen his connection with this piece of heaven and earth, so that he can borrow more power of the laws of heaven and earth. For martial cultivators in the secret realm of heaven and man, the power of the law of heaven and earth is used the most. Of course, Long Yu has surpassed this level and directly reached the level of using divine script. Martial Dao realm, you can't improve by jumping. Even if I already have the combat power of the mystical ability secret realm, if I want to improve the martial Dao realm, I still have to obediently step into the Tianhua realm first. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, the aura of heaven and earth condensed in his body became more and more intense. Tianhua realm is the sublimation of Tian Mai compared to Tianqu realm. Once it is successfully broken through, the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth will be raised to another level. The laws of heaven and earth comprehended by Long Yu are basically not used now. Even if they are used, they only use the power of the law of the 9 serenities. This is the strongest law in the world. Certain spells are more powerful. As the aura of heaven and earth in his body tempered his whole body, the law of the sun, the law of thunder, and the law of sun flame that he had comprehended were sublimated one by one, and the strength of the cohesion of power was several times stronger than before. Not only that, the law of the sky crystal level that he comprehended, the law of weeping blood from the sky, has also started to improve. Originally, he only comprehended the artistic conception, but now he broke through 2 levels in a row, and directly comprehended the general trend of the world. Although Long Yu didn't use these powers very much anymore, there is no harm in raising them up, maybe they will be able to use them at any time. Heavenly Brilliance Realm, Breakthrough. Since Long Yu's current level of combat strength has far surpassed that of Tianhua Realm, so this breakthrough is also a matter of course, and it only needs to gather enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth to achieve it. The brilliance of his whole body flowed, and his aura suddenly increased. The next moment, he had already stepped into the Tianhua realm. The improvement of the realm, together with the power of the divine script that he has comprehended, seems to be a bit stronger, but after all, he is only at the level of the secret realm of heaven and man. If you can step into the mystical realm of supernatural powers, your comprehension of the divine script and the compatibility with the divine script will jump up to another level. It's a pity that I'm not ready yet. If you want to break through to the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, there is still the realm of heavenly tribulation lying in front of Long Yu. When Long Yu was in the human tribulation realm, he experienced 3 human robberies, and those 3 times were not difficult for Long Yu, and he passed it easily. But when it comes to the heavenly tribulation realm, Wu Xiu has to go through 3 heavenly tribulations before he can complete the transformation. Now that the aura of heaven and earth is so strong, maybe we can directly step into the heavenly tribulation realm and start to cross the first heavenly tribulation. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu took out the 2 great wilderness-level pills that were rewarded by the Shura election, and took one of them without hesitation. The great wilderness-level pill contains extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it is different from Long Yu absorbing the spiritual energy in the moonlight aura. The spiritual energy in this pill has a direct effect on improving his realm. The aura absorbed from heaven and earth has to be transformed through the dantian before it can be absorbed by the whole body, but the aura in the elixir can be absorbed directly. Long Yu wanted to break through the shackles in one fell swoop and step into the level of the heavenly tribulation realm, but it was not so easy. Throughout the ages, there are only a handful of people who can continuously improve the 2 levels of martial arts, but Long Yu is making such an attempt now, and the difficulty can be imagined. This great desolation level pill is so powerful. After Long Yu took the great wilderness grade pill, he felt that his whole body was filled with the aura of heaven and earth, as if he was about to explode, and asked him to use the aura of heaven and earth to refine the meridians of the sky and the meridians of his whole body. Great wilderness level pills, even those who are strong in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers can feel the extremely strong effect, let alone Long Yu, who is only in the secret realm of heaven and man. At this time, taking the great wilderness level elixir caused Long Yu's meridians to swell and ache, but luckily he was able to endure the pain and forcibly absorbed it. If another person couldn't bear the pain, I'm afraid he would faint from the pain, unable to absorb the spiritual energy, and eventually explode to death. You must know that Long Yu's body now not only has the aura of the Great Desolation grade pill, but also the aura of a large amount condensed from the Yuehua aura. If you want to go from entering the Tianhua realm, stepping into the heavenly tribulation realm, and crossing a whole realm in one night, it is impossible to do it without being cruel to yourself. During the process of absorbing the spiritual energy, the nether dragon blade floats in front of Long Yu's body. Once the spiritual energy in Long Yu's body reaches the limit and is about to explode him, the nether dragon blade will start to balance the spiritual energy in Long Yu's body and absorb some of it. Long Yu was in an extremely painful state from beginning to end, and this state lasted for one night. Until the sky was bright and the full moon was setting from the west, there was a faint flash of thunder and lightning in the sky of Long Yu's courtyard, which really brought about a catastrophe. Not far away, Shu Chan had been working all night and finally came back, but she heard thunder roaring faintly in the sky, and she couldn't help showing a very surprised expression. No way? This Long Yu, before I left, was at the beginning of heaven. This is only one night, and he can even bring about a catastrophe? Even with the moonlight aura, this cultivation speed is too exaggerated some. Shu Chan's heart moved, and her curiosity towards Long Yu became even stronger.